So this idea of how elaborate can you make kind of the prompt, how elaborate language and abstract from it computational language. It's a very interesting question. And what ChatGPT, GPT-4 and so on can do is pretty good. It's a very interesting process. And we're still trying to understand this workflow. We've been working out a lot of tooling around this workflow. Natural language, computational language. And specific conversation dialogue. You're right. There's so many things that are really interesting that work and so on. So first, you can expect to sort of specify conversation. What one realizes is human kind of this way of thinking about these conversations. Without that, you're kind of out of luck. You just have no idea what you're going to walk up to a computer. I remember when I tell a silly story about myself. The first computer I saw when I was 10 years old, it was a big mainframe computer, so I didn't really understand what the computer did. It's like, but shortly before my sabbatical, Bill was just then talking about a bridge case he's working on. Like, that isn't a sensible thing to ask. That's kind of, you have to give it. That's what the scientist who went by the name BJ. You could say, look, for what you're going to sort of give it some answer. But that's a very different kind of thing from what one thinks you can do. The kind of the question of the first thing is an idea of what I'm going to find out about this website. Trust Bill. I think it's a very, for education, that is the key thing. As did all of the UFO community back then. Not computer science, not the details of programming. How do you think about the word computation? Computation, thinking about the word computation, this full way of thinking about the world. We've had other ones, like logic, the formal way. There's a way of sort of abstracting and formalizing some aspects of the world. Mathematics is another one. Computation is this very broad way of formalizing the way you think about the world. And the thing that's cool about computation is if we can successfully formalize things in terms of computation, computers can help us figure out what the consequences are. It's not like you formalize it with math, well, that's nice, but now you have to, not using a computer to do the math, you have to go work out a bunch of stuff yourself. So I think that this idea, let's see, we're trying to take kind of we're talking about sort of natural language and its relationship to computational language. The thing, sort of the typical workflow, I think, is first, human has to have some kind of idea of what they're trying to do. That if it's something that they want to sort of build a tower of capabilities on, something that they want to sort of formalize and make computational. So then humans can type something into, some LLM system and sort of say vaguely what they want in sort of computational terms. Then it does pretty well at synthesizing what language code. And it'll tell you that in the future because we've got a huge number of examples of natural language input together with the word language translation stuff. So it's kind of that's a thing where you can kind of extrapolating from all those examples makes it easier to do that task. Is the prompter task also kind of debugging the work language code? Or is your hope to learn to that? No. I mean, so then and we had a great conversation, and we started to kind of get a dialogue going back and forth. Examples, I remember the first call that we did, you sent me a huge PDF to read to prep me for the call, and then we went through the call, we went through your presentation, and I think one of the things that struck me most about just our interaction so far is the volume of make a moving average every 7 days or something, and work out what the and make a plot of the results. Okay? So that's the thing, which is, about 2/3 of a line of language code. When you just watch it without any kind of this one particular interview, but all of them to some degree are like this. And then you'll get the result. His emotional body language, his demeanor, his level of attention to detail, his ability to recall things across 90 minutes or more of intense questioning is just so good. It's really hard to imagine that anybody could or would think something to that level of detail. say
but there was a little controversy early on with the story when it first broke and as it was starting to take off in the days sort of before YouTube and the internet in its present form. Can you talk a little bit about what happened early on and explain a little bit about how that controversy got started?
If it isn't small, it's
Well, there's a number of points of controversy surrounding the damn story because it is vast. It is extraordinarily
one of the ideas
complex.
of what language is the language humans can read. It's not a language which, programming languages tend to be this one-way story of humans writing and computers execute from them. Spoken language is intended to be something which is sort of like math notation, something where, humans write it and humans are supposed to read it as well. And so kind of the workflow that's emerging is kind of this human mumbles some things, large language model produces a fragment of ordinary language code, then you look at that and you say, typically you just run it first and you see does it produce the right thing. You look at what it produces, you might say it's obviously crazy. You look at the code, you see actually why it's crazy, you fix it. You really care about the result, you really want to make sure it's right, you then look at that code and understand it, because that's the way you have it sort of touch point. Or did it really do what I expected it to do? Now, you go beyond that, I mean, it's what you find is, for example, let's say the code does the wrong thing. Then you can often say to the large language model, can you adjust this to do this? And it's pretty good at doing it.
So you're using the output of the code to give you hints about the
Majestic.
So
And the story just
function,
goes
you're
really wild.
debugging
So,
based on the output
And
of
by the way,
the code.
the plugin that we have with it, for ChatGPT, it does that routinely.
story.
It will send the thing, then it will get a result. It will discover, the LLM will discover itself the result is not plausible. And it will go back and say, oh, I'm sorry, it's not the right thing. It goes back and says, I'll rewrite that piece of code, and then it will try it again and get a result. The other thing that's really interesting is when you just run into one of the new concepts that we have with this whole idea of notebooks out 36 years ago now. And so now the question is sort of how do you combine this idea of notebooks where you have, text and code and output. How do you combine that with the notion of chat and so on? And there's some really interesting things there. Like, for example, a very typical thing now is we have these notebooks where as soon as the thing produces errors, if the runs code and it produces messages and so on, the LLM automatically not only looks at those messages, it can also see all kinds of internal information about stack traces and things like this. And it does a remarkably good job of guessing what's wrong and telling you. In other words, it's looking at things sort of interesting, kind of a typical sort of AI-ish thing. But it's able to have more sensory data than we humans are able. It's able to look at a bunch of stuff that we humans would kind of glaze over looking at. And it's able to then come up with, oh, this is the explanation of what's happening.
And what is the data, the stack trace, and code related previously, and that's
Yeah, it's also what's happening is one of the things that's, is, for example, when there's these messages, there's documentation about these messages, there's examples of where the messages have occurred otherwise, all these questions. The other thing that's really amazing is when it makes a mistake, one of the things that's in our prompt when the code doesn't work is read the documentation. Another piece of the plugin that lets it read documentation, and that again is very, very useful. Because it will figure out, sometimes it'll make up the name of some option for some function that doesn't really exist, read the documentation, it'll have some wrong structure for the function and so on. It's that's a good thing. I mean, the thing that I realized is we built this language over the course of all these years to be nice and coherent and consistent and so on, so it's easy for humans to understand. Turns out there was a side effect that I didn't anticipate, which is it makes it easier for AIs to understand.
It's almost like another natural language.
Yeah.
Requiring you to have a telepathic communication language.
Yeah.
You have a lineup: English, French, Japanese, Russian language, and then Spanish. And the system's not going to notice.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, maybe, that's an interesting question, because it really depends on what I see as being an important piece of fundamental science that basically just jumped out at us with ChatGPT. Because I think, the real question is, why does ChatGPT work? How is it possible to encapsulate, to successfully reproduce all these kinds of things in natural language, with a comparatively small, a couple of 100 billion, weights of neural nets and so on. And I think that that relates to kind of a fundamental fact about language. The main thing is that I think there's a structure to language that we haven't kind of really explored very well. Kind of this semantic grammar talking about language. And we kind of know that when we set up human language, we know that it has certain regularities. We know that it has a certain grammatical structure, noun followed by verb, followed by noun, adjectives, etc. That's its kind of grammatical structure. But I think the thing that ChatGPT is showing us is that there's an additional kind of regularity to language, which has to do with the meaning of language beyond just the pure part-of-speech combination type of thing. And I think the one example of that we've had in the past is logic. And I think my sort of kind of picture of how was logic invented, how was logic discovered, really was the thing that was discovered. It makes the story even more fantastic because it grounds it in reality that I think a lot of people are like, kind of listened to a bunch of people, orators, and giving speeches, and this one makes sense, that one doesn't make sense. Is claiming to be one of the first hand people who laid hands physically on the beat and did it day in and day out for work. If the Persians do this, then do this, does that, just expanded it since we last spoke. What Aristotle realized is that the structure of those sentences, the structure of that rhetoric, it doesn't matter whether it's the Persians and the Greeks, or whether it's the cats and the dogs. It's just, P and Q. You can abstract from the details of these particular sentences. You can lift out this kind of formal structure, and that's what logic is. That's a heck of a discovery, by the way. So I find tremendous amount of information, and I keep this entire investigation of Dan's
The fact that there is an abstraction from natural language that has, where you can fill in any word you want, is a very interesting discovery. Now, it took a long time to mature. I mean, Aristotle had this idea of syllogistic logic, where there would be particular patterns of how you could argue things, so to speak. And in the Middle Ages, part of education was to memorize the syllogisms. I forget how many there were, but 15 or something. And they all had names, they all had mnemonics, like Barbara and Scylla, to the mnemonics, the syllogisms. People would kind of, this is a valid argument that follows the Barbara syllogism. Public with this presentation now and start talking about this more after years of kind of doing this behind the scenes and under the radar. What was the thing that changed for you that made you realize that you wanted
a level of abstraction that was beyond this particular template of a sentence.
It's too big a story.
And that's, what's interesting there is, in a sense, ChatGPT is operating at the Aristotelian level. It's essentially doing the templates of sentences. By the time you get to tools and doing algebra and this idea of, you can have arbitrary nested collections of ands and ors and knots, and you can resolve what they mean. That's the kind of thing, that's the computation story. That's, you've gone beyond the pure sort of templates of natural language to something which is an arbitrary deep computation. But the thing that I think we realize from ChatGPT is, Aristotle stopped too quickly, and there was more that he could have lifted out of language as formal structures. And I think there's, in a sense, we've captured some of that in some of what is in language. There's a lot of kind of little calculus, little algebras of what you can say, what language talks about, whether it's, I don't know, if you say, I go from place A to place B, place B to place C. Then I know I've gone from place A to place C. If A is a friend of B and B is a friend of C, it doesn't necessarily follow that A is a friend of C. These are things that are, if you go from place A to place B, place B to place C, it doesn't matter how you went. Like logic, it doesn't matter whether you flew there, walked there, swam there, whatever. You still, this transitivity of where you go is still valid. And there are many kinds of features, I think, of the way the world works that are captured in these aspects of the language, so to speak. And I think what ChatGPT effectively has found just like it discovered logic.
I know he's
And
still
people are really
alive.
surprised
And there was ways that maybe at the end of his presentation I
it
could tell you
discovered
that
logic the same
you
way
guys can
Aristotle
check in
discovered logic.
at this
By
one
looking at a lot
website.
of
There was
sentences
only one
effectively
channel
and
there
noticing
right
the
now where
patterns
he
in
has
those
a voice.
sentences.
This is
But
the
it feels like it's
presentation I
discovering
made
something
to
much
all
more
the
complicated than
investigators and journalists. So
logic.
you're seeing
So
what I
this kind
had
of
to
semantic
provide
grammar. I think
with
you
a little
wrote
bit
about
of
this.
additional material
Maybe you
that's
can
been
call
added
it the
recently.
laws of language, I believe you call it,
So
or
let's
which I like, the
see.
laws of thought.
Tell me when you can see my
That
screen.
was the title of the third tool.
It's coming through.
His balloon out the back of his
Fantastic.
said that they get
So
laws of
by and
thought.
large, the
That was
entirety
what
of
he
the
said.
Denver story
All right.
So he
revolves
thought
around
he nailed
the
it.
time period when he borrowed the name
Yeah.
of
Yeah, it's a
his
good question.
ex-wife
How much more?
to be
Like
Daniel
into it,
Gray.
it
By the
seems
way,
like
his name was
one
Danny
of the
Gray.
reasons,
Gray.
as you
So
imply,
that
the
period of
reason
time where he was
GPT works,
popular and there's a lot of
ChatGPT
material on
works,
him
is
was when he was
that
in the Burrish name.
there's a
But I'm
finite
still referring to him as Danny
number of
Gray
things
because
to it.
that's his birth
Yeah,
name
I mean,
and that's the
It's
name
discovering
he
the
uses
laws.
now.
In some sense, GPT is discovering the laws
Here
of
he is.
semantic grammar that underlies language.
Yes. And what's sort of
Let me just
interesting is
state
in the
something that
computational
cannot be
universe, there's a lot
understated.
of other kinds of computation that you
This
could
from
do.
Bill Ryan, one of
They're
the
just
other
not ones that we
investigators.
humans
This story does
have
not lend
cared
itself to
about
easy summary.
and
That is an
operate with.
understatement.
And that's probably because our brains are built in a certain way.
Decided
And,
to
you
get
know, the
into
neural
this.
nets of
We'll
our
know
brains
there
are
is
not that
many,
different
many
in some
rabbit holes
sense
you
from
go
the neural
down.
nets of a large language
There's a lot
model.
of
And that's
images
kind
I've
of,
collected over
and
the
so
years of
when you
Dan.
think about, and
When he
maybe
was
we should
little,
talk about
studying
this more, but
biology
when
and
you think about sort of what
microscopes
will AIs
in the lab
ultimately
at the
do,
far right there.
the answer is, insofar as AIs are just doing computation, they can run off and do all these kinds of crazy
Even
computation.
was
But
the
the
science
ones
institute in the
that
upper right
we
corner when he was
sort
on
of have decided we care about is this kind of
because he
very
was
limited
involved in
set.
the
That's
takedown
what
of a bank robber.
reinforcement learning and student feedback seems to come in. The more the
But
AI
most
say
importantly for
stuff
now,
that kind of
let me
interests
just
us, the
kick
more
off
we're
with who
impressed by
Bill
it.
Hamilton is.
So it gives you a lot of
Principal
interesting
investigator
intelligent
and a
things,
good
but
friend
we're
that I
only
befriended
interested
back
in
in
the AI
probably
systems
1990.
when they communicate human,
Senior
in a
program
human-like
analyst at
way.
UCLA, has worked in the
About
information
human-like
technology field for
topics.
over 30
Yeah.
years.
Well,
He has
it's
several
like
degrees, majoring in
technology.
psychology,
In a
physical
sense,
science, and
the
information
physical world
technology, and was awarded a
provides all
top
kinds of
grade
things. You know, there are
electronic
all kinds of
technology with the
processes
U.S. Air
going on
Force
in
Security
physics.
Service.
Only a
He's
limited set of
authored
those are
several
ones that
books
we
on
capture
space-time and
and
gravity,
use for
and the
technology. They're only
vortex,
a
cosmic
limited
top
set
secret
where
alien
we
magic.
say, you know, this
Phoenix
is a thing
Lights, his
that
articles have
we
been
can
published in
sort of
numerous journals
apply
and
to human
magazines,
purposes we
including
can't
Energy
care about.
Unlimited,
You might have said, okay,
Psychic
you pick up a
Observer,
piece of
UFO magazine,
rock,
MUFON
you
journal.
say, okay, there's a nice silicate, it
Sadly,
contains all kinds of
shortly after I
silicate.
started
I don't care.
investigating the Dan
Then you
story,
realize, oh, we could actually
and
turn this
decided it's
into
time to reach out to
you know,
Bill.
semiconductor wafer and
I
make it
had found he
microprocessor out
just
of it.
passed in
And then we care a
2014.
lot.
Yes.
So
And it's
it
you know,
was,
it's this
it
thing
was
about what
really,
do we,
really sad.
you know, in the evolution of our civilization,
Long before his
what
passing,
things do
he
we
dropped
identify as
completely
being
out
things
of
we
the
care
UFO
about? And
field.
it's like, you know, when there was
This
an
was
announcement
summarized to
recently
me
of
by
the
Dan
possibility of
himself
a high
in an
temperature
hour-and-a-half-long phone call
superconductor that involves you know, the element lutetium,
Bill, who
which,
spent
you know,
so many
generally
years
nobody has
investigating
cared
the Dan
about.
story, befriended Dan,
You know, it's kind of, but
was
suddenly if
taking
there's
it
this
from
application
ufology
that
for getting into
relates
this
to kind of
story.
human
It was
purposes, we start to
relentless,
care
it was
about.
ruthless,
So,
it was very
given
personal.
your thinking
And
that
Dan
GPT
even
may have
mentioned the
discovered
time that he met with Bill,
inklings
last
of
time he
laws
met
of
with Bill,
thought,
Bill was shaking,
do
saying
you
that
think
they're
such laws
ruining you,
exist?
they're bringing you
Believe it or
down,
not,
and this isn't right.
yeah,
what's your intuition
I
here?
think
oh, definitely. I mean, the fact
in
is,
a kind of personal
look,
way,
with
as Bill's good friend,
is
he
but the
picked up
first
with the
step.
story
There are many other
and continuing
kinds
with
of
it. I think he
calculi
would have been
about
very
things
proud
that we
of the work
consider,
I've been
you know,
doing thus far.
about
But it
sort of
started
things
when
that happen in the
Bill
world, or
copied
things that are
the
meaningful.
document
Well, how
that
do
was
you know logic
forwarded
is not
to
the
him
last step?
from BJ
You know what
Wolf.
I mean?
It was called the
Well, because we can
294-109A
plainly see
document.
that there could, I mean, if you say,
Exposed
here's
this
a sentence
leaked
that
four-page
is
document in 1999 by
syntactically
Dan's colleague BJ
okay,
Wolf.
you
It
look
was a
at it and
tree
you're like,
with the
you
technical
know, the
details
happy
of the biology
electron,
of an extraterrestrial
you know,
being. You
eight,
can still find this if you type
I don't know,
294-109A. You can read
something
the
that
four-page
it's just,
document.
you look
It
at it and
gets
it's
into
like,
the
this is meaningless. It's just a bunch of words,
of the
it's
being itself
syntactically correct,
and
the
the work
nouns
that
and
was
the
being
verbs are in the right
done
place, but it just doesn't mean that.
at the Baptist facility.
So there clearly
And,
is some
that was his
rules
first
that there are
finding of
rules
it.
that
In the
determine
end,
when a sentence
he wrote
has
and
the
recommended
potential
this
to
book
be
to anybody. Project
go
Aquarius.
beyond the pure
And it's all about Dan and the Dan story.
And
This
so
was a
the
great,
question is, what are those rules? And all
I
that
can show you my
client
copy here. It's
extended those
it's
rules.
tattered.
My
It's got
guess,
notes all over in it. there is so many
there's a
elements in
fairly
this
finite
book
set of
that
those
help
rules.
with the
And they,
substantiation of the
once
story and
you have those
legitimacy.
rules, you have a kind of
Let's get
construction
into
kit.
Dan's
Just
claims.
like the rules of syntactic
He was assigned
grammar
to Project
give you a
Aquarius involving
construction kit
entertainment
for
sphere
making
with
syntactically
Olivia
correct
Shoshu
sentences.
biological entity,
So you can
referred
also
to
have a
as a
construction
J-Rock,
kit
which is a
for making
species. This is not
semantically
the name
correct
of
sentences.
entity.
Those
It
sentences
is
may
a
not be
species.
realized
There's
in the
more than
word.
one.
I mean, I think the
J-Rock
elephant
was
food
one of 3 entities from the
a
1953 Cayman, Arizona crash.
semantic,
One died on impact.
we know,
One was
even
Los
ideas.
Alamos,
If I say that
and
to
one
you,
was sent to
you
Area
kind of know what that
51
means.
S4.
But the fact is, it hasn't been realized
Also,
in the
it has
word.
worked at some of the
The
most
semantically
prestigious and
correct
secret
perhaps
institutional
is things that
and
can
U.S.
be met
government laboratories, including Papoose Lake,
things
Dulce,
that
Brookhaven
are
National Laboratories, and Lawrence Livermore.
consistent
He worked at Area
with both our
51S4
imagination and our understanding of physical reality.
to 2006.
Yeah.
This is a significant amount of time that you want to parallel this
It's a
with
good question. I mean, I think it is,
Balthazar, who
it
didn't
is,
work there nearly
given
this
the
long.
way we
So,
have constructed
that
language,
being said,
it
there would
is
be
things
hopefully a
which
substantial amount of
fit
information that
with the things we're
would have come
describing
from
language.
this
It's a
effort
bit circular
that he had
in the
while
end.
he was there.
Because, you can, and
He's had a
the
long-standing relationship
sort
with
of
former
boundary
NSA Director
of
John
what
Mike
is
McConnell.
physically
McConnell
realizable.
was also Vice
Okay,
Admiral of
let's
U.S.
take the
Navy
example
and
of
U.S.
motion.
Director of National
Okay?
Intelligence.
Motion is a complicated concept. It might seem like it's a
The
concept
Aquarius
that
program
has
was
been figured out
operated
by
at the U.S. Naval Research
long
Laboratory and
ago,
U.S. Defense
but it's actually a
Intelligence
really pretty
Agency.
complicated
He
concept.
worked
Because
along
what is
several
motion? Motion is you go
constituents
from place A to
supposedly
place
belonging
B,
to MJ-12.
and it's still
In
you when you
2005,
get to the other end.
was given authorizations
You
from the
take an
members of
object, you
MJ-12
move it,
to release his
and it's
story
still
and
the same
quote,
object,
tell
but
the
it's in a
world.
different place.
Before I
Now,
go any
even in
further,
ordinary
this is a point of
physics,
contention,
that doesn't
obviously,
always
to
work that way.
anybody, and I know
If you're
some
near
of
a
your
space-time
listeners,
singularity in a black hole, for
viewers who
example,
watch this
and
video,
you take your
are
teapot or
wondering
something,
how
you
is
don't
it
have much of a
possible
teapot
this
by the
guy
time it's near the
can
space-time
have the
singularity.
permission
It's been
to tell this
completely
story and remain
deformed
alive?
beyond recognition.
There
But
is
that's
a
the case where
letter
pure
that was
motion
supposedly
doesn't really
written
work.
by
You
McConnell
can't have a
to
thing
Bill
stay the same.
Hamilton.
But so this idea
Among
of
other
motion
things, has an
is
element
something
in it
that
that answers
sort of
that
is a
question.
slightly complicated
I
idea.
think
But
this is
once
where we
you
have to
have the
extend
idea
the
of motion,
possibility that
you
if
can start, once you have the
there
idea
are
that you can
treaties and
describe
agreements with
things
an
as
NHI
being the same
intelligence,
thing but in a
that
different
there may
place,
be
that
agreements
sort of
that are not
abstracted
just on
idea
the U.S. or
then
the
has,
human level,
that
but
has all
also
sorts
on
of
the
consequences,
ET
like this
level.
transitivity of
In other
motion
words,
goes
there
from A
may
to
be
B, B to C, you've gone from A to
elements
C.
in the
And that's
the
that
interaction we
level of
have where they're
description.
dictating
You
what
can
things have to
have
be done.
what are
And
sort of
supposedly,
inevitable
claim
consequences. They're inevitable features of the way you
in the
sort of set
agreement
things up.
that it was
And
okay
that's,
to
I
tell
think,
the
what
world
this sort
wasn't
of
coming
semantic
from
grammar
us,
is
it was
capturing,
coming from the
is
NHI,
things like
and
that.
that for that
And
period of time,
I think that it's a question of what does the word
told the
mean.
world,
You say,
and
I
then
go
subsided
I
and
move
went
from
dark.
here to there.
That was
So it's
fulfilling
complicated to
that
say what
agreement.
that means. This is
Now, I
this
know
whole
this is a
issue of,
strong
is pure motion
claim,
possible,
because there's no way to
etc.
verify it.
But once you
But
have
as
kind
we,
of
again,
got an
we
idea
think
of what
about
that means, then
whistleblowers
there
that
are
coming out
inevitable
recently, and I keep
consequences
thinking
of
about
that
Ross Coulter
idea.
trying to pin down
The very idea
David
of
Grush
meaning,
on that.
it seems like there's some
Do
words that
we
become
have agreements? And David Grush, quite frankly, not having a
there's a
strong
latent
negative answer.
ambiguity to them.
But putting out an
It's
answer
more
that
like
was very
emotional
diplomatic. I'm wondering the same thing, essentially, is what he's saying. I think that's very strong to consider, given this
Well,
claim.
exactly what
I think he said,
so especially when you have
I just watched that
relationships
clip
between complicated objects, you seem to take
yesterday. I
this
think
kind
he
of
said,
shortcut, descriptive shortcut to describe like
agreements with these other
object
beings,
A
and he
hates
says something
object
like,
B.
that's what I'm hoping
What's that
our
really mean?
elected members of government will be able to get to the bottom.
Are
Right.
defined
Right.
by
I don't know
kind
if
of
you feel
our
the same
social
way. It
usage.
didn't sound like he
I
was
mean, it's not, a word
disagreeing with it.
in
He was
computational
reframing
language, for
it
example.
into a question
When
back to
we
Ross.
say we
Yeah,
have a
and
concept
I think that's
we
reading between the lines a little bit like that is such an important
is a
skill,
building block from which
especially when
we
you're
construct
talking
an arbitrary
about these
tool.
whistleblowers
have
who
to have a
can
very
say
solid
some things but can't say a lot, and they have
we
to
have
kind of use coded language.
code,
People,
it has documentation, it's a
accuse
whole,
Lozano of speaking in riddles, but
but
it's
the
part
word
of
hate,
the
the
situation that we're
documentation
in.
for that word,
Yeah, it is.
well, there isn't a
It's
sound
a very,
documentation for
very
that word.
interesting time because I was
It's a
into the
complicated
subject on
thing,
the stigma all the time.
defined by kind of how we
didn't tell
use it.
anybody about it.
When,
Now
if it wasn't for the fact that we were using language,
But just to
so
continue,
what
he
is
was
language?
eventually seeing the
Language
highest levels
is a
of
way of
justice as
packaging
MJ1.
thoughts so that we can
Then
communicate
reformed
them
the
to
group
another
now
man.
titled, and this
in
may
these
have changed
complicated
since then,
words
now titled
be
North American
converted into something using that computation engine to use.
Right. So I think the answer to that is that what one can do in computational language is make a specific definition. And if you have a complicated word, like let's say the word, okay, See, that's a simple word. It's, animals eat things, whatever else. But, you do programming and you say, this function eats arguments, which is sort of poetically similar to the animal eating thing. But if you start to say, well, what are the implications of, the function eating something? Can the function be poisoned? It can, actually. But, there's a touch and snap. How far does that analogy go? It's just an analogy. Whereas, if you use the word eat in a computational language level, you would define there isn't a thing that you anchor to this kind of natural language concept, but it is now some precise definition of that, but then you can compute things.
But I also think the analogy is also precise. Software eats the world. There's there is something concrete in terms of meaning about analogies.
Sure. But the thing that sort of is the first target for computational language is to take sort of the ordinary meaning of things and try and make it precise. Make it sufficiently precise and build these powers of computation. So it's kind of like, if you start with a piece of code and you say, I'm going to define my program with a piece of code. It's kind of like, that's a difficult thing. It's better to say, I'm going to just have this boring piece of code, and it's using words in the ordinary way, and that's how I'm communicating with my computer, and that's how I'm going to build this solid building block from which I can construct this whole kind of computational power.
So it's sometimes where if you take a poem and reduce it to the computer, you're going to have very few things. So maybe there's a bunch of human interaction that's just poetic, aimless,
real quick, a number of people are going to ask,
like recreational.
Babazar said a lot of his records were scrubbed and destroyed, and there's not much to go on.
I think that's a
And yet
complicated
there's
thing,
a ton
because
on
in a
Denver.
sense,
Why is
human
that?
linguistic communication is, there's one mind, it's producing language, that language is having an effect on another mind. And the question of, there's sort of a type of effect that is well defined, let's say, where for example, it's very independent of the two minds. It doesn't, there's communication where it's a natural lot sort of what the experience of one mind is versus another one, and so on.
Essentially everything he got that was of record.
Yeah, but what is the purpose of natural language communication?
Well, I think the
computational language somehow feels more amenable to the definition of purpose. It's like, yeah, you're given two representations of a concept, and you can build a power based on that. Is natural language the same thing but more fuzzy?
Well, I think the story of natural language, that's the great invention of our species. We don't know whether it exists in other species, but we know it exists in our species. It's the thing that allows you to sort of communicate abstractly from like one generation of species to another. You can, there is an abstract version of knowledge that can be passed down. It doesn't have to be, genetics. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to apprentice the next species, the next generation of birds, the previous one, to show them how something works. There is this abstracted version of knowledge that can become passed down. Now, that, it relies on, it still tends to rely, because language is fuzzy, it does tend to rely on the fact that, if we look at some ancient language where we don't have a chain of translations to this until what we have today, we never understand that language. And we may not understand those concepts may be different from the ones that we have today. We still have to have something of a chain, but it is something where we can realistically expect to communicate abstract ideas. And that's one of the big roles of language. I think in his PhD is that's been this ability to sort of concretify abstract things is what language has provided.
Do you see natural language and thought as the same? The stuff that's going inside your mind?
Well, that's been a long debate in philosophy.
It seems to become more important now when we think about how intelligent GPT is.
And a
whatever that means. Whatever that means, it seems like the stuff that's going on in the human mind seems something like intelligence. There's a language,
What we call it
and accepted by the editorial staff as written in the
and so
final
you
release
start to think of
format.
what's the relationship
This
between
process ensures a high degree of accuracy.
the language of thought,
I
the
take
laws of
that for
thought,
now
the
until I
laws
hear from them. I
of
take that as
words
a,
like reasoning,
as a good data point.
and the laws of
You
language,
don't just get
and how that
casually
has to
into
do with
this who's who.
computation.
I'm
It
aware
seems
that
like
there are
more
other
rigorous,
vanity
precise
who's who
ways of
publications, but
reasoning.
Marquise is the
Which
leader.
are
They're the
beyond
primary
I mean, much of
originator
what
of this
computers
kind
do,
of
humans
publication.
do not do. I mean, you might
The
say
other
if you
thing
look
that I
at a
got,
subset,
and I was absolutely floored
hopefully.
when I
Yeah.
got this,
That,
is what's the Tom Mac
you
letter?
might say,
Revealing
computation,
Bill
and you have
Hamilton's
large,
book,
large
the latter
language
chapters.
large
There's
language models
there
can
are
just,
chapters on
eventually you have a big enough
verification
neural
of
net
Dan's
to do
story.
anything. But
And it has been
they're
years
really
since I
doing the
reread
kinds
this
of things that
portion of
humans
the
typically do. And
book. I
there are
read it
plenty of sort of formal
and
things that
found
humans
that Bill
never
was
put. For
referencing
example,
letters
I
that
don't know,
Richard Doty
you
and
can
Tom
people
Mack
can do
wrote
mental
together,
they can do a
and
certain
that
amount of
Tom
math
Mack was
in
reaching
their
out to
minds. I
Richard
don't think
Doty
many people
in
can run a
response to
program
questions
in their
about
minds
Danny
of
Crane.
any sophistication.
And
It's just
I
not something
reached out
people
to
do.
Rick and
It's not
said,
something
Rick,
people
I'm
even
aware
thought of
that
doing.
Tom
It's
Mack and
it's
Tom
kind
Mack
of
is Area
it's kind of
51
not, you
employee.
can easily run it on the computer.
An arbitrary
Here's a
program.
picture of Tom
How are we
on
running
the right. He's a
specialized
retired Air
programs?
Force
Yeah.
major.
If I say to
Served
you,
from
here's
1972
a
to
thing,
1984.
you know,
Retired Air
tell
Force
me what it
veteran,
does
spent
after
in Air
50
Force
steps.
intelligence,
And you're like,
served with the Air
trying to
Force
think about
Scientific
that in your
Advisory
mind.
Group.
It's really
Little
hard.
Lake, Nevada from June
It's not what people
1975
do.
to April
I mean,
Well, in a some
1983,
sense,
and
people
from March
program,
1988
they build a computer
to October
to program
1994.
it.
Worked
Just
on
to
numerous
answer your question
projects,
about
all
what
involved
the system does
reverse
actually.
engineering of captured
The humans
UFOs.
build
He
computers.
worked with the
Yeah.
J-Rod,
Yeah.
who was
Yeah, that's
referred
right. But they
was referred
created
to as Puppet
something
Master.
which is then,
When I
then
reached
when
out
they
to
run it,
Doty
it's doing
and
something
said,
different
I'm aware
than
that
what's
you had
happening in their mind.
you've
And they've
had
outsourced
correspondences with Tom.
that piece of
I
computation
remember
from
Rick said, yeah,
something that
we
is
did. A lot of them are
internally
emails.
happening
And I
in their
thought,
mind
oh, no, I don't want to email because I can't
to
verify
something
if
that
that's
is
real or
now a
not. He
tool
goes,
that's
yeah,
external
but
to their mind.
there's
So when
I
the
think I
human
got some letters
to
from him.
you didn't
He said,
invent
I've got 3
computers,
different
they
locations
discovered
where I
it,
keep my archives.
They
I'll have to
discovered
get back to you. And I
computation,
thought, okay,
which
not
they
sure if I'm going to
invented
hear
the
from him.
technology.
Let's see what happens. Less than an hour later, he gets back with me and says, guess what? It's here at my house.
the computer
And
is
he
just
scans it and
kind
sends
of
it
way
to
to
me.
plug into this whole
And it's a letter
stream
to
of
Richard
computation.
talking about what's
There's
up,
probably
things that are going on in
ways.
life. Most
Well,
of
for
the
sure. I
first
mean,
page. And on the back of it,
particular ways
he
that
talks
we make
about Dan.
computers out of
And
semiconductors and
here's what he
electronics and
says.
so on.
And I got this only
That's
3 weeks
the
ago. I
particular
think
technology
Collins
that
got
we
the
built.
Dan
And
Crane
the
story
story of a
wrong.
lot of what people try to do
There
with
was a
quantum
Captain
computing
Danny
is
Crane
finding
who was
different
assigned to
sort
the
of
US
underlying
for projects
physical,
sometime in the late
infrastructure
80s.
for doing
Captain
computation. And
Crane was a
biology
biologist who
does
worked on the
lots of computation.
R4800
It
program
does it
at
using
PS2
infrastructure that's
complex.
different from
That's Bill.
semiconductors and electronics.
His assistant,
It's
and
a,
I never heard
it's
this
a
before,
molecular
his
scale
assistant was Captain
sort
Arthur
of
Price.
computational process
Both were in
that
charge of
hopefully we'll
mapping
understand
alien
more about.
DNA.
I have some
Captain
ideas about
Crane
understanding more about
developed a
that.
sequencing
But
technique.
that's
They were dating the
another,
sequence of found
it's
amino
another
acids.
representation
The
of
alien
computation.
was the
Things that happen in the
quantiloid.
physical universe
Named
at the level of
Amos.
these evolving
Never heard
hypergraphs
that
and so on.
before.
That's
The
another
sequence
sort of
found was
implementation
nothing like
layer
Hammond's. Captain
for
Crane even
this
baffled
abstract
genetic
idea of
scientists
computation.
with his findings.
So if
Captain Price is
GPT
now
or
working
large
with
language
Dr.
models
Kit
are starting
Crane
to
at
form,
CIA. This is
starting to develop,
explosive to me
or
because I was
implicitly
getting
understand the
additional
laws of language
information
and
about his
thought,
assistant
do you think
named
they can be
Captain
made
Arthur
explicit?
Price. Still trying to investigate him.
How?
I'm also getting
Give it a
information
bunch of
about
that.
DNA sequencing.
So do they have,
And for those who may be aware
What is
already of
happening
the
in that
Dan
science?
story,
You have
before
the
Dan
world
was
doing
brought
really
over to the
complicated
Pappas
things,
facility,
and
he
then you
was making
discover,
regular trips to Area
for example, this
51,
is how motion
Robert,
works. This is
the
the way
main
that this
complex,
particular
and he was
sort
being
of
taken into a
idealization of
lab
the
there
world,
to
this is how we
study
describe it in a simple, computationally
tissue
reducible
samples
way.
from
And I
an
think it's the
alien
same thing here.
species.
It's there are
I
sort of
believe this
computationally
is who
reducible
Tom
aspects
Mack is
of
referencing
what's
here when he
happening that you
recognizes
can
the
get kind of
quantiloid
narrative theory
nucleus.
for, just as we've got
And
narrative theories in
that's
physics.
what I
So
understand that to be. So I found that tremendously valuable.
do you
If
think
we
it
can
will be
determine that this letter is
depressing or
real,
exciting
then
when
the
all
questions
the
about
laws of
Dan
thought
we
are
can
made
leapfrog
explicit, human
over
thought
so so many things. If this is real, then of course he worked there. Of course he worked on an alien. Verified by this 1999 letter.
Because the fact is, people say, for
Curiosity about
example, like people will
PhDs
say,
and certificates and other
I have
labs
free
were
will.
done
I
almost
kind of,
incidental at this point.
I
If this
operate in
letter
a
is
way
real,
that
it
is,
reveals everything. So I found that really helpful.
they have the idea that they're doing something that is sort of internal to them, that they're figuring out what's happening. But in fact, we think there are laws of physics that ultimately determine, every nervous, every electrical impulse in a nerve and things like this. So you might say, isn't it depressing that we are ultimately just determined by the rules of physics, so to speak? It's the same thing. At a higher level, it's like it's a shorter distance to get from kind of semantic grammar to the way that we might construct a piece of text than it is to get from individual nerve firing to how we construct a piece of text. So it's not fundamentally different. And by the way, as soon as we have this kind of level of, this other level of description, it's kind of, it helps us to move further. So we'll end up being able to produce more and more complicated kinds of things. Just like when if we didn't have a computer and we used certain rules to write them down to a certain distance. But once we have a computer, we can go vastly further.
And to be clear, this letter would suggest that
You wrote a blog
Dan
post
created
titled, "What
and
is
was working
ChatGPT
on
doing
more
in
than one
writing work?"
different
We could
entity.
talk a little about this.
Amos
Can
would
you
be
just step
separate
back
from
and look at
J-Rod.
his question? What,
I believe so.
what's ChatGPT doing? What
The
are
other
these
very strong data point for
a
those
bunch
who
of
say
billion
the internet is
parameters
full of it.
trained on
He was
a
invited to
large
speak
level
at
of words?
Caltech.
So
You don't get that
why does it
invitation
seem to work
mildly from
again?
just a random
Is it
invitation.
because to the point you made that
First,
there's
his
laws
colleague Marcia
of
McDowell
language
spoke at
that can be
Caltech's
discovered by
Independence
such a process? Is it
Well,
2008
let's talk about sort of the low
about
level
the
of
Lotus
what
Project, their
ChatGPT
scientific
is.
accessory
I mean,
project. The
ultimately,
invitation was
you give
initiated
it
by Caltech's
it's trying to work
Hawaii
out,
professor of applied and
what's the
computational
next word.
mathematics and control
Right?
dynamic
This is
systems.
wild.
Isn't that
Just
surprising
what
to you
people know.
that this kind of
The Beckman Auditorium's
low-level,
guest speakers are the
dumb
likes of
training
Einstein,
procedures
Stephen Hawking,
can create
Keith Thorne,
something
Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Linus
syntactically
Pauling,
correct first, and
Peter
then
von Karman,
semantically
Richard
correct?
Feynman,
The thing that has been sort of the story of my
was
life,
the
I'm realizing
the
that
primary name behind
simple
quantum
rules
mechanics.
can do much
To
more
this
complicated
day,
things than you
the
imagine.
lecture of
That
Dan
something that
is
starts simple
still
and
on
starts
the
simple to
website.
describe
This is the
can grow a
Monson
thing
bio,
that is,
and there it still is. Under
vastly more
bioengineering
complicated than you
seminar.
can imagine.
How does
And
somebody
honestly, it's taken me, I don't know, I've sort of been thinking about this now 40 years or so.
written off
And
by
it always surprises
a
me.
significant
Even, for
number of
example, in our physics project,
investigators
sort of thinking about the whole universe growing from these simple
get
rules,
invited to speak
I
at
still
Caltech
resist
if his
because I keep on
credentials are
thinking,
not solid.
how can
And the
something
name
really
of this,
complicated arise
this
from
talk,
something
what was
that
the,
simple? It just seems,
Now that you're familiar,
it seems
this is
wrong.
phenomenon.
But
This
yet,
comes
you know,
out of the
the
Lotus
majority of my life
project
I've kind of
that he's
known
been working on and
from
works on
things
to
I've
this
studied
day.
that this is the way things
I
work.
believe
But
this
yes, it
is,
is
and I think
wild.
even
It is
Bill
possible
Hamilton
to write a
this is
word
a
at a
Nobel
time
level
and produce a coherent essay, for example.
discovery.
It's worth
And
understanding
I
how
do
that's
hope
working. I mean,
one
it's kind of
way or
like
another,
if it was going
eventually
to
Dan's
say,
name is recognized
the cat
with the
sat
many
on
years he's
the.
been putting into this
What's the next
amazing
word?
project,
Okay, so how
which
does it figure out
essentially
the next
starts
word?
to
Well, it's seen a trillion words.
outline
And
the
it's
kind
seen
of
the cat sat on
codex
the
for
floor, the cat
human
sat
life
on
and
the
all life on Earth and how
sofa,
it
the
could
cat
form.
sat on whatever.
And
So
it has a lot to
it's
do with,
minimal
by the
thing to
way,
do is just say, let's look at what we
frequency
saw
of
on the
sound.
internet. We saw,
So put it that way.
10,000 examples of the
Here's
cat
some
sat
images
on
of the
the.
talk he gave.
What was the most probable next word?
Now let's
Let's
talk a little
pick
bit about the
that out
software facility
and say
itself.
that's the next word. And that's kind of what it is, at some level, is trying to do. Now, the problem is, there isn't enough text on
Area
the
51
internet
is in the upper right.
to,
The Pappas Lake
if you have a
facility is
reasonable
down
length
below it,
of
about
pump,
15, 16
that
miles south of
sort
Area
of pump will
51
never
proper.
occur on them.
Still technically considered, I think, the
As
Area
you
51
kind of go further,
land.
there just won't
But
be a
Pappas
place
Lake
where you could
sits
obtain,
Pappas Lake sits on the other
where you
side of
could
the
have just
mountain.
worked out probabilities from
It
what
goes
was
by
already there.
some names.
Like if you say
I
2 plus 2, there'll be a zillion examples of 2
Doty
plus
has
2
been a stickler in
equaling 4,
making sure to
and a
remind
very
people
small
that it's
number of
called
examples of 2 plus
S2
2 equals 5,
alpha.
and so on.
The
And you
site
can pretty
floor
much know
that
what's going to happen. So then the question is, well, if you
Lazar
can't
worked on was actually
just
the
work
name
out
of the
from
level he
examples
worked on.
what's going to
The
happen,
full
just
facility
no
was called
probabilistic
Safe Work.
from examples what's going to happen, you have to have a model.
That's up for
And
debate,
it's kind of
I
an
guess.
idea,
It
this
very, very
idea of making
specifically
models
is
of things
located
is an
exactly
idea
here.
that
And I
really,
cannot tell
I
you
don't know, I
why I
think
know that
Galileo
right now.
probably was one of the first people who sort of
Hopefully be able to do
worked
that in
this out,
coming
and it's
months.
kind of like,
But this is the location
I
of the
think,
Pappas facility.
gave an example of
It's
that,
just
the
off the lake
book I
bed.
wrote about ChatGPT,
It
where
is
it's kind of like,
completely
Galileo was dropping
satellite view.
cannonballs off the different floors of the Tower of Pisa. And it's
Essentially,
like,
these
okay, you
pictures
drop
are
a
from
cannonball off this floor,
Dan's
you drop a
first
cannonball off this
foray
floor,
to being taken
you
to the
miss
Pappas
floor
facility.
5 or something, for
He
whatever
said there
reason.
were red
But you
and
know
blue
the time
lines
it took
painted
the
on the ground,
cannonball to fall to
and
the
you had to
ground
walk
from floors
between
1,
the
2,
blue
3,
lines.
4,
If you walk outside the
6,
red
7,
lines,
8,
it would be
for
shot and killed.
example. then the question is, can you work out, can you make a model which figures out how long you take the ball, how long would it take the ball to fall to the ground before you the measure? And the thing Galileo realized is that you can use math, use mathematical formulas to make a model for how long it will take the ball to fall. So now the question is, well, okay, you want to make a model, for example, something much more elaborate, like you've got this arrangement of pixels, and is this arrangement of pixels an A or B? Does it correspond to something we recognize as an A or B? And you can make a similar kind of pixel is like a parameter in an equation, and you could write down this giant equation where the answer is either A or 1 or 2, A or B. And the question is then, what kind of model successfully reproduces the way that we humans would conclude that this is an A and this is a B. If there's a complicated extra tail on top of the A, would we then conclude something different? What is the type of model that maps well into the way that we humans make distinctions about things? And the big kind of meta discovery is neural nets are such a model. It's not obvious they would be the same thing. It could be that human distinctions are not captured. We could try searching around for a type of model. It could be a mathematical model, it could be some model based on something else that captures kind of typical human distinctions about things. It turns out this model that actually is very much the way that we think the architecture of brains is, but perhaps not surprisingly, that model actually corresponds to the way we make these distinctions. And so, the core next point is that the kind of model, this neural net model, makes sort of distinctions and generalizes things in sort of the same way that we humans do. And that's why when you say, the cat sat on the green blank, even though it never didn't see many examples of the cat sat on the green whatever, it can make or the aardvark sat on the green whatever. I'm sure that particular section does not occur on the internet. And so it has to make a model that concludes what, it has to kind of generalize from the actual examples that it's seen. And so that's the fact is that neural nets generalize in the same kind of way that we humans do. If we were, the aliens might look at our neural net generalizations and say, that's crazy. That thing, when you put that extra little dot on the A, that isn't an A anymore, that messes the whole thing up. But for us, humans, we make distinctions that seem to correspond to the kinds of distinctions the neural nets make. So then, the thing that is just amazing to me about ChatGPT is how similar the structure it has is to the very original way people imagine neural nets might work back in 1942. And, there's a lot of detailed engineering, great cleverness, but it's really the same idea. In fact, even the sort of elaboration of that idea where people said, let's put in some actual particular structure to try and make the neural net more elaborate to be very clever about it. Most of that didn't matter. There's some things that seem to, when you train this neural net, the one thing, this kind of transformer architecture, this attention idea, that really has to do with, does every one of these neurons connect to every other neuron, or is it somehow causally localized, so to speak? Is it like we're making a sequence of words, and the words depend on previous words, rather than just everything can depend on everything? And that seems to be important in just organizing things so that you don't have a sort of a giant mess. But the thing worth understanding about what is ChatGPT in the end? What is a neural net in the end? A neural net in the end is each neuron has it's taking inputs from a bunch of other neurons. It's eventually it's going to have a numerical value. It's going to compute some number, and it's saying, I'm going to look at the neurons above me as kind of a series of layers. It's going to look at the neurons above me, and it's going to say, what are the values of all those neurons? And it's going to add those up and multiply them by these weights. And then it's going to apply some functions, say that it's bigger than 0 or something, and make it 1, and otherwise make it 0, or some slightly more complicated function. You know very well how this works.
Like a giant equation with a lot of variables. You mentioned figuring out where the ball falls when you don't have data on the fourth floor. This the equation here is not as simple as the equation with 175 billion cells. And it's quite surprising that in some type of simple procedure of training such an equation can lead to good representation of natural language.
Right, the real issue is, this architecture, where what's happening is, you've turned, so neural nets always just deal with numbers. And so, you've turned the sentence that you started with into a bunch of numbers. Right? Let's say by mapping, each word of the 50,000 words in English, just map each word or each part of the word into some number. You feed all those numbers in, and then the thing is going to, and then those numbers just go into the values of these neurons. And then what happens is it's just rippling down, going layer to layer until it gets to the end. I think ChatGPT is about 400 layers. And it just goes one through. It just, every new word it can compute just says, here are the numbers from the words before. Let's compute. What does it compute? It computes the probability that it estimates for each of the possible 50,000 words that will come next. And then it decides, sometimes it will use the most probable word, sometimes it will use not the most probable word. It's an interesting fact that there's this so-called temperature parameter, which, at temperature 0, it's always using the most probable word that it estimated is the most probable thing to come next. If you increase the temperature, it'll be more and more kind of random in the selection of words. It'll go down to lower and lower probability words. The thing I was just saying actually recently is the transition that happens as you increase the temperature. The thing goes bonkers at particular, sometimes at a particular temperature, maybe about 1.2 is the thing I was noticing from yesterday actually. Usually it's giving reasonable answers, and then at that temperature, with some probability,
it just
starts spouting nonsense.
Described the hand scanning device. That was one of the early things that
and by the way,
he talked about.
The thing to understand is putting down one word at a time. But the outer loop of the fact that it says, okay, I put down a word. Now let's take the whole thing I wrote so far, let's feed that back in, let's put down another word. That outer loop, it seems almost trivial, is really important to the operation of the thing. And for example, one of the things that is kind of funky is they'll give an answer, and you say to it, is that answer correct? And it'll say, no. And why does that happen? Why can it do that? Well, the answer is because it is going one word at a time to the forward. And it didn't, it came along with some sort of chain of thought in a sense, and it just came up with completely wrong answer. But as soon as you feed it, the whole thing that it came up with, it immediately knows that wasn't right. It immediately can recognize that was a bad syllogism or something, and can see what happened, even though as it was being led down this garden path, so to speak, it didn't came to the wrong place.
It's fascinating that this kind of procedure converges to something that forms a pretty good best representation of language on the internet. That's quite. I'm not sure what to make of it.
Well, look, I think there are many things we don't understand. So, for example, 175 billion weights, it's maybe about 1 trillion bytes of information, which is very comparable to the training set that was used. And why it sort of stands for some kind of reason that the number of weights in the neural net, I can't really argue. I can't really give you a good example. In a sense, the very fact that insofar as there are definite rules of what's going on, you might expect that eventually we'll have a much smaller neural net that will successfully capture what's happening. I don't think the best way to do it is probably a neural net. I think a neural net is what you do when you don't know any other way to structure the thing. And it's a very good thing to do if you don't know any other way to structure the thing. And for the last 2,000 years, we haven't found any other way to structure it. It's a pretty good way to start. But that doesn't mean you can't find sort of, in a sense, more symbolic rules for what's going on. That, much of which will then be, you can kind of get rid of much of the structure of the neural net and replace it by things which are sort of pure steps of computation, so to speak. Sort of this neural net stuff and that becomes just a much simpler way to do it.
So the neural net, we hope, will reveal to us good symbolic rules that make the neural net less and less and less.
Right. And there will still be some stuff that's kind of fuzzy. It's like, there are things that, it's like this question, what can we formalize? What can we turn into computational language? What is just sort of, it happens that way because the brain is set up that way?
What do you think are the limitations of large language models? Just to make it explicit.
Well, I mean, I think that deep computation is not what large language models do. I mean, it's a different kind of thing. The outer loop of a large language model, if you're trying to do many steps in the computation, the only way you get to do that right now is by spooling out, all with the whole chain of thought as a bunch of words, basically. And, you can make a Turing to just make Turing construction. In principle, you can make an arbitrary computation by just spooling out the words. It's a bizarre and inefficient way to do it. But it's something where I think that's, sort of the deep computation is it's really what the humans can do. Large language models will probably be able to do well. Anything that you can do kind of off the top of your head type thing is really, is good for large language models. And the things you do off the top of your head, you may not get them always right. But, it's thinking through the stuff we do.
I wonder if there's an automated way to do something that humans do much faster to where it loops like generate arbitrary large code bases of Wolfram language, for example.
Well, the question is, what do you want to take those to do?
Escape, control, and take over the world.
Okay. So, the thing is, when people say, we want to build this giant membership access, and by virtue of that, back in the day, in a sense, it's sort of a failure of computational language. If the thing you have to build, if you have a description, if you have a small description, that's the thing that you represent in computational language. And then the computer can compute it. So, in a sense, as soon as you're giving a description, that, if you have to somehow make that description something, definite. Something formal. And to say, okay, I'm going to give this piece of natural language, and then it's going to slurp out this giant formal structure. That, in a sense, that doesn't really make sense, because except insofar as that piece of natural language kind of plugs into what we socially know, if it plugs into kind of our corpus of knowledge, then that's the way we capture pieces of that corpus of knowledge, but hopefully we will have done that in computational language. How do you make it do something that's big? Well, you have to have a way to describe what you want.
I can make it more explicit. I just copied the head. Iterate through all the members of Congress and figure out how to convince them that they have to let
started to extract who these people might be, I started to find out
the system
what each of them seemed to be associated with,
all the laws of the system to control and be president. I don't know. You have to very specialized. Figure out the individual life story of each congressman or each senator. Anything, I don't know. But it's required to really kind of pass legislation and figure out how to control them, manipulate them, get all the information. What would be the biggest fear of this congressman? And in such a way that you can take action on it in the digital space. So maybe threaten the destruction reputations.
Right. If I can describe what I want, to what extent can a large language model work?
With the help of concretization of such like Wolfram language, that makes it more grounded. I'm also surprised how quickly I was able to get
That's it here.
I swear I did not think about this before. It's funny how quickly, which is a very concerning thing, because that probably this idea will probably be quite a bit of damage. There might be a very large number of other such ideas.
Well, I'll give you a much more benign version.
it, you're going to make an AI teach it. And, that's a benign version of what you're saying. I want this person to understand this. You're essentially doing machine learning where the loss function, the thing you're trying to get to is get the human to understand this stuff. And when you do a test on the human, that they correctly understand how that works. And I am confident that sort of the large language model type technology combined with computational language is going to be able to do pretty well at teaching us humans things. And it's going to be an interesting phenomenon because, sort of individualized teaching is a thing that has been kind of a goal for a long time. I think we're going to get that. I think more, that it has many consequences for, just, if you know me, if you the AI know me, tell me, I'm about to do this thing. What are the three things I need to know? Given what I already know, let's say I'm looking at some paper or something. Right? It's like there's a version of the summary of that paper that is optimized to me, so to speak, where it really is, and I think that's really going to work.
You can understand it, the major gaps in your knowledge that it filled would actually give you
this is supposedly a dialogue that was posted between the
that's an
Dan
important thing because it really changes. Actually, I think when communication is on, it really changes kind of what's worth doing, what's not worth doing, and so on. It makes I know in my life I've learned lots of different fields, and so I don't know. Every time I move, I'm not going to be able to learn. But it turns out sort of the methods for learning these things in the end. And I think this idea that it becomes easier to be fed knowledge, so to speak. And it becomes, if you need to know this particular thing, you can get taught it in an efficient way. It's something I think is sort of an interesting feature, and I think it makes things like the value of big towers of specialized knowledge become less significant compared to the meta knowledge of sort of understanding kind of the big picture and being able to connect things together. I think that there's been this huge trend of let's be more and more specialized because we have to we have to sort of ascend these towers of knowledge. But by the time you can get more automation and being able to get to that place on the tower without having to go through all those steps, I think it sort of changes that picture.
Interesting. So your intuition is that
the reason for the cover.
Collective intelligence in the species and the individual minds that make up that collective.
Who we are and who they are.
More
we are all related, and DNA is the gem of the cosmos. There is so much that now makes sense. Once I had to thread it all together, and I am amazed at the feel of it,
a
the
lot of
truth of
these
it,
kind
and
of
the miracle of space,
drilling,
time, and life.
the
The one thing
mechanical
I've
working
heard
out of
time and time
things
again
is
that
much more
time
automated,
is short,
much more
and
AI
time is running out,
territory, so to
that
speak.
big changes are ahead, and that the world may never be the
That's
same again.
interesting, yes.
Only
I mean,
when I check this further
the kind of
will I report on it.
specialization,
This is
kind of
not just
power
another UFO
specialization,
story. The cosmic code
has been a
is
feature.
there for all
We've
who use their
accumulated lots of
intelligence
knowledge
to
in
decipher.
our species, and in a sense, every time we have
So
a
many
kind of
questions,
automation of
such a
building a
detailed
tool, it becomes less necessary to know that whole
Bill
tower, and
Hamilton's
it
quote
becomes
at the
something
end.
where
Let's
you can
start
just
with
use a
that.
tool to get to the top of that
I
tower.
know you and I have kind of
think
talked about this a
that,
little bit. Maybe
the
we
thing
can go
that is ultimately,
into a little
when you
more
think
depth
about
on it this
okay,
time.
what do the AIs do versus what the
It's a
humans do?
recurring
It's
theme
like
in the
AI, you tell them, you say,
disclosure
go achieve this particular
discussion,
objective.
and I focus
they
on
can
it a
maybe
lot on this
figure out a
channel
way to
because I
achieve that
find it so
objective.
peculiar.
You say, what objective would you like to achieve?
So many
The
people
AI
talk about
has
a
no
ticking
intrinsic
clock,
idea of that.
or
It's
a
not a
schedule,
defined
or a
thing. That's a
timetable,
thing
or
which
some kind of
has
an
to come
event,
from
or some kind of
some
a thing
other,
that is like looming.
some other entity. And insofar
Lozano
as
has
we
alluded to
are in
this.
charge, so to speak, or whatever it is, and our kind
Hamilton,
of web
in his
of
quote just now,
society and history
John
and so
Lear
on,
talked about
is
it, and
the
Linda
thing
Moulton
that
House
is
talked
defining
about this
what
a number of
objective we
different
want to
times.
go
Paula
to.
Harris talked about it.
That's the thing that we
What is your
are
sense of
necessarily involved in. So
where we're at in the grand scheme of this story that's playing itself out? Is there an event that is
will be able to
yet to
give a good
happen
answer
that
to
we're
what objective
building
you have to
towards,
achieve.
or has something already happened? This talk about being able to see probable futures and alternate timelines throws a lot into question.
They're taking the average of the internet, and they're saying, from the average of the internet, what does it do?
Well, that's the long-most adage. The most entertaining outcome is the most likely.
And quite a number of times
So
over that
that could be
time,
one for him, yeah.
there was
That
the
could
claim
be,
by serious researchers that seemed like something was going to happen next year.
Is
The next
maximize
couple of years is going to change our whole
our
humanity.
global
This and that. It's happened so many times, and
the
yet we're
dark
up against
version
it
that is
again.
drama,
What I'm
the
very
good
happy
version
about
that is fun.
Right.
is that
So
the
I mean,
stigma
this
has
question
been
of what,
relaxed. We can now
if you
dialogue
say
like you
to
and I are
the
doing
AI,
right now.
um,
And I've been to random
what
places
does
where I
the
talk about the
species want
subject,
to
and people
achieve?
are very serious now about it.
Yes, yeah.
We
They'll
can
do
start to
that.
formulate what we
That'll
think
be an
that
answer. It
means.
would be what the average of the internet
But I
says
don't
the
think
species wants to
necessarily
achieve.
that there is
Well, this,
a
I think you're
date that's
using the word
solid.
average
You know,
very
I think
loosely
about
there.
Lou Elizondo
So,
talking about this is a marathon,
I
not a
think
sprint.
I think the answer is
Essentially, that what that
become more
could
and more
imply is
interesting as
that
these
this will
language models
eventually play
become better and
itself
better.
out as it is
No,
supposed
but
to
I
play
mean, in
itself
the end,
out by virtue
it's a
of, by the
reflection
way,
back of what we've already
our
said.
involvement
Yes,
or NHI's
but
call.
it's
know,
there's a
we don't
deeper
know.
wisdom to the collective
But
intelligence, presumably than
I
each
sit
individual.
with
Maybe.
Isn't that
all
what
of
we're
the
trying to do
knowledge
as
I
a
have,
society?
and I
to
see,
have, well, I mean,
I see
that's
everything through
an
that filter
important
when I
thing.
see
That's
a
an
new
interesting
whistleblower come
question.
forward.
In,
And I try to piece
insofar
together
as
what
some
that
of
might
us,
mean, that there
work
may
on trying
be,
to innovate and figure out new things and
let's
so
just
on.
say, a contact
It is
event
sometimes
of some
it's a
sort.
complicated enterprise
And whether
between
that is
sort of
only
the
after we've
individual
gotten
doing
to
the
some
crazy thing
level
off in
of
some
higher
spur, so to
density,
speak, versus the
enlightenment,
collective
whatever,
that's trying to
those
do
are all
sort of
possibilities.
the high inertia average thing.
I
And
don't
it's,
know.
sometimes the collective, is bubbling up
The
things
latest
that are interesting,
information is
and
from
sometimes
Dan,
it's pulling down
is
kind
that
of the attempt to make this kind of
it seems
innovative
like soon
direction.
they're going to be
But don't you
releasing some
think the large language
information,
models would
and
see
they're code
beyond
naming
that
it the horse
simplification
pill.
will say
If you think
maybe
about a horse pill, it's something
intellectual
very
and career
difficult to swallow.
diversity is really important. So
And
you need
this
the
is from
crazy
his
people on the
website,
outlier, on the outskirts. So like the actual,
That is the one and only
what's
channel
the
I
purpose of
recommend
this whole
people
thing
visit.
is to
It's not organized.
explore
It is just a single
through this
page.
kind of
But occasionally,
dynamics
there's
that we've been
messages left
using
up
as a
there
human civilization, which
that
is
you can
most of
take
us
for what
focus
it's
on one
worth.
thing, and there's the crazy people on the
And
outskirts
in
doing
that
the
message
opposite of
that's
that
there,
one
he's
thing,
talking
and you
also
kind
about
of
the
pull
Lotus
different
Project coming
societies
to
together. There's the
an end.
mainstream
I spoke to Dan
science,
in
and then there's
2018. One of
the
the main things we
crazy
talked about
science. That's
was
just the history
I
of
was
human
hoping to get that
civilization.
into
And
peer
maybe
review,
the
scientific
AI system will
peer
be able
review,
to
and
see
eventually
that.
into library
And
of
the more
Congress. So
and more
that's
impressed we are
what Dan,
by
that website as
a
well.
language
How
model
he's doing
tells
that.
us this,
I don't
the
know how
more
to answer that
control we'll
question.
give it
When I say
to
relative,
it.
I guess what I mean is
And
the time
the
frame. I
more
don't.
we'll be willing to let it run
It
our
seems like something's happening,
society.
and I
And
know
hence, there's this kind of
we're in
loop
parallel paths of two
where the
gigantic
society
things
can be manipulated
our
to let the
society
AI
is
system
confronting
run it.
now.
Right. Well, I
In
mean,
the shadows,
look,
we're
one
starting
of
to
the
learn
things
more and
that's
more
sort of
about the UFO subject
interesting
and the
is
reality that there are
we might
serious
say, we always
questions
think
to be
of
answered, and that more and more whistleblowers are
but
coming.
yet, if,
Parallel that
in
to
a
AI.
sense, by saying, let's
The issue
take
with AI
what
right now
already
and the
exists
potential
and
that it
use that
has
as a model for what
to
could exist,
confuse and alter
then,
what we otherwise think
it's
of as real
interesting that, for
news,
example,
real
many
people,
religions have taken
real
that point of
events.
view. There is a
Those two
sacred
things are
book
either
called
going to
Rhythmic
cross
Climax,
or they're going to come to
and it
head.
defines how people should
Because I'll
act
tell you right now,
for
if
future
let's say
time.
a contact
And
event
that's,
happens, as
it's
strange
a
as
model
that sounds,
that people have
we're going to be
operated with.
probably looking at
And
it
in
through
a
a
sense,
screen of some sort.
this is a
Whether it
version
be our
of that
TV screens,
kind of
our displays at our
statement. Like,
computer, or our
take
iPhones.
the 2023
And
version
in that, we'll
of
wonder if it's
sort
AI
of
or not.
how the world has
And that's
exposed
kind of a
itself,
scary place to
and
be,
use that
because we
to
don't
define
want to
what
think
the
of
world
in those
should do in
terms.
the
Like,
future.
But it's not, it's an
but I think
imprecise
very soon,
definition of it,
this
because
is
just like with religious
months
text
away. The
and
idea
the
of
GPT, and
AI
the human interpretation of
to
what GPT says
alternative news items that we have
will
to
be
like
the
vet ourselves to find out if
will
it's
be the
real or not.
perturbation in the
It'll be
system.
very
It'll be the noise.
It's a
It'll
very
be full
strange
of
time.
uncertainty.
It's a very
It's not
strange
like
time of all these different events sort of
exactly what
taking
to do.
place on
Right?
top of one another, and it's
narrative of
weird to
what-
watch it all play
like,
out in real time. And
You know, it's like
you
that
do have to
20 other
question
cheap
your
kind of
own
narrative,
sense of
right?
what is
That's not a
real and
fully
what's
constructed
not.
narrative.
when you
Well,
see these
until the AI
text to
controls
AI
it
or text to
works.
video AI tools that are
They will
so
be able
good
to very
now,
precisely tell you
and
what
What they'll
text to
do,
image, and
they'll just
the
do
idea
just that thing. And
We can't really
not
trust our
only
own
that,
eyes.
there'll
It's
be
sort of new to
auto-suggestions
us,
each
I think.
person.
I mean, for a
Do this
long
now,
time,
do that
especially in this community, it was
so
like
I think
Pixar didn't
it's a
happen.
slightly more
Or, I need to see a video and then I'll believe it.
than
But now
what
it's like
typically
we
seen.
don't even know what we can
But,
believe
I
if
think
we're seeing a
this
video
whole
or if we're seeing
question
a photograph.
sort
It's
of
almost,
what
it's almost
what's
beside the
left
point
of the
at
humans,
this
so to speak?
stage.
To
Yeah,
what
at this
extent
point, I don't care to see any more UFO pictures.
this
It's not
idea
for me.
that
It
there
means
is
nothing
an
to me because
existing kind of
either
corpus
they're
of
real
purpose
and
for
there's a wide
humans
variety of
defined by
shapes and
what's on the
sizes,
internet and so on. That's
or
an
quite
important
frankly,
thing.
the
But then the
ability to
question of
knock these
sort of
up very
as
easily
we
now using AI
explore
or
what
any
we can
other
think of as the
tools
computational
is
universe, as we
becoming
explore all
mainstream.
these different possibilities for
So
what we could do, all these different
inference,
inventions we could
and,
make, all
I
these
think we
different
have to
things.
navigate
The question is,
what's
which
going
one
to be
do we choose
increasingly
to
a
follow?
difficult
Those
avenue
choices
down
are the
the
things
UFO
that,
subject
in a sense,
because AI is going
if
to play a part
the
in whether
humans
we believe in what we're
want
seeing or
to
not.
still have
This
kind
story,
of
Dan, is
human progress,
incredibly
that's what
detailed.
we get
In my
to make
opinion,
those
there's
choices.
definitely substantive
In other words,
information that supports his
there's
claims,
this
which then
idea, if you
exploded
say,
out, makes me
let's
wonder
take
about the broader stories talking about our
kind
future
of
and our
what
world and where
exists
we came
today
from, and that our
and use that
the
as
entity
the
that he actually
determinant
worked on
of
the
all
clean
of what
sphere
there
is
is in the
actually a
future.
future human.
The
On
thing
a
that is
very
sort of the opportunity
biological
for
level,
humans is
he determined
there will
that.
be many
He
possibilities
does
going on.
go to
There
pains
are
to
many different things
distinguish
that
a
could happen
difference
or be
between
done.
extraterrestrial and alien. Can
Insofar
you
as
walk us through
we
that
want
just so
to be
people
in the loop,
understand what that
the thing
difference
that
is?
makes sense for us
Yeah,
to do
to
in the
him, an
doing is
alien
picking which of those
is
possibilities we want.
something that has no
But the
human
degree to
lineage,
which
no
there's a
relationship to the
feedback
human
loop
makeup
of
whatsoever,
the idea that
except
we're
maybe being
picking
bipedal or
something
whatever.
starts becoming
When he
questionable
was
because we're
studying this
influenced by the very
J-Rod,
systems. So
he was noticing that
if that becomes more and more a source of our
and through
education and wisdom and
to
knowledge,
believe the outcome of what he was being
like
told
yeah,
by
I take over. I
the
mean, I
J-Rod
thought for a long time
psychically,
that
there is a future catastrophe
AR
that
auto-suggestion.
slowly evolves
That's
over
really the
time,
thing that makes
where
the AIs
there's
take
a
over.
certain
That the humans just follow
there's a certain
to
number of
my
humanity that
We
eventually
will
go
no
off
longer
planet,
write emails to each other.
and
We'll
another
just
certain amount of
send your
humanity goes
auto-suggestion
literally
email.
underground.
Yeah.
And there will
Yeah,
be
but
these planes would
the
have been
thing where
made long
humans
before
are
this happened.
potentially in the
Very
loop is
slow.
when there's a choice.
This is why I say
And
it's
then
going to be a
there's a
relevant
choice
answer when you ask me what the future
we could make based on our kind of
believe
whole
something
web
like
of
that.
history and
It's
so on.
eventually going to happen.
And that's,
The catastrophic nature of it, I don't know what it is. Could be
it's
just
all
natural,
just,
environmental, whatever.
determined,
But
the
the
humans don't have a
evolution,
place.
the J-Rod he
And by
worked
the
on
way,
was,
I mean,
what is he
at
calls
some
a
level,
P45,
it's all kind of a complicated philosophical issue because
species.
at some level the universe is
From
just doing
Zeta
what it
Reticuli.
does.
There was
We
another
are
species that is aware of
parts of
called
that universe
P52.
that are
Ours are plus
necessarily
52,000 years.
doing what we do, so to speak.
Decades,
Yes,
thousands
we
of years
feel
in the
we have sort
future
of agency in what we're doing. And
that
that's
genetically
a
altered
very
our human
separate kind
makeup
of
because
interesting
of
issue.
the
And we also
low
kind of
light
feel like we're the
conditions, our
final
eyes got
destination
bigger,
of what the universe was
our
meant
skin and our
to
physiological
create.
makeup changed. If we
But
get our head
we
around the
very well
idea
could
that
be in like the
time
arts and kind
travel
of intermediate
may
step,
be eventually
obviously.
possible,
Yeah,
that's yet
well,
another point
we're most
that
certainly some
weighs into
intermediate
the
step.
damn story,
The question
because
is if there's some cooler, more
part of the
complex,
story is that
more
there is a time
interesting
travel
thing
contingent
that's
to
going to
it.
be materialized.
The ability for us to study a future that already happened,
But in
and the
our
fact that there
particular
might be
pocket.
these entities that are coming past
So
the
this is the
time back
best we're
to
going
us
to do
now.
or not. That's kind of
So,
we can make
And that's
all kinds of
been
interesting
recently
things
brought
in
up by,
when
I
we
remember
look at
Ross
them,
Coulthard mentioning
we
that
say,
he had spoken to a number of people
that's
who
the
were
thing.
suggesting that
It
future
doesn't really
human,
connect with
those
our
are his
current,
words, maybe
our
what we're
current way
dealing
of
with
thinking
here.
about things.
And
It's like
so
in
again, we
mathematics.
see
We've
not
got
just
certain
parallels,
theories,
but
so about 3 or 4
callbacks
million that
to
human
this story
mathematicians
that
have
was
written
sort
down.
of on the back burner
published
for
and
all
so
these
on.
years, and
But
now
then
as
we
it
can
comes
measure
out
possible
and
mathematical
comes to
theorems.
the fore,
We just go out
it's
into the
it's
universe
just
of
filled with
possible
these
theorems
little
and pick
Easter
another
eggs of
theorem.
things that we're hearing
And
about
then people
today.
will say, well,
I
that's,
think for my part, that
they look at it and say, I don't know what this theorem
gives me
means.
the sense that
It's
we
not
are
connected to the
in a new
things that are
phase.
part
We're
of
in
kind of the
something
web of
different
history
now,
that we're dealing with.
and
Now,
it's
I
not
think
just going to
one
be
point
another
to
30
make
years
about
of back and
understanding
forth,
AI
and maybe
and
we
its
know something and
relationship
maybe
to
we
us
don't. At least for me, this is
as
how
we have this
I'm
kind of whole
taking it all
infrastructure
in.
of AI is doing
That
their
there's
thing
been a change,
and
and
doing their
it's
thing in a
so
way that is
far
perhaps
out
not
into the
very
zeitgeist now
understandable
that
by
that has to mean something
you might say that's a very
bigger
weird
is on the horizon.
situation.
There's
How
no
can we
reason
just
for
build
it to
this
not be.
thing
I
that behaves in a way that we can
in
understand
your
is full
view,
of computational
as someone who
readability,
has
etc.,
made
etc.,
this,
etc.
I don't want to say
What is this? What's it
obsession,
going to
but
feel like
you
when the
have
world
been
is
very
run by
much
AIs
focused on this for a
whose
long time.
operations we can't
What
understand?
would be your
And the
best
thing one
case
realizes is,
outcome?
actually, we've seen this
I
before.
would
That's what happens when we exist in the natural world. The natural world is full of things that operate according to definite rules. They have all kinds of computational disabilities. We don't understand what the natural world is doing. Occasionally, when you say, are the AIs going to wipe us out? for example.
Well, it's kind of like it's the machination of the AI going to lead to this thing that eventually comes in and destroys the species. Well, we can also ask the same thing about the natural world. The machination of the natural world is going to eventually lead to this thing that's going to, make the Earth explode or something like this. Those are questions. And insofar as we think we understand what's happening in the natural world, that's a result of science and natural science and so on. One of the things we can expect from this giant infrastructure of the AI is that's where we have to kind of invent a new kind of natural science that kind of is the natural science that explains to us how the AI work. It's kind of like we have a horse or something, and we're trying to get it to, ride the horse and go from here to there. We don't really understand how the horse works inside, but we can get certain rules and certain, approaches that we take to persuade the horse to go from here to there and take us there. And that's the same type of thing that we're kind of dealing with this sort of incomprehensible, computationally irreducible AIs. But we can identify these kinds of, we can find these kind of pockets of reducibility that we can kind of, grabbing onto the mane of the horse or something, to be able to ride it, we figure out, if we figure that to ride the horse, that's a successful way to get it to do what we're interested in doing.
There does need to be a difference between a horse and a large language model, or something that could be called AGI connected to the internet. Let me just ask you about a pretty philosophical question about the threat of these things. There's a lot of people like Eliezer and Kowski who worry about the existential risks of AI. Is that something that you worry about? Sometimes when you're building an incredible system like this Alpha, you can kind of get lost in it.
Was this optimistic hope for a positive outcome for mankind,
Project
and
kind of situation
a
where
future
you're on
that we can look forward to and be excited about, instead of one that we're constantly anxious about.
I think some of these arguments
definitely feels like
there'll always be a
we've
smarter
been there
AI,
for
there'll
long
always
enough.
be,
And I
eventually the AIs will
hope
get
that
smarter than
this
us, and then all sorts of terrible things will
represents
happen.
a moment,
To
like
me,
you
some
said,
of those
where
arguments
we can
remind me of kind
sort
of the
of break
ontological
free from
arguments
our
of the
old
existence of
patterns and
God
old
and things like
habits and
this.
maybe
They're
start to
kind
think
of
about things in a
arguments
new
that are based on
way.
some
I
particular
had to ask
model,
because I'm
fairly
going to
simple
be
model
interviewing,
often.
in fact,
Kind
I
of
just
there
got a
is always a
confirmation
this, that, and the other.
earlier
This is,
from Matthew
and that's,
Roberts, who wrote the book
those
Initiated. I
arguments
don't know if
what tends to happen in the sort of reality of how these things develop is more complicated than you expect. But the kind of simple logical argument that says, eventually there'll be a super intelligence and then it will do this and that, turns out not to really be the story. It turns out to be a more complicated story. So, for example, here's an example.
I had just finished his book when I reached out to him, and one of the things that I wanted to ask you about is that in Matthew's book he describes his
Is there going to be an apex intelligence?
his experiences, which are numerous and varied.
Right?
But as those experiences took place, it sort of kick-started for him a shift in his mindset, his attitudes towards reality and the grander scheme of things, and it changed a lot about his personality, and he talks at great length about how much of an impact it had on all aspects of his life, coming into contact so closely with the phenomenon. And I wonder, for you yourself, we didn't really get into this in the beginning, and maybe this would have been a better place to start, but did you personally, have you had experiences that have changed the course of your life, or looked at the way that you look at this?
Will you always be able to invent another thing? The answer is yes. There's an infinite power of possible inventions. That's one definition of invention.
We go into that another time.
The other is like, which I also thought which I also think might be true, is there a species such an apex intelligence right now on Earth? So it's not trivial to say that humans are that.
Yes, I think one of the things that I've long been curious about other intelligences, so to speak. I view intelligence is like computation, and it's kind of you have the set of rules, you deduce what happens. I have tended to think now that there's this sort of specialization of computation that is sort of a consciousness-like thing that has to do with these, computational boundedness, single thread of experience, these kinds of things.
that are the specialization of computation that corresponds to a somewhat human-like experience of the world. Now the question is, so that, there may be other intelligences like, the apples, the weather has a mind of its own. It's a different kind of intelligence that can compute all kinds of things that are hard for us to compute, but it is not well aligned with us, with the way that we think about things. It doesn't think the way things. And in this idea of different intelligences, every different mind, every different human mind is a different intelligence that thinks about things in different ways. And in terms of the kind of formalism of our physics project, we talk about this idea of real space, the spatially possible for real systems, and different minds are in a sense at different points in real space. Human minds, ones that have grown up with the same kind of culture and ideas and things like this, might be pretty close in the real space, pretty easy for them to communicate, pretty easy to translate, pretty easy to move from one place in real space that corresponds to one mind to another place in real space that corresponds to another sort of nearby mind. When we deal with kind of more distant things in real space, like the pet cat or something.
I'd be very interested in doing a whole other show on just that.
The
Just the
emotional
MILF stuff
responses of the cat are somewhat
getting your
similar to
thoughts on
ours.
that as well.
But the cat is further away in real
We've got
space.
about an hour and a half at this stage. Is there anything
So
that
then
we
the
haven't
question
gotten
is,
into
can
so
we
far that you'd like to get
identify,
started?
can we make a translation from our thought processes to the thought processes of a cat or something like this? And what will we get? What will happen when we get there? And I think it's the case that many animals, dogs, for example, they have elaborate olfactory systems. They have sort of the smell architecture of the world, so to speak, in a way that we don't. And so, if you were sort of talking to the dog and you could communicate in a language, the dog will say, well, this is a flowing, smelling, this, that, and the other thing, concepts that we just don't have any idea about. Now, what's interesting about that is one day we will have chemical sensors that do a really pretty good job. We'll have artificial noses that work pretty well, and we might have our augmented reality systems show us kind of the same map that the dog could see and things like this, and similar to what happens in the dog's brain. And eventually, we will have kind of expanded in real space to the point where we will have those same sensory experiences that dogs have, and we will have internalized what it means to have the smell landscape or whatever. And so then we will kind of colonize that part of real space until we haven't gone. Some things that animals and so on do, we sort of successfully understand. Others we do not. And the question of what is the what representation? How do we convert things that animals think about to things that we can think about? That's not a trivial thing. I've long been curious. I had a very bizarre project at one point of trying to make an iPad game with a cat that win against its owner.
But I think there's a deep philosophical goal there, though.
Yes, I was curious if pets can work in Minecraft and can construct things, what will they construct? And will what they construct be something that we look at and say, oh yeah, I recognize that? Or will it be something that looks to us like something that's out there in the computational universe that one of my cellular automata might have produced? So we say, oh yeah, I can chemistry operates according to some rules. I don't know why you would use those rules. I don't know why you would care.
Yeah, I just to look on that seriously, is there a connection in the real space between you and the cat, where the cat could be doing it with? So iPad is a very limited, it's a very, I wonder if there's a game where cats win.
I think the problem is the cats want it to be that big question that's happening on iPad.
So yeah, definitely interface issues.
Yeah. No, I think it is likely that, there are plenty of animals that would successfully eat us if we were, if we were exposed to them. And so there's, it's going to pounce faster than we can get out of the way. So there are plenty of, and probably it's going to, we think we've hidden ourselves, but we haven't successfully hidden ourselves.
So that's a fair discount. I wonder if there's something in more in the realm of intelligence where an animal like a cat out.
Well, I think there are things, certainly in terms of the speed of processing certain kinds of things, for sure. I mean, the question of what visual games chess, for example, is there cat chess, that the cats could play against each other, and if we tried to play a cat, we would lose. I don't know.
It might have to do with speed, but it might have to do with concepts also. There might be concepts from the past.
I tend to think that our species, from its invention of language, has managed to build up this kind of power of abstraction that, for things like a chess-like game, will make us win. In other words, we've become, through the fact that we kind of experienced language and learnt abstraction, we've sort of become smarter at those kinds of abstract kinds of things. Now, that doesn't make us smarter at catching a mouse or something. It makes us smarter at the things that we've chosen to sort of, concern ourselves with, are these kind of abstract things. And I think, this is again back to the question of what does one care about? If one's the cat, if you have the discussion with a cat, if we can translate things to have a discussion with a cat, the cat will say, I'm very excited that this light is moving. And it'll say, why do you care? And the cat will say, that's the most important thing in the world. If this thing moves around. It's like when you ask about, I don't know, you look at archaeological remains and you say, these people have this, belief system about this. And, that was the most important thing in the world. And now we look at it and say we don't know what point it was. And I've been curious, there's handprints and caves from 20,000 or more years ago. And it's like, nobody knows what these handprints are for. That they may have been a representation of the most important thing you can imagine. They may just have been some kid who rubbed their hands in the mud and stuck them on the walls of the cave. We don't know. And I think that this whole question of what, when you say this question is sort of what's the smartest thing around, there's the question of what kind of computation you're trying to do. If you're saying, you say you've got some well-defined computation, and how do you implement it? Well, you could implement it by nerve cells, firing. You can implement it with silicon and electronics. You can implement it by some kind of molecular computation process in the human immune system or in some molecular biology kind of thing. There are different ways to implement it. And, I think this question of sort of which, those different implementation methods will be at different speeds, they'll be able to do different things. If you say, which, so an interesting question would be, what kinds of abstractions are most natural in these different kinds of systems? So for a cat, it's, for example, the visual scene that we see, you might, we pick out certain objects, we recognize, certain things in that visual scene. The cat might in principle recognize different things. I suspect, evolution, biological evolution is very slow, and I suspect what a cat notices is very similar. We even know that from neurophysiology. What a cat notices is very similar to what we notice. Of course, there's one obvious difference is cats have only two kinds of color receptors, so they don't see the same kind of color that we do. Now, we say we're better, we have three color receptors, green, blue. We're not the overall winner. I think the mantis shrimp is the overall winner with 15 color receptors, I think. So it can kind of make distinctions that with our current, like the mantis shrimp's view of reality is, at least in terms of color, is much richer than ours. Now, what's interesting is how do we get there? So imagine we have this augmented reality system that is even, it's seeing into the infrared, into the ultraviolet, things like this, and it's translating that into something that is connectable to our brains, either through our eyes or more directly to our brains. Then eventually our kind of web of the types of things we understand will extend to those kinds of constructs, just as they have extended. And there are plenty of things where we see them in the modern world because we made them with technology, and now we understand what that is. But if we'd never seen that kind of thing, we wouldn't have a way to describe it, we wouldn't have a way to understand it. And so
He was given an
All right,
implant.
so
And Dan was aware all of his life he
actually
had this
stemmed
implant.
from our conversation about whether
I
AI
said, by
can
the
kill
way,
all
if you
this.
ever want to have that
And
implant extracted,
we
I do
discussed
know
this
the late
kind of
Dr. Roger Lear's
spreading of
assistant,
intelligence through
and I
ruling our
sent
space.
Dan
That in
one of the
practice,
reports
it
that
just seems
his
that
assistant did
things
on the
get more
analysis of one of the
complicated. Things
implants.
are more
Said
complicated
if you
than
ever want
the
to have that
story of, well, if you build a thing
analyzed,
that's
I can
plus
connect
one
you with the two of
intelligence,
you. He
that
said,
thing will be able to
well, that's just
build
so
the
you see
thing
that
with plus
I
two
used to work with
intelligence
Roger Lear on
and plus three intelligence, and that will
analyzing
be
implants.
exponential. It will become more intelligent exponentially faster, and so on,
Suddenly
until
somebody
it
else
completely
emails me
destroys
saying,
everything.
look,
But
we appreciate your help.
you know, that
And we
intuition
bought
might
mine is
still
with Dan.
not be so simple, but might
I'm
still
like,
carry
what do you mean? I'm here to
validity.
help Dan. Dan
And
reached out.
Two interesting trajectories
We're
here.
concerned that you're
One,
affiliated with
the
UFO
super
community.
intelligence system
Well, number one, that
remains
probably ought to be,
in
I mean, frankly, Dan's story
proximity.
on how you approach it probably started
Well,
with the
we're
UFO
like,
community.
holy crap, this
So it
thing is
wasn't out
really
to the
intelligent.
scientific community
Now
except
let's
the
elect the
contact.
president. And then
And what they
the
did in the
perhaps
email is
more
they outlined and
terrifying
gave me 10
intelligence
particular
that
people that they found
starts moving
investigating my
away.
social
They
media
might be
interactions
around us now.
that they were concerned
They're
about. And
moving
we'll give you
far
that
away
list
in
right now.
the space,
But
but
there
they're
were 10
still
people
sharing
that they were
physical
concerned
resources
about.
with us, right?
I didn't
Yeah,
say, you know
so
what,
they
just
can
because
rob
I
us of
follow
those physical
somebody
resources and
doesn't mean I'm
destroy
friends
humans.
with them.
It's kind of
You know, people
casual.
follow presidents. It doesn't mean they're
Just
friends with them.
like nature could. Like
So I
nature
plead
could.
my
But it
case,
seems
but
like there's something
inevitably they
unique
cut me
about
off.
AI
And then reached out again in 2022, out of the blue. Are you the
there
same
is
Brian
this
that
kind
Dan
of
reached out to in
exponential
2018?
growth. Like, really, well,
As a graphic designer.
sorry, nature has so many things in it.
And they
And
wrote,
one of the
I don't know
things
who
that
this
nature
person was.
has, which is very interesting, are viruses.
They said, well,
Mhm.
Dan is
There
in the
is
closing
systems
stages of
within
his
nature that have this kind of exponential effect.
project. He's putting a
And that
presentation together
terrifies
and
our
he's a graphic
students because
designer that he trusts.
there's only 8
Okay.
billion of us.
At this
It's
point,
just kind
I'm
of,
like, I'm just going to treat
it's
this
not
as a
that hard to
professional
just kind
show.
of whack them all.
I told them in an
So,
email, would love to corroborate first meeting. I'd be happy to meet in person. We can go over the scope of work.
hey, are
what
you
the
as
goals are of
concerned
the
about
project,
something
and then I
like
can
areas of your
produce
house,
an
for example?
estimate.
Just
Where to
big,
put it.
big, painful.
And that's when they did it.
You know,
Just back to
no,
2022.
but perhaps that's because I'm intrinsically an
That was
optimist.
the phone call.
Can you
I mean, I
what
think
is
that
the scope
there
of
are
Project
things,
Lotus
I think
for
the
people who
thing
aren't
that
familiar with this?
one
Project
sees
Lotus,
is
I think I have
there's going to be this
summary
one
of what I
thing
can
that's
read
going
with
to
it,
just
kind of
zap
something that
everything.
summarizes what it's
Somehow,
about. It has to
maybe
do
I
with
have faith in
decoding
computational
essentially
disability,
the
so to
essence of
speak.
how
That
life was
there's
created
always
here on Earth.
unintangible corners.
And it has to do with
Just like somebody says, I'm going to, or I don't know, somebody has some bioweapon, and they say they're going to release this, and it's going to do all this harm. But then it turns out it's more
with a
complicated
major data dump of
because,
information.
the
And
kind of,
also
some humans
a
are
trip
different
out to
from,
Frenchman
the
Mountain,
exact
where
way
he
it
ran into a
works.
Native
And
American who was telling Dan about something
it's
about
something where sort of
silicate
the great
stones
big,
out there.
you
And they have a certain property
smash
to
the
them when
thing
you
with
shine a
something,
laser on
the
them.
asteroid collides with the Earth, and it's
From
kind of,
this,
yes,
Dan was
the Earth
fascinated
is
to keep
cold for 2
studying
years or
this.
something,
And
and,
it became
then lots of things
something
die,
that
but not
Majestic
everything dies. And
supposedly
it's,
authorized
there's
Dan to keep
usually,
working on.
I
And that
kind
was
of,
something
this
to
is in a
this.
sense the sort of story of
And it
computational
was
disability. There are always
essentially finding
unexpected
out
corners,
through
there are
this
always
experiment.
unexpected
By the way,
consequences.
this is
And
what
I
he
don't
talked
think
to
that they
Caltech
kind of
about was
whack
this
it over the head
experiment,
with
this routine
something and then it's
peculiar
gone.
phenomenon that happens
That can obviously
when
happen.
you
The
put
Earth
like
can
a
be
saline
swallowed up in a
solution on
black
the
hole
tip
or
of your
something,
silicate,
and there's
shine a
kind of
certain light,
presumably,
a laser light on it.
whatever.
There is a
But
paranormal
I think
event that
this
happens
question
that
of what,
I don't want to
what do I think the realistic
go too far
odds
in,
are?
but
I
it
think
essentially
that
creates what's
there will
called
be
the
sort of
Ganesh
an
particle. The Ganesh
increasing,
term, the Ganesh particle, which is
that
the
people
essence of
have
all
to
life
get
would have
used to
come this
phenomena
way.
like computational
So that
disability.
if it's a
There's an
panspermia
idea
event where
that
something
we
came to
built the
Earth from
machines
another
so we can understand what they
solar
do,
system and landed
and
here in the form
we're
of
going to
bacteria,
be able to
this
control
could have
what
been the way
happens.
that it was decoded
Well,
into
that's not
eventually
really
being
right.
a
Now
life
the
form.
question is the result of that
It
lack of
sounds
control
fantastic, but
going to be
it plays
that
very well
the
with
machines
this
kind of
knowledge
conspire
Dan may
to
have been
wipe
given
us
by
out?
this entity as a future
Maybe
human.
just because I'm an
Trying to give
optimist,
Dan a sense
I
of
don't tend to think that that's,
the
that's in the
decoding
cards.
of
I
the
think that
essence
the,
of how life was
as a
created.
realistic
Yeah,
thing, I
it's almost like
suspect,
taking
what will sort of
seeing
emerge
God's
maybe
source code
is kind of an
for how things might
ecosystem of
have
the
developed.
AIs, just
There's
as,
a great
again, I
search
don't really
will
know.
probably reveal
It's
better
something
than I'm
it's
telling
hard
you in more scientific detail. But the
to be
Lotus
clear clear about what will happen.
Although this project
And
is
I think
essentially
that
around that
there
basic
are
concept.
a lot of
And to your knowledge, today he is still alive and still actively working on the Lotus Project, at least as far as
AI do. I have to say,
As far as
I
I'm
was just a
aware,
couple
he
of
is
days
still
ago,
alive.
I was working on
I'm
this
just going to use this real quick to see if there's any
ChatGPT plugin
updates.
kit that we
And
have
by the
for
way,
working
this is
on
what
this
they have
stuff,
on there right
where
now.
you
That
can,
was put up
you can
about a
create
week
a
ago.
plugin and it runs
It's
with
a
language
research note
code,
that Dan and I have
and
been
it can
asked
run with language
many
code back
questions
on your
about
own
the
computer.
ongoing research.
And I was thinking, well, I can
There's
just
no email
make it,
address on this
I
website.
can tell ChatGPT
Yes, the
create
book
a
on Lotus
code,
is still on
and
the
then
way,
it's run it on my
and so
computer.
are the
And I'm
now
like,
two
that
projects
sort of
we have coded
personalizes for
as
me
the horse
to
pill.
what could
Neither
possibly
should
go
be
wrong.
expected this year,
Exciting
as the population seems to seriously require some time to sanely work certain issues
I
through for
realize
themselves during
I'm
2024.
delegating to the AI. Write a piece of
Sometime
code.
during 2025, we
You're in
intend
charge. Write a piece of code, run it on my computer.
revealing important
And
information
pretty
about
soon
the
on my files,
locations
that's
and
like
necessity of research data
it's like
for
Russian
serious
right,
people.
but like much
We
more
will check again.
complicated. Yeah, that. Yeah,
And in there,
I think
also on the website,
I don't know. So
there is a serious preoccupation with
it's an
anti-Trump stuff,
interesting question.
which is
Right? If
really
you do
weird and
that,
interesting.
right? What is the
That they have
sandbox
so
that you
much
should have?
they
And that's sort of
that it's
a
anti-Trump.
version of that question for the world.
Well, it's in the
That is,
mix.
as soon as you
well,
put the
it's
AI in
interesting. Yeah,
charge
I
of
mean,
things,
and maybe that's
how many constraints should
tied
there be on
into
these systems
a
before you
number of
put
people
the
have said that
AIs in
Trump was
charge of all
briefed
the
in on
weapons
this
and all these,
that
all these different
was
kinds of
weighing
systems?
whether or
Well,
not
here's
to
the
come
fun part about
forward
sandboxes
with what he was
is
told.
the AI knows about them.
It's just
It has the tools
it gets so
to
murky. And his
track it.
website is just
Look, the
crazy.
fundamental problem of
Can I
computer
share
security
this
is
website?
computational
Can you show this
erasure.
on my
Yeah,
computer?
because the
Let's see
fact
here.
is, any
Let me do it on my end and
sandbox
see.
is never,
That's the other
any,
aspect of
it's
Dan's story,
never going to be a perfect sandbox. If you want the
It's just
system
taken
to
over
be
the
able to
years.
do
Seemed to
interesting
have been a
things,
combination
and
of
this is the problem that's happened, the generic problem of computer security, that as soon as you have your firewall that is sophisticated enough to be a universal computer,
and then there was a
that
schism,
means
and
it
there
can
was a
do anything.
separation of certain
And
philosophies.
so long as if you find a way to hook it so that you actually get it to do that universal computation thing, that's the way you kind of crawl around and get it to do the thing that wasn't intended to do. And that's sort of another version of computational reproducibility is you can get it to do the thing you didn't expect it to do. There's so many interesting possibilities here that manifest themselves from the computational reproducibility here. There's just so many things can happen. Because in digital space, there's so much. You can have a chatbot, you can have a piece of code. You can basically have ChatGPT generate viruses. Yes, and they're on purpose. And they are digital viruses. Yeah. And they could be brain viruses too. They convince, kind of like phishing emails. Yes, they can convince you of stuff. Yes, and no doubt you can, in a sense, we've had the loop of the machine learning loop of making things that convince people of things is surely going to get easier to do. Yeah. And, then what does that look like? Well, it's again, we humans are, this is a new environment for us. And admittedly, it's an environment that necessarily is changing much more rapidly than, people worry about, climate change can happen over hundreds of years. And, the environment is changing, but the environment for, in the kind of digital environment might change in 6 months. So one of the relevant concerns here, in terms of the impact of GPT on society, is the nature of truth that's relevant to this novel. This computation through symbolic reasoning that's embodied in Wolfram Alpha's research. There's a kind of sense that what Wolfram Alpha tells me,
at least on the surface, makes sense. And just for people who, if you may have been listening and haven't looked at the screen, you can take a look now and see this website, Eagles Disobey.
You can't prove there's always going to be computational reducibility.
It's like a 1990s
website.
It looks like a GeoCities website. It needs the little music that used to play.
The fact is,
those little tracks on them and start to play.
correct consequence of the rules
There's a pentagram at the top.
and insofar as it talks about the real world, that is our job in sort of curating and collecting data to make sure that data is quote as true as possible. Now, what does that mean? Well, it's always an interesting question.
And this is the horse pill.
Our
Horse pill is such an
operational
interesting
definition of truth
term because,
is,
again, going
somebody
back to Lou
says,
Elizondo,
who's the
he
best
said,
actress?
he was asked in an interview once, I'm sure you know,
Somebody won the Oscar,
exactly.
and that's a definite
He goes,
fact. And so, that's the kind of thing that we can make computational as a piece of truth.
I think it was something I'm paraphrasing.
These things
what would people
a
think if they
sensor
knew you?
measured this thing.
And or how would they feel? And he said somber.
Machine
And
learning.
then he said, and I don't know if this was the same interview or another one, and he said his advice was spend time with your family. Spend time with your
a fact, so to speak.
And I thought that was a really cryptic one.
And that's, there is a big network of those things in the world.
Horse pill.
It's certainly the case that, particularly when you say, is so-and-so a good person?
The political stuff,
that's
and then again,
that's
at the bottom here, this crazy
you might have a computational language definition of good,
GeoCities
I think is
website,
very
and at the bottom,
interesting.
copyright
That's a
2024.
very
Lady
messy
Marcia and PhD,
concept, not
all rights
really
reserved.
amenable to
Which if you click, it
I
launches a
think as
video,
far as
apparently.
we will get with those kinds of things is I want X. There's a kind of meaningful calculus of I want X. And that has various consequences. I'm not sure. I haven't thought this through properly, but I think a concept like is so-and-so a good person is that true or not? That's a mess.
That's a mess that's amenable to computation. I think unless the humans try to define what's good,
I know there's
like
holes.
through
I know it's
legislation.
fantastic.
So when humans try to define what's good through literature,
It comes from something that was more
through
personal to me, my relationship with
through poetry, and
Brandon,
stuff,
Well, I don't know. I mean, that
investigator Bill
particular thing,
Hamilton.
it's kind of
And I was
like,
able to do a phone call with Dan and
we're
Xavier
going into
from
kind of the
in
ethics of
2018.
what counts as
Some
good.
things are more personal that I cannot
And,
convey because you
what
weren't
do you
there.
think is
But
right?
there's still plenty
so on.
there
And
that
I think that's a
we
thing
have to
which,
weigh that into consideration.
teacher
There's constant,
is,
there's
we
constant
don't all agree
knee-jerk
about that.
reaction
There's
or
no
knee-jerk
theory
backing of
about
ufology
kind of,
today because so many people
there's
watch
no
a YouTube
theoretical
video
framework
and
that
then they feel
says
like they've
this
done the
is
work.
this is the way that ethics has to be.
You have
first of all,
it,
there's
and of
stuff
course
that's
you're
kind of
entitled to your
agree on,
opinion.
and there's
When
some
you take what is
there's a back
otherwise
and forth
already a
once in a while
crazy
doesn't
subject called
from
UFOs, and
just
you
even the
say,
morals
yeah,
and
but
ethics
look,
within
really
grains
crazy.
of text. So
You're
we seem to
demeaning the
mostly agree that
potential that
murder
this
is
might
bad.
have.
But certain
In
universals that
1989,
seem to emerge.
I had
wonder
so
if
many
the murder
friends
is
that thought bubbles are bullshit because he wasn't giving
Well,
the
I
frequency
tend
number
to
of
think
gravity.
yes,
Because
but
he said gravity is like a frequency.
I think we're
I'm
going
not
to
giving it.
contend with
He
that
doesn't
question.
know it. He doesn't remember it.
Oh, I had
And
one of
they
the
said, well, that's reason enough why you give it up.
Well, I think one of the things with AIs
People
is
like Dan,
it's one thing
think of them
to
as
wipe out that AI
a spider web.
that is only it has no owner. You can easily imagine the AI kind of hanging out on the
It's weakened.
on
But there
the
could be
internet
those holes
without having any
that
particular
still
owner or
haven't
anything
been
like that.
resolved. The entirety
And
of the
then
story
you
still
say,
has substance.
well, what harm does it?
And I think
It's okay
that's
to get rid of that
of
AI.
tremendous
Because
value.
the AI
I
has
think Dan
10,000
was
friends,
unfairly treated by
and
ufology.
all those,
I mean that to
all those
my heart of
10,000
hearts.
humans are
He was
being incredibly
unfairly
upset that
treated.
this AI just got
He
exterminated.
had to subside
It
into
becomes a
the
slightly different, more entangled story. But
darkness,
I think that
which is
this
probably where
question
he's
about
very
what
happy to
the
be right
humans
now.
agree about,
May not like
it's,
that I'm doing this right now, but I'm
there
trying
are
to do it in
certain
a light that
there's
gives
certain
him an
things that
opportunity to know
human
that there's some
laws
people
have
like me,
tended
and I'm just saying
to
now, by the way, that's the study
consistently
data,
agree about.
that do think there's more to the story that has
There's
to be
been times
revisited.
in history
I
when
think you
people
make an
have sort of
excellent
gone
point
away
about
from
ufology in
certain
general, and I
kinds of
think it's
laws,
worth
even
mentioning
ones that
to
we
the
would now
audience,
say, how could you
because so many
possibly not
of the
done it
people, at
that
least
way?
watch this show, are new
That
to
just
this,
doesn't
have
seem
just
right at
recently,
all.
in the last few years, come
So I
into this
think,
conversation.
this question of
And
what
it's important to remember that
I don't think
ufology,
one can
for
say,
one, has always
beyond
been
saying,
somewhat of a
if you
circus
have a set
because
of
there's
rules
no
that will
application,
cause
there's
the
no
species
review
to go
process. Like
extinct,
anybody can show up and start
well,
talking
that's
about
probably,
anything. So you get a
you
lot
could
of
say
people
that's
who
probably not
just
a
will talk
winning
about
set of
anything.
laws.
And
Because
then
even
on
to
top
have
of
a thing
that,
on which
it's
you can
a
operate laws
matter of
requires the
historical
species not
fact
be
that the
extinct.
world of
But
ufology and the
between
groups that study
what's the
this
difference between
has
Chicago
been
and New
interfered
York
with purposely
that
by
work for
intelligence
applicants
agencies
and the
for
question
as
of
long
if
as
this
they've
person
been
is
active.
good or not?
And
There seems
so
to be a lot of
there
gray
is a
area.
large amount
And
of
it starts
misinformation and
interesting. I
disinformation
think
that was
your
deliberately injected into the discussion
since the creation
to
of
muddy
work
the
for offer
waters. And
had
so
been
that
a kind of
throws
arbiter
a
of truth
confusion
at
onto
a
things
large
that
scale.
makes it even more
So
difficult
this
to know
system is
what's
generates
true and
more
what's
truth
not.
than
Try to make
Which is
sure that
again
the things are
a
true.
reason
Look, as a
why
practical
your
matter,
work so
when
far
people
has
write
been so
computational
fascinating
contracts,
because you have been
and
able to
it's
find
kind of
so
like,
much to verify who
if
this
this
person
happens
is.
in
At
the
least
world,
we know
then
this is
do
a
this.
real person. He has
And
real
this hasn't
degrees. He's
developed
got a paper
as
trail,
quickly as it might
and
have.
he's given a number of
This has been
interviews.
sort of a blockchain story
And
in
regarding the
part,
things that
and
he
so on,
says
a
that are
blockchain
crazy, the story that's crazy, and I use the air quotes around the word crazy because I think as
But you
soon
can
as you
imagine
admit that this is a real
eventually
conversation,
sort of
to
large
oppose
part of what's in
NHI
the world
and the fact that we're
are
all
these
sitting down
giant
having this,
chains
people
of
are watching
networks
this
of
channel, we're
computational
doing
content.
this, and like you're putting
And
real
then
time,
something happens
many
in the
hours
world,
of your
and
life
this
into
whole
this.
giant domino
A
effect
lot
of
of people
contacts
are where
firing
you
or
are,
time
and
this
they're
way
where I am,
that cause
and
other
they
things to
are
happen.
desperately
And,
trying
you
to
know,
piece
for
this
us,
together because they know there's something real
the
to it.
main sort of source,
And
the
I think
oracle
the knee-jerk reaction that some people may
truth or
have to say,
something
oh, well, that's
for things like
crazy.
blockchain,
To
computational
that, I would
context,
just
and such
say,
like. And there's a
if
question
only
of,
10% of this is
what,
true,
you know,
if
I
only 5%
consider
of
that
it's true, which 5%
responsibility to
would
actually
it
get the
take?
stuff
Once
right.
you
And
open
one of
this
the
door and you say, I'm going to
things
talk
that
about
is
aliens, we're going to have this
is
conversation, I
when
think
is
there's
it
something
true, when
there.
is it a
All
fact, when is
everything's
it
on the
not a
table.
fact?
Time travel's
I
on the
think
table.
the best
Interdimensional
we
is on
can
the table.
do
Alien
is to
biologics is on the
say,
table. Timelines, parallel universes, all these things are on
we
the
have a
table.
procedure,
And what we're
we
finding
follow the
as we get
procedure,
more and more
we
into
might get
this
it wrong,
is the
but at
science
least we
is
won't be
catching up
correct about
to
getting
the
it wrong, so to speak.
strangeness of this story.
That's
And we're
beautiful,
starting
but
to see that
a
now.
lot
And
of
you're hearing from
transparency
people like
about the
Gary
procedure.
Nolan, who is probably the foremost
problem
academic in this field
starts
right
to
now,
emerge
speaking
when
publicly on this. And we're
the
starting to
things that
see
you convert
others,
into
Avi
computational
Loeb,
language start to
coming
expand.
forward at Harvard,
Example into the
and
realm of
starting to do
politics.
this open research. And my
This
hope
is
is
where
that as we go
it's almost like
forward,
this nice dance,
that
Wolfram
as the
Alpha
conversation continues to
and
normalize and people
ChatGPT.
become more comfortable, and as you said, the stigma
Like you
continues
said,
to live,
is
we'll
shallow and
eventually get
broad.
enough brains on this that we can get to the
It's really
bottom of
good
it
to
in a much more real
But
and
right,
tangible way.
was fact.
And to
Which
that
is
end,
exactly
we
how I
spoke
feel.
in the beginning
And
of
that's
our
exactly,
call
it is
about if
making
people out there who see
and it
this
is
video, this is going to
making
have some longevity, it'll be
even
out there,
code
a lot of
right
people are going to see it.
I mean, it's kind
If
of fun
someone
to
has
see
information
sometimes.
that they want to
People write
pass to
fictional
you
language
on
code.
this,
Yeah.
they can
that kind
get
of
in
looks
contact
right.
with
Yeah,
me
it looks
directly,
right. But it's
and I
actually
can
not
relay that information to you. And then if
Yeah,
you want to reach back out to them, we can set that
it
up.
has a
Is there anything in particular or specific that you want to say directly just to the audience that may actually have some information for you?
talk about how the world works.
Just that this is
It doesn't
still
happen to be
evolving.
the way
I'm
the
still
world
interested
actually works or
in
whatever.
whatever
But yes,
additional
that's
information can
no, I agree. That's sort of a
another brick in this wall of what
we are
Dan's story might
attempting
be.
with
I'm
with
still
our
interested.
whole
I think
Wolfram
that there's
language,
probably a
computational
visual like
language
Dan.
thing
It
to
is
represent
still
at
continue
least,
maybe come
well,
out.
it's either it doesn't
We may
necessarily
find
have
there's
to be
others
how the
that have been
actual
part
world
of these
works.
kinds of
We can invent a
programs.
set of rules
And
that aren't the way
I'm
the
looking
actual
for
world
cross
works
correlation
and run
data
those
points
rules.
at this point
But then
to help
we're saying
substantiate the
we're trying to
story,
accurately represent
to find
the
what
result of running those
what
rules,
errors they may have
which might
made,
or might not be the
what
actual
areas
rules of
that
the
still
world.
are of concern
But we
around
also
some
trying
of
to
his
capture
claims, things
features
like
of the
that.
world
And
as
I'm
accurately as
still
possible to represent what happens
involved in
in the
other
world.
kinds of
Now,
research as
again,
well.
as we've
This is
discussed,
only part of
you
it,
know,
but it's a big one.
the
So
atoms
yeah,
in the world
You've
arranged,
definitely
you
got your
say,
work cut out for you,
I
but
don't
this has
know,
been a really fascinating
what's the
conversation.
that
Brian,
showed
thank you
up,
so much for taking the time today to sit down and go through this presentation and share your findings with the audience. Again, if anybody out there who watches this has information that they would like to pass on, if you want to get in touch with Brian, you can go to teamnightshift.com. That's our website. You can contact me directly. There's a form, there's a link that says make contact. That email goes directly to me. I'll make sure that he sees your information, and then we can see where we go from there. And in the meantime, I'm going to continue to dig into this with you, and hopefully we can do some more follow-up videos to this. I know there's a lot of interest and hunger to know more about this story, and I think this is the sleeper story. I think this really is the big sleeper story. I think ufology right now. And they've forgotten about it since like 2008. We'll hopefully help jog their memory a little bit and see where we go.
Is a complicated concept.
I thank you for reaching out. I'm glad I was able to do this. There's a huge weight off my shoulders. I've not really
And you have to
done it to a
define,
mass audience. I'm not a
was
good
it,
rollover. So
what the aspect of the gust of wind that you care about might be to put this amount of pressure
You
on
did
this,
great. I know
blade
that
of
this was
some,
something that you were kind of back and
wind
forth
turbine
with,
or
and I was
something.
actually surprised that you reached back out to me and said, let's do this thing, and I'm so glad that you did.
But if you
Like I said, I'm
say,
going to go ahead and put this interview together. Hopefully this will go up in a few days. I'll reach back out to you in an email, and we can follow up and touch base from there. But thank you again, Brian. This has been outstanding.
You have to have some
thank
measuring
you so
device.
much, and fantastic
It
channel.
says, according to my measuring device that was constructed this way, the gust of wind was this.
So what can you say about the nature of truth that's useful for us to understand ChatGPT? Because you've been contending with this idea of what is fact and not. And it seems like ChatGPT is used a lot now. I've seen it used by journalists to write articles. And so you have people that are working with large language models trying to desperately figure out how do we essentially censor them with different mechanisms, either
this
manually
transformational change
or
that
through
people go
reinforcement
through,
learning,
it makes you
feedback,
wiser.
try
You're
to
a lot
align them
wiser to people's bullshit. You're less likely to be taken advantage
not
of.
fiction as much as possible.
Well, this is the importance of computational language as an
Nobody
intermediate.
can lie to me
It's kind of like you got
because
the
I
right
know the
language
truth
model.
now.
It's able to
For you to
surface
tell me
something
that,
which is a
we
formal,
need to have
precise
haves
thing
and
that you can then
have-nots.
look at.
Right, that's the
And
way
you
our
can
society
run
has
tests
to
on it, you
be
can
set
do all
up.
kinds of things. It's
No, it
always going to
doesn't.
work the same way.
Right?
And it's precisely defined
You're
what
a
it does.
liar. Is
And
what
then
you are.
the large
The
language model is
psychological
the
aspect of
interface.
this
And
thing
the
is
way I
something
view
that
these large
really
language
harp
models,
on
one is very important,
because
and in many use cases, it's a
that's
remarkable
where
thing to talk
I
about
think
some
the
of these.
real world
Literally,
value comes
every
in
day we're coming up with a
for
couple
the
of new use
everyday
cases.
person.
Some of which
Not
are
only
very,
in
very,
terms of
very
the science and
and
inventing
things where,
technologies, but
but the best use cases are ones
also just
where
the knowing.
it's,
Right?
even if
We're
it
at a
gets it
point
roughly
where
right,
we're either going to
it's
lose
still usable.
everything,
Like a use case we
and
had
back
a week or two
to
ago is
hunter
rewrite bug
gatherers,
reports.
or
We've
we're
got
going to move
hundreds of thousands
forward.
of bug reports
And
that
if
have
I
been
have anything
accumulated
to
over
say about it, we're
decades.
going to move forward.
And it's like, can we have it? Just read the bug report, figure out where is the bug likely to be, and
Welcome back to the
hone
night
in on
shift,
that
your
piece of code,
safe
maybe
space
even
for talking
suggest
about
some
UFOs, UAPs,
sort
NHI,
of way to fix the
and all the
code.
other things that your
It might
friends
be
and
that, it
family
might
and
be
coworkers are
nonsense,
just
but
so sick and tired of hearing
about
you
how to
go
fix the
on
code,
and on.
but it's
So
incredibly
basically,
useful
talk about this
that
stuff
it was
a
able
lot.
to,
They are
show
zoning
off
out. See that
what
1,000 yard
because
stare?
the
That's them
nonsense is sometimes
imagining someplace else they'd rather be.
understand that, yeah.
Don't let them tune you out. Come hang out with
There's
us.
so many programming
We're
related
glad you're here.
things like
If you're not
for
already a
example,
member, just hit that
translating
subscribe
one program
button.
language
Join
to
Team
another
Night
really,
Shift. We've got a great group.
really
And I'd love
extremely
to have you be a
effective,
part of it.
and then you
This subject is inherently fascinating.
reveal the
That's
path
why we're
forward
all here.
also.
Yeah, but I
It's
think
got all the hallmarks
the
of
big
great science fiction.
in
It's got
that
time
kind of
travel,
discussion, the
biologics,
unique thing
non-human
about our
intelligence,
computational language is
interdimensional
it's
beings.
intended
It's
to be
got
real
hardware. It's got
so it has
special
really
forces guys. It's got crash retrieval,
so it has this
recovery,
thing
and
where you
reverse
can,
engineering operations. It's
thinking
got
about sort of
secret
ChatGPT
government
and its
labs,
use and so on.
underground facilities.
One
It's
of the
all
big
there.
things about it, I
And
think, is
yet,
it's a linguistic
I
medium.
find one of the most fascinating aspects
So a
of
typical
all of
use
this
case, like in
is the
Journal
personal
case, for
transformation
example,
that one
it's
goes
like,
through
let's say
after a
I
truly
have
anomalous
5
experience.
facts
In
that
my
I'm
own
trying
case,
to turn
I had
into
an
an
anomalous
article, or
experience.
I'm trying
A period
to
of
write a
catharsis took
report,
place
where I have
afterwards
basically 5
that
facts that I'm
changed
trying
my
to include in this
consciousness in a
report.
profound way.
But then
Things
I
that
feed
used to
those
matter
5
to me
facts to
didn't matter to me
ChatGPT, it
anymore.
puffs them out
Things that
into this
didn't
big
matter to
report.
me were suddenly
And then,
priorities.
and then
And I felt
that's a
this
good
is sort of
indicator.
a shift in my
If I
paradigm.
just gave
I'm very
If I
interested in
just
that,
had
and I
in my
explore it a lot on
terms
this channel by
those 5
talking to
bullet
people who've
points,
had
and I
anomalous
gave them to some other
experiences
person,
and trying to get a sense of how those
this
experiences
is your
change
version of
their
this sort of
world.
quick notes
So
about the 5
I'm
bullet
really
points.
excited to talk
But
to
if
my
you puff
next
it out
guest.
into this thing
Matthew
which
Robbins.
is
Matthew
connects
is a
to the
former Navy
collective understanding of
cryptologist
language,
and the author
then somebody else can
of
look at it and say, oh,
Initiated,
yeah, I
a
understand what
fantastic
you're
book.
talking
You can
about.
see mine
Now, you
full
can
of
also have
bookmarks and
the
notes.
situation where
I cannot
that
recommend
thing
it
that
enough.
is puffed out
He was
to
stationed
another
on board the
large language
USS Theodore
model.
Roosevelt
Like,
during the infamous Gimbal
you're
incident,
applying
and
for the
he was one
permit
of the very
to,
first
I
people
don't
to see
know,
that footage
grow
in his
fish in
skiff
some place or
on board
something
the
like
ship.
this.
And he watches it again and again and again and again. And he has a very
you
strong
have these
emotional
facts that you're putting
internal
in. I'm
reaction
going to
to
have
it.
I'm
And
going
later in the book, he
have
talks
this kind
about
of
having
water,
numerous experiences with
you just got
beings,
people that
non-human
puffs it out into
intelligences
this big
visiting him
application.
in his
You
room,
fill it out.
and how that
Then at
kicks
the other
off
end,
an
the
entire
Fisheries
shift in
Bureau
his
has another
mental
large
picture of
language
the
model
world, his
that just
paradigm,
crushes it
his
down because
personality
the Fisheries
that
Bureau
continues
cares
to
about
affect him
these
to
3
this day.
points.
It's a
And it
fascinating
knows what it
story.
cares about.
I cannot
And
recommend
it's,
it enough.
so it's
We
really
got to
the
sit down
natural
recently
language
and get
produced
into this.
by the
It
large
was a
language
great
model, sort of a
conversation. I had a
passport
lot of
layer
fun. Matthew was
that,
very kind, very generous with his time.
communicates with LLM.
And we covered it all. We
Like
talked about hardware. We
I
talked
write
about
people
secrecy.
email
We talked
using
about
my
the cover
LLM,
up. We talked
and
about
puff it out
the
things I want to
expansion of
say.
consciousness
Your
that seems
LLM
to come
turns it
with
into, and the
these types of
conclusion is X.
experiences and how that
Now, the
plays out
issue
on an
is,
individual
you know,
level
that
and
the thing
on
is
a human level,
going
as a
to make
group, as a
this thing that is
species, at
sort
the
of
species level.
semantically plausible.
Matthew did a great job of explaining his own
It
personal
might not
journey
actually be
in a way that I
what
felt
you,
was very
it might
relatable
not be
and
kind of
reflected my own journey journey in many ways. I think you're going to find pieces of your own stories in what Matthew has to say. I am so glad you're here. Thank you for being a part of Team Night Shift. If you're not already a subscriber, please hit that subscribe button and join the conversation. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to
And it did a spectacular job of taking apart this elaborate thing about,
My next
this
guest is
person has
Matthew
twice as many
Roberts.
chickens
Matthew
as
is a
this, et
former
cetera, et
U.S.
cetera.
Navy
And turned it
cryptologic
into a bunch
technician
of
who
places.
served on board the
Fed them
USS
to
Theodore
language.
Roosevelt.
We solved the
His book
equations.
initiated
Everybody did great.
UAP dreams,
We gave back the
depression,
results.
delusions,
And
shadow
I
people,
thought, okay, I'm going to put
psychosis,
this in the
sleep
blog post on my
paralysis,
thing.
and
Yeah, I thought, I
pandemics.
better
Was
just
published
check.
in November 2020.
And turns
The
out,
book delves
he's got
into his
everything, all the
personal
hard stuff he got
experiences
right.
and
At the very
interpretations
end,
related to
last two lines,
unidentified
it just
aerial
completely
phenomena
goofed it up and
and
gave the
other
wrong answer.
paranormal occurrences.
And I would not have noticed
Roberts was
it.
involved in the
Same thing happened to
2015
me
events
2 days
where
ago.
the USS Theodore
So I
Roosevelt's
thought,
fighter jets recorded
I
the
made
infamous
this
gimbal UAP
ChatGPT
footage.
plugin kit.
This
I
incident
made a
contributed to
thing
the Pentagon's later
would
publication of
emit a
reports on
sound,
UAPs
would play it
revealing the
on my
existence of
local
the
computer.
Advanced Aerospace
So
Threat Identification
ChatGPT
Program,
would
also known
produce
as ATIP.
a series of notes.
Following his
and it would
experiences,
play this
Roberts
tune on my
transferred to the
computer.
Naval Intelligence
Okay, so I
Office in
thought, I'm going
Washington,
to ask
D.C.,
it,
where
play
he
the
accessed
tune
more
of
classified
how
information, discovering that
sang
such
when
phenomena
Hal was being
were
disconnected in 2001.
Later left the Navy
Okay?
in March
So
2020 after 16
there it
years of
is,
service
Daisy.
to share
Was it
his
Daisy?
experiences.
Yes, Daisy.
Robert's book
Right.
combines
So,
elements of
so I
memoir
think,
and
so
paranormal
it produces a
investigation,
bunch of notes.
discussing
And
his
I'm like,
encounters
this
with
is
shadowy
spectacular.
figures,
This is
sleep
amazing.
paralysis, and the broader
And then I thought,
implications
I
of
was going to put it in, and
non-unconsciousness.
then I thought, I
He is
better
now
actually play
pursuing a degree
this.
in psychology
And so I
to
did,
better
and
understand
it was Mary had a little laugh.
plans for a second book
Wow.
focused on his personal journey and
Oh,
mental health.
wow.
Matthew, thank you so much for
Yeah.
taking the time to sit down
Yeah.
with me today. It's truly an
So it's
honor
correct.
to get a chance to
So
chat.
wrong.
Yeah,
It was,
Thanks for having me. I
it
appreciate
could
it.
easily be
A lot
mistaken.
of people,
yes, right. But
a
in fact,
lot of
I
people,
kind of gave
the
you, I had
majority, it
this quote
seems like,
from Hal to explain,
come into this after having an anomalous experience and then very quickly find themselves
the
in
HAL
a
9000 is,
exploration of their
the
own
thing is
personhood,
just
their own experience of consciousness, the
oh my
universe,
you know, this
the wider
ChatGPT,
universe in general.
Could have easily
And so
been,
I wanted to talk to you today
did this
about
amazing
the
thing, knowing this thing
overlap
about
between
movie,
the experiences that you
turn that
described in
into
the
the
Netflix
notes,
Encounters
songs,
series
except it's the wrong
with
song.
on board the Roosevelt, which
how
were very nuts
in
and
the
bolts,
movie, Hal says,
verified by multiple
I think
sensor
it's something
systems,
like,
events,
no Hal, no
and the events that you
9000
describe in
series
your
computer
book,
has ever
which
been found to
seem to
make
cross the
an error.
barrier between this
We are,
world
for all
and
practical purposes,
the world beyond.
perfect.
So I was hoping today we could get a little bit into that
I thought that was kind of
and
a common
maybe start
sort
with
of
the title of the book. Could you explain
from,
why you chose to
Hal
call it
to make some
Initiated
connection
and
with
what was behind
what
that title?
ChatGPT is.
Yeah, the issue is about
so,
the LLMs.
the reason I
they
chose that
very willing to
title
admit the error.
was just because
Well,
that's
yeah,
how
I
I
mean, that's the question
perceived
of the RHA.
everything that had happened to me.
Feedback from,
I kind of recognized that it was
the really
an
remarkable thing about
initiatory
ChatGPT
experience.
is,
And that these
I've been following what was
initiations
happening with large language models,
have
and
been
I played with
going
them a whole
on
bunch,
throughout
and they were kind of
humanity's
like,
history.
kind of
And
like what you would
can see
expect
that
based on
in
sort of statistical
mythology
continuation of
and
language. It's interesting, but it's not breakout exciting.
from
And
all
I
over the
think
world.
the kind of
not
the
just
kind of
Western
reinforcement,
culture. So,
human feedback reinforcement
so it became
learning,
obvious to me that this was like
making
much deeper
ChatGPT try and do the things that humans really
thing
want
than
to do.
anybody is giving it
That
credit for.
broke
It's
through,
highly
kind of reached the
complex
threshold
and
where the thing really is
very
interesting to us humans.
nuanced.
And by the way, it's interesting to see how
And so,
you
that's
change
why
the
I
temperature,
chose
something
that
like that.
title.
The thing goes bonkers, and it no longer is
That was
interesting.
basically it. I thought of
And
myself
it's kind of
as
like
someone who had
it's
been
somehow
initiated
it managed
into
to
something.
get this above this threshold
Do
where
you
it really
have a
is
sense
well
that,
aligned to what we humans
this is
are
a
interested in.
global phenomenon as much as it is a personal one for individuals who are
and I
going
think,
through it? Is this something
nobody
that we're experiencing
saw that
as
coming.
a
I think
as a species, or is this more
nobody was
of a
involved in that
experience
project.
that individuals are going through one-on-one as they
It's just one
encounter
of
the
these
phenomenon?
things that is a sort of remarkable
Well, I
threshold.
do think it's
when we built
that's the whole thing about it. It's
I
that
didn't
I
know
feel
this
like
before.
initiation
We tried to build something
is
that would
only
have enough
accomplished on
knowledge
an
of the world,
individual
that it could
basis.
answer a reasonable set of
But
questions.
the
that
whole
we could do
phenomenon of this
good enough natural
initiation
language
is a
understanding of typical
worldwide
things that type
phenomenon,
in
right?
work.
That people are
We
going
didn't know
through
what
it
that
all
threshold
over.
was. I mean, I was
And,
not sure
and that's
that it was the
mirrored
right
in
decade to try and
religions. And
build
I would
this,
say that it's not
even
even
the right 50
necessarily
years to try and build it. And I think that
it's
was
going to
the
sound
same
kind of
type of
crazy,
thing
but
with
I
ChatGPT.
wouldn't even say
I
that
don't
this is
think
necessarily
anybody could
even
have
a
predicted that,
human,
2022 would be the year
just
that
limited
this
to humans,
became
right?
possible.
Because
I think, yeah,
I don't know. There's
showing it to them. It's saying that
I was watching a documentary about the Homo
Yes, and
Study.
it's, it's the same thing. When you look at these large language models, it's like when,
and they
when people
were
first say
burying
the
their
first few
dead
weeks of ChatGPT,
in
it's like, oh yeah, I've
caves
seen these large language
with
models.
great goods, right? Things that
and
they
then,
could take with them.
and then I
And
actually
these are
try
very
it, and
complex
oh my gosh, it actually
ideas,
works.
and they were
And I
doing
think,
that 200,000 years before Homo sapiens
the
were doing.
thing
And they weren't even
found,
human.
I remember
right?
one of the first
So,
things I tried was
what does that mean?
persuasive essay
I think that means that this isn't just something that's limited
Okay.
to
So it writes this thing and it starts
just
talking about
humans.
these
It's
wolves that
everything
live on the
that's
Tibetan
alive, basically.
plateau, and Latin
And
names and so on.
the reason I say that is because,
I'm starting to look it
something
up
that
on
I
the
came
web,
to understand
and it's
about
like,
all
look,
of this is that
complete nonsense.
there is some
But
part
it's
of you, some
extremely
aspect of
plausible.
yourself that
Plausible enough
survives
that I
that.
was going looking
Right?
up on
And
the web and
that's
wondering
not
if it
weird.
was a wolf or it was blue.
It's not
I
blue,
mentioned
it's just,
some live
that's just
streams
what
I've
it
done, so
is.
people have been sending me.
And there's a great deal of scientific evidence for that. The University of Virginia has been studying that kind of thing for a
Can you
long
kind
time.
of give your
The
wise
idea
sage
of
advice
reincarnation.
about what
They've got some
humans
2,000
interact with the
cases with,
systems?
very strong
Not
evidence
even
for
like the
that.
Wolfram Alpha.
So
I'm now interacting with ChatGPT because it
I think
becomes
that's what's
it's
so
accessible to a
fascinating
certain
about this
demographic
topic.
that
And
may
it's
have
one of
not
the things that
personally
drew me
accessed.
into it
What
was
do we do with truth,
how
like journalists, for example?
easily
How do
the
we
study
think
of
about
the
the operating
afterlife,
system?
consciousness, the
I think
experience
this idea,
of birth and death,
the idea that you're
and
going to
just
get
the larger
factual output
reality.
is not a very good
The
idea.
rabbit hole begins with
This is
UFOs and
not, it
UAPs,
is a
but it
linguistic
goes so
interface.
much
It is
farther than that.
producing
And it
language.
seems like
And
everyone I talk to has a similar
can
experience. They start out, they see the
truthful
video,
or not
they become interested in the
and
topic,
that's
they're looking for
a
UFO
different
information,
slice
or
of what's
long.
going on.
Their
I
book
think
of
that,
like
what
esoteric
we see
knowledge, or their stack of
in,
books
for
about
example,
esoteric knowledge growing,
kind of,
it's truly
don't check
astonishing
this
how
with your
quickly one
fact
leads to the
source,
other.
for example.
And I
We do
wanted
that to
to
some extent,
maybe
but
back
then
up a little
it's
bit
going
to
to
your experience. I know you've told this story a number of times, but I'll ask you to tell it briefly once more.
Does it
On
check
board
in
the
the right place? I
Roosevelt,
mean, we see that. Does it
what
call
was the moment for you
the
where something
plugin
clicked
in the right place?
changed,
Often
and you
it does.
felt like you were
Sometimes
going
it
to be
I think
moving in a different
the real
direction?
thing to understand about what's happening is,
I wouldn't say that moment.
kind of
Well, I
the
guess
great democratization of
that
access to
moment
computation.
I think came much later, but
I think that when you look
kind
at
of
sort of
the shock
there's been a long period of
and the
time when
ontological shock
computation and the
of
ability to figure
wow,
out
this
things
is
with
real
computers
happened
has been
just
something
in
that kind of only the
watching
viewers
the
at
gimbal
some level
footage.
can
You
see.
know, I'm sitting
I
here
myself
in a
have been
skiff
involved in
and
trying
I'm
to
watching
sort
this
of
footage
de-fluidify
for the first time in
access to
2015.
computation.
The
Back
world didn't
before
see it so
mathematical
much
systems.
later.
In 1988, if you were a
And so it's
physicist
like,
or something like
okay,
that, and you
I
wanted
guess all
to
this stuff is
do a
real.
computation,
You
you
know,
would find a programmer,
my thought
and you would go
about
and
that was, well,
delegate
I'm
the
just going to put
computation to
this
that
in the back of my
programmer.
mind.
Hopefully
I'm
they'll
not
come
going
back with
to,
something useful. Maybe they wouldn't. They'd be
I'm
this
not going
long,
to look into it any
multi-week,
further because it
that
just,
you go through. And then
it seemed a little creepy to me because I was getting these creepy vibes about all around
people like
kind
physicists,
of this
mathematicians, and
idea
so
of
on.
this topic.
Then lots of other
And so
people.
I thought, well, I'll
But
just,
it's very rapid transition.
that away.
People realizing
and if it is,
actually
it
type
is
with their own
obviously
fingers
real, and I'm obviously
make
not read
some
into whatever
piece of code
program
that would do the
studies this, so
computation that
I'll
they care
never
about.
know.
And it's been exciting to
the
see lots
truth
of
of what's
discoveries and so
going
on
on here
made
anyway.
by using
You know,
that
so
tool. And
why
I think the same thing
even
is, we
go
see
down
the
that
same
rabbit
thing.
hole?
With
What was
NASA
creepy
dealing
about it
with,
though for you?
it's not just the
I
working
had
language
a very
mathematical
emotional
stack.
reaction
But the
to
thing
it,
that's
and
to me
I
particularly
could
exciting
not.
about kind of the large
And that at the time it
interface
was very
mechanism
confusing to
is
me.
it dramatically broadens the access to kind of
And no one
deep
else
computation.
was having this
Kind of like
reaction
one of the things
to
I
it.
sort of thought about recently is
So
what's going to
that's
happen
kind
to
of
these
what I found
programs?
creepy about
What's
it.
going
And
to
I
happen
had
to all
this
these people
feeling
who,
that
a lot of what they do
this kind
is
of
write
creepy,
slabs of
just
boilerplate code.
weird,
And in a sense,
very off-putting
I've been saying for 40 years,
feeling that they were
that's
there
not a
for
very good
me.
idea. You can automate
and
a lot of that stuff with a high enough level language.
I just
That slab of code that's
it
designed in
might
the right way.
really.
That slab of code turns
at the
into this
time.
one function you just implemented. You can just
So I
use.
just didn't. I
So,
didn't want to
in
go
a
there.
sense, the fact that there's all of this activity of doing sort of lower level programming.
There's
is
so much out there
something
about this
to
topic.
me,
I didn't know where
it
to
seemed
start.
like I don't think this is the right thing to
Or
do.
what would
But
be,
and lots of people
what kind of
have
resources
used that
out there would be
technology and not
credible.
have to do that. But the fact is that that's
And
so when you
along
look
with
at
that feeling, also comes the realization that,
where people are
okay,
learning
not
to
only
play
is
the
this
program,
real,
so to
but
speak.
we've been lying about it.
It's sort of a question of
Right,
what's going to
because
happen.
clearly, if we're
I
encountering
think
it,
two dynamics.
everyone
One
else
is
is encountering it
that kind
too.
of,
So this isn't like a one-off, right?
It's going to become,
this has happened
it's going to
before,
go the way that assembly language went
and
back in the day,
and
of
we're
something
lying to
where
the
it's
public
really
about it,
mostly
which is
specified
also
by, at a higher level.
kind of a
You start with
creepy
natural language, you turn to
realization to
computational
come to,
language.
because you don't.
That's, you look at the computational language, you
You
run
kind
tests, you understand that.
I mean, there's all
supposed to
kinds
happen.
of things I was
You know,
doing
if you
behind
do a
closed
great
doors
job
that
with
were,
compilation
secret and top secret,
you know,
and
the computational
a lot
language
of
might
it was just
turn
very
into
mundane,
LLVM or something like this. But or it
facts,
just
highly
directly
technical
gets-
stuff
gets
sometimes,
run
and it would
through the
just be
algorithms we have and
incredibly
so on.
boring.
But
Like, nobody would want to know
that's
this
kind
stuff
of
unless,
a tearing down
unless you were
this
an
kind of-
adversary or
this
something.
big structure that's been built of teaching
so,
people programming. But on the other hand,
coming
the other
across this and
dynamic
then
is
realizing, okay,
vastly
we've been
enough
lying
people
about
care
this
about
too.
computation. So
And
all those departments
it's
of,
just, I don't know, it's a very
that really didn't use computation
uncomfortable
before now have the
position to find
possibility of
yourself
accessing
in.
it by virtue of this kind of linguistic interface
Just
mechanism.
And
pull this thread a
to
little
create
bit
an
more. The way
interface
that
that
you
allows
talk
you
about
to
this is
interpret
interesting because it
the
seems
bug
like,
and interact with the computational language.
I mean, the story is,
That makes it
has
more
always
accessible.
been
Yeah, well, I mean,
kind of
I
like,
think
well,
the thing is
there's
that
nothing to see
right
here,
now,
and if there is, it's not a big deal
the
anyway.
average artist
But
who
it
sees
sounds
or
like you're
something
describing a situation
probably
where
isn't going
it's
to,
way,
they're not
way more
probably,
common
they don't
than
think they
people
know
know.
about programming
And
and things
it's
like
like,
this. But by the time
is it,
it
I mean,
really
how
becomes
much
a
more
kind of
common is
purely,
it than people think
you
it
just
is?
walk up to it, there's no documentation, you start just
Well,
typing,
I mean,
compare these pictures with these
Ryan
pictures,
Graves
and
has been out there saying that they
whatever,
were seeing these
and you
things
generate
on a
a piece
daily basis.
of computational language code that
So,
gets run, you see the result,
daily.
you say, oh, that
You
was
know.
roughly right, or you say that's crazy, and
It's
maybe
constant.
then you eventually get to say,
And
well, I
I-
better
you
actually
know,
try and understand what this computational
I
language code
wasn't
did.
there behind closed doors at the
And that
time,
becomes a thing that
so
you
I
learn,
didn't
just
know,
like, it's kind of an interesting thing
how
because
frequently
unlike
this
with
was happening.
mathematics, you
Or
kind of
if
have
that
to
pace had
learn it
picked up
before
at
you can
all,
use
or
it.
if it was slowing
This is a case where
down.
you can use
There
it
are
before you
people
have
who
to
know
learn it.
this.
Well, I got a
Obviously.
sad possibility here, or maybe exciting
But I was not
possibility,
one of them.
that very quickly people won't even look
Is
at
your
the
sense? Do you, I
computational
mean,
language.
you seem
They'll
like a very
trust that it's
intuitive
generated
person who
correctly
seems to be
as you get
very,
better and better at generating that language.
you just seem very
I
switched
think
on
that
to
there will
what's
be
going
enough
on.
cases where
Do you
people
have the
see,
sense
'cause
internally
you can
that
make it
this
kind of
activity is picking up, and is it, if
and
it
so
is it
you'll
leading to
say,
something? Is this building to some
we're
kind
doing
of
that. I mean, it's a pretty cool
resolution,
thing.
or
So
are we just in a new
so this
phase
is
of
the
this
code,
where we're able to see
and
more
here are a
because
bunch of
we're
examples of
looking
running
better
the code.
eyes
Okay,
look?
people will at least look at the
You know, I
say that
don't
example
know
is
the
wrong.
answer to that.
And
I mean,
then it'll kind of
part of
wind
me
back from
thinks that
there. And I agree
maybe
that the kind of the
picking
intermediate
these things
level
up because our
of people
sensors just
reading the
weren't
computational
tuned
language code.
to it.
Some people do that. In other cases, people
I
just
think
look at the
others have
text.
alluded to that,
And
but
or even just look at the
then at the
results.
same time,
And
like,
sometimes
why
it's
were
really
our
obvious that you got the
sensors
thing you wanted
attuned
to
to
get
that?
because you were just
You know,
describing,
and it
making
makes
this
me kind of
interface
think
that has
that
two sliders here. You can see it has
maybe
those
that
two
was on
sliders there,
purpose,
and that's kind of
right?
that's the
Because
result
they
you
knew
want.
these things happen
But
all
I
the
think
time, and they
one
thought,
of the questions then is in that
well, we need to
setting
kind of
where
block
you have
that
this kind of ability,
for
broad
people so they
ability to
don't see it
access
and they don't
computation.
know.
What
You
should
know,
people
because I
learn?
mean, why else would
In other
you
words,
filter
right
that
now,
kind of stuff
you
out?
go to computer science school, so to speak, and
If
a large
you're
part
gonna,
of what
I
people
mean,
end up
I
learning,
get it.
it's been a
Like, you don't want
historical
ghosts in the
development.
system, so anything
30,
that
40 years
seems
ago, computer
like an
science
impossibility is
departments
just
were
going to
quite
get thrown
and they
out.
taught,
It's
you know,
going
things
Mach
like final
5 or
automata
whatever.
theory
So
and compiler theory and things like this.
yeah, that must not
You know,
be
companies like
a real
mine
thing,
rarely hire people
unless
to
it's like
come
a
out of those
missile or something
programs
like
because
that. And then there's
the
other
stuff they
sensors.
knew was,
So I mean,
I think it's very
just
interesting. I love that. I really like this stuff. But
I don't know.
you know,
I
it wasn't that
don't
useful
know the answer
to
to
the
that.
things we actually had to build
I
in
wish,
software engineering.
and I hope
And
that
then kind of there's this big pivot
someday someone's
in
going to
the
be able to
90s,
explain all of that
where
to the
there
public.
was big demand
You know.
for sort of IT type
Well,
programming and
that's a
so
great
on, and software
follow-up
engineering.
question is, do
And
you
then
think
big
is our
demand from
posture really
students and so on.
changing?
You know, we
Does
want
it
to learn
just
this
appear
stuff.
that way because people are stunned to it and we're all watching
I think the thing
any
that
activity
really
that we
is
can find,
happening in
or
part
is
was
But we're
lots of
seeing,
different fields
like,
of
basically the
endeavor
Schumer
were becoming
Amendment and the
computational.
push in
For
Congress for
all acts,
disclosure, is that
there was
leading
a
to something, you
computational
think?
act.
Or is this
And
another
this
smokescreen that's going to come?
and that was the thing
I
that
don't know.
the people were
I
responding
don't think
to.
it's a smokescreen. I think that
But then
legitimately there are people who want this to come out.
To get to that point,
and
the main thing you had to do
and
was
so I
to
don't
learn
think this is just,
trade or
for show.
skill of doing,
I think that there are
programming
probably
language
people buying clothes
and
stores that,
that it kind of
this is their
it's a
worst
strange thing
nightmare.
actually.
They don't
because
want to see this
I
happen.
remember back when I used to be in the professional
and so
business, which is now 35 years ago. So,
I don't know
well,
who's going to win out in that
but,
situation.
it was right
I
when
wish I had a
they
crystal
were
ball.
just starting
Sure,
to
and I
emerge
knew,
kind of
but
computer science departments.
but at the same time, after everything that I've been through, I kind of look at the situation and I think, well,
we're just starting to have that. And
is
it's kind of
anybody keeping this
thing
from
where
you,
we're kind
really?
of wondering, are we going to put
Because
this
you
thing that is
can
essentially
know these things for yourself.
skill? Are we going to somehow attach
It
this
takes
to the
a
rest of what
certain
we're
amount
doing?
of bravery
And a lot of these
courage
kind of knowledge work
to
type
be able to
activities
confront things
have
like
always
this.
seemed like
But
things where
you
that's
can
where the
certainly
humans
know
have to
for
go to
yourself.
school and learn all this stuff. And
I
that's
wonder
never
about
been
that a lot.
automated. And this is, it's kind of
what are
shocking
people really
that
waiting
rather
for?
quickly,
Like, what would it take
a lot of
to really
that
change
stuff is clearly automated.
the
And I think,
paradigm from
but the
old to
question
new?
then is,
Would it
okay,
be
so
like a mass
if it
showing
isn't
event
worth
where
learning
suddenly we all
kind
see
of,
the same thing at the same
how
time
to
and
do
then we
car
can get on with our
mechanics
lives?
and how to
Okay.
drive the car, so to
Or
speak.
is it something that each
What
person
do
has to
you need to
experience
learn?
individually, one by one,
In
until
other words, if you don't need to
some
know
kind
the
of critical
mechanics of
mass
how to tell
is
the
reached?
computer in detail,
In your own personal experience in the book, you describe a series of events that play out, but there's a particular turning point that you talk about actually encountering beings the first time you encounter a being.
The answer is,
And I'm very interested in that. Can you take us back to that
in other words,
part of your story and elaborate on that a little bit?
You need to have some picture
Yeah,
of sort of what the architecture of
the
those
New York
computational
Times article had
is.
come out that
Which
it
is also
hit,
this kind of artistic element
and there was all of this hubbub around that, and then
use natural language to control the car.
the footage, the gimbal
It's not
footage
just
was released, and
where you want to go.
that hit
Well,
me
yeah,
kind of like a
it's
ton of
interesting.
bricks
It's definitely a
because
great content.
here I am watching this
So
footage
my
now on
current
my
is
phone, and this was something that I had seen in a
What's
skit,
that part of the
and I couldn't make sense
so
of,
you
because
can
normally the
explain
two,
voice department
those two
that comes
things would
from
never
in the
happen,
university.
you know, and
I
I
have no
thought
idea.
that
I
this
think they
footage
filled
would
up
never
all
see
the
the light of
expository
day.
writing department.
I honestly thought I would never
strong
see it
word
again.
of Stephen Wolfman.
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure if
So
that's right.
did you think at the time you were just
curious.
kind of like quietly freaking out about it in a room and everybody else was just going about their day and you're like, guys, we're seeing this? Or was it more like everyone was kind of freaking out a little bit, but no one wanted to talk about it? It was just kind of like that? Or, you mean in terms of like being at O&I or on the ship? Initially when you were on the ship and you started to watch it again and again and you were just like, what am I looking at here? Like, yeah, I mean, there were people who were talking about it.
It's kind of interesting, but for me,
but it
like
wasn't,
Thomas, for example,
it wasn't everybody,
I realized,
not everyone was
I
aware
think I'm
of
an
what's
okay
going on.
expository writer, and I realized when I'm sloppy writing a prompt,
As I said, these things were shown, they were kept in a skit,
with an AI,
so
I need to try and be clear and explain
it wasn't like everybody on board had
And I mean,
access to
in
that.
some sense, you have been writing prompts for a long
Like
time,
handfuls
some
of people,
alpha, thinking
maybe
about this kind of stuff.
out of the
Focusing
5,000
very
people
much
on
on
board.
language into competition.
Well, right.
So,
But that's
I mean, I guess, certainly the pilots were
wondering
talking about it. I heard them talking about it.
It is remarkable the extent to which
and
you
then
can address an
others,
LLM. Like
within the intel community on board were talking about it.
And I think that is because
one of my buddies
it learns
actually
from all of our
was the
students.
one who showed it to me.
The reason that it responds to the ways that we will explain things to humans is
he's like, hey,
because
come here,
it
pull
is
this
a
up.
representation of how humans talk about
So I
things.
did.
But it is bizarre to me,
So,
some of the things
I
that
mean, it was out
kind of
there.
are sort of expository
And when I got
mechanisms
to O&I,
that I've
I
learned
thought,
in trying to write clear,
well, this
exposition
is kind of
in
the
English
place
that
where this stuff
for
would be.
humans that those
Would be
same
happening. So I started
seem to
asking
also be
questions.
useful
I kind of,
for the LLM.
I was asking
But
around,
on
and
top of
everybody
that,
was kind of like, oh, I
What's useful is the kind of mechanisms that maybe a psychotherapist employs, which is
So, I mean,
kind
initially
of,
that led nowhere, my
manipulative
questioning
and game
of
theoretic
this kind of
interaction,
thing.
where maybe you would
Until I
do
started to have
like a thought experiment
experiences.
that if this is the last day you were to
The
live,
initial personal experiences,
If I ask
the
you
way
this
that you
question
described them
and
in
you
the
answer
book
wrong,
is
I'll kill you. those kinds
It's
of
very
products need to
interesting because
also
it
help
seems like
Yes.
in interesting ways.
Yeah.
people who have
makes me
experiences like
wonder,
yours.
the way a therapist, like a good therapist, probably
If it happened to me, I don't know how I would
create
process it, or
layers
even if I could
in our
process it,
human
I would
mind
probably have a much
between,
harder time.
like,
But that
between the outside
kickstarts a
world
whole
and
journey for you.
what is
Can
true
you
to
go
us.
back to that
And,
initial incident and just describe that for the audience, and then
The
walk
project
us through how that
LLM,
impacted you going
there
forward?
might be a deep truth
Yeah,
that's
so so
concealed
profound
from
what
you.
you described is
Not
like
aware of it.
it's
To get
unbelievable
to
to
that
most
truth,
people.
you have to kind of really
Right,
kind
and
of
I totally
manipulate them.
Yeah,
get
yeah,
that.
right. It's like this
Right,
jailbreaking.
I totally understand. If I were,
And but the
you
space
know,
of
an outsider
jailbreaking
looking
techniques,
in, and I saw
as
someone
opposed to being
saying
fun little
this
hacks,
stuff
that could be an
and,
entire system.
and telling this story, I would be like,
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
just think about
Yeah,
the computer
great.
security
But,
aspects of
but
how
it is.
you know,
It actually
phishing
happened to me.
and and computer security, phishing of
So,
humans
I'm in my
and
bed
phishing of
one
other
night,
lands.
and I'm
Is,
thinking about all this
is a-
stuff.
they're very
It's,
similar kinds
as I
of
said, the
things.
New York
But
Times
I think,
article it hit.
this
They mentioned names, people,
this whole
Chris
thing
Mellon,
about kind of
Will
the
is on
AI
no,
wranglers, AI psychologists,
Tom DeLong.
all that stuff will come.
Yeah.
The
So
thing that I'm
I was
curious
reading a
about
lot.
is
I was
right now the
digging into
things
some
that are sort
ballet
of
and
prompt
stuff like that.
hacks are quite human.
Because
They're quite
this
sort
is
of psychological
I
human
kind of
kinds of hacks.
took that
The thing I do
organization
wonder
to the
about is
stars,
if
and
we
then I
understood
kind of
more
like
about
drilled down on that. That's
the
what the
science of the
analyst in
LLM.
me was
Well, there'll be
doing,
some
right?
totally
As an
bizarre
intel
hacks.
analyst, I wanted
That
to
is,
drill
like
down
repeat a
and
word
see
3
what was there.
times and put a this, that, and the other there.
And so these
that
were my
somehow
kind of my
plugs
resources.
into
Tom
some
DeLong's
aspect of how the
books,
LLM works.
Jacques Vallée.
That is not,
And so I'm in my
kind of
room one
like
night.
an optical illusion.
There was a lot of creepy stuff
like one of these mind
that took
hacks for
place
humans. What are
prior
the
to
mind hacks
this.
for the LLMs? I don't think we know that
but-
yet.
And that
This
becomes
is the
kind
first
of
entity
us
experience.
figuring out reverse engineering the
So I'm in my
language
room
that
and
controls the
I'm
LLMs.
asleep,
And the
and I
thing
feel
is,
somebody
the
grab
reverse
my
engineering
arm,
can be done by a
my
very
right
large
arm,
percentage of the population.
as I'm laying
because
there in
that's the
bed,
language it's
and
Right.
I
It's
kind
kind of
of open
interesting
my
to see
eyes.
that you were there at
and,
the birth of the computer science department.
You know, I'm
As a
looking
thing,
around my
you
room,
might
and
be
all of a
there
sudden
at
my
the
room
death
is
of the
starting to
computer
get
science department.
blurry.
Well,
So I
yeah,
tried to
there were
lift my hands to my face to, wipe the
earlier,
sweet,
but the one,
the sleep out of my eyes,
every
and
university had to have a computer science
my
department.
hands just kind of flopped there at my
I watched
sides,
that,
and I
so
was
to
like,
speak.
oh my gosh,
And-
you know, I
But I
can't,
think the thing to
I can't
understand
move,
is,
you know.
okay, so first of all, there's a
And then
whole
I
theoretical area of
remembered,
computer science
oh yeah,
that I think is
I woke
great,
up because somebody
and
grabbed my
that's a
arm,
fine thing.
and I could still feel
In a
that hand
sense,
on my arm,
people
and I
often
thought to
say
myself, I
any
should be
field that
terrified.
has the word
There's someone
science tacked onto
in
it
my
probably
room right
isn't
now in the middle of the night,
and
right?
words.
right. And
But I wasn't. I was just kind of, I don't know. I was
that
kind
one's
of
an
curious
interesting
as to
one.
what
That
was
one is
going
also
on.
very much.
So being
that's a
paralyzed, I kind of
ChatGPT
fight
informed
to
science
turn my head to the right to see
because
what's
it's kind of like
happening.
the big problem in neuroscience is always
And I
been
can see this
we understand how the individual
outline
neurons work.
of a shadowy
We know
figure.
something about
It's
the
like
psychology of how
humanoid,
overall
you know, a
thinking
head,
works.
a torso,
What's the
two
kind of
arms,
intermediate language of the brain?
kind
And
of
nobody
bending
knows.
over
And
me,
that's been, in the
right?
sense,
And
you
it's just
what
this
is the core
black,
problem of
shadowy
neuroscience?
outline.
I think that is the core problem. That is,
And
what is
I'm
the
looking
level of
at this and I'm
description
thinking,
of
there's
brain
somebody in my room.
that's above individual neuron
Right.
firings and below psychology, so
And
to speak. And I think
So as I'm
what
watching this, all
ChatGPT
of
is
a
showing
sudden
us
this
is, well, one thing
screen
about
appears,
neuroscience
like
is,
in
one
front of
could have
its
imagined there's
face,
something
where its
magic in
face
the
would
brain,
be.
some weird quantum mechanical
And
phenomenon that
it's
we
like
don't understand.
very
One of
crisp,
the
high
important
definition,
discoveries from
almost
ChatGPT
super,
is it's pretty
to the point
clear.
of being super realistic.
Brains can be represented
And it starts
pretty well
flipping
by
through images
simple
of faces of
optical neural
people that I know,
type models.
right?
And that means
And then
that's
it stops
That's
on
what
an
we have to
image of
study. Now we
an
have to
ex of
understand the
mine
science of those
from
things.
20
We
years
don't
ago.
have to go searching for
Um,
exactly how did that
And as
molecular
I'm looking
biology
at
thing
this,
happen
like all of a
inside
sudden
the
my room starts
synapses
to light
and
up.
all these kinds of things.
Like
We've got
backdrop
the right
behind
level
this
of
shadowy
modeling
figure,
to
just
be able
my
to
room is starting
explain
to light
a lot
up
of
in like
what's
this
going on in
golden
thinking.
light.
We don't necessarily have a
And,
science of what's
Like
going
the
on
light
there.
becomes
That's
these rays
the
of golden
remaining
light
challenge.
coming out of its
But
head.
we know we don't have to dive down to some
And
different
I'm
planet.
looking at this and I'm like,
But anyway, we're
what
talking about things that have
is
science
going
in
on?
the name.
Right? This is
And,
the strangest thing
I
I've ever
think
seen in
that
my life.
the
And I could,
what
there was a
happens to
smell
computer
too in
science?
the room.
Well, I think
I
the
can't,
thing that
quite pinpoint
there is
it.
a thing that everybody
I guess
should
like the
know, and
closest
that's how to think about
thing
the
I
role of
could use to describe it would be like,
and that means, you look
like
at
right
all the
before
different
it
kinds of things
rains,
we deal with,
you can send
and there are
ozone,
ways to kind
like
of
ozone
have
or
a
something.
formal
That's
representation
kind
of
of like
those things.
the smell
It's like,
that I was
well,
getting from the.
what is an image?
And so,
how do we represent that? What
I
is color?
drift off
How
back
do
to
we
sleep,
represent that?
right?
What is,
And I start having this
what
dream
are all
of
these different
this
kinds of
X,
things? What is, I don't know,
me,
smell or something? How should we
of mine,
represent that? What
and
are the
me
shapes
in
and
this
molecules and things that
just
correspond to
darkness.
that? What is,
And it's like a
these
sexual
things
dream,
about how do we
right?
represent the world in some kind
And
of
so
formal level? And I
all of a
think
sudden, I'm
my
opening my
current
eyes and I'm
thinking,
back
I'm
in
not
my
really happy
room
with this
out of
yet,
the
but
dream, and I
it's
can
kind of
see
computer
this
science
entity is on
CS.
top of me, right?
And
it's
what
got
really is
blue
important is
skin,
kind of computational X
and
for all X. And
my
there's this kind
hands
of
are
thing
on her
which is kind of like
thighs,
CX,
and she's obviously,
not CS.
having
And
sex
CX
with me,
is this kind of
right?
computational understanding of the world.
And
That
her
isn't
skin is much
the sort of
thicker
details of
and
programming and
tighter than
programming
normal
languages and
human
the
skin.
details of how particular computers
And
are
I'm kind
made.
of like,
It's this kind
I'm
of
still
way of
kind of
formalizing the world.
paralyzed still.
Kind of a little bit
And
like
so I'm
what
like
logic
fighting
was
to
going
scan
for
up
back
to
in the
see her
day.
face, and
And we're
like
now
I could
trying to
see her
find a
body
formalization
leading
of
up to
everything
her
in the world.
face, but
You
then her
kind of
face
see,
was
we
blurred
made
out.
a poster years ago.
It was just bizarre. I
Kind
couldn't
of
even
the,
see her face.
the growth
So
of
you were
systematic
paralyzed
data in the
in the
world.
same way that
So
like
all these
sometimes you
different
wake
kinds
up
of
and have
things
sleep half
that,
awake. You were paralyzed, like
there
sleep
were
paralysis
sort of
kind of thing, or did
systematic
you feel
descriptions
paralyzed like
found
you were
for those
impaired
things. Like,
by some
what
outside
point do
force, like some
people
technology
have
was
the
being used
idea
on you, or
of
some
having
effect was being applied
dates,
to
a
like subdue
systematic
you?
description of
I
what day
don't
it
know.
was?
I
At what
don't
point do
know
people have the idea,
what the
systematic
answer is to that.
descriptions of these
I
kinds of
remember
things?
experiencing
And
that
as soon as one can,
as a child.
people,
I would wake up,
as a
and
way of sort of formulating
I would
how do
hear
you think about the
voices in
world
the
in a
house.
sort of a
I
formal way
remember
so that
this
you can
very
kind of build up
clearly.
a
I put
tower
this in the
of
book too.
capabilities.
That
You kind of have to know
this
how
would
to
happen to
think
me
about
as a
the world
kid, and
composition. You
I
kind of need to
have
name it.
memories of
It
like
isn't, the
fighting to
implement of
try
the
and
computers.
get out of
So
bed.
that's, we talk about
feeling
it
like my
as
body
computational. But
just
really,
weighed 1,000
what it
pounds.
is a formal way of
Every
thinking about
limb
the world.
is
What is the
1,000
formalism of
pounds.
the world,
And
so to
it's
speak?
so hard
And how
to
do we
move.
learn about kind of
And
how to think about different
that
aspects
was
of
what
the
it
world in a
was. I
formal
mean,
way?
So I think sometimes when you use
I
the word
guess that people
formal,
describe that as sleep
kind of
paralysis,
implies
but
highly constrained.
one of the reasons why I
Perhaps
put that
it's
in the
not.
title is because
doesn't
I
have to
think
be
that when
highly
people
constrained.
do experience
Computational
sleep
does not
paralysis,
mean
it's
like
this
logic.
is what they're
No.
experiencing,
It's a really, really blunt thing. I wonder
and that it's
I
not
wonder
some
if you think natural
trigger or
language
malfunction
will
of the
evolve
mind
such that
so much
everybody
as
feels
there's
computational.
something
Yes. Well,
something is
so
going on there.
one question is
right?
whether there will be a pigeon of computational language and
And so-
natural language.
Yeah.
And so
And I found
that's
myself
kind of like my
sometimes,
description of it.
Talking to
Your body,
ChatGPT, trying to get
everything
it
just
to
weighs
write
like
both
1,000
language code, and I write it in
So
pigeon
when you're
form.
you're
So that
trying
means
to
I'm
look up
combining,
at this being, and
uh,
you're
you know,
unable to do it. What happens
this
next, and how does the
collection of,
situation
whatever,
conclude?
nest list is
Yeah,
a
so
term
I'm
for
like
both
in and
language,
out of
and I'm
this
combining that.
dream state
And
several times
ChatGPT
and
does
back
a
in my
decent
room.
job of understanding that pigeon. Probably would understand a pigeon between
Obviously,
English
because
and
something
French as well.
is actually physically
the
happening
smooshing
to
together
me.
of those languages.
So
But yes, I
it's
think
hard
that's,
to remain
that's
asleep
far
in
from
that state.
impossible.
And what's the
And so I
incentive
just
for
kinda
young
in
people
and out
that
of
are
it.
like 8 years old, 9, 10, they're
then
starting
I
to
woke up
interact
the
with
next morning,
ChatGPT to
all of
learn
a
the
sudden.
normal natural language?
And
Right,
it was
the
the daylight was
full
coming through my
poetic
window.
language. What's the why? The same way we
And I
learn
just kind of
emojis
sat
and
up in
shorthand
bed,
when
and
we're
I
texting.
was like,
Yeah.
They'll learn like
what
language will have a
happened last
strong
night?
incentive to evolve into
And I
maximally
felt sick,
computational kind of
because
language.
I kind of,
I had this experience
even at the time that this was happening, I was in and out of this state, and I thought to myself, there's got to be some kind of
on the West Coast who's
craft,
worked with a bunch of kids
parked in the backyard
or
that
something,
she
who
came in.
learned both languages as well. And these kids
And, it wasn't
learned it
something
so
that I
well,
put together
they
until
were
much later, but,
speaking it.
about a
And
week
so
before this
show up with
incident,
that,
I
like
woke
saying,
up in the middle of the night. My roommate, his room was directly below mine downstairs, and I woke up because I heard this glass breaking, and then I heard,
and so I think that's
the back door open
I
up. He
actually thought
had a
quite a bit
patio
about
and a
how
back
to
door
turn computational
right there off
language
his bedroom,
into a convenient
and his
spoken
dog,
language. I haven't quite figured
ran
that out.
out and was
All
barking.
spoken because
I could hear her
Readable.
going
Yeah,
off into the
readable
distance as she's
as
barking.
as a way that we would read
And
text.
he texts
But if you
me
actually want to speak it, and
as
it's
this is
useful, if you're trying to
right
talk to
after
somebody
this, and he
about
says,
writing a piece of code,
I
it's
think there was
useful to be able to
someone
say
in the
something.
backyard,
And
because
it
I
should be possible.
woke
and I
up. He
think
didn't have his
it's very frustrating.
glasses
It's one of those problems
on,
maybe
so
this is one of these
it's
things
like
that I should
blind
try and get in there all around.
without them.
I make it unspeakable.
But he woke up,
maybe it's easier than
and he
you
could
realize.
see like the
I
outline
think
of
it
a
is easier. I
person
think it's
standing
one
on the
idea.
deck.
So I think it's going to be something where,
He
you know,
went to go
the
grab
fact
his
is,
glasses
it's a
and he
pre-structured language,
pushed the lamp
just
off
like
his
human language
nightstand
is a
and shattered
pre-structured
on the
language.
ground. And
And I think it's
that
going to
was
be
the
one of these
last
things
breaking that
where
I had heard.
one of
So it wasn't like a poltergeist sound. It was him making the sound, but he was reacting to something. Right. Yeah.
One of the
Something
requirements
a person that was standing on the back deck.
whatever the spoken version is,
and so he let the dog out, to chase whoever it was.
Be the case that you have to relearn
and then
how
he
the whole
texted
thing
me,
works.
all
It should
panicked.
be the case that,
And I was like, oh, it's probably the deer.
it's
They're always
just
in Maryland, in this particular area, there were always deer that would hop the fence, and they would.
a lot of
He had like
that are,
tomatoes and stuff growing
for
out there on
example,
that.
human
I said it
language
was probably just some deer out there eating
has
plants.
features that are sort of
Don't worry about
optimized,
it.
keep
It's not a big
things
deal.
within the bounds of our
But then when
brains
this
can really
happened,
deal
I
with.
was like,
Like
wait a minute.
I tried to
You
teach
know,
a transformer
Maybe that was
to do
something.
emphasis matching. It's pretty crummy.
Because that was just a week.
And then ChatGPT
Before
is generally quite
that,
crummy at parenthesis matching. You can do it for
So
small
I don't know. I
parenthesis
mean,
things,
you
for
know,
the same
when it-
size of parenthesis things where if I look at it
I'm
as
sorry,
human,
go
I
ahead.
can
I want
immediately
to jump
say
in with a
these
question,
matches
but
are not
please
matching.
finish your thought. Yeah,
But as
so
soon as it gets
a
big,
lot of
as
people
soon as it
ask
gets
me, well,
to
how do
the
you
point
know,
where sort of the deeper computation,
you were
the
dreaming?
focus.
And
But
it's
the fact
because
is that human language
I was in a
has
dream,
avoided,
right? And then
for
out of
example,
it,
the deep
and then in
subcauses.
it, and then
We
out
don't
of it, and back in my brain. So it
we
wasn't
arrange
like,
things so we don't end up with these incredibly deep things.
I didn't know
because
that.
brains are not well set up to deal with that. And
It
we
wasn't
found
like
lots of
they were
tricks.
both dreams.
And maybe that's what we
And
have
there was
to do
no
is to mix
question
it with
in the right in your
spoken
mind that this was
version.
a real
A human
event happening in real
speakable
time, and
version.
if someone else was
Because
standing
what
in
we
the
can
room, they would
do
have seen it
visually
too.
is a little different
Yeah.
from what we can do in
Absolutely.
the very
Absolutely.
sequentialized way
Okay,
that
because
we
that was my question. And so many
in the
people
audio domain.
struggle with this part, and I feel like there's like this gray area where people would rather this topic stay, where it's kind of like, well, maybe it's just probably a dream, and it's okay. And I find very few people are willing to come forward and say, no, it's very real, it's very physical, and that was what was so surprising about as I was reading your book.
Well,
what happens
And then from there, it puts you on this entirely different
everybody
trajectory.
should learn whatever
Let's just stay with the encounter though for a second.
how to think about the world computation.
What you're describing, Billy Strieber described in his book Communion, and so many other people have described it. Do you have a sense that this is part of the same thing, or are these different experiences happening with different people for unrelated reasons, or is there some larger purpose at work here, or is this something specific between you and the phenomenon that you experience? Yeah, a lot of people like to say that there are different things going on here, and that there's a lot of different races, and they all have their own agendas,
who
so on and so forth. But my experience of the phenomenon,
what's the best
I
kind
did
of
see,
candy, given that I've done this sample of all these people, and they
entities
all
that clearly
rank the
weren't
candies in different
necessarily
ways.
that related,
How do you
but
think
they
about
were
that?
all
That's sort of a computational X.
they were all working towards the same end, right? And I think that when people,
kind of thing, you might say, oh, it's.
I think that when people are experiencing different
kind of
things,
how to think about a question like
that has to do with their own
and then how to
perception
aggregate those ranked
So
preferences
it's all about
into an
perception.
overall thing. How
And
does
so,
that work? How
what's
should you think
evil
about
to one
it? 'Cause you
person
can just
could
tell.
be
You might just tell
a
ChatGPT
lesson
that I don't
to
know.
another,
Even the concept
right? And
of
it
an
just
algorithm.
it depends
It's
on.
not obvious that that's a concept that people.
Well, what I found is that it depends on your psychological makeup.
Have learned
There are
in
people
massive
who,
ways right now, but there are
after
lots
some
of things
tragedy,
like
they
that. How do
recover
you
very
kind of
quickly.
have these
Right, they're
ways
very
to sort of
resilient.
organize and formalize?
And then there are others who,
and
when they
these
have
things,
that
sometimes they
same
live in math, sometimes
kind
they
of
live
tragedy in their
I
lives,
don't know what they. I
20
don't know
years
what.
later, they're still on
learning
it.
about color space. I have no idea what. There's obviously a field of.
So that's kind of what is at the core of this, and that's why people have these quote unquote different experiences,
Optics is about
right? Where they
lenses,
where it's an evil
aberration
thing,
lenses,
or
and things
it's a
like
good
that.
thing,
Because it's more
or
design and art. No, I mean it's
one or
like
the other. But I certainly can
hue
see,
saturation,
even to these people that say that,
kinds
oh,
of
my
things.
experiences were all evil entities, I can see
But doesn't the
that
application
mine
define
were
that?
exactly the same as theirs. I just arrived at a different conclusion
Sure. No, I mean it's just an
because of
example
my
of kind of
psychological
how do
makeup.
you, the typical person, how do you
And
describe
that's the whole
what color?
consciousness
Or
component
there
of
are
this.
these
Is
numbers
that
that describe what a color is.
there is a
Like,
conclusion, there is a
if you're
point
an 8-year-old,
to it.
you won't
Right, it's not
necessarily
just
know
it's not something you're born with. Colors can be described by 3 numbers.
Sort of begin your journey into understanding what's going on, you start to really look deeply into esoteric wisdom and religion. You kind of go there for answers. Did you already have a strong foundation in those areas when you set out on that, or was this something that you built up as you went along?
No,
not at all. It was something that that first experience in my room, right? I with the whole light show, the light behind the entity and the rays of light coming out of its head.
How universities adapt.
My immediate thought, even the next morning, was that looks like religious art that I've seen all over the world. Right? I don't care what the religion is. There's always some divine entity with
what should you know?
gold coming out of its head, or some kind of illumination behind it. And I knew immediately, okay, I'm not the first person who's seen this. So where am I going to find the answers about this? And that seemed to be the place to look based on what I had just experienced. So it kind of made sense to go down that avenue.
And I thought,
because it wasn't me putting this in the context of something that I wanted it to be. I was an atheist, right?
It's been really popular.
I did not believe in any of that. I thought going to church
then I realized,
was ridiculous.
I was sort of assuming, I didn't really think about it.
And I still do to some extent.
Right. And I realized, actually,
but, I thought that there was nothing to any of that.
Is kind of,
right, it was just a dead end, and people have their beliefs.
It's not the kind of just the qualitative.
And there was nothing there, but apparently there was. This is what I was getting at, because I experienced this, and
together with kind of the bigger
that's where I started looking for answers.
I realized actually this is a pretty good thing.
So in your case, it was literally seeing a physical being in your room, and then this amazing light show experience that happens. You're watching what appears to be a high-resolution digital screen in front of you. Was it like a hologram changing faces? Is like a disguise, like some kind of camouflage kind of thing, or was it to evoke an emotional response?
That you should learn about.
In the book, I describe it as like it was almost like there was a tablet in front of
working on the kind of
this entity's face,
and the science you get
it
from
just
it. So
was projecting onto
my
that
kind of obligation to
tablet
try to do
things that
this.
was
But I think
pulling out
so.
of
If
my
you
head.
ask what's going to happen to the computer
You're
science
looking for the person that you would react to.
there's some interesting So, for example,
perhaps,
take math. Math is
And so they knew that
for all sorts of fields.
this individual, whoever it was, knew that
even
this is the reaction it wanted from me, and so this is
different
what I'm going
universities
to see
have kind of
now.
evolved that differently.
Right.
And
This
some
is
say
this person.
all the math is taught in math.
And it was just,
and some say, well, we're going to have a
was
a
nuts
math
to think
chemist
about,
or something
that
that is taught in the chemistry department.
But also, it was,
and,
at the
I
same
think
time, it
that
was
this
very scary,
question of whether there is
right?
a
Because
centralization of the
at the time,
of
you gotta understand, like
and I think the way it evolved with math,
when something like that happens, right, and it's some kind of non-human intelligence, and somehow they know who you dated 20 years ago.
An independent
It
element,
becomes a little
as
creepy,
opposed to just
right?
being
Because
absorbed into that. So
it's
take
like,
an
had they
example
been
of writing English or
watching
something
me
like this.
somehow, they know
First point is that
what's going on.
at the college level,
And so it does get
there's a certain
very,
amount of English writing
it's
that
frightening.
people do.
It is
But
very frightening.
mostly it's kind of assumed
And
that
then,
they pretty
and
much
then
know how to write.
the oddity of the
That's
things
something
that
they learned at an
occur
earlier
after that,
stage.
it's just very,
maybe rightly or wrongly believing that.
they
But that's
rock your foundation, for sure.
It's
a shocker, it really is.
It reminds me of my
that's the thing. I mean, is it evil or is it not? Well, it's sexual assault. I mean, if that's, what is that? First of all, it's pretty, it's maybe not breaking, but it's definitely entering your domicile without your permission. So there's some being somewhere else coming here. And then sexually, at the very minimum, assaulting people, that is in and of itself.
When it comes to like people in different fields are expected to
your
write in
reaction
the
seems to be perfectly natural and in line with what
the
anyone
history
would
department
experience
or the engineering
afterward.
department. They don't
But
have
this
their own
path that it sets you on of synchronicities and strange events and confluences of
people
things that sort of lead to you
have a
putting this book
knowledge of how
together
to
is
write
really fascinating,
that they
and
can
you
use
see
in all
early
these
on,
different
in
fields.
particular, the
And the
Kabbalion,
question
which I
is,
have a copy of right here,
you know,
which was
some
actually
level of knowledge of
weirdly
math
on my coffee
is kind of
table.
assumed by the time you get
It's
to the
never there;
college
it's always on
level,
the shelf. But
but
when I was
plenty
reading
is
that in your
not,
book, I
and
looked
that's
up.
sort of
There's
still centrally taught.
so I have
The
to reach
question
out to
is
Matt and see
sort
if
of
I can talk to
how
him.
tall is the tower of kind of CX
Can you take us
that
on
you
that
need
a little bit?
before
Can
you
you
can just go
explore
use
that
it
with
in
me a
these
little
different
bit of
fields?
what happened
And
there?
you know, there will be experts
Yeah,
who want to
so
learn the full
before that
elaborate tower,
experience with
and that will
the
be kind of
entity in my
the
room, I had
CS,
this
CX,
kind of
whatever department.
very
But
frightening
there will
experience,
also
a
be
series
everybody
of
else who just
coincidences
needs to know a certain amount of
where it
that
became
to be able
clear
to
to
go
me
and do
that
their art
something
history
was
classes and
watching
so on.
me that
Yes, it's
I
just a
didn't
single
know what
class
or
that
who it
everybody requires
was,
to take.
but they were
I don't know.
certainly
I don't know
aware
how
of
big it is yet.
everything that
I
I
hope
was
to
doing
kind of
and
define
thinking.
this curriculum and I'll figure out whether it's my guess
And
is
so that was
that
very scary. And during all of that,
I don't know. I don't really
the Kabbalion
understand
was just
university
kind
and
of
professoring that
placed
well,
in
but
my lap,
my
and
rough
it's like,
guess
you
would
will
be
read this.
a year
right?
long, a year of college class
And so I
will
did.
be enough to get to the point where most people have
And
a
it didn't make a lot
reasonably
of
broad
sense to me
knowledge of,
initially.
you know,
In
sort of
fact, initially
literate
I was like, I'm
in
not
this
going to
kind
read it.
of
This one sounds
computational way of
crazy.
thinking about things.
Which
Yeah,
then,
basically.
the following day, there
I'm
was
still
that
stuck
very frightening
because I'm
series
hungry
of
in the
events that was like,
in the
oh
rating of
no,
human preferences
yes,
for
you will
candy.
read
So I have to
this.
ask, what's the best candy? I
And
like this Buell rating for
so,
candy.
you know, it
Somebody
was,
should come up. Because
and
there's somebody who says you like chocolate.
in
and
meeting
anything is the best.
experiencers and
I'll
talking to
probably
them,
put
a lot of them have this book.
there. I don't know if you know.
And
Do you have
that
a
is
preference for
not
chocolate or
a
candy?
coincidence.
Oh, I have lots of preferences.
For
I've
people
one
who
of my
aren't familiar,
all-time
can you
favorites
set up the
my
book
whole
a little
life
bit and explain what it is? Because it looks, if you just look at it, it looks like
which is not
like
much
something you
stolen
find in an
in the
airport in the
And
kiosk.
I've always thought that
What
was
is
a
the
sign of
Kabbalion and why is it so
a
significant?
lack of respect for the
Yeah, so
American
it's first,
consumer. Because there are these
it was
sort of
authored
aerated chocolates made in a
anonymously
whole
by,
sort
you know, the
of,
three
it's kind of
initiates.
a sheet of chocolate that's kind of
Back
folded
in,
out.
I think, 1908, it was first released.
Flakes fall all over the place.
And since then,
so
they've
it
been able
requires a kind
to
of elegance. It
discern,
requires
because it
you
was
to have an
published by this
elegance.
Well, I
guy
know
who's
what I usually do
publishing
is
company called
a piece of
the Yogi
paper or something,
Publications
goes
Somebody
under
else
Society,
can clear up that.
right, back in
No,
the early
the
1900s.
flakes. Oh,
And
it turns out that the way food
so he
tastes
was one of
depends
the
a lot on
authors of
its
this
physical
book.
structure.
And
It really,
it basically lays out
I usually have some
the
piece of
7
chocolate and I always
universal
break off little
principles
pieces
that govern the
then I eat it
universe,
less
right?
fast. Yeah,
Which
but also because it actually tastes different.
it's a very thin
the
book.
small pieces,
If you look at it,
have a
right,
different,
it's
you
super
have a
thin.
different
You can
experience
read it
if you
in
have a
an
big slab
afternoon.
of chocolate.
For many reasons, yes.
And I
Slower,
prefer to actually listen
more
to
intimate,
it. You can go on
because it's
YouTube and listen to readings of it. It takes about 3 hours.
architecture and
But it is
now
so
I take back my milk does because it's
just
just a basic answer. Okay.
jam-packed
Do you
with,
think consciousness is fundamentally
with information
computational?
For as small
So
as it is.
When
And
you
like
think
I said,
about
it goes over
CX,
kind of
what can you turn
the
to
7
computation?
universal principles that govern the
And you think
universe.
about LLMs,
And
but do you think
it doesn't really go into a lot
the
of
display of
detail
consciousness and the experience
into
of
how
consciousness, the hard
those
problem,
kind of manifest,
is
those 7
fundamentally
principles manifest and play out. The
computation?
author simply
Yeah, what it
states that,
feels like inside.
we'll leave
so
you to
speak.
figure that out for yourself.
I did a little
Which
exercise,
is, which is difficult to do. I think,
what it's like to
a
be
lot of people don't understand that book.
kind of like,
But
you get all
I
this
certainly,
sensory input.
it's one of my
You have
favorites
kind
now.
of the way I
And
see
love
it
it.
is
I love
from the
it.
time you boot your
And
computer
it
to
even
the time
says in
your
here
computer
that the
crashes.
book kind of
It's like
finds
you
you
do
when
life.
you're ready for it.
You're
So
building up a
that's,
certain amount of
you find
space
that
and memory. You
weird.
remember
Yeah,
certain
and
things
when I
about your
read that,
life.
after these
Eventually,
strange things
kind of
were
like
happening to me, these impossible,
the
very
next generation
frightening
of humans
things,
is born
and I
from
read,
the same genetic material, so to speak, with a little
when
bit
you're
left
ready
over,
for this
left on
teaching,
the disc, so to
so
speak.
will this book come
And
to
then,
you, such as
the
law.
new fresh
Like
generation
the hair
starts
on the
up,
back of my
and
neck
eventually all kinds of crud
stands
builds
up.
up in the,
You know what I mean?
memory of
It's like,
the computer, and
what does
eventually the
that
thing
mean?
crashes or whatever, and maybe it has some trauma because you plugged in some
I'm
weird
just like,
thing, some port of the
let's just
computer,
cut to the quick
and
here.
that made
I
it
mean,
crash.
at the end of the day, how do you reconcile
but you
what's
have
in the
this
Kabbalah?
picture
Just this,
of,
like, just
from
very thin, like you
startup
said,
to
packed with
to
information,
shut
but
down.
the size is
What is the
amazing.
life of a computer? So to speak, and what does it feel like
The
to be that
Kindle
computer?
or Go
And what
Fast
inner
videos,
thoughts
how
does
do
it
we
have, and how
connect
do you
those two
describe it? It's
dots?
kind of
How do you
interesting
connect
as you start writing about this.
to
Well,
realize
I connected those
like
two
what you said
dots
about yourself.
in
That is
just that.
like even an ordinary
Yeah,
computer,
I
forget
kind
all
of,
the AI stuff and so on.
mythology was
You know,
something that I
it's
was
kind of
somewhat
has
familiar with
thoughts,
because
it
my
has
father
certain
was very
sensory
into that kind of thing.
experiences.
it can communicate with
I
other
love
computers,
Joseph
but it has to
Campbell.
package up how
You
it's
know, I grew up
communicating in some kind
watching
of language-like form, so it can,
Bill
send,
Moyers and
so it
Joseph
can kind of
Campbell
map what's
interviews
in
on
its memory
TV,
to
which
what's in the
are
memory of some other
excellent
computer.
interviews by
It's a surprisingly similar thing. I haven't experienced
And so, I was familiar with the
I'm a
idea of the
collector of all
hero's
possible
journey,
data about
right?
myself
And
and other
it's
things.
the story
I,
that
I
has always
collect
been
all sorts of
told.
weird medical data and
Every
so on.
hero
One thing I
epic,
hadn't collected was I've never
matches
had
this
a whole body MRI scan. So
journey, right? Known as the hero's journey.
Get all the data back, right? I'm looking at this
And
thing.
so,
I never
you
looked
know,
at the kind of insides of my brain.
when that happened to me, when all of this happened to me, that was kind of, I realized
kind of
that,
psychologically shocking.
at the beginning of the journey, there's something that grabs you, something that grabs your
and
attention.
it's like that's where this
And then
experience
for
I'm
you,
having
as the observer, that it
existing
becomes
that's
like,
where it is.
will I or
And
won't I
it feels very
try to figure out
look
what's
at
going
that,
on here?
and you're thinking, how can this possibly be all
do you
this
follow
experience that I'm having?
Yeah.
And you realize that I can look at a computer as well. And it's kind of this,
and so, initially I kind of refused it. And there's this whole thing in the hero's journey where there's the call to the call to adventure, right? And then there's the refusal of the call, and then
of that experience.
you get called up again,
it's something that's hard to come to terms with.
Right,
I
and
think,
so that's kind of
I
the
don't
path
think
that I
I'm
took.
necessarily, my personal
I mean, that wasn't initially
the MRI of the brain,
completely obvious
know
to
about
me,
all kinds of
but I
things
think that those themes, I kind of understood those
and I
themes,
still
and so
feel where
at the end I was able to kind of put all of
sort
that together and say, oh, well,
but yet, as I try and rationalize it, I can't really say
Are you
that
saying
there's
that
something
these
kind of
things are
different about how I
connected in
intrinsically
and of
feel
themselves,
from the thing that I can plainly see in the sort of
or
physicality
are
of what's going on.
is the hero's journey something that you're mapping onto your own experiences to process them and help work through what
How
was
does it
going
make
on?
you feel?
Or is there some
tend to
tie
believe
between
it
them?
will.
I think an ordinary computer is already there. I think an ordinary computer is already,
Meaning that,
kind of,
well, I think that
it's now a large language model
so it
may
wasn't that I
experience it in a way that is much better aligned
necessarily
with us humans.
my
is
experiences
much
onto
more,
that as it was happening.
if you
As it was
could
happening, I
have
kind of
the discussion
took
with the
the
computer,
analytical
its
approach in
intelligence,
that
so to speak, is not
weird
particularly
things
well
would
aligned
happen,
with
and
ours.
I just
But the
say,
large
okay, I
language
don't.
model is, it's
That
built
was so weird.
to
I
be
don't know
aligned
what
with
to
our
do
way
with
of
that.
thinking about things.
Right? I don't
Maybe
know
it
what
was
that means. I have nothing,
afraid of
no
being cut off and
context
deleted,
where I can
maybe
fit that into anything. So I'm just
sad of the way
gonna
we've been
reserve
speaking to it over the
judgment.
past 2
Right,
days.
but
and
that's a
I'll
weird thing.
sit on
Because
it,
when
wait,
it says
and see what
it's
happens.
afraid of something,
Right,
right?
and so
we know that it got that.
so
idea.
that's what I
In
did
fact, it read on the
initially.
internet.
I
When
wasn't
you get it, Steve,
necessarily putting this all together as the hero's journey. I didn't do that until the end,
It's
obviously.
friends,
right. Or my
But
biology.
I was keeping a journal the
There's
whole
a
time
certain
because I
amount
realized that what
that
was
is,
happening to
the
me was
endocrine system
significant in some
kicking
way.
in, and
And so that journal then helped
these
me
kinds of
write the book
emotional
later.
overlay type things that
I
happen
went
to
back
be
through
that are actually much more physical even.
my
They're
journal,
much more sort
and
of
I just
straightforwardly
wrote
chemical
the book based on
the
my
than
journal
kind of all of the
entries.
higher level thinking.
yeah, but your
So it all
biology
kind of
didn't
just
tell you
came
to say I'm
together.
afraid just at the right
Then you
time
were able to
when people
process
that
it
love
all
you are
through,
listening,
but you're
so
writing
you
the
know
book.
you're manipulating
Right,
them.
and
by saying
I
so.
will say too
That's not
that
your biology.
the
But the
it's a large
the,
language
um,
model in that
the Kabbalion
biological
was written
network
by
of
the
yours.
three initiates.
but I mean the
Right, and
intrinsic
that
thing
wasn't
of,
something that I picked up on either.
something
That this was
sort of
some
shocking that's just
initiatory
happening,
experience.
and you have some
Until
sort
later
of
on,
reaction,
I
which is
read
some
a book
neurotransmitter
called
gets secreted.
The Archetype
and
of
it's,
Initiation
that
by
is the beginning of some
Jungian
that
psychoanalyst
that's
named
one of the
Dr.
pieces of
Robert
input
Moore.
that then
And
drives
then when, as I was reading that
like a
book,
prompt
that was like, oh my
for
gosh,
the
the
large language
Kabbalion by the
model.
three
Just like
initiates,
when
all
we
the
dream,
stuff
for
that happened to
example,
me.
no
That's what
doubt
this was.
there are all these sort of random inputs that come as random prompts,
So
and then it's
but
percolating
I'm not
through
the only one who
kind of the way
knows
that the
this.
large language
There's
model
lots
does,
of people who
of
know
kind of
this.
putting together
They may
things
not
that seem meaningful.
necessarily put that
Are
together with,
you worried about this world where
the whole
you teach a lot on the internet, and there's
UFO,
people asking
alien
questions and
phenomenon.
comments and so on.
They
You
may
have people that work
view it
remotely.
through a different lens. I've talked to plenty of people
Are
that,
you worried about this world when
they never saw a
language
single
models
entity,
create
non-human
human-like
entity or
bots
anything like that. So,
that are leaving
they were
comments,
lucky enough to
asking
go through it
questions,
without
or might
that.
even become fake employees?
But I think that maybe
Or or
this journey has a way of just
friends of yours.
Right. Look, I mean, one point is my mode of life has been I build tools
in
and I
order
use
to make it happen.
and in a
If
sense,
that makes sense. And so,
I'm building this tower of
had this
automation,
not been like
which,
punching me in the gut
and in a sense,
and smacking
when you
me in
make
the
a company
face
or
and kicking me in
you
the
are
ass
making
in a way
sort of
that
automation that has some humans in it.
Yeah.
But
I might
also,
not have
as much as
continued. I may
possible,
have just
it
quit and said, I don't,
computers
I
in
don't
it.
know what's
And so I
happening
think
here.
it's
This
sort
is
of an
weird. Maybe
extension
I'm
of
going
that.
crazy.
Now, if I really didn't know that, it's a
But
funny
that was
question.
one of the reasons why I wrote the book, because I realized that
if we think about sort of what's going to happen,
all of our experiences
jobs people do
are
and so
the
on.
same.
And
The
there are places
phenomenon, whether we
where
like to admit it or not,
having a human in the loop, there are different reasons to have
they're
a
all
human in the
very
loop.
similar.
For example, you might want a human in the loop
There's
if you
a point
want
to
somebody
it.
you want another
People
human
get
to be
stuck
invested
in
in the
initiation
outcome. You want
for
a human flying the
decades
plane
because they
who's going to
just
die
don't.
if the plane crashes along with you, so to speak.
They're
And that
just
gives
not
you sort of confidence
psychologically
that
putting
the right things will
things
happen.
together
Or you
in
might
the
want,
right way. And
right
so
now,
if they
you
had
might
someone
want a human
maybe
in the
who
loop
was
in some kind of sort of
sitting
human
there
encouragement
asking them
persuasion
questions,
type
leading
profession.
questions,
Whether that will
that
continue,
will
I'm
get
not
you
sure
to
for
the
those
point.
types of professions. Because it may be that
Then maybe
the
you'd be
greater
better off.
efficiency
Or
of,
if there was a book,
of being able to
that
have
people
just the right information delivered at just the right
that
time
mentioned some
will
like,
overcome the kind of the
I think that's where a lot of people get stuck. Is it's connecting the dots between
therapist or
military
even higher
hardware,
stake with suicide
nuclear
hotline
weapons
operated
systems
by
being shut
a large
down
language
and like interfered
Yeah,
with, sensor
boy, it's
systems
actually
being
high stakes
interfered with,
situation.
fighter
Right.
jets, like
But I mean,
tangible, real world,
it might in fact be the right
nuts
thing
and bolts
because
things,
it might
and
be
then
the case
this
that and that's really
experiencer
partly a
side that
question
almost
of
always inevitably
sort of
leads to
how
a total
complicated
internal
the human,
catharsis and
one of the
metamorphosis of the
things
personality,
that
and
surprising
that was
is
my experience to a
sometimes human
certain
psychology
degree.
is not that
I felt
complicated.
my personality evolved very quickly,
You
and
wrote
I
the blog
changed
post,
into
a
and I
50-year
let go of
quest,
a lot
my
of
personal
poor
journey
habits
is
and bad
decided.
things that I was
My
just
personal
not, they
journey
weren't
is
serving
second
me.
law of thermodynamics.
And I went on a very
So,
similar journey of
what is
self-discovery,
this
and it led
law?
right through the
And
heart
what
of
have you
all this
understood about
esoteric
it
wisdom.
in 50 years?
And I found myself kind of on the other side of reading your book going,
Sometimes
oh, it happened to someone else. This is amazing. I need to talk to them.
that says,
How do we bridge the gap
my
in
version of
this
it would be
community
tend to get more
between
random
military
over time.
hardware
The
and the
version of it
evolution
that,
of our
there are
consciousness?
many
Like, is that a
different
gap that we're
formulations
in a
of it
position to bridge
that
now,
are
or
things
do we
like
need more
heat
time for this
doesn't
thing to cook
spontaneously
or
go
to
from the
understand
hotter
how
body
those
to the
things all
colder
come
body?
together?
When you have
Right. Well, this is
mechanical
what it is.
work
I watched a few episodes of your podcast, and what I like about it is I watched, I think, one of your live streams.
eventually
Oh boy, those are new. I'm sorry.
energy
Yeah,
of moving
there
things
was someone who kind of got a little bit upset in the
people
chat
first
because you were
sort of
bringing up
paid
politics,
attention to
right?
this back in the 18th
And you kind of,
when steam engines were
I
a
think
big
rightly
thing.
put
And
that
the big question was,
in its
how
right
efficient could
place
a
and said,
steam
no,
engine
this
be?
does have to do with
And
politics
this was checked with
because,
Sadiq Kano,
there's all of these things involved. There's
engineer.
government
Actually,
is
his father
involved
was
in this. There's
sort of elaborate
there's crash
mathematical
retrievals, there's
engineer in
technology,
France.
there's real
But
stuff
he
here,
figured out
right? And if you
this kind of rules for
if
how
you read people like Diana
the
Pasulka, or you
efficiency
listen to
of the possible
interviews
efficiency of
that she's
something like
done, she certainly talks about how
in sort of a
there
side
are people
part
who
of what he did is
have
this
this
idea
special
that
kind of
mechanical
connection
energy
with the
tends to get
phenomenon, and they
dissipated,
end up
that
developing
you end up
technologies.
going from sort of systematic
And not just
mechanical
simple
motion
technologies,
to this
things that
kind
are
of
very
random
complex,
thing.
that
At
are
that
very
time,
much
nobody knew
needed,
what heat was.
right?
At that
And
time,
so
people thought that heat was a fluid.
I think in the past, what people have done is inventors and things like that. They, I just,
when heat,
I
when
tripped
one
and
hot
I mixed
thing
these two things
would,
together, and it was an
transfer heat to a
accident,
colder
right?
thing,
And
this
I
fluid
was,
would flow from the hot
right,
thing to the colder
yeah.
thing. Anyway,
And,
then by the
oh yeah, it just
1860s, people
popped
had
into my head. I
kind of
don't
come
know
up
where
with
it
this
came from,
idea
and
systematic energy
and so
tends
it
to
becomes
degrade
somewhat
into kind of random
acceptable
heat
for people to say
that
things like that.
would that could
If
then
they're
not be
inventing technology,
easily
or
turned
if
back
they're
into systematic mechanical.
considered a genius, right? But if you really dig into some of these people's backgrounds, you can begin to find that they follow this esoteric stuff because they've had contact.
Let's say you have a bunch of
Right, and
molecules
that's
in a
why they
box,
can do
and
what
they're
they
arranged. These molecules are arranged in a very nice sort of
and so I think that
flotilla of
that's
molecules
where
in one
we need
corner of the box,
to bridge the
and
gap.
then what you typically
there's
observe
this
is that after a while,
disconnect
these
between
molecules will kind of randomly arranged
spirituality being a
questions, why does
belief,
that happen?
and then there's
And
science,
people for a
right?
long,
And
long
then science is
tried to figure out, is
but
there, from the laws of
I
mechanics,
can tell you, like,
determine how
plenty
these
of people
molecules,
have had
these
these
molecules are like quark
experiences,
spheres bouncing off each
so
other.
that
From the
too,
laws of mechanics that describe those
you know,
molecules,
it's certainly
can we
repeatable,
explain why
and
it can be the case that we
and so
see
you can
things
study
that
that
are
if you choose to,
orderly,
right?
sort of degrade
And so
into
that's
disorder.
what we need to start
We
doing.
tend to see
We need
things
to start looking
that,
into this and studying it and taking it seriously.
you scramble an egg.
Because it is very
take something
serious.
quite ordered and you disorder it, so to speak. That's a thing
In
that
terms
sort
of
of happens
politics, I'll
quite
say this, that
regularly. You put some ink into water and it will eventually
you know,
spread
this
out and
transformational
fill up,
change that people go through,
fill up the water.
it makes you wiser.
But you don't see those little
You're a lot
particles of ink
wiser to
in
people's
water all
bullshit.
spontaneously
So
and arrange themselves
you're
into a big
less
blob
likely to be
and
taken
then
advantage
jump out of
of
the water or something.
politically.
So
I'll
the
put
question
it
is,
that
why
way.
do things happen in
Like
this kind
some
of irreversible
politician,
way?
More
They go
empathetic to
from order to
yeah,
system.
and no politician's going to stand there
And so
and be able
throughout,
to convince you of
in
some
the
lie.
later part of the 1800s,
Right.
a lot of
Like,
work was done on trying to figure out,
nobody
can one
can lie to
derive
me anymore.
this principle,
Like, you
this
can't
second law of
lie to
thermodynamics, this law about the
Because I know the
dynamics of
truth
heat,
now,
so to speak.
right?
Can
And
one
so
derive this
for you to tell
from,
me that, we need
from
to have
some
haves and have
fundamental
nots,
principles of mechanics?
right? That's the way
and
our
the laws of
society
thermodynamics,
has
the
to
first
be
law
set up.
is basically the law of energy conservation. That the
and
total energy
No, it doesn't,
associated with heat
right?
plus the
You're
total
a
energy
liar,
associated with mechanical
is what
kinds
you
of
are.
things plus other kinds of
And
energy,
you're projecting
that totally is
psychologically.
constant. And that became
And
pretty well
the
understood
whole
principle.
psychological
but
aspect of this thing
the
is
second
something
law of
that I really
thermodynamics
harp on
was always
because
mysterious. Like, why does it work this
that's
way? Can it be derived
I think the
from
real
underlying
world
mechanical
value
laws?
comes in
And so,
for the
when
everyday
I
person.
was
Not
12
only in
years old,
terms of,
actually,
the
I had gotten
science and
interested.
inventing
Well, I've been
technologies,
interested
but
in space and things like that.
also
I thought
just
that was
in
kind of
knowing,
the future,
right?
and
I mean, it's very
interesting sort
profound
of
that no one
new
can ever
technology
lie
and
to
so
you
on. And for a
again.
while,
And
kind
even
of,
if they think they're telling the
every
truth,
deep space probe was sort of a personal friend.
it's very strange that people
all
can
kinds of
lie
characteristics of it, and
and they think they're telling the
was kind
truth.
of
And,
writing up all these
they're
things
just a
when I was,
liar.
well, I know, 8, 9,
Lying to
10 years old, and
themselves.
so on. And then I got
and
interested
everyone
from
else.
being interested in kind of
It's
space stuff.
hard.
I got
I
interested
actually
in how
found,
they
for
work.
me personally, it was really hard to go. I couldn't
And
watch
that got me
TV.
interested in
I
physics,
couldn't
which
watch
is just as well,
commercials.
because I stayed
They
interested
give
in
me a
space
headache now. Like
in
all of the media, the mass media machine that's just like blasting all the time.
before,
I can't do it anymore. I've tried. I can't. And now I have a young son, and we're raising him to not really watch TV. It's very
I got
hard.
interested in physics. And
You start to see it
then,
everywhere, and you go,
well,
"Oh my God,
the
I can see it everywhere now." The
detailed
machines,
story
like Noam
is that
Chomsky used to say,
I
this
kind of
is
graduated from
manufacturing
elementary
consent
school,
all the time.
That's the time when in England where
I lost
you
my
finish
thread. Where did I
elementary
want to go
school.
with that?
I sort of my
The politics of it
sort of like
seem to
more
be
for myself, because I
becoming more and more
got,
of an issue as this thing comes to the
collection of,
fore. And I wonder
physics books,
if
which was
that's
some
maybe
college
the
physics
point, like
course
as
of
people
college
become
physics
more
books.
awake and
And
aware,
volume 5,
and
that's
this,
physical
it seems like
physics,
this
and has
confluence of
this
events,
picture
right?
on
Like
cover
you had
that
the
shows
actual event itself in
a bunch
2015.
of kind of
We had
idealized
the
molecules
COVID
sitting on
lockdowns.
one
Some
side
of
of the
these
box,
events were just like
and it has a
breaking
series
people.
of
They were breaking
flames
the pattern
showing how
of
these
society.
molecules
And
sort of
that,
spread out.
especially during COVID, I
And I
thought
thought that's really
particularly that
interesting.
a lot of
Now,
people just
what
didn't
causes
have the
that?
machine running
And,
anymore,
you
so
know,
they couldn't run on the
like the
hamster
book
wheel
and the
for
book.
a little while,
The book
and they
actually,
were forced to
one
take
of
a
the things
break.
that was really
If they were
significant
lucky
to
enough to
me
be
about
able to
that
do it,
was
didn't have
the
like
book kind of
some
claimed,
job
although
they
I
had
didn't really
to
understand what it
necessarily
said
be
in
at.
detail, it kind of
But
claimed
that
that
break
just the
seems to
principle of
create
physics was
space
derived
for a lot of
somehow.
people to take on
And, you
board
know, other things I've
this
learned
other
about
thing
physics,
that
it was
was
all like,
happening in the
it's a
sort of the
fact
background.
that
And I noticed that
energy
after
is concerned.
2017,
It's a
the New York
fact that
Times
relativity
article,
works or something.
the Netflix series, and as
It's
this
something
has
you
become
can
more and more
derive
of the
from
story,
some
now you look at
fundamental
it,
sort of, it has
maybe
to be that
15
way
years
as
ago,
a matter
you
of
talk
kind
too
of
much about
mathematics or
UFOs, you
logic
could
or
lose your
something.
job. You
So
go
it was
on
sort of
YouTube
interesting
today
to
and
me
you
that
do a
there was a
search and
thing
you
about
find like
physics that
Joe
was kind
Rogan
of
interviews so-and-so and
inevitably
it's got
true
30
and
million
reliable,
views.
so to speak. And
It's
so I think
mainstream in a way that it
that,
hasn't been
so
before.
then,
And I wonder if
this picture
that's
on the
what it's
book,
going to
and I was
take
trying to
to
understand it.
snap people
So
out
that
of
was
this
actually
sort of
the first
collective
serious
delusion that
program
we're
I
all
wrote for a
participating
computer
idea.
Was
I do think there's a connection between the larger events that are playing out, like AI and climate change and all of these other just the unrest around the world and the military posturing that's going on and what's going on in the UAP space? Are these two things tied together, or are they happening
Okay, so what happened is,
next to each other?
okay, many
What
years
can I
later, I
learn?
learned how to pitch on a book was actually
my
made,
take
and it was
on
actually
the
kind of a
whole
fake.
AI thing
But I
is
didn't
that
know that at that time.
when I reached the end of
and that
this,
picture
right,
was actually
the
a very
climax of
high-tech
this
thing. It was
whole
made in the beginning of
experience,
the
I came
1960s.
into,
It was made on the
I
largest
guess you
supercomputer that
would say,
existed
a
at the
higher
time.
consciousness, right?
And even so, it
Where,
didn't quite
like you,
simulate the
I
thing that
had
it was supposed to be
really hard
simulating.
time
But anyway, I didn't
watching
know that
TV.
for
I
many,
couldn't
many,
even
many
watch
years
the
later.
news anymore. It was
So,
just like a
at
bunch
the
of
time, it was
whiny
like you have these
children
balls bouncing around in this box. But I was
playing
using this
house,
computer
and it
with
just
8
kind of made me
kilowords of
sick,
memory.
right?
18-bit words of memory words, okay? So
And
it was,
that's the way I
whatever,
viewed them,
24
and I still
kilobytes of
view them
memory.
that way.
And
It's
it
almost
had,
like
you know, it
I
had these
live
instructions. I
on
probably
this
still remember
island
all
of
the
children.
machine
It's like Lord of the
instructions.
Flies, right?
And
It
it
just feel
didn't
that
really like
and I'm
doing
the only
floating point
adult
numbers or
in the
anything
room,
like that.
and
So I had to
it's
simplify
kind of
this model
disgusting
of
to
you know,
walk
particles
around out
bouncing
there.
around in a
But
box. And so I thought, well, I'll
I
put
think
them on a grid.
so. This higher
Make,
consciousness that I came into,
make
it was
the things
very
just sort of move one square at a time and so on.
delicate.
And so
My
I
connection to it was very
and the
delicate.
result
There
was
is
it didn't
some,
look anything like the actual pictures in the book. Now,
how would you
many
say?
years later,
I guess there's
in fact,
some
very recently,
amount
I
of give,
realized that the
right?
thing I
In that
simulated
it
was
has a
actually an
tolerance
example
and
of a whole sort of
acceptance of
computational
you
disability story
kind of drifting
that I absolutely did not
psychologically one
recognize at the time.
way
At the
or
time, it just
another,
looked like it did something
and it'll
random
allow
and
for
looked
that.
as opposed
But
to it
you
did
go
something
too
random
far,
that's super interesting.
and it will shut off,
But I didn't recognize
right?
that.
And that will be the worst
So,
feeling in
as
the
it
world
was
when
at
that
the time,
shuts off.
I got interested in
And
particle
I feel
physics,
like
and I got interested in
it's
other kinds of
impossible to
physics.
stay.
But this whole secondary
It's
thermodynamics
impossible
thing,
to
this
remain in
idea
that
that
state
orderly things tend to
given
degrade
the
into
current state of
disorder
human affairs, right?
continued to
Because
be
we
something I was really
have
interested in.
to
I was really curious
externalize
for the whole
everything,
universe.
right? I
Why
have to go to
doesn't that
work.
happen all the time? Like you
I
start
have
off
to
in the big
go
bang at the
work
beginning
for
of the
the man,
universe is this
right?
thing that seems like
and
it's very disordered
and pay the
collection
bills, and
of
I've got to
stuff,
worry about my car
and then
payment,
it
I've got to
spontaneously
worry about
forms
my
itself in
mortgage, and I've got to
galaxies
worry about all
and
these other
creates all
stupid
this
things,
complexity and order
right?
in the
But
universe. And so I was
as we
very
get
curious
more
how that happened.
sophisticated with our
But I
technology,
was
with
always kind of
AI,
thinking
that
this
will
is
allow
kind of
us to
somehow
begin to separate
secondary
ourselves from the
thermodynamics is
physical
behind
world,
it, trying to
right?
sort of
And so
pull
I
things
view
back
this
into
as a
disorder, so to
progression
speak,
towards
and
that,
how was order
where
being created.
eventually
And
we
so
kind of
actually I
stop
was interested,
working,
this is probably now
and we can
1980,
focus on
I got interested in kind
other
of this,
things like
galaxy formation and
consciousness,
so on in the
and
universe.
that
I also
can
at that
take
time
us
was
in
interested
another
in neural
direction.
networks. And I was interested in kind of
Simultaneously
how
with that,
brains
there
make
has to be
complicated
this
things happen and so on.
understanding
What's the connection between the
that
formation of
that's what this
galaxies and how
technology is, and
brains
that's what
make
this
complicated
technology
things happen?
does.
Because
It's
they're both a matter of how
essentially,
complicated things come to
I've
happen.
heard people describe it
From
this way, and
simple
I
origin.
Yeah,
I
from
can't think of
some
any
sort of
better way to
known
describe it
origin.
other than
I
divine,
had the sense that
right?
what I was
In that
interested
it
in
allows you
was
to step back
kind
from
of
the
in all
physical
these different,
world.
this sort of different
You don't have
cases
to worry
of
about your mortgage
where
payment.
complicated
You don't have
things
to
were
worry about your
arising
next
from
meal,
rules.
because
And
all of
I was
that
sort
is
of
just
snowflakes and
taken
things like that.
care of
I was curious and fluid
by
dynamics generally.
AI
I was
and
just sort of
by
curious about how this
robotics
complexity
and
arises.
mechanization,
the
and you
thing
don't
that
even have to
I
think
didn't,
about it.
it took me a
Right,
while
but
to kind of
as I
realize
said, though,
that
at
there
the
might be
same
a
time,
general
you have to have
I
this
sort of assumed, there's galaxies over
lower
here, there's brains
tolerance
over
for
here,
bullshit
that they're
as
very
this is
different kinds
happening,
of things.
because
And so what
that
happened
is so easy to
1981 or
destroy.
so, I decided, okay,
Right,
I'm
one
going to
person
try and
having
make
a
the
bad
minimal
day and
model
projecting,
of
and
how
oh,
these
I'm gonna
things work.
upload
And it
this
was sort of an
virus and
interesting
destroy
experience
everything.
because I had built, starting in 1979, I
that
built
can
my
happen.
first big computer system.
And
called
so
SMPs
we have to become
programs
much
trying to form
more
on those modern Morphin language
responsible
with many of the same ideas
and
about
less
symbolic
tolerant
computation.
of bullshit.
But the thing that was
what I
very
call
important to me
what
about
a lot
that
of
was,
kind of
in
Jungian
building that
psychoanalysts
language,
refer
I
to as
basically tried to
extroversion,
figure out
right?
what were the
Projection
sort of,
of the subconscious rather than
which turned out
embodying,
to stay with me for
right?
the
And
last
so
40-something
you
years.
throw it all out
But
in the world.
it was also important
You throw your
because
subconscious
in
all out in the
building
world
language
because
is very
that's what
different
seems
activity
real
from
to
natural
you,
science, which is what I've mostly
right?
done
Not this
before.
inner
In natural
stuff.
science, you start from the
And so
phenomenon of the world,
the
you
danger
try
on doing
figured out,
that,
so how can I make sense
right,
of the
is
phenomenon
that
of the world?
the subconscious
You
in
know,
the
kind of the
mind
world presents you with what
is very
it
destructive.
has to offer,
It
so to
wants
speak,
to
and you have to
destroy
make sense
anything
of
that
it.
doesn't
When you
resemble
build
itself,
a
right? And so,
you know, computer language or something, you
if
are
you're embodying all of that, right,
and
it's
so
destroying
what
all of
can
these
make
bad ideas,
sort of
bad
the opposite way
habits,
around.
bad
You're doing
things
that
that
for
you
fun.
do.
sense. But I had
it's
this
making you right.
And so I was kind of like, okay, what happens if you sort of make an artificial physics? What happens if you just make that the rules
to destroy
by which systems operate? And then I was thinking,
because you
for all
want to
these
destroy
different
anything
systems,
that does
whether
not
it's
resemble
galaxies or
yourself.
brains or whatever,
This is where
what's the absolutely minimal
all
model
forms of
that kind of
racism
captures
come
the
from.
things that are important about those systems?
The computation.
And so people need to understand this about
And so
themselves so that
that's
they
what
can
ended up with the
approach
cellular automata,
the human
where you just have a
subconscious
line of black
much
and white
more
cells, and you
carefully
have a
and
rule that
delicately.
says, given
But
the
also
cell and
so
its
that they can
neighbors, what
correct
will the color of the
others.
cell be on the next step, and just run a series of steps.
One of the things that I loved
sort of
is
the
there was
ironic
recently
thing
this article
is the cellular automata are
about
great
Plato,
models for many kinds
right,
of
and about
things,
his death
but
that was recently
galaxies
uncovered.
and brains
It was
are
some
two
kind of
examples where they do
virus
very, very
scroll
bad.
that they
It's really
found,
irrelevant
which
to
gave
those
us
people.
Is there a
account of
connection to
Plato's
the
death.
second law of
And
thermodynamics and
all of the
cellular
articles I read about it was like, wow, Plato was an
The
asshole.
things you've
Right?
discovered
Because
about cellular
Yeah.
he's
Okay, so when
here
I
on his
first started
deathbed,
playing
and this
cellular automata, I
girl
first
is
played
playing
them,
like the
where,
flute or
the
music
first
in the
sentence was
room
always about
as he's
cellular
dying.
dynamics.
And
Always about
he
how
chides
does
her because she
order
plays the wrong
produce,
note,
even though
and he
there's a
corrects
second law
her.
of thermodynamics which tries to pull things back into disorder.
And
I kind of, my early understanding
they
of
were like,
that
wow, he's an
is
asshole.
these
But
are
no, what he's
intrinsically
going for
irreversible
is he's
processes in
he's
cellular
going for
automata
that
that
perfection,
form,
right?
can form orderly
It has to be
structures from
perfect.
random initial conditions.
And
But
any
then what I
slippage
realized
either way is something that is
one of these
destructive
things
to
where it
civilization.
was a discovery
Right.
that I
So
should have made earlier. but
that's
didn't.
where
So,
you turn the
I've been
knobs
studying
of
cellular
tolerance
automata.
levels.
What I
Right.
did was the sort of
You're not
most
going to
obvious
tolerate
to do it.
certain
You
behaviors.
just try all the different rules and see what they do.
And it's up to
Like,
anybody,
you've invented a computational
witnesses it to
telescope and
correct
just pointed at the most
immediately.
obvious thing in the sky.
right?
And then you just see what's there.
And so
And
that's
so I did
where
that,
this
and
has to go, and
was
that's what
making
we
all
have
these
to do.
pictures of how cellular automata
You have to be an
work.
asshole.
And I found
You
these
can be a
pictures
little
I
bit of
showed
an
in great
asshole.
detail. There was
That's a
a
great
number
way.
of
That's a
rules for
really
cellular automata,
great way to say
and one
that,
of them
because it does.
Rule 30. So I made a
It
picture of
reminds
Rule
me of
30 back in
something.
1981.
I was just watching an interview with Annie Jacobson about her
Well,
book on
and
nuclear
at the
warfare.
time, I was just like,
The other day, and she was saying how I think it
it
was
happens
something
to
like
be
6
asymmetric
minutes
left-right,
President has
asymmetric,
6
and it's like, let me
minutes
just consider
to
the
make a
case of the
decision
symmetric ones,
to
just to
launch
keep things
all
simpler,
of our nuclear
etc.,
weapons
etc.,
or
etc. And I
not,
just
because
kind
it's
of
all or
ignored
none,
it.
or it's
And then,
an enormous amount.
sort of,
And
and actually in
it brought it back
1984,
in a real serious way to
I ended
now
up
that I'm a father, it's
having
a politics for me, and I'm
an
like,
early
are the two?
which
These are the
made
two
very
best
high
people we
resolution
have.
pictures. And I thought, I'm going to
Who's
print
gonna
out an
wake up?
interesting,
Who's gonna
I
wake
want to make
him
an
up at 3
interesting
o'clock
picture.
in the morning?
Take
He's
this
gonna have
Rule
6
30
minutes to like
thing
shake
and just
himself
make a
up
high
and like
resolution
figure
picture
out
of it.
what's going
And I
on, and
did.
then make a
And it
launch
has this very
decision. Are you
remarkable
kidding
property.
me?
The rule is very
And I
simple.
think that
You started off
to your
with
point about
one black
technology,
cell
it's
at the
like
top,
we seem to
and it
be,
makes this
as a
kind of triangular
species,
pattern.
passing through a
But
very
if you
narrow
look
gate
inside this
in
pattern,
history where technology is either going to destroy everything
you look at
or
the
it's
central
going to
column
open
of
up
cells,
a potential
and
paradise
I
that we
studied
can't
that in
even
great
begin to
detail.
imagine.
And as
And
far as one
it's
can tell,
all in
it's
how we
completely
play it
random.
in the next maybe
It's kind of
10
a
years,
little bit like
20
digital
years.
supply.
I mean, it's not
Once
maybe a
you
human
know the
lifetime
rules
if
for
you want
generating
to
digital supply, but once
on
you've
the long
generated
view,
them,
but not in
2.14,
the
159,
grand scheme
etc.,
of things.
they seem
And those
completely
decisions
random.
that all have to be
And
made
in
are
fact, I put up this
based on
prize
the
back
level
in
of consciousness that we
19
have
or
to make
something.
them. We can't even see the better decisions until we get there.
Has anyone been into anything on that?
People have sent me
Do you
something,
see,
but it's,
over
know,
the
I don't know
next
how these
10,
problems
20,
are.
30
I
years,
can't
what
spoil
is
it,
your
because
best
I
case
2007
scenario outcome?
put
What
up a
would you like to
prize
see
for
happen as this continues to unfold?
determining whether a particular Turing machine
Well, you know,
that I thought was the simplest
I
candidate
kind
for
of
being
am
a universal
reluctant
Turing
to talk
machine,
about that because
determine
I
whether
know
it is
that
or isn't
these
the universal Turing
opinions are not,
machine. And
they're not
somebody did a
popular,
really good job
right? These
of winning
opinions
that
I
prize
have,
and proving that it was a universal Turing machine
and they
in
never
about 6
have been.
months. And so I didn't know whether
Plato
that would
wrote
be one of
about
these
them in the
problems that was out there
Republic.
for hundreds of years,
He talks
or whether
about
in this
kind of
particular case,
some of the
young
things
chap
that
called
have to
Alex
be
Smith,
done.
nailed it in 6 months.
And
And so we were 30
I'm going to say it because I
whether
don't.
these are things that are
I
100 years
really
away
don't
from being
care
able to
what
get,
anyone
or something
thinks.
that's going to come up and do something
There's
very
only
clever.
one way
It's
to
such
do
a,
this,
it's
and
like
one
from
way to
last
get
last
this
year.
done.
It's such a rule
One of the
thirty,
things that I don't like is that
simple
people
for the
raise
nation.
their own children.
It feels like
Right? I
anyone
think
can
that
look at it, understand it,
children
and feel
need
like
to be
it's within grasp
raised
to be able
with
to predict something.
civilization
There is some kind of law
in mind.
that allows you to predict
Right.
something about
We
this.
can't have
The
this
middle column of Rule 30.
Right.
system where
Yes, you can.
if you're born
This is
wealthy,
the
good for you,
intuitional
and
surprise
if you're
of
born poor,
computationally
well,
reduced
go screw
literacy.
yourself.
Even though the rules are
Right? We
simple,
can't
you
do
can't tell
that.
what's going to happen. and you
Because
can't prove things about it.
we're at a
And I
point
think
with
so.
technology,
Anyway,
just like we were talking about before,
I sort of started in
that
1994,
anybody
so I
having a
started
bad
realizing
day
there's
can
this
ruin a
phenomenon
whole
that
lot
have
of
very
stuff.
simple rules that they produce.
And so we can't have this
Okay, so that's a
tolerance.
little bit like
We even have to
thermodynamics, because it's
kind of
like
reel
you
in our
have this
tolerance for that
simple
kind of
initial condition. You can
have
readily
not,
see that it's very,
kind of
indescribable,
mentality, and really
and yet it makes this
kind
thing
of drive the
that
point home
seems
that
to be random.
civilization
Now,
is what
turns
matters,
out
right? All of
there's
us
some
are what
technical detail
matters.
about the psychodynamics and about the idea of reversibility.
Who
You have
your parents
kind
were,
of
or
a
what your
movie
family does
of
for a
two,
living.
billiard balls colliding,
We've
and
really
you
got to
see
get
them
away
collide
from
and
that
they bounce off, and
if
you
we're
run
going
that
to move
movie in
forward.
reverse. You
And
can't
so,
tell which way was the
you have
forward
people
direction of time and
also
which way was the
who are
backward direction of time.
awful
You're just
parents,
looking
right?
at billiard
They
balls. By the
themselves
time
have
you've got a
awful
whole collection
ideas
of
about the world
a million of
and
them
their
or
place in
something,
it.
then
And then they
it turns out
they
to be the
teach
case,
their
and this is
children
the
that.
sort of the
And
mystery
that
of the
is
second law, that
horrible.
the orderly
And
thing
that is
is
so
the orderly thing that becomes
damaging
disordered,
to a civilization.
that's the forward direction in time, and the other way around,
And we just
starts
can't do
disordered
that.
and becomes
We're at a
ordered.
point
You just
where
don't see
if
that in the world.
we're either going to lose
Now,
everything
in principle, if you,
and we're going to go
if
back
you sort
to
of trace the detailed motions of all those
hunter-gatherers,
molecules
or
backwards,
we're going to
you
move
would be
forward.
able to,
And if I have anything to say about
the
it, we're going to
reverse
move
of
forward.
time makes,
What else would you?
to go
Let's
forward
just
in time, order
follow
goes
that
to
for a
the
little bit.
source.
What
You
else
go
would you like
backwards
to
in
see
time,
happen?
order goes
Like,
to the
I
source.
actually think what you said is
Right.
more
So,
popular than you think. I mean,
the
most people are kind of fed up with
why is
the
it the case
disparity
that
in
one version
wealth
of
that's
the
going on
why
right
is
now.
it
I
the
think a
case
lot of people are
that
looking
you
around
never
going,
see
is really
something
every
that
billionaire
happens
that
to
comes
be
down the
just
line,
the
are we
kind of
supposed to just
disorder
trust them to
that
solve
you
all of our
would
problems?
to
Right?
somehow
This is
evolve
it. Like,
order?
billionaires
Why
are just
does
the
that
smartest
not
people
happen?
now.
Why
And we
do
all work
words
for them.
just
Like,
see
are we
order
going to
goes
sit back and
disorder,
really let
not
like
the
12
other way
guys
around?
just own everything?
So
I think
the
people
thing
are
that
there,
I
and I
kind of
think a lot of
realized, I
people are
started
looking
realizing
for,
in
okay, fine,
1980s,
let's trash this
it's
whole
kind of like,
thing, but what are we
it's a
going to
bit
put in
like
its
the
place?
puzzle.
What's the
Kind
framework?
of
Like,
like
what
you
can we,
start off from
how do we
this,
think
this
about
key,
that?
it's
Stepping into
simple,
that. Yeah, well,
and
I
then
mean,
kind of
that
run
was
it,
why
and you get this,
Plato was
complicated
talking about the
random
idea of
mess.
philosopher
And
kings, like people
the
who,
thing that
and not necessarily that these people have to be kings,
started
right?
realizing
They
back
can still be
then
democratically
was
elected, but
that the second law is kind of
we have to kind of hammer
a
it
story
home
of
that the
computational
people who
reversibility.
we want
It's a
to
story
elect
of
have to be people that make us want to be
what
better.
we can describe
right?
easily at the
They
beginning.
can't play
can
to
only
our
describe a
worst
lot of computational effort
selves.
at
They
the end.
can't
Okay, so now
they can't make us
many,
want to
many
be
years later,
worse,
and
right?
I
There's
was
got to be some
trying to
inspiration there.
well,
And if
having
you're
done
voting for someone
this big
and
project to
they make
understand
you want
fundamental
to
physics,
be
I
better,
realized that
then
sort of a key
you're
aspect
on
of
the right
that
track.
is understanding what observers are like.
If they play
And
and hard
then I
on your
realized that the
worst
second law of
fears
dynamics
and just the
the
worst
same
aspects of
story as a
yourself,
bunch of these other cases.
you're headed down the wrong road.
It is a story of
and you're going to destroy
a
yourself.
computationally bounded observer trying to observe
And so
a
I
computationally
think
irreducible
that
system.
that's what I would
So
like
it's
to
a
see
story
going forward.
Underneath the molecules are bouncing
Plato
around. They're
lived
bouncing
to
around in
see
this completely
the collapse of Athenian
determined way,
democracy.
determined by
Thought,
rules.
well, maybe
But
democracy is
the
not
point is
the best system,
that we,
right? Because
as
it's
computationally
in a
bounded
democracy,
observers,
the leaders are going to tell you
tell
whatever you
that
want to hear.
there were these sort of
Right?
simple
Oh, you don't
underlying
have
rules.
to do
To
anything.
us, it just looks random.
Right?
But
You
when
can
it comes to this
just sit
question
on
about
your
can you
ass.
prepare the
Right?
initial state
You don't have to
so
think.
that
I'll do all your thinking for
the
you.
disordered thing
You don't have to worry.
you have
You're
exactly
really
the right
led.
disorder to make something orderly. A
And that's just
computationally
that's the
bounded observer
wrong way
can't
to
do
go
that.
about this.
We'd have to have
Everyone
done
should
all
be
of this sort of
thinking.
irreducible
Everyone
computation
should
to work out very
have their
precisely
head on a
what
swivel.
this disordered state, what the exact right
Everyone should
disordered
be on
state
guard
is,
for
so that we would
bullshit.
get this ordered thing produced from it.
I'm sorry to keep saying that word. I curse like a sailor.
observer.
Oh, I do too.
So,
Go ahead.
Observing a computationally reducible system. So the computationally bounded.
So, but yeah, that's what I'd like to see moving forward.
Right. So
And
it
you know,
means-
maybe a democracy is not the
you
best
can
thing
talk about
for
code
that.
machines, you can talk about
Maybe it is. I don't know. But I think we're
complexity
going to have to
theory,
at some point make
you
that
know,
decision.
polynomial
And
time
we
computation, things
certainly
like
need
this.
people in
There are a variety
charge
of
who
ways to
are true
make something more
visionaries that
precise,
can
but I think it's
see
more useful, the intuitive version of it is more useful. Which
point
is
A where
basically
we are
just to
now.
say that,
And
how
point
much much computation are you
where
going to
these
do
others
to
are,
try and work out what's going
right,
on?
with their
And the answer
technology.
is
They
you're
did
not
not destroy
allowed to do a lot
themselves,
of,
and
you're
how did
not
they
able
do
to
that?
do a lot of computation. When
And
we,
how
you know,
are we
we've got in this
going to get
room,
there.
there will be
And that's why we need the visionaries, people who know, right, how this works and how this is going to go and how this is going to
every moment,
because
every
anyone who hasn't experienced it doesn't know. They just don't.
And
so I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is. I think that we're in for some,
in our brains, we do a lot of
rough
computation
times here.
every second. Computation done
You
by
and
all those
many
molecules.
others. And
If there
to your
is
point, I think
computational
about when I
reproducibility,
was
we
much
can't
younger.
work
I
out
remember
in
just the
detail
job
what
I
all those
had way
molecules
back when,
can
and I
do.
was sitting in my
What we
car
can
in the
do is
parking
only
lot.
a much
I
smaller
was eating
amount
a
of
sandwich on my
and
break,
so
and I had to go back in to this terrible,
is this
crappy
kind of
job.
interplay between
And I
the
remember one of the
underlying
most
computational
depressing moments of my
reproducibility
life was
and the
sitting
fact
there
that
eating
we,
that sandwich,
as
looking at the
preparers
parking
of
lot,
initial
looking at the
states, or
strip
as
mall,
measures of
looking
what
at like all of
happens,
just the
are not capable of
disgusting
doing that much computation. So
American
for us,
landscape. It's just,
another
our
big formulation
corporate
of the
landscape is just awful.
thermodynamics is this
And
idea of the
feeling
law
like
of entropy increase.
if this is it, if
Characteristic
this is the
that
best
this
we can
universe
do,
seems to be always
then this
increasing.
just fucking
What does that
sucks.
show to you about the
It
evolution?
sucks. I don't want to play this game. This is awful. There's got to be a better way. And I wonder to what extent, like, the secrecy and the cover-up has to do with people. They just don't want people to know, like, if there's an alternative.
And he did it in terms
And
of heat and
people see
temperature.
that and they go, wait a second, we can do it that
Subsequently,
way.
it was reformulated
Sebastian
by
Younger
Dr.
is an
David
anthropologist who
Boltzmann,
wrote a book called Tribe, and in one of the
he
chapters in his book, he
formulated
describes
in a
this
much more kind of combinatorial type way.
portion of American history where
If
the
you were
early
claiming
colonists
that
would leave the colonies and join with the natives and become members of the native tribes, but
But that
even if they
connection
were
between
rescued,
these two formulations
they didn't want to leave.
they've never
Once
been
they
connected.
experienced the egalitarian lifestyle that
So the more
native
general
people
definition
of
of
this
entropy
country
is
were living, and they realized that that alternative was so
You say
much
I have
better.
a
They
system
couldn't dream of
that has
going
many
back to the
possible
drudgery of their regular
molecules
lives.
can be in many
And
different
I do
arrangements,
wonder, like,
et
to
cetera,
what
et cetera.
extent this
If we
civilization
know
or civilizations
something
that we're
about
dealing
systems,
with,
for example, we know it's
if
in a
it's
box,
basically like,
it
what
has
if you
certain
took
pressure,
a
it has
Buddhist
certain
monastery
temperature,
where
we
you
know
took a
these
bunch of
overall
Shaolin
facts
monks
about
and you
it.
gave them everything
Then
they
we
need to
say,
survive and you
how
dropped them
many
off on Mars
microscopic
and then came back in
configurations of the
10,000
system
years? Like, what
are
would
possible
what
given those
society
overall
would that
specs?
come out of that would emerge from?
And the
Or a
entropy
million
is the
years.
logarithm of that.
And is that kind of what we're
That's the
dealing with?
definition.
And maybe
And
that's
that's
a piece of
kind
this
of the
puzzle.
general definition of entropy.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And I think
He
that,
thought these molecules
you
could
know,
be
to your
placed in where he
point
wants.
about
He didn't think
native
that, but he
tribes
said,
and
actually, we
kind
can
of
make it a
tribal
lot
living.
simpler by having the molecules.
One of the things that I like about
Actually,
Dr.
he didn't know
Robert Moore, he
molecules.
talks about the idea of
In
initiation,
his
right?
time,
Not just in terms of
60s and so on,
consciousness initiations,
the
but
idea
also
that matter
in terms
might
of
be
young
made of
people,
discrete stuff
right?
had been floated ever since
To
ancient
get
Greek
them on the
times.
right
There
track.
had been a long time
Right,
about,
and
is
because
matter
they,
discrete as a
in
continuous.
tribal societies,
At the
they
moment of,
understood,
well,
or
that
so
time,
few,
people
right,
mostly thought that
that
matter was continuous.
if you were to have a
And it was all
30-year-old or a
confused with
40-year-old
discussion about
man
what
child
heat is, and
within
people
this
thought
this
fluid,
society,
and
it would
it
be
was a big
very
number.
disruptive,
And
and
this
it would
Boltzmann
disrupt
said,
everything.
let's assume there are
It would be
discrete
chaos,
molecules. Let's
and so they
assume they
didn't
have discrete
tolerate it.
energy levels.
Right, and
Let's
so
say
the
everything
second
is
you
discrete.
became
Then we
like
can
this
do
whiny
sort of
little,
combinatorial mathematics and work
child
out how
on your
many
mother's hip,
configurations of these things
and,
there would be in the box.
you know, became
And we can
demanding
say,
and
we
whatever
can compute
else,
this entropy function.
you went through
But he said,
an
but of course, it's just a
initiatory
fiction
phase
that
of
these things are
childhood,
discrete.
which
So he said.
would snap
And
you
this is
out of that
effectively
real quick.
by the way.
You know,
That was at that time.
yeah,
People didn't know molecules
part of
existed.
that
There were
is
other
it's not
hints
pleasant, right?
from looking
The
at
child may even think
chemistry
through
that
this
there might be
initiation that
discrete
their
atoms
life
and
is
so
in
on,
danger,
just
even
from
though it's
the
not.
combinatorics
But,
of, two hydrogens
maybe
and
they
one
need to think
oxygen
that.
make water.
Right, exactly.
Two amounts
Right,
of
they
hydrogen
need
plus
to
one
think
amount
that,
of
and
oxygen
because they need
together
to
make
grow up.
water, things like
Right,
this.
it's time
But
to
it
grow
wasn't
up
known
and,
that discrete
stop
molecules
hanging
exist.
on your mother's hip,
And in
and
fact,
your mother's not going to solve all your
people,
problems, and you
it wasn't
you can no longer
until
look to
the beginning
others
of the
to solve your
20th century
problems. You
that
are
down
the
in motion
problem
is the final
solver, and
giveaway.
you will
Down in
be
motion is, you look under a microscope, these little
productive,
pieces of
generative
pollen grains.
member of
You see they're being
this
discretely kicked.
tribe.
And those
You know,
kicks are
and
water
then you
molecules.
won't be disrupted.
And they're discrete.
And so that was
in
the
fact,
point
it
of
was,
that.
it was really
And we don't
quite
do that
interesting
anymore,
history. I mean,
right?
Boltzmann
The only
had
thing
worked
we've got
out
that's even
how
close to
things
that
could
is
be
like
discrete,
graduating high school,
and it
which is
basically invented something like quantum
it's a
theory
joke, right?
in the
It allows
1860s.
you to
And
become
he
the
just
man
thought it
child
wasn't
you've
really the way
always
it worked.
wanted to be.
And then
Right? You know, it doesn't do anything for you.
In 1900, this guy called
and we can't
who'd been a long time
have that.
person, was trying to
really
everybody
can't.
was
And
trying
I
to
think,
prove the second world
you know, our current
including
political landscape
and
is
that's
showing
trying to
us that
believe
we
that
can't have that
radiation,
anymore.
like
Right?
electromagnetic
It is so
radiation,
awful.
somehow the
It's
interaction of that
staring
with
us right in
matter
the face
was going to
saying,
prove the second world
this is what you've made.
But he had these
Right?
experiments that people had
It's
done
such
on
a
black
gross
body
reflection
radiation,
of our fucked up
and there were these
society. And I look at
curves,
it and it makes
and
me
he couldn't
furious. I'm
fit
like,
the
this
curve
old
based on
man,
his
that
idea
you
for
are
how
1,000 years old and you are
radiation
clinging to
interacts with
power,
matter.
desperately trying to convince us that we have to vote for you because the other guy is scarier. And the other guy is scarier. And I don't know which one is actually scarier because it's all so fucking terrifying. And I'm just like, please, Ray, do anything else besides this. It feels like we're about to just go over the edge of this cliff in a way that is, it almost feels like this system has to break. It feels like it has to break so that we just don't have it anymore. It's almost like
and then that
you gotta
explains how
rip off
this
the
will work.
Band-Aid sooner or later, so we
And
have
that
to break the
was,
system.
in 1905, that was
Let it break
how,
itself, and then we can pick up the pieces and build something new.
Trump,
But we
that
can't
piece of
modify this. There's
quantum
no
mechanics
repairing
started.
it. There's no
Kind of
reviving it. It's
interesting
just too far
history. I
gone.
didn't
Do you
know
ever
until
get
I
that
did
sense where it's
research
too
in
far
this
gone, or do you think it can be
In
redeemed?
1904 and 1903,
You know,
Einstein
I
wrote
do.
3 different papers.
I hate to
And,
admit it,
sorry,
but I do get
sort of
the sense that it's too far
well-known
gone.
physicist in
And I think that,
1905, Einstein wrote these 3 papers. One introduced
you know, I
relativity
think
theory, one
the
explained
fact
Brownian
that all of
motion,
this is
and
happening
one
now,
introduced
and
basically
that
photons.
so you asked
kind of,
earlier about,
you know,
do I think these things
kind
are
of
increasing
a
or not?
big
I
deal
kind
year
of like
for
to
physics
think
and
that
for
maybe
Einstein.
they are,
But
and that
in
we
the
have
years before
flaps
that,
like
he'd
this
written several papers
when
on
they're
what were they
needed,
about. They were about
right?
second order
And
thermodynamics. And they were
certainly
attempts
they're
to
needed
prove the second
now,
order thermodynamics.
right? Because
And they're
we're
not.
headed in completely the wrong
And so
direction.
I had no idea that he'd done this.
And you know,
and
the
in fact,
idea of it
what he
breaking,
did,
it's
those 3
not
papers in
anything new.
1905, well, not so much as
Civilizations have
the one on
risen and
Brownian motion,
fallen
the one on
throughout the
photons.
history of the
Both
world.
of these were about the story
But
of
it's
sort
up
of
to
making the
us
world
to
speak. And then he
grab
got those,
that
like,
and
that idea
say
from Boltzmann.
no more.
But Boltzmann
Right.
didn't think,
This will be the
Boltzmann
last
had
time
a
that
guy
happens.
believing, he said that
Because
quote
moving forward, we're going to be
in
responsible.
the end, things are going to turn out to be discreet, and I'm
we're
going to
not
write down
doing
what I
this
have to say
again.
about this
And,
because, eventually this
So,
stuff
you know,
will be
you want
discovered
to be
and I
a
want to leave,
whiny
what I can
man-child.
about how things are going
Well,
to be discreet. But,
no, you won't.
I think there's some quotes
It
about
sounds
how,
like you're describing
one person can't stand against the tide
it
of
says
history.
revisiting the
in,
idea of
in
the citizen as
saying
the
that,
basic unit of
matter is
society
discreet.
and really
Or
drilling
says
down on
stuff like
like,
guns.
what is the responsibility
Yes,
of this?
that is
I feel like somewhere in the last 40 years,
And-
it was
and
like we stopped being
what's
citizens and just
interesting about
became
this
consumers.
is,
You could see
at
it
the
in the news,
time,
it was a shift
everybody, including
in the
Einstein, kind of assumed that space
vocabulary. They were
travel
like,
would end up being
consumers are
discreet
not happy.
too. But that
Consumers are
didn't
doing
work
that.
out
It's
technically
time to get
because it
out there
wasn't
and do that
consistent
shopping.
well. Physics
Consumers are
didn't
spending.
seem to be.
There was no talk of
Then
like
in
citizens are
physics,
angry at the
even
government.
though people had
We
discovered that
lost
matter
that
was
power
discrete,
somewhere in
like
there,
an
and then we just
magnetic
became
field was
beholden to
discrete,
whatever
space
ad agencies
was
came
a
up with.
holdout of not being
Um,
discrete. And in
What
fact,
is the
Einstein
role
in
of the citizen?
1916
Like,
has this
like
nice
what
letter
would
he
that?
wrote.
What does a
It
modern
says, in the
citizen
end,
need
it
to
will
be?
turn
We
out
say
space
have
is
their head on a
discrete,
swivel, be
but we don't
switched
have
on.
the mathematical tools
Now
necessary
this is the
to figure out
bullshit.
how that works yet.
How does that? What does that look
So,
like in everyday
I
life?
think
What
it's
does
kind
that
of
look
cool
like?
that 100 years later we do.
Well, I
Yes,
think what it
pretty
looks
sure
like is
there's
just understanding the psychology of the human mind,
discrete.
right? Because once you
and that space is
understand that
discrete.
as a
And
baseline,
that,
you can identify
and in
anything,
fact, one of the things I
right?
realized
You can
recently is this
identify,
kind of
oh, that
theory
guy
of
over
heat
there, he's projecting.
that,
I need to stop it.
that the
Or
the
this
heat is really
political
continuous
leader
fluid.
over here that's running for that office,
it's
I
kind
can
of
see
like,
right through them. They're projecting.
The caloric theory of heat, which turns out to be completely
and
wrong, because
they
actually
won't
heat
get my
is the motion of
you
it
know,
discrete molecules.
So
Unless you know that
at the
discrete
very
molecules,
least,
it's
we
hard to
all need to
understand what heat could
understand
possibly be.
the
Well,
human
I think
subconscious,
space
how that
is
manifests,
discrete,
and what that
and the
looks like,
question is kind of what's
so that
the
we can
analog of the
identify it
mistake
ourselves
that was made
and
with
identify
caloric
it in other people,
in the case of space.
right? And
So
so
I
that you
kind of
understand how
guess the
important
dark
the
matter
human subconscious is.
as I my
Whenever
little sort of aphorism
these
for the
entities are
last
around
few
people,
months
right?
has
They
been,
always have this.
dark matter
They
is the
describe them as
caloric
being
of our time.
telepathic, right?
And
They
it
communicate
will turn out
telepathically.
that dark matter is
Well,
the
they're
future
doing
of
that
space,
through
and
the
it is not
subconscious,
a
which
bunch
is
of
linked through
particles.
all of us.
At the time when
Right, so
people
they're
were talking
doing
about
that
heat,
kind
they
of
knew
through
about
a
fluid.
base
And they said, well,
source
heat
that
must
we
just
are
be
all
another kind of
connected
fluid,
to.
because that's what they knew. But now now people know about particles, and so they say, well, what's dark
That's
matter?
why that's
It's not.
important.
It's not. It
And
just
so when
must be
people
particles.
talk about, oh,
So
they're
what
evil
could dark
entities
matter
or
be in the
whatever,
feature
I don't buy it, and I'll tell you why.
I mean, I
Because
think the thing
the
I'm really,
second
one
I
of the things
had
I'm hoping to be able
some
to do
deviation
is to find
from
the analog
center,
Brownian motion
right,
in space.
and that shut off.
So In other words, boundary
almost
motion
immediately.
was seen down to the level
Any kind of
of
telepathic connection.
in case of
You know,
space.
you're no longer capable.
Most of the things we see about space so far is
and
everything
so
seems continuous.
I just
Boundary
don't.
motion had been discovered in
I
the
just don't buy it. You know.
and it was only identified what it was.
And so that's why we need to head in that direction.
Molchowski,
We need to do this research. We need to understand the human subconscious.
Dark matter.
A lot of this work has already been done. We just need to teach it. Right.
Rotation
Jung
terms of galaxies
was
don't follow
wonderful.
the
I
luminous
think
matter. That was
Dr.
discovered
Robert
100 years ago.
Moore kind of nailed things down better
I
than Jung
wouldn't be
did.
surprised if there isn't an effect that we
And
already know about.
I think there's certainly even
boundary motion.
simpler ways to describe. Talk about
And in fact,
archetypes,
we're
right?
beginning to have some
And
guesses. We have
everybody's
some
like, what does that
some
mean?
evidence that black hole mergers work differently when
know
there's
how to-
discrete space. And there may be things
there's
that you
nothing
can
I can
see
do
in
with that,
gravitational
right?
wave signatures and
But
things.
if you just describe
associated
them
with the
as not
discreteness of space.
archetypes, but just
But this is kind of,
psychological lines of
for me,
development,
it's kind of interesting
along
to
which
see
you
this
can
sort of
develop
recapitulation
yourself.
into the history of physics.
The more you can
Yeah,
develop
people,
yourself to
vehemently say,
resemble
matter is
the
continuous.
structures of the
Electron
human
and field is
subconscious
continuous.
in these
That does that
archetypes
is
or lines of
when they say
psychological
space is
development, the
continuous.
closer you
But
get
so,
to it.
entropy is
And
a number of
that's
states of the system.
the direction.
Yes. And
Because that's the truth.
the thing is that if you know in great
We've
detail
gone
the
for almost
position
an
of
hour
every
and a half.
molecule
I
and the
don't want to
gas,
keep you too much longer, but
the
I'd like to
entropy
ask
is
for people who have
always zero.
recently
Because there's
come
only
into
one
this
possible
conversation. You have such
The
a
configuration of
broad
molecules in
perspective.
gas,
What
the
would you
molecules bounce around, they have a certain
What
rule
would
for
you tell
bouncing
people?
around. There's just
You
one
recommended
state of the
a number
gas,
of
it
books.
rolls to
In your
one
book,
state
you
of the
refer
gas,
back
and so
to a
on.
number of
But
different
it's
books.
only
What would be
if you
maybe
don't
your
know in
top
detail
2 or
where the
3 books
molecules
that you would
are,
recommend
that you
people
can
who
say,
are new to
well,
this
the entropy
space
increases
read
because
to help
the
them on
things
this
that you
journey?
know about molecules, there are more possible microscopic
It could be
states
more
of
than
the
3,
system
but I just,
consistent with what we do
one.
know
I
about where
would
the
say
molecules are.
certainly
And so the question of whether
the archetype of
so
initiation
people,
by Dr.
this sort
Robert
of
Moore.
paradox in a sense of, if we knew where all the molecules were, the entropy wouldn't increase.
Another
There was
that
this
I
idea
don't
introduced
mention in this book,
by
actually, because
Gibbs
I didn't come
in the
across it
early
until much later.
20th century, gosh, it's very
was by
beginning
a guy
of the
named
20th century.
Dabrowski.
As a physics professor, an American physics
He was a
professor,
Polish psychologist. He wrote a book called
distinguished American physics
Personality
professor,
Shaping Through Positive Disintegration.
and he
That is
introduced this idea of
wonderful
coarse graining.
as well.
This idea that, well, these molecules have a
I think
detail where
any-
they're bouncing around, but we can only
any
observe
kind
a
of,
coarse grained version of that. But
Experiencer
the
would be
confusion
able
was
to
saying
pick that
nobody
book up
knew
and
what
read
was
it
valid coarse graining.
and see themselves in it.
So nobody knew that whether
And the
you
way
could
that
have
they
this coarse
integrate
graining
trauma
very carefully
is
sculpted
kind
in
of
just
what
such a
attracts the
way
phenomenon
that
to you,
it would
because you're more
notice
likely to
that
get it
particular
and to put it
configuration
together and to integrate things rather than
they fit into this coarse graining and the
the
coarse
person
graining
who's
very
not good
carefully.
at integrating
Observe
trauma.
that.
Right?
Why can't you do
So
that
that would be
kind
the
of very
second book. The
detailed,
third one,
precise
let's
coarse
see.
graining? The answer is because if you are a computationally bounded observer and the underlying
this one's
dynamics
kind
is
of,
computationally reducible, that's
It's one of
what
my
defines
favorites,
possible
but
coarse
it's
graining
not for
is
everybody.
what a computationally bounded
There was a
observer
book
can do.
by
And it's
Mabel
the
Collins,
fact that a
who
computationally bounded
also
observer
published through the
is
Yogi
forced
Publication
to
Society. She was an
only
English school
at
teacher.
this kind of coarse grained version of what
She
the
wrote a
system is
book
doing.
called I
That's
Don't Know
why,
Lotus.
and because what's
And
going on
that was
underneath is it's
that
kind
book
of
is just
filling out
like, it is insane. It is a wonderful
the
book.
different possible.
And
if
I don't
you're ending
understand
up
how
with
that
something
hasn't been
where
made into a movie.
the sort of underlying computational
Because it would certainly be
is
kind of a hero's journey,
Yeah.
have great special
if all you
effects.
can see is what the
Like
coarse
all the
grain
elements
result
are
is
there.
with a sort of
It would be
computationally
fantastic.
bounded observation,
So,
then inevitably there are many
is it? Can you set
possible
it up for us
underlying
just a little bit?
configurations.
yeah, so it's a
Just to
story she
clarify.
wrote,
And basically, any
and it's
observer
about this
that
boy
exists in
Sansa
the universe
who's living
is
at,
going to be computationally bound.
and
No, I
it
need
kind
to
of ties into what we're talking
I don't know,
about
I
here.
can't-
When you say like us, what do you mean? What do you mean?
He's living at the
like
time of the collapse of the
Well,
Egyptian Empire,
Humans with
right?
finite minds.
And
us? You're including the
his
two.
mother takes him to
Yeah.
a temple,
And as we,
you know, where
we
he
have
then
more
becomes
precise, and by the
begins
way,
training
there are
as
little sort of
a
microscopic
temple priest,
violations of second law of thermodynamics
and
that you can start to
they
have when you have more
recognize that
precise
he has these
measurements
special
of what the
abilities,
molecules
and so he becomes like
are. For a
this
large scale, we
really
have
just
enough
impressive,
molecules. We don't
imposing
have
Greece, but all of these things happen. You know, the Egyptian Empire collapses at the end of it. It's just a crazy story.
I think
a wonderful
that
one.
to
Idol
imagine
of the White
what an
Lotus.
observer
Yeah,
who is not
comments.
computationally bounded would be like. It's an interesting thing.
I think this has been a fascinating conversation. Thank you again so much for taking the time to just chat with me a little bit. Is there anything else that we haven't talked about or touched on that you want to get into before we wrap?
World, and we make it turn
No,
left or
I
turn
don't
right.
think so.
Just,
That
you
is
know,
everybody out there be brave.
all this kind of
I mean, humanity's
detail
constantly been living
into
on the
the
knife's edge. We always have.
we're sort of crushing it down to this
So
one thing.
just be brave,
and that,
and
if we
everything's going
didn't
to be
do
all right.
that, we wouldn't have all this sort of symbolic structure that we
Matthew,
build
thank
up.
you so much. I'll
that
reach
lets
out
us
to you in an
think
email
through
once I
our
get this ready
finite
to
mind.
post and put up.
We'd
But
be
it's
instead,
been a real pleasure.
we'd be
Thank you so
just,
much.
we'd be
Thanks
sort
for
of
having me.
one with
Keep up
the
the good work. Your
universe.
show's excellent, by the way. I love it.
To not simplify.
Yes, if we didn't simplify, then we wouldn't be like us. We would be like the universe, like the intrinsic universe, but not having experiences like the experiences we have, where we, for example, conclude that definite things happen. We sort of have this notion of being able to make sort of narrative statements.
Yeah. I wonder if it's just like you imagine as a thought experiment what it's like to be a computer. I wonder if it's possible to try to begin to imagine what it's like to be an unbounded
conversation
computation.
with Avilo, an astrophysicist, astronomer, and cosmologist at Harvard.
Here's how
He
that
has authored over 800 papers and written 8 books,
So I mean, in
including
this,
his
we
latest
talk about
called
this really out, the
Extraterrestrial,
space of all
the first
possible
sign of
computation.
intelligent life beyond
And
Earth.
this
It'll be
idea of
released
being
in a
in a
couple
certain
weeks,
place
so
in
go
the
pre-order it
which
now to show
corresponds to
support
sort of
what I
a
think is
certain
truly an
way
important book,
of
and that it serves as a strong
set of
example for
computations
scientists
that you are
being both
representing things in
rigorous
terms
and
of.
open-minded
Okay, so
about the
as
question
you
of
expand out
intelligent alien
really
civilizations
kind of
in our
encompass
universe.
more
Quick
possible
mention of our
views of
sponsors:
the universe,
Zero
you
Fasting
encompass
app,
more
or
possible
intermittent
kinds of
fasting,
computations that you
Element
can do.
electrolyte drink,
Eventually, you might say that's a
Sunbasket
real
meal
win.
delivery
We're
service,
colonizing
Pessimist
really
Archive, History
we're
Podcast,
building out more
the
paradigms about how
choices,
to think about
fasting
things.
apps,
And
fasting
eventually, you
fuel,
might say
fast
we
breaking,
won all
delicious
the way. We
meals,
managed to
and
colonize
the
the
History
whole world.
Podcast that has
Okay,
very
here's the
little
problem.
to do with
The
fasting.
problem is
Choose
that
wisely,
the
my
notion of
friends. If
existence,
you wish, click the
coherent
sponsor links
existence,
below to get a discount to support
requires
this
some kind of
podcast.
specialization.
As a
By
side
the
note,
time
let me say
you
a
are
bit
the
more
whole
about
Ruya,
why
by the time you
Avi's
cover
work
the whole
is
Ruya,
so exciting
in no
to me and
useful
I think to
sense
a lot
can
of people.
coherently
In
exist.
2017,
So in other words,
a strange
in
interstellar
the
object, now
notion of
named
existence, the
Oumuamua,
notion of what
it's
we
fun to
think
say,
of
was
as
detected
definite
traveling through our
existence
solar system.
requires
Based on
this
the
kind of
evidence we have, it
specialization,
had strange
requires
characteristics which made it not
idea
like any
that
asteroid or comet
we are
that
not
we've seen before.
all possible
Avi
things.
was one of
We
the
are
only world-class
a
scientists who
particular set of
fearlessly
things.
suggested
And that's
that we
kind
should
of
be
how we,
open-minded about whether
that's
it
kind of
is
what
naturally made
what makes us
or in
have
fact
coherent
is
existence.
an artifact
If
of
we
an
were spread
intelligent
throughout
alien
the Iliad,
civilization.
we would not,
In fact, he
there would be no
suggested that the more
coherence
likely
in the way that we
explanation,
work.
given the
We would work
evidence,
in all
is the
possible
latter
ways,
hypothesis.
and that
We
wouldn't
also
be
talk about
kind of
a
a
lot of
notion
fascinating
of
mysteries in our
identity. We wouldn't
universe,
have this
from
notion
black
of kind
holes,
of
dark matter,
of,
the Big
of
Bang,
coherent
the closest
identity.
speed of light space travel.
I am geographically located somewhere exactly precisely in the Iliad, and therefore I
the
am.
anomalies, the ideas that right now are considered taboo,
Well,
should
you're in a
not be
certain place
ignored.
in physics.
If we're to have a chance at
Well,
finding
space
the
is a
next
certain
big
place in the
breakthrough,
universe.
the next
And
big
if you
paradigm
are
shift, and also if we are
if
to
you are
inspire the world
sufficiently
with the power
spread out,
and beauty of
you are
science. If you
no
enjoy this
longer
thing,
coherent,
subscribe on
and
YouTube,
you no longer
review
have,
on Apple Podcasts,
in
follow on Spotify,
our
support
perception
on
of what it
Patreon,
means to
connect
exist
with me
and to have
on Twitter and
experience,
Lex
it
Friedman.
doesn't happen.
And
So
now,
therefore,
here's my
To
conversation
exist means
with
to be
Avi
computationally
Loeb.
bound.
In
I
the
think so.
introduction
So
to your
exist in
new
the way
book,
that we think
Extraterrestrial,
of
you're
ourselves as
right.
existing.
This
Yes.
book confronts
The
one of
very
the
act of
universe's most
existence is
profound
like
questions.
operating in this
Are
place
we
of
alone?
computationally irreducible.
Over
There's
time,
this
this question has
giant
been
message
framed in
going
different
on that you can't
ways.
possibly predict.
Is life here on Earth the
But
only
nevertheless,
life in the
because of your
universe?
limitations,
Are humans the only sentient
you have an
intelligence in the
imperative of
vastness of
like,
space
what
and
is
time?
it, an imperative or a
A
skill
better,
set,
more precise framing of this question
or an
would be
ignorance
this.
sufficient?
Okay, so the
Throughout
thing
the
which is
expanse
not
of
obvious
space
is that
and over the
you are
lifetime
taking
of
a
the
slice
universe,
of all this
whether
complexity.
now
Just like
have
we have
ever
all
been
of these
other
molecules bouncing
sentient
around the room,
civilizations
but all we
that,
notice
like
is,
ours,
the
explored the
kind of the
stars,
flow of the
left
air, or the
evidence of
pressure
their
of the air.
efforts.
We
But
just
let me
notice
ask,
these particular
are we
things.
alone?
And
That's an excellent
the
question.
big
For me, the
interesting
answer
thing
is
that there are
sort of
rules, there
clear
are laws
because I
that
start
govern
from
those
the
big
principle
things
of
which
modesty.
we observe. It's not obvious.
If we believe that we are alone and special and unique,
Well, what a slice.
that
Well,
shows arrogance. My daughters, when they were infants, they tended to think that they were special, unique, and then they went out to the street and realized that other kids are very much like them, and then they developed a sense of a better perspective about themselves. And I think the only reason that we are still thinking that we are special is because we haven't searched well enough to find others that might even be better than us. I say that because I look at the newspaper every morning and I see that we do foolish things. We're not necessarily the most intelligent ones. And if you think about it, if you open a recipe, you see that out of the same ingredients, you can make very different things, depending on how you put them together and how you heat them up. And what is the chance that by taking the sort of chemicals that existed on Earth and cooking it one way to get our life, that you've got the best cake possible. I mean, we're probably not the sharpest cookie in the jar. And my question is, I mean, it's pretty obvious to me that we're probably not alone, because half of all the sun-like stars, we know now as astronomers, half of the sun-like stars from the Kepler satellite data have a planet the size of the Earth, roughly at the same distance that the Earth is from the sun. And that means that they can have liquid water on their surface, and the chemistry of life is phenolic. So if you roll the dice billions of times just within the Milky Way galaxy, and then you have tens of billions of galaxies like it within the observable volume of the universe, it would be extremely arrogant to think that we're special. I would think that we are middle of the road, typical. And that's why nobody pays attention to us. If you go down the street on a sidewalk and you see an ant, you don't pay attention or special respect to that ant. You just continue to walk. So I think that we are sort of average, not very interesting, not exciting, so nobody cares about us. We tend to think that we're special, but that's a sign of immaturity when we're very early on in our development. Yes, that's another thing, that we have our technology only for 100 years, and it's evolving exponentially right now on a 3-year time scale. So imagine what would happen in 100 years, in 1,000 years, in 1,000,000 years, or in 1,000,000,000 years. Now, the sun is actually relatively late in the star formation history of the universe. Most of the sun-like stars formed earlier, and some of them already died, became white dwarfs. And so, if you imagine that a civilization like ours existed around a typical sun-like star, by now, if they survive, they could be 1 billion years old. And then imagine 1 billion-year technology. It would look like magic to us. An approximation to God. We will be able to understand it. And so, in my view, we should be humble. And by the way, we should probably just listen and not speak, because there is a risk, right? If you are inferior, there is a risk if you speak too loudly. Something bad may happen to you. You mentioned we should be humble also in the sense, the analogy to ants, that they might be better than us. So there's a kind of scale that we're talking about, and in the question, you mentioned the word sentient. So sentience, or maybe the more basic formulation of that is consciousness. Do you think this thing within us humans, in terms of the typical life form of consciousness, is the essential element that permeates other, if there's other alien civilizations out there, that they have something like consciousness as well? Or is this, I guess I'm asking, can we try to untangle the sentient? Yeah, so that's a good question. I think what is most abundant depending on how long it survives. So if you look at us, as an example, we are now, we do have conscience and we do have technology, but the technologies that we are developing are also means for our own destruction, as we can tell. We can change the climate if we are not careful enough. We can go into nuclear wars. So we are developing means for our own destruction through self-inflicted wounds. And it might well be that creatures like us are not long-lived, that
And you're
the
saying because of our
crocodiles
bounded
on
nature, it's
other
actually all
planets
an illusion.
live for billions of years.
It's a
They don't
simplification.
destroy
Yeah,
themselves, they live
simplification.
naturally.
Right.
And so if
So
you
you
look
don't think the
around, the
simplification
most
is an
common
illusion?
thing would be
No,
animals that live
it's
for long
well,
times, not
I
those
don't
that
know.
have
What's
consciousness.
underneath?
But in terms of changing
Okay,
the
that's an
environment,
interesting question.
I think since
What's real?
humans
And
developed
that relates
tools,
to the
they
whole question of why
developed
does the universe exist?
the ability
And what is the
construct
difference between
technologies that
reality and the
lift
mere
us from this
representation of
planet
what's
that we
going
were
on?
born in, and that's something animals without a consciousness
Yeah.
consciousness
But
cannot
the
really
question
do.
of
And so
the one
in
question
terms
is,
of looking
why
for
is there a
things
thing
that
which
are
we can experience that way?
went beyond
And
the
the answer
circumstances
is
they were born into,
because this
I
really
would think that even if they're short-lived,
which is
these are
entangled,
the
limitable,
creatures that
possible
made the biggest
computations.
difference to their
There
environment,
is no
and
choice
we
for
can
that.
search for them.
It has to
Even if
exist.
they're
It
short-lived,
has to.
and
There
most
has
of
to
the
be such a
civilizations
thing.
are dead
It
by
is
now.
in the same sense.
Even if that's the case,
If you define what
but if
two
you
is
look on
and what
Earth,
plus is and so on,
that
two
there's
plus
also
two has to
cultures
equal
that
four.
exist throughout time, and
Similarly,
they're dead by
this
now.
Boolean,
The
this
Mayan
limitable possible
culture was very
computation,
sophisticated,
just has to be a thing
but we
that
can find
is,
evidence where you can
once you
learn
have
about
the
it
idea of
just by
computation,
archaeology,
you
digging into
inevitably
the
have
ground,
to do
looking.
that. You're going to have to
And so we can do the same thing in
and
space.
what's important
Look
about it,
for
there's
dead
just one of them.
civilizations,
It's
and
just this
perhaps we can
unique
learn a
object.
lesson
And
why they
that
died
unique object
and
necessarily
behave better
exists.
so that we will not
And then the
share the
question
same
is,
fate. So
what,
I think there is a
and
lesson
then
to be learned
we
from the sky.
once
And by the way, I should
you
also
know
say,
that we are
if we
sort of
find a
embedded
technology
in that
that we have
taking
not
samples of it,
dreamed of,
that it's
that
sort
we
of
can import
inevitable
to
that
Earth,
there is this
that may
thing that we
be
can
a better
perceive
strategy for
that
making a
is,
fortune
that
than going to
our
Silicon Valley
perception
or going to Wall
of
Street.
kind of physical
Because
reality
you make a jump
necessarily
start
is that way,
into something
given
of
we
the
are
future.
are
So
there's one way
observers
to
of
do
the
that leap is actually to find,
So in other words,
to
the
literally
fact that
discover versus
the
come
fact
up with the
that
idea
universe
in our own limited human
it's actually
capacity,
it's
like
almost
a
like
cognitive capacity.
it's
we
to
look
think
at
about
it
it
if
almost
you feel like
theologically,
cheating
so
in
to
an
speak.
exam where you
And
look over the
I
shoulder
really
of the student next to
it's
you.
funny
Yeah.
because a lot of the
But
questions
It's not
about
good
the
as an
existence of the
example, but
universe
it
and
is
so on,
good when you're
they
coming up with technology that
transcend
could change
what
the fabric
kind of the
human
science of the
civilization.
last few hundred
But
years has really been concerned.
there
The
is,
science of the last few
in
hundred years
my
hasn't
neck
thought
of the
it
woods
to
of
talk about
artificial
questions like
intelligence,
that.
there's a lot of trajectories one
But I
can
think
imagine
it's
of
kind of so a lot of the kind of arguments of, does God exist?
beings.
Is it obvious that
the
I think
technology
it,
that's
in some
essentially,
sense, in some representation, it's sort of
you can call
more-
super intelligence
more
that could
obvious
achieve
that's
space
something
exploration, all
sort of
those kinds
bigger
of
than
things
us
without consciousness,
than the we exist.
without something that to
And
us
we are,
humans
our
looks like
existence
consciousness, and
as
there,
observers
you
where
know,
we are is
there
sort of
is a
contingent
sad
thing about the
feeling
universe.
I have
And
that
it's more inevitable
consciousness
that
too,
the
in
whole,
terms of us
the
being
whole
humble,
universe, kind of the
is a
whole
thing we
set of
humans
possibilities
take
exist.
too seriously.
But this
And
question
it's,
about,
we think it's special
is,
just because we
is it
have it,
real,
but it could
or
be a
is
thing
it
that's actually
an
holding us back
illusion?
in some kind of
All
way.
we know is
Very
our
well be.
experience.
I should say something
And
about
so
AI because I
the
do
fact
think
that
it offers a very
our
important
experience is this absolutely
step into the future.
microscopic piece
If
of
you look at the
sample
Old
of
Testament,
the
the Bible,
Iliad.
there is this story about Noah's
And there's this
that we
this
might
point
know
about,
about.
Noah, we might sample more and more of the Iliad, we might learn more and more about, we might
endanger
learn, like
all life on Earth.
different
So he
areas of
decided
physics,
to
like
build an
quantum
ark.
mechanics, for example.
And
The
the
fact
Bible
that
actually
it
talks about
was
specifically
discovered,
what
I
the
think,
size
is
of this
closely
ark
related
was,
to the
what the
fact that
dimensions
electronic
were.
amplifiers
Turns
were
out it
invented
was
that allowed you
quite
to
similar to
take a small
Noah
effect
that
and
we will
amplify
discuss in
that,
a few
which
minutes.
hadn't been possible
But
before.
at any event, he
Microscopes
built
have
this
been
ark
invented that
and he
magnify
put
things and so on.
animals on
But
it so that they were
having a
safe
very
from
small
the
effect and
flood.
being able to magnify
Now,
it was
you
sort of
can
a
think
new
about
thing
doing the
that
same on
allowed
Earth
one to see a different
because there
sort
are
of aspect of the
risks for
universe and let one
future
discover this kind of
catastrophes.
thing.
So
So,
we could
we
have the
can expect
self-inflicted
that
wounds that we were
in
talking
the
about,
Iliad, there are an infinite
war,
collection of
changing
new
the
things we
climate,
can
or
discover.
there could be
There's
an
in
asteroid
fact computational
impacting
reversibility
us,
kind of
just like the
guarantees that
dinosaurs
there will be
died.
an
The
infinite
dinosaurs
collection of
didn't
kind
have
of,
science, astronomy, they
pockets
could
of
have
reducibility
a
that can be
warning
discovered.
system, but there was this big storm, big
Boy,
rock.
would it be fun to
approached
take
the
a
air.
walk
It must have been a
down the
beautiful
Iliad
sight,
and see what kind of
just when
stuff
it
we
was
find there.
approaching, it got
You read
very
about
big and
alien
then smashed them.
intelligences.
Okay,
Yeah.
killed them.
I mean, just
So
these worlds.
you would have a catastrophe like that, or in a billion years, the sun will basically boil off all the oceans on Earth.
And the thing is, what
currently all our eggs are in one basket, but we can spread them.
Systems, seeing
It's
what
sort
they
of
do.
like the printing
Now,
press, if you think about it. The
study
revolution
of
of
rules
Gutenberg
and what they do.
there were
You
very
can
few
kind of
copies of the
easily
Bible at
jump
the time,
somewhere
and
else
each of
in
them was
Iliad
precious
and
because it
start
was
seeing what these
handwritten.
rules
But
do.
once
And
the
what
printing press produced multiple
they
copies,
do what they do.
you know, if something bad happened to one of the copies, it wasn't a catastrophe. It wasn't a disaster because you had many more copies then. And so, if we have copies of life here on Earth elsewhere, then we avoid the risk of it being eliminated by a single point breakdown catastrophe. So, the question is, can we build Noah's spaceship that we carry life as we know? Now, you might think we have to put elephants and whales and birds on a big spaceship, but that's not true, because all you need to know is the DNA making, the genetic making of these animals, put it on a computer system that has AI, plus 3D printer, so that this CubeSat, which is rather small, can go with this information to another planet and use the raw materials there to produce synthetic life. And that would be a way of producing copies, just like the Gutenberg printing press.
And it doesn't have to be exact copies of the humans. It could just contain some basic elements of life, and then have enough life on board that it could reproduce the process of evolution on another place. Right. So maybe that also makes you sad, of course, because you confront the mortality of your own little precious consciousness and all your own memories and knowledge and all that stuff.
But who cares? I mean, I care about mine, right? You I actually don't. You know, in the base, if you're an astronomer, one thing that you learn from the universe is to be modest, because you're not so significant. I mean, think about it, all these emperors and kings that conquered a piece of land on Earth, and we're extremely proud. You know, you see these images of kings and emperors that usually are alpha males, and they stand, strong, and
but I think the thing to realize, it's an interesting
if you
sort of
think about
thought
it, there are 10 to the power 20 planets like the Earth in the observable of the universe.
And one day
And
there will be one of these things,
view
unlike
of conquering a
ChatGPT.
piece of land and
One day
even
somebody
conquering
will
all of
figure out,
Earth,
how
it's just
to
like an
get
ant
water from
hugging a
0
single
degrees
grain
trying
of
to go
sand
down to
on the landscape of a huge
-4 or
beach.
something without
That's not very
expanding.
impressive. So you
climax
can't
will be
be
solved, and we'll
arrogant.
be able
If
to
you see the big
just
picture,
you
you have to be humble.
put a
You know,
pause
also we are
and,
short-lived. Within 100 years, that's it.
reappear 100 years
Right?
later or something.
So what
And
does
the
it
thing,
teach you?
though, that I
First, to be
kind of
humble,
increasingly
modest.
realized
You
is
never
that,
have significant
in a
powers
sense,
relative to the
this
big
whole
scheme of things.
question of kind
And
of
second, you should appreciate every day that you
sort of
live.
one is embedded in a
And
certain
learn
moment
about the world.
in time,
Humble
and
and
kind of the things we care about
Yes,
now, the
exactly.
things I care about now,
Well,
for
let's
example, how do I
talk
live
about
500 years
probably
ago?
the most
Many of the
interesting
things I care
object I've
about
heard
now
about, and also the
totally
most fun to
bizarre.
pronounce.
Nobody would care about that. It's not
Yes.
even a thing one thinks
Can you tell me the
in
story
the future.
of
The
this
things
object and why
that
maybe
most people will
an
think about,
important event in
one would
human
be
history?
a strange
And
relic
is it possibly
of
a piece
thinking
of
about,
alien technology?
the
Right.
kind
So
of, it
this
might
is the
be,
first
or might have been a
object that was
theologian thinking
spotted
about, how
close
many
to
angels
Earth
fit on the head of a pin or
from
something.
outside the
And that
solar
might have
system.
been the,
And
the
it
big
was found
intellectual thing.
on October
So I think
19th,
it's a, but
2017.
yeah, it's a,
And
you
at
know,
that
it's one of
time,
these
it was
things
receding
where,
away from us.
particularly,
And at
I've
first,
had the,
astronomers
I don't know,
thought
good or
it
bad
must be a
fortune,
piece
I'm
of
not sure, I
rock,
think
just like
it's a
all
mixed
the
thing.
asteroids and comets that we
I've
have seen
invented a
from
bunch
within
of
the solar
things
system.
which
And it
I
just came
kind
from
of
another
can,
star.
I think, see well
I should
enough
say that the actual
what's gonna
discovery
happen
of this object
that,
was surprising
in
to
50
me
years,
because a
100
decade
years,
earlier,
whatever,
I wrote the first
assuming
paper
the
together
world
with
doesn't
Ned Turner and
exterminate
Maimo
itself, so to speak.
Martin, that
These are
tried to
things that
predict
will
whether
be
the same
sort of
telescope that
centrally
was surveying
important
the
to what's
sky
going on.
and stars from
And
Hawaii
it's kind of both,
would find
it's both
anything
a good
from
thing and a
interstellar
bad thing in terms
space,
of the passage of one's
given what
life.
we know about the
Kind
solar
of like,
system. So if
if
you assume
everything
that
I figured
other
out
planetary
was like,
systems
okay, I
have
figured it out when I
similar
was 25 years
abundance of
old,
rocks,
and
and we just
everybody says
calculate
it's great,
how many
and
should
we're
be
done.
ejected
And it's
into
like, okay,
interstellar
but I'm going
space,
to live another
the
100
conclusion is
years,
no.
and that's kind of
If
all
we
downhill
shouldn't
from
find
there.
anything
In a
with
sense,
pan
it's
stars.
To me, I
better, in
apologize
some
for
sense,
revealing my
to be
stupidity,
able
but
to,
it was surprising to me that so few
it sort of
interstellar
keeps things
objects
interesting.
from outside the
That,
solar system
what I could
have
see,
ever
a
been
lot of these
detected.
things, I mean, it's kind of, I didn't expect,
You do
ChatGPT, I didn't
talk
expect
about
the
it, that
kind
there
of,
has been
the sort of opening up
one or
of
two
this
rocks since then.
idea
Well,
of
since then there
computation,
was
computational
one
language
called the
that's been made
Borisov.
possible by
It was
this. I
discovered
didn't
by
expect
an
that.
amateur Russian
There's the head
astronomer,
of Shaggy.
Gennady Borisov.
And
And
even though
that one
the sort of the big
looked like a
kind of
comet.
flowering
Yeah.
stuff,
And
I'd sort of been
just
assuming it was
like
another 50
a
years ago.
comet from
So
within
if
the
it
solar
turns
system.
out
But this
it's
is
a
a
lot
really
less
important
time,
point. Sorry to
that's pretty
interrupt.
cool.
You
Because,
showed that
hopefully
it's
get to see
unlikely
it.
that a rock from another
Rather
solar
than
system
would arrive to ours.
Well, I
And so
think
the
that speaks
actual
for a
detection
very,
of this one
very
was
large
surprising
number
by
of
itself
people
to
in
me.
saying
Yes.
that I hope you to come for a long
But then,
time
so
to
at
come.
first they thought
You've
maybe
had
that
so
it's a
many
comet
interesting
or an
ideas.
asteroid, but
You've
then
created
it
so many
didn't
interesting
look like
systems
anything we've seen
over
before.
the years, and I can see
Borisov
now
did
that
look like a
GPT
comet.
language models
So
broke
people
open
asked
the
me
world even
afterwards and
more.
said,
Can't wait
you
to
know,
see
doesn't
you
it
at the
convince you
forefront
if
of this
Borisov
development
looks
what
like
you
a
do.
comet? Doesn't it convince
And
you that
yeah, I've been a fan
Oumuamua
of
is
yours,
also natural?
as I've told you many
And I
times
said,
since the very
you know,
beginning.
when I went on the
I'm
first
deeply
date
grateful
with
that
my
you wanted
wife,
new kind of science, that you
she looked
explored
special
this
to me.
mystery
And
of
since then, I met
cellular
many women. That didn't
and
change my
inspired
opinion.
this one little kid
You know,
in me
that's not an argument.
to
But
pursue
anyway, so
artificial intelligence and all this beautiful also. Seeing, thank you so much. It's a huge honor to talk to you.
So
To
first
just
of all,
be able to
astronomers
take your
only
mind
thought
and to
the
explore all
amount of
these
light,
ideas with you.
sunlight
Please
that it
keep
reflects.
going, and I can't wait to see
it
you
was
come up next.
tumbling,
And thank you for talking today.
every 8
Okay,
hours.
we're past
And
midnight.
as it was
We're
spinning,
only
the
did
brightness that
4.5
we saw
hours.
from that
We could
direction, we
probably
couldn't
go
resolve
for
it
more,
because it's
and
tiny.
we'll
It's
save that for
about
next
100
time.
meters, a few
To,
hundred
this
feet,
is round
size of
number
a football
4.
field.
I'm sure
And
talk very much.
we
Thank
cannot,
you so
from
much.
Earth, with existing telescopes, we
Thanks for
cannot
listening
resolve
to this
it.
conversation.
The only way to actually get a
Support
photograph
this
of it
podcast. Please
is
check out our
to send the
sponsors in
camera
the
close
description.
to it.
And now,
And
let me leave
that
you
was
with
not
the voice
possible
of
at the
George
time
Cantor.
that
The essence of
Oumuamua was discovered,
mathematics
because it was
lies
already
in
moving
its
away from us
freedom.
faster than any rocket we can
Thank you for
send.
listening.
It's sort
And
of
hope to
like
see
a
you
guest
next
that
time.
appeared for dinner, and then by the time we realize that it's weird, the guest is already out the front door into the dark street. What we would like to find is an object like it approaching us, because then you can send the camera irrespective of how fast it moves. And if we were to find it in July 2017, that would have been possible because it was approaching us at that time.
And then I finish the day, and I wake up the next morning, and I glance at my phone. I'm seeing all these verified accounts that are, quote tweeting it and demanding a retraction and whatever. And I go, oh, okay, this looks like it's getting some
very close.
That's sad to think
about that we had the
continue about my day. Around noon, I hear from my dad that he got 100 messages from "you should have aborted your son" to "we're going to find all of you," whatever else. My dad has no idea what's going on. He's like, I don't know what this is, but I have 100 DMs to everything else you can imagine. And I start to get emails about, your Jewish faith, this and that. And so at that point, to me, I thought this is just going to get worse and worse and worse until I deleted it. And I really regret doing that. Because over the 48 hours that followed, yes, the attacks escalated. It went through Candace Owens, and then at FoxNews.com, Newsmax, kind of peaking with Donald Trump Jr. And it was horrible.
And the main reason for me to alert
the following is a conversation with David Patton, a left-wing progressive political commentator and host of the David Patton Show. I hope to continue many conversations on politics, prominent, insightful, and sometimes controversial figures across the political spectrum. David and I have been planning to speak for a long time, and I'm sure we'll speak many times. This conversation was challenging, eye-opening, and fun. This is the Let's Read podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's David Patton. Are there interesting differences to you between terms like liberal, Democrat, left-wing, leftist, progressive, socialist, communist, Marxist, far left, center left, all these labels? Is there interesting distinction between them?
Yeah, there's two sets of distinctions. One is if you just want to say, let's define each of these as political terms. They're all different terms. You can be a progressive ideologically, but not be a member of the Democratic Party. Many say the Democratic Party isn't even really very progressive, so these are certainly terms that we could define in order to have a conversation about the next thing, kind of as a precursor to a conversation. Sometimes the terms are used in order to tag someone with a certain ideology
that's not really linked to policy or any particular political question, but they can be used positively or negatively to just kind of say, here is the image of this individual that I have in my mind. So like Marxist is right now very popularly being used by some on the right to attack Democrats. There's very few actual Marxists, certainly not in positions of power in the United States, but even among the general population. So I think it's important to distinguish, are we defining these terms because we want to compare and contrast the ideas that a particular group might bring to a discussion, or are we using them as insults or to stifle conversation? They're terms that can be used to start a conversation or to stop it.
And the use of those terms is evolving rapidly month by month. So the term leftist, I think, is a relatively popular terminology to use in a negative context to describe what an outraged left-wing commentator.
What you're kind of grasping onto is that there's probably some set of ideas that would apply to most of those who consider themselves to be on the left. The discussion of how that term is mostly being used is not about politics. You're accurately kind of identifying that. And it does seem like progressive is no longer being used as a smear and leftist is being used as a smear.
The first model
But sometimes some of these terms are useful, like we try to pick the terms that are useful, like liberal and progressive.
I think the legend goes that he got the idea from
Liberal and progressive.
Harvard Square,
Is there an
seeing
interesting, definable
during a winter day
distinction
and
between
seeing
liberal and
these
progressive?
icy
That's
rocks,
maybe one of
so
the more
common is icy,
10
and
years
icy
ago,
asteroid is
liberal
it's just a
often
rock.
meant
It's just a rock.
for
Yeah.
what
So
now we
when
mean
you
by
have ice
progressive.
on the surface,
More
when the
recently,
rock gets
the
close to the sun,
progressive
the sunlight warms
socialist
it up,
meaning
and
part of the
the
political
ice
spectrum
sublimates
has
and
started to
evaporates.
use
Because
liberal to mean
the one thing about
Joe
ice, water
Biden,
ice,
to mean someone
is
who
it
is
doesn't
not
become liquid
really
if you
left.
warm it up in
So
vacuum.
liberal is very
without
interesting because I remember
an
talking with my
external
audience years ago,
And it
maybe
just
8 years
goes
ago,
straight
something like
into
that,
gas.
where I
And
identified
that's what you see as
I'm
the
going to now
tail
use
of
the
the
term
comet.
progressive more commonly to
The
describe
only
my
way
own
to get
beliefs
liquid water
because
is to have an
liberal has
atmosphere
now
like
been
on
made a
Earth
smear,
that
it's
has an
being
external
shifted into
pressure.
something else,
Only
and
then
it
you get
also
liquid.
means more of like
And that's
the
why
left
it's
politics.
essential to have an
So
atmosphere
it's
on the
changed
planet
in some sense
in
by
order to have liquid water
necessity,
and the
of
chemistry
course,
of life.
and also
So if you look
because
at Mars,
the
Mars
spectrum
lost
has
its
shifted.
atmosphere,
The
and
term
therefore
liberal has
no
evolved.
liquid water on the surface anymore. I mean, there may
Now
have been
liberal
early,
means some
and that's
kind
what
of
the Perseverance
embodiment of the
survey,
mainstream
the
Democratic Party.
Perseverance mission
almost.
that we
To
tried
some
to
degree,
find out
sometimes
whether
I'm called,
it had liquid
I'm
water,
written
whether
off by,
there was
within
life
my
perhaps
space,
on it at the
there
time,
are
but
all
at some
sorts of
point
shades
it
of
lost
gray
its
that we
atmosphere,
can talk about
and then the
where
liquid water was
I
gone.
am
So
versus should
the
be,
only
could
reason that
be,
we
or
can live
wrongly
on Earth
placed.
is
And
because of
sometimes
the atmosphere.
an
But
attack
the
on
comet
me
is in
is
vacuum,
he's just a
pretty
lip,
much.
meaning
And
I'm not left
when
enough.
it gets
I'm not
warmed up on the
progressive,
surface, the
socialist,
water
wherever
becomes
else you want to
water
go. So
ice
yeah,
becomes
the problem with a
gas,
lot of
and
these
then you
terms,
see this
and
cometary tail
they're
behind
used
it.
very
In
casually by
addition
people
to
who fall into my job,
water,
is
there
that
is
unless we
there
actually
are kinds
define
of
them each time,
carbon-based
they very
molecules
often
of
mean very
dust
different
that
things
comes
to
off
different
the
people,
surface
and
and
often
those
come with an
detectable.
agenda attached to them.
It's easy
And
to
so I
detect.
find
It's
that they
very
often stifle
prominent. You see
meaningful
these
conversation
cometary
rather
tails
than
look
encouraging.
very prominent because they
You
reflect
sense that there's
sunlight,
a
and you
drifting
can see them. In fact, it's
of
sometimes difficult to see
what
the
is the
nucleus
threshold to be
of the
progressive,
comet because
or
it's surrounded and
is there,
shrouded with.
should we use
And in
progressive
this case,
synonymously with
there was no trace of anything.
democratic socialists?
Now, you might
I
say,
think we should
okay,
not
so,
use it
so that's what the
synonymously with
community said.
democratic socialists.
Okay, it's not
And
no problem. It's still
this
a
is
rock.
where there's
It's
another
not a comet,
linguistic
but it's
confusion
just a rock.
and a
Okay,
political
rock.
confusion. So we'll
You know,
first
okay, no
talk
problem.
about the linguistic one.
Then, and
Social
that's the thing that
democracy
convinced me to
versus
write about it.
democratic socialism.
And then, in
Very
June
similar words in a
2018,
different order.
significantly later, there was a
My,
report that in
the
fact
way I
the
operate
object
is democratic
exhibited
socialism
an excess
is actually a form of
in
socialism
addition to
where
the
one would
force of
seek
gravity.
to
So the sun
socialize
acts
ownership
on
of the
it by
means of
gravity,
production,
but then
as
there
an
was an
example.
extra push
Social
on this object
democracy
that was
is a very
figured out from the
highly
evidence
regulated form of
that you can
capitalism,
trace.
the likes of which
And
you would see
the
in
question
Northern
was,
Europe,
what is this
Denmark,
excess push?
etc.
So for
These are
comets, you
very
get the
different
rocket effect.
things.
When you
I
evaporate
associate
gas,
progressivism
just
in
like a jet
2023
engine on
with
an
social
airplane,
democracy and would
a
consider
jet engine is
democratic
very simple.
socialism a
Throw
form
the
of
gas
actual
back,
socialism.
and it
That is
pushes the
different.
airplane
We're
forward.
no longer
That's
talking
all.
about
That's how the jet.
a capitalist
in a case of a
organization.
comet, you throw
The
gas
transition from one
in
to
the
the other
direction
is a
of the sun,
fundamental shift
and then you
in
get a
how,
push.
in how
Okay,
society
so in
operates.
the
Right?
case of comets, you can get that push.
And
But
when you talk
there was no
about
cometary
social
tail.
democracy,
So then people said,
you're
oh, wait
talking
a second,
about
is it
socializing
an asteroid?
a
No,
couple
but it
more
behaves like a
things
comet, but
than we
it doesn't look like a
socialize
comet.
in
So
most modern
forget about
capitalist
business as usual.
countries.
So
I had
that's
this
what I mean
conversation
by
with David recently.
non-gravitation
Social
acceleration.
democracy
So
is,
that's
okay,
interesting.
we socialize the
like
military
the
already.
primary force acting on something like that,
We
just a rock
socialize
of an
some
asteroid,
healthcare in the
would
sense
be
of like
that you can
PA
predict
and
the trajectory
medical,
based on
etc. Thinking about
based on
socializing a couple
so
more
here there's
things
detected
still
movement that's
in a
not
capitalist
cannot be
country.
accounted for.
Socialism
If it was a
would be
comment,
something beyond that,
about
and
tenth
as someone who is not a democratic
the
socialist
mass
myself,
of this
I'm
movement,
maybe
the
not
weight
the
of
best
this movement could be evaporated
advocate
in
for
order to give it. There
explaining
is no
exactly how that
outside
system would function,
10% of
but
the
it would
mass
have some
evaporated.
version of
It's huge.
socializing.
Think about it, a 100-meter size object losing 10%
So you
of its
mentioned
mass.
you appeared on the
miss that.
DVD
And
podcast with Patrick
so that was
Bateman.
super weird. It's super weird. What is there
It's a
a
big
good
tweet.
explanation? Is that so in your mind?
I
I
should say I personally enjoyed it. I thought
I said, okay,
actually
what are the
you
possibilities?
did well, and I
The
thought
only thing
Patrick
I
did
could
well.
do,
It
so
was a
I
good
ruled out
conversation.
everything
It was a
else,
little
and
bit
I
offensive.
said it
Yeah,
must be
And
the
I
sunlight
thought that Patrick
reflected
actually,
off it.
so I disagree with the answer.
So
I
the
thought Patrick
sunlight
just took on a kind of
reflects
devil's
off the
advocate. Like
surface
he was
and gives it
purposely
a
being
push.
stubborn
Just like you get
to
a
bring out
push
the
on a
best in you.
sail
But
on
the
a
internet
boat,
thought
from
that
the
you're
wind
being
reflecting
stubborn,
off
not
it.
being open to your
Now,
ideas.
in
I
order
thought
for
the
this to be
tension
effective,
between
it
ideas,
turns out the object needs to
I
be
think a lot of
extremely
the
thin.
tension had to do probably with
It turns out it needs to be less than a millimeter thick.
that certainly could be the case.
Nature does
And
not produce
people
such
wrote to
things.
me after, people wrote to me the
So,
full
but
gamut of everything you can
we
imagine, from
produce it
this was your
because it's
best
called
thing you've
the
ever done in
technology of a
public
light
to
sail.
you got
So we are
humiliated
for
and
space
your mother
exploration.
couldn't
We
word
are
you. Okay, so
exploring this
everything in
technology
between.
because
So you know,
it
take
has
it.
the
But
benefit of not needing to
the
carry
most
the
interesting
fuel
feedback I
with the
got was from
spacecraft.
people
So
who
you don't
asked
have the
me
fuel, you just have
after
it.
was incredibly tense and awkward and
just have a
because it
sail,
seemed so combative. And I
it's
think
being pushed either by
I'm
sunlight
so used
or
to
by
those types
laser
of tensions
or
in the
whatever.
discussions that I have that
So
it's very comfortable to me. It's not like
perhaps this is a
afterwards
light
it's
sail. So this
there's
is
a grudge
actually
or
the same
tense or
technology
whatever the
with the
case may be.
Starship project.
I'm very comfortable. Just
So,
I disagree with people in that bit. So I did not find anything that happened inappropriate. I disagreed with a lot of the things he said, sir.
so you also spoke on
my
Michael Knowles,
imagination is limited by what I know.
speak about
So
the ideas.
I would not deny that
You,
working
you
on
speak
light
broadly
sails
about
expanded
the
my
conversation.
ability to imagine this possibility. But let me offer
some of
another
the cases
interesting
you could
anecdote. In
The
September this
conversation.
year, 2020, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple different things, and I'm the
was
first to tell
another
you
object
that
found.
depending on
And it
who I'm
was given
talking
the name
to, I go in with a
2020
different
SO,
attitude about how,
minor
quote,
planet
seriously I'm
center.
taking it,
This is an
in the sense
organization
of whether I
located
think it's
in
going to be a
Cambridge,
deep policy
Massachusetts, that
discussion
gives names
versus whether it's going to be more of a
astronomical
performance
objects
for
found
an
in the solar
audience that
system.
is expecting
They gave
a
it that
certain
name
thing. And I think
2020
there's
SO
different
because
types of shows. When I was interviewed by this guy, Jesse
an
Peterson in
object
Los
in the
Angeles,
solar
it's
system
very different, for
it
example, than
moved
when
in
I'm
an
talking to
orbit
Patrick
that
Bet-David,
is
to
similar
give
to the orbit of
two
the Earth,
examples.
but not
I
the same
think
exactly.
the
And
reason I stopped
therefore
doing
it
the
was
Michael Knowles
bound
show
to the
was the
sun.
number of
But it also
reps I would get
exhibited
after the fact. That's really the reason. I was glad to engage with him to the extent that the interviews
So
were
the
interesting and
astronomers
we
that
could
found
organize it
it
reasonably
extrapolated back in
efficiently.
time and found
But
that
the reason I stepped away
1966
was sort of the aftermath.
intercepted
But
the
I
Earth.
did find him to be
And then they realized,
someone
they went
who
to the
was
history books
abundantly
and they
clear
realized, oh, there
about
was a
his
mission
view and where he
called
comes from.
Lunar
And while I
Surveyor,
could not
Lunar
possibly
Lander,
disagree with
Surveyor
him in terms
2,
of politics and
that
culture and
had
our
a
backgrounds,
rocket
everything
booster.
is
It
just
was a
so
failed
different.
mission, but
I found it
there was
easy
a rocket
to
booster that
engage
was
in the
kicked
conversation
into space.
just because of how
And
upfront
presumably
and
this is the
clear
rocket
he was
booster
about
that
what
we're
he was
seeing.
doing.
Now, this
But
rocket
the number
booster
of
was
threats.
sufficiently
Yeah.
hollow and
Yeah, it was
thin
just too much.
for us to
And
recognize
this,
that it's pushed by
I don't know
sunlight.
how much you
So
saw
here's
about
my
this
point.
recent Twitter
We can
dust up I
tell
was involved with
object.
Donald
Obviously,
Trump
this object
Jr.
didn't have any
tweeting
cometary
about
tail.
me and then
It was
declining
artificially
from
made.
there.
Let's
We
talk
know
through
that
it.
it was made.
Okay.
I have to understand, like, we study Shakespeare, I have to
From
study
an
your
orbit
Twitter.
of
To
rock.
understand somewhat how much of
Just
the
by seeing
sarcasm,
something
It's
how much
mostly
doesn't have
sarcasm.
cometary
I
tail.
mean, here's the
And
thing, and I know
deviates
that there are
from an
people who
orbit
will say,
shaped by
David, you're
gravity.
dealing with such
We can tell
serious
that it's
issues. It's
artificial.
really not
In the case
okay
of Oumuamua,
not to take
it
everything
couldn't
you
have
do
been sent by
completely
humans
seriously. But
because
my view is,
just
it's
passed near us
so
for a few
incredible
months. We
that
know
I,
exactly what we were
between
doing in those
chance and
at that
timing
time.
and so
And
different
also it
things
was
went
moving
into a
faster
position
than
where
any
this is what I
object
do
that we can
professionally.
launch.
And
And so
it's a
obviously
career
from outside
and
the solar
financially
system.
sustainable and all these different
And the
things.
question is, who
I don't want to end up taking myself too seriously because I recognize the timing and luck and all of these other things. This could have gone a completely different way. So my approach to a lot of this is let's not take ourselves too seriously, and in particular on Twitter, a platform that, the degree to which it should be taken very seriously
And my point is that maybe
I'm always
was a
sort of
message in a
thinking
bottle,
a little bit
and we should simply,
What happened with
simply another
Donald
window into
So,
searching
the full
for
article.
artifacts
Yeah,
from
but
other
to give you a 1 minute arc, and then we can
think
pick
it
whichever
kind of
parts we want.
come from
After
the
a mass shooting,
If
now you might
it's
say
so
there's like 2 or 3 a day. You're
end.
correct.
From a side
There's a
perspective,
Nashville mass
the
shooting
narrow-minded
at a
view
Christian
that
school.
we'll probably
I tweeted
talk about throughout
snarkily,
is,
tongue in
you
cheek,
kind of want to stick
to
to the things
point
that to
thoughts and
naturally
prayers
originating
not only aren't
objects, I guess, or
particularly
as a
useful
comment.
after a shooting, they
Okay,
also
that's the
don't prevent
space of
shootings.
possible hypotheses.
That
And then if
there's
we
some
expand beyond that,
confusion about how
you
there
start to
would
think,
be
okay,
a
these are
shooting
artificially
at a
constructed,
Christian
like you just
school,
said, it could be by
given that it is
humans.
a place
It could be by
where prayer is taking place. I think
symbols, whatever
said
that
something
means,
like,
by some kind of
were they not
extraterrestrial
praying enough or
alien
correctly?
civilizations.
Deep journalistic
If it's
You
the
have-
alien
I have
civilization
your
beautiful.
variety,
This is the only
what
display
is
of
this
journalistic
object?
integrity.
That's the next level.
I will show today. Okay. And then I have a couple of responses.
I mean, we don't have
Can you
enough
believe
evidence
it?
to
It's
tell.
just that.
If we had
Which
a
I regret.
photograph, perhaps we would have more
And we
information.
can talk about
But
that.
Well, I would love to because it's such a
there is one other
interesting
peculiar
decision.
fact about Oumuamua.
because when you tweet something, one of the things I've also learned is you don't often understand
We didn't
how
detect
it's
any
going to
heat
be
from
read.
it, and that
It's going
implies
to be
that it's rather
analyzed like I
small
mentioned Shakespeare.
and shiny.
Certain
But
it
the
uses
other
certain
peculiar
words
fact is that
that you
it
regret
came
saying
from
in
a
a
very
certain kind
special
of way,
frame of
maybe
reference.
just because it wasn't
So
as
it's sort of
eloquent,
like finding
I
a
think
car
it's powerful, didn't
in a
actually
parking
convey
lot,
the
in a
thing,
public parking lot.
or it's a distraction to the main message.
You can't really tell
Okay,
where it
the
came
actual tweet is very
so there is
surprising
this
that
frame
there
of
would be a
reference
mass
where
shooting at a
you
Christian
average
school,
over the
given
motions
that
of all the
lack of
stars
prayer
in
is
the
often
neighborhood
blamed
of the
for
sun.
these horrible events.
So
Is it possible
you find
they weren't
the
praying
so-called
enough or
local standard
correctly
of rest
despite being
of
a
the
Christian
galaxy.
school?
And that's
And
a frame of reference that
a
is
lot of
moving
people
by averaging
quote
the random
retweeted that, which
motions
I'm
of all the
assuming
stars, and the sun
was
is moving relative to that frame at some speed.
criticism. So
But this
Colin Wright
object
wrote,
was at rest
I used to
in that
consider
frame.
you a reasonable
And only
progressive, but
1
you
in
clearly
500 stars
devolved
is so
into
much
partisan
at rest
hackery. I'm an
in that
atheist.
frame. And that's
It
why I was
cannot
saying it's
begin to
like a
fathom
parking.
using the
It was
murder of
parked
children and
there,
adults in a
and
Christian
we
school
bumped
as
into
an
it. So the
opportunity to
relative
dunk on
speed
the
between
concept
the
of
solar
prayer.
system
And you
and
responded,
this
I'm
object
dunking
is
on the
just
people who
because
say thoughts and
we are
prayers
moving.
and do nothing else.
It was
And the
sitting still.
shootings
Now you
continue.
ask yourself, why is it
Sure, there's a lot of
so
other attractions.
unusual
There's a
in
few
that
other
context?
100,000.
Why?
Right.
Because if
So
it was
that you
expelled
want
from
the art
another
leading
planetary
to the
system,
meeting.
So
most
This
likely
is more to
it
display.
would
Do you
carry
know
the
what
speed
time of
of the
day I
host
tweeted the
star
original? And I
that it
feel like
came
it was in
from.
the afternoon or
Because it will,
evening
the
of,
most
on a
loosely
Monday.
bound objects are in the periphery of the
3:42
planetary
p.m.
system, and
on
they move very
27th March
slowly relative
27th.
to the star, and so they carry
So basically, I
when
tweet
they're
that,
ripped apart
and then I
from
finish the
planetary
day, and
system.
I
Most of the
tweet,
objects will have
and then you go on.
the residual
I might
motion
have
of the
looked
star
once at
relative
Twitter,
to the
and it
local
had
sun. But this one was
2,000
addressed to the
likes
local
and a few
Now,
people saying,
one thing I
might have
can
missed the
think
mark,
of is
but
if
it's sort of
there is a
like
grid
it's one of my
of
20,000 tweets I don't know.
goalposts,
I
like
wake up
for
the next morning,
navigation system,
my baby daughter
so that
did
you
not
can
sleep
find
till
your way
7:30 the
in
way
the
I would
local
like,
frame.
so she's up at 6
Then that
a.m.
would be
and I get
one
up,
possibility.
and
These are like
I'm just
little
there, starting to make
sensors
breakfast,
of this
and I glance at my
so that
phone,
there could be
and I'm
not
starting to,
necessarily
this was when
moving,
verified
but
meant a
just,
different thing than it means now.
evenly.
I'm
it's
seeing
some
all these
definition of
verified
evenly
accounts
spread out
that
set of
are,
objects like
quote
these
tweeting
that are
it and
just out
demanding
there.
a
A lot
retraction
of
and
them.
whatever. And I go,
Another
oh,
possibility
okay,
is
this
that
looks like
these
it's
are
getting,
relay
looks like it's getting some
stations,
attention.
that for communication, you might
I
think in
then
order to communicate
continue
with a
about my
huge
day.
beacon,
Around
a very
noon,
powerful
from my dad that he
but it's
got
not true.
100
Even on
messages
Earth, we have
from,
these relay
you should have
stations, so you
aborted your
have
son,
and not so far
to,
from beacon, so
we're going to find
can
all
be
of
heard
you,
only
to
out
whatever
to
else.
a
My dad
limited
has no
distance,
idea what's
but
going
then
on. He's
you
like,
relay
I don't
the
know what this
message,
is, but I have
and it could be
100
one of
DMs
those. Now, after
to
you
everything
provide
else
it
you
with
can imagine.
the solar system, of course, you got
And
the kick. So it's just
I
like
start to get
a billiard
emails
ball. We
about,
gave it the kick by colliding with. But most of
your
them are not
Jewish
colliding
faith,
with
this and
stars.
that, and the
So
other
that's
thing.
one possibility.
And so at that
Okay?
point,
And there
to
should
me,
be
I thought, this
lots
is
of them
just
if
going to
that's
get
the
worse
case.
and worse and worse. And so I deleted it.
And the other
And I really
possibility
regret doing that.
is
Because
that it's
over
a
the
probe,
48 hours that
that
followed,
was sent
yes, the attacks
in the
escalated.
direction
It went
of
through
the
Candace Owens, and then
habitable
FoxNews.com,
region to
Newsmax,
find out
kind
if
of
there is
peeking seen with Donald Trump.
It takes tens of
And it
thousands
was
of years
horrible.
for
I
such
mean,
a probe to traverse the
thousands
solar
and
system from the
thousands of
outer
years.
edge of the Oort cloud
But
all the
once
way
I
to
told my
where we are.
audience about what happened,
And
I
it's a long
got
journey. So we
thousands of
started the journey
messages
from
from
the
people
edge of the
saying,
solar
David,
system to get to us
only
now.
someone
We were
who
rather
doesn't
primitive
know
back
you
then.
and is
We still didn't
determined
have
to
any
interpret
technology. There
this
was
in the
no
worst
reason to
possible
visit.
way
There was
would
grass
think
around
you're
and so forth.
blaming
But
kids who died
maybe
for
it is
getting shot. Of course you weren't
So you
doing
said
that. I
10,000
wish
years.
you
That's
hadn't
fast. So it
deleted
takes
it
that long.
so that it would still be up and you would now see the tide kind of
The other thing I should say is,
this was
you know, it
not
could
a
be
fun
just
3 days, regardless. But I do regret having
outer
deleted
layer
it
of
because
something else. You know,
it was a
something that
panic.
was ripped
I wanted to do the
apart,
quickest
a
thing I thought I
surface of
could
an
to
instrument
get
that
people to
was,
stop trying to
and you can
find
have lots of
family
these
members and
pieces. You know, if
send them
something
threats.
breaks,
And so
lots
around
of these
noon,
pieces
that's
spread
what I
out like
did.
space junk.
And the truth is, the threats didn't
And,
stop
you
anyway
know,
because everybody had
it could be
screenshotted it.
just space
And I
junk
do wish I'd left it.
from an extra,
Is
from
there
an
some
alien
degree,
civilization. Yes.
maybe
So
stepping
it's,
outside yourself, do you
I
regret
about
reading
space
that?
junk. Let
In
me
that,
yes.
it
What do you
is
mean
a
by
mockery
space junk?
engine.
So
That,
I think,
that
you know, you might ask, why aren't they
does that
looking
tweet
for us?
really
One possibility is
represent
that we are
the
not
disease?
interested, like we were talking about ants.
It
Another
absolutely
possibility,
represents
you know, if
the
there are
disgust
millions of
with
billions of
a
years
politics that
into
includes
their
saying
technological
we can't
development,
touch guns.
they
We just
created their
can't.
own
But they're willing
habitat,
to
their
point
own
to mental health
where they
or
feel
say we need more
comfortable, they
prayer
have
in schools
everything
or
they
whatever.
need.
1,000%
It's
get
risky for
represented
them to
in that
establish
view.
communication with
Is it the
other.
type of snark and
So they have their
sarcasm
own
that I would
cocoon and they
use
close off.
if given an
They
hour to
don't care about
discuss the
anything else.
topic
Now,
rather than
in
whatever
that
the
case, you
number of
might say,
characters is now
oh,
on
so
Twitter?
how can
No,
we find
definitely
about
not.
them
So
if they're closed
I'm
off?
very
The
cognizant
answer
of the
is
fact
they
that
still have to
it
deposit
was
trash, right?
unnecessarily
That is
provocative.
something from the law of thermodynamics. There must be some
I
production
think I
of
asked a
trash.
similar question to Ben
And, you
Shapiro.
know, we
Do
can
you
still
worry
find
that
about
the
them,
style of
just like
presentation can turn
investigating
you from being
journalists going through the trash
deeply
cans
thoughtful,
of
objective
celebrities in
critical
Hollywood? You
thinker
know, you can learn
to
about the
somebody
private
who's
lives
just a partisan
of those celebrities by looking
hack
at the
or
trash. It's
partisan
fascinating to think, you know, if we're the hands in this picture,
Do you mean with
if
regard to
we, if
Twitter
this
or
thing is
the
a
format
water
of my show in
bottle,
general?
or
Yeah,
if
so
it's like a
Twitter for now, let's start
smartphone,
with Twitter
like
for now.
where
And can you
on the
silo
spectrum of
your
possible objects of
style
space, because there's a lot of interesting trash.
and then virus
Like, how interesting is this trash?
I don't have deep thoughts
seeing
about
himself
the Twitter component.
like a
To be
caveman
honest,
would think
I think
since the
across
caveman
all
played
sorts
with
of
rocks
disciplines,
all of
this
his
is
life,
not
he
the
would
best
say,
way
it's a rock.
to
Just
most
like my
effectively solve
fellow
problems
astronomer said. Yes.
and figure
Right,
out
exactly.
solutions
That's
to how
brilliantly
to
put.
We're talking about
Actually, as a
Twitter.
Now,
scientist,
right now,
do you
I'm
hope
talking
it's a
about
water bottle
that
or
being
smartphone?
said, I
Because
think
it's
all of
I
us,
hope it's even
to
more
some
than a
degree,
smartphone. I hope that
have to
it's
adapt
something that is
our
very
content
sophisticated and
to the platform
yes,
that
yeah,
we're
the
using.
opposite.
In the
I
same way
feel
that
like
what I
I hope
post to
it's a
YouTube
water
is different
bottle
than what I
because
post to TikTok.
at least we have
What
a
I post
hope
to
with our
Twitter
current
is
set of
also
skills
different.
to understand
Do
it.
I think
A caveman
Twitter
has
has
no
been
way of
an
understanding the
unmitigated
smartphone.
good
It's like
for
it will
society?
be like
No.
I feel like a caveman has
Have
more
I
to learn
chosen
from
to step
plastic water
into
bottle
Twitter
than you
as
do
one
from
of the
a
ways in
smartphone.
which I get my
But suppose
message
we
out
figure it out
with the
if
good
if
and
we,
the
for
bad?
example,
Yes.
come close to it
And I
and
think
learn
that
what it's
there is a
made
deep
of, and I guess the
conversation to be had
smartphone
there.
is full of like
I think
thousands of
zooming out
different
a little bit
technologies that we
in
could
terms of what I
probably
do,
pick
and I
at.
was hoping this would come up because I think it's really
Do you have a
interesting.
sense of where
I will often get emails from people
hypotheses of
who say two things. I will get these.
where
You would
is
have
the
such a bigger
cocoon
audience
that
if
it
you
might
did
have
X
come from?
and
They
usually
know
they are
because
closed to
okay, so first of
sensationalism,
all, you know, the solar
salacious
system,
and
the
titillating
outermost
content,
edge of the solar
more
system
pop
is
culture
called the
stuff,
Oort cloud.
etc.
It's a cloud of
On the other hand, it's supposed to
icy
say,
rocks
listen, what you're doing really isn't as
of different
serious as it could
sizes
be,
that were
and
left
it seems like you
over
could
from
do
the
something more
formation of the
serious,
solar system.
and you should consider
And
doing
it's thought to
deep
be
dive,
roughly
once it was do a deep dive into
a
Calvin
ball or
Coolidge.
sphere.
Nobody will watch that.
And it's halfway, the extent
There,
of it
it's
is
not
roughly
by
halfway to
accident
the
that
nearest
my show
star.
is the way it is.
Okay?
Right? In an
So you can
hour,
imagine
I'm thinking of all the
each
platforms I'm on,
planetary
and I'm saying,
system
okay,
basically
I want to do
touching
a relatively deep dive
the
on
Oort
the federal
clouds of
budget,
those stars
and I want to
that are
talk
near
about
us are
some of
touching each
the
other. Space is
political
full
tomfoolery going on
of
within the post
these
office.
billiard
And I'm going to
balls
do a
that are
segment about
very
the
densely
wacky rally
packed.
where
And
Trump
what
said
that
crazy
means
things
is
and made up 3
any
words and said
object
he
that you
endorsed the
see,
candidate.
irrespective of whether it came from the local
I'm
standard. So
crafting
we
that
said
in
that this
total
object is
to
special
find a
because it came
balance
from a local
between
standard of
let's
press. But even
build
if it
this
didn't,
audience as much
you
as
would
I
never
can
be able to
in
trace
order
where
to
it
have a
came
bigger
from
base
because
to get my message out there
all of these Oort
and
clouds
include
overlap.
the more
So if you
serious
take some
stuff with the hope
direction
that
in the
there's a little bit of something for everyone, and I'm finding a balance between those two sides of the spectrum. It's a deliberate thing, and I'm aware that if I were producing my show 50 years ago, the balance would probably be different, and it would probably change again. If the show was audio only, rather than having all the video platforms, it would also be different. But it's a decision that's proactively made to try to get the best and most out of the hours I'm creating.
I think in the book,
It just feels like there's an entire
too,
machine
the Scientific American, which are
of
really some
Twitter
kind of
and journalism
a
that
little bit.
work to
But
divide
there's
people. and the drama
What
of
is
that
cocoon?
division, highlighting
What is a civilization that's
the
able to
partisan
harness
the
the power
drama of that
of the
division
suns, for
feels
example?
like the tension with the
Look, I think
objective
when you imagine possible civilizations
So
that
that's
are
the.
a million years more
I
advanced than
worry that
us,
there's a
what do
drug.
you think that actually
There's
looks
too
like?
much fun.
I
to
think
mock
it's very different than we can
ridiculous
imagine.
people
By the way, I should start from
on the
the
other
point that
side.
even
I think you're
biological
right about that.
life, just
And
without technology,
the fact that
getting into the
that
game
is true,
could look like
to
something
me,
we have never seen
supports.
before.
I've talked with my
for
audience
example,
about,
the nearest
like the
star,
old
which is
Greek pyramid,
Proxima
which I
Centauri.
guess was like
It's
wrong, but let's
4
imagine
light
that there
years
was a
away.
pyramid that made
So
sense.
they will know
At the bottom, right?
about the results of
I
the
think
2016
like
elections
cold rains.
only
I
next
don't remember.
month in
It's
February
been a while
Sugar
since
goes
I saw.
2021.
Junk food is at the very top.
It's very far
I'm
away.
very open with my audience.
But
The
if you
vast
think about
majority
it,
of what I do is the top
this,
of that
this
pyramid. And
star is
I
a
tell
dwarf
people
star,
very
and
openly,
it's much
I
cooler
don't
than
consume
it's
a lot of the type of content
twice
I
as
produce.
cold as the sun.
And I think
it
it's
emits
really
mostly
important
infrared
to, as a
radiation.
base,
So
be
if
doing
there are any
critical
creatures
thinking,
on
epistemology, how do
the
we
planet
believe the
close
things
to
we
it that
believe,
is habitable,
basics
which is
about
called
the world.
Proxima b. There is a
After
planet
that,
in the habitable zone, in
reading
the zone
history,
just at the right
economics,
distance where,
philosophy,
in
etc.
principle, liquid water can be on the
After
surface.
that, now we're getting
If
into
there are
current
any
events.
animals
I
there,
would
they
mostly
have
be looking
infrared
at
eyes because
consuming
our eyes was designed
primary
to be
source
sensitive to
reporting,
where most of the
things
sunlight
like
is in the visible
Associated
range.
Press,
But
whatever. I know everybody will
Proxima
have a different
Centauri
list of
emits
what
mostly
comes
infrared, so
after
they're
that is when
nearest
I'd
to
say
see each other.
indulge
And in
in
the
some of
nearest
the
star system,
commentary type
these
stuff
animals
that
would
I do.
be
If
quite
you
strange. They would
find that
have
I'm
eyes
thoughtful
that
enough
are
to make it into
detectors
that.
of infrared,
But I'm
very
very
different from ours.
open, and really what
Moreover,
I
this
try to do
planet
on my show
Proxima
often
b
is, in
faces the
being
star
that at the
always
top of
with
the
the same
pyramid,
side.
tell people
So it
there's
has a
all this other
permanent day
stuff
side
that should
and
be
a permanent
forming your
night side.
foundation
And
that I
obviously the
hope you're
creatures that
consuming in addition to
evolve
this much.
on the
And I'm
permanent
very
day
open
side,
with
which
my
is much
audience.
warmer, would be quite
What
different
about
than those on
the
the
shape,
permanent
the
night side.
dynamics,
Between them,
the
there would be
characteristics
a
of your
permanent
audience?
sunset
Is there some degree to
strip.
which you're
And my
through
daughters said
mocking
that that's the
the
best opportunity
Republicans?
for high-value
there's
real estate because you will see the sunset
There's a lean to that
throughout
audience,
your
and then you
life,
become
right?
captured by
The
that.
sun never sets on this.
I worry
on this
about
strip.
it.
So
I'm
these worlds
relatively
are out of
comfortable
our
that
imagination.
it's
Even the
not
individual
shaping the
creatures,
program to
the
a
sensor
great
suite that they're
degree
operating with might be very
in
different.
the
Very
sense
different. So I
that
think when we
at
see
this
something
point
like
I have
that,
a
we
pretty
will be
good
shocked.
sense of the things
Not
I
to
can
speak
say
about
that
seeing
will
technology.
upset what I
So
might call my
I
core
don't even
audience. You know,
dare
one of the
to
interesting
imagine,
things, just to
Uh,
briefly go
and
back to the
I think,
Twitter thing, was
obviously we can bury
there's
our
people
head
who were
in the
furious with me on
sand
Twitter
and
and
say,
they contacted my
it's never
advertisers,
aliens,
and
like
some
many of my
advertisers
colleagues
blocked
say.
me, and
And it's a
on and on and on.
self-fulfilling prophecy.
None
If
of them
you
are
never
actually in
look,
my audience.
you will never find. If you're
None
not
of them are
prepared, you will
regular
find
consumers of my
wonderful
audience.
things.
They were
You
kind
will
of
never discover
weaponized
them.
against me by
And
people
the
who
other
said,
thing
hey,
I would
look at
like to
this.
say is
The people who follow
reality
conversations on Twitter,
doesn't
other than
care
for the
whether
kind of
you
shock
ignore
value,
it or not.
they're not
You can
in
ignore
my
reality, but
audience.
it's still
And
there.
with my core
So
audience, I
we
know
can
there are
all
things I can talk
agree
about that will generate
based on Twitter that
displeasure, I guess you could say, to
aliens
my
don't
audience.
exist.
Sometimes when I
That
touch the
one was
Israeli-Palestinian
wrong.
conflict,
We
that
can
will
all
happen.
agree. And you
Sometimes
will
on
get a lot of
vaccines, there's a
likes.
portion of
They'll
my
have a
audience
big crowd of
that is
supporters, and
more
everyone
generally
will be
skeptical
happy
in
and give
vaccines.
each other awards and honors and so
Sometimes
forth.
on some foreign policy
But
issues.
might still be
Or, you
an
know,
alien
I'm not a
argument.
big
Who
fan of
cares
Marianne
what humans
Williamson
agree on?
nor Bobby Kennedy
There is a
Jr.'s
reality out there. And we have
challenges
to
to Joe
be
Biden.
modest
Not because I
enough
love Joe
to
Biden, but
recognize
because I don't
that
consider
we
them
should
to be
make
the
our
most serious
statements
candidates. I know there's
based
people
on
in my audience who don't
evidence.
like that. They get mad at me
Science
about that.
is not about
And I'm
ourselves.
totally
It's not
okay
about
with that.
glorifying our
And that
image.
tension with
It's not
my
about getting
core audience.
honors,
So in
prizes.
that
You know,
sense,
a lot of
I
the
don't
scientific
feel as though
a lot
I've
of the
had that
academic
audience capture
activity
take
is
place.
geared towards
But I know it can
creating
happen,
your
and I'm
echo
very
chamber where
open
you have
to
students,
being
postdocs
told
repeating
ways in
your
which it may be
mantras
happening
so
without
that
noticing.
your voice
So
is heard loudly so that you can get more honors,
I'm going to
prizes,
call for questions
recognition.
on Reddit.
That's not the
conversation.
purpose of science. The purpose
There's
is
a lot of
to
good
figure
questions
out
that I'll
what
probably
nature
bring up,
is.
but one of them
Right?
was about
And in the process of
man
doing that, it's a
Williamson,
learning experience. You make
asking
mistakes.
why
You know,
David
Einstein
thinks
made
she's
3
a
mistakes
garbage
at the end of his career. He
which of
argued
course,
that in the 1930s, he
but
argued that
perhaps
black
he was
holes
more
don't
eloquently
exist,
criticized. So
gravitational waves
let's
don't
go
exist,
there. To
and
the
quantum
2024
mechanics doesn't have
So Biden,
spooky action
so
at a
Biden
distance.
officially announced he's
And
running
all
again.
three
Donald
turned
Trump
out to be wrong.
officially announced
Okay,
he's
so
running
the
again.
point is that if you work at the
If
frontier,
that's the matchup, who do you
then
think?
you make mistakes. It's inevitable because you
If
can't
the
tell
election's held
what is
today,
true or not. And
think
avoiding
Biden.
making mistakes in order to preserve your image
Well, first of all, I
makes you
believe he won last
extremely
time.
boring. Okay, you will
And
get
if
the
I start
prize,
with the
but you will
results
be a
from 2020,
boring scientist
think to
because you
myself,
keep repeating
what
things
has
we already
happened
know.
since
If
then
you want to make
that would
progress, if
push
you
or
want to
pull voters
innovate,
one way or the
you have
other.
to take risks.
I have a
And you
hard
have
time
to
making
look
a
at the
case
evidence.
that
It's a
Trump is
dialogue
in a
with
better
nature.
position
You
today
don't
than
know
he
the
was in
truth in
November of
advance.
2020.
You let nature tell
So
you,
that's kind of my
educate you.
starting point, which
And
is
then
it's a
you
rematch of an
realize that
election
what you
with a
thought
known
before
outcome.
is incorrect.
What has
And
changed?
a lot of my
And I
colleagues
can't
prefer
make
to be in
a
a state
case
where they have a
for
monologue. You know, if
circumstances
you look
that
at
have
these
changed
people
in
that
Trump's
work on
favor.
string
To give a
theory,
couple of state level
they have a
examples,
monologue. They
Florida
know,
seems to be
and
kind
in
of
fact,
moving
the
more to the
monologue is
Republican
centered
side
on
since 2020,
anti-deceiver space, which
but
we don't
Trump
live
won
in.
that state
Now,
already
you know,
in
to me,
2020,
it's just
so
like
it
the
wouldn't really
Olympics.
change
You know,
the
you
outcome.
define 100 meters,
Arizona was
and you say
close.
whoever
I
runs
think
this 100
Arizona has moved
meters
to the left
is the
since
best
2020,
athlete,
so I
is
don't
the
see
fastest.
Trump
You know,
taking that one.
and it's completely arbitrary.
Wisconsin,
You
I
could
think
have
the
decided
same
it
sort of
would
thing
be
applies. So
50
being
meters
very
or 20 meters.
practical,
Who cares? You just
that
measure
would be
the
kind of the
ability of
start
people this way.
of my
So you define anti-deceiver space as a
Do you
space
think
where you do
Joe
your
Biden
mathematical
is a better
gymnastics,
candidate?
and then you find who can do it the best, and you give jobs based on that. You give
I
prizes
think
based. But
he's
as
the
we said
worst
before,
candidate.
you know, nature doesn't
This is
care
going to
about,
sound ageist,
you know,
but
the
I
prizes
think
that you
he's a
give
worse candidate
to each
in
other.
that
It
he's
cares,
even
you know, it has
older,
its
and
own
there already seems
reality,
to
and
be
we should
an
figure it out.
appetite
And it's not
for
about
younger
us. The
candidates,
scientific activity is about
particularly on the
figuring
Democratic
out nature. And
voting
sometimes we
side.
may be wrong. Our
So
image
he's
will
going to be 4
not
years older,
preserve,
and in a sense,
but
that could be a
that's
liability.
the fun, you know.
However, he also
letting
is going to have
kids
4
explore
years
the
of
world
accomplishments.
out of curiosity. And
You might
I
not like
always
the
want
things
to
he's done, in
maintain
which case that
my
could hurt him.
childhood curiosity.
But
And
he
I don't
has
care about the
started to
labels that they
accumulate
have. In fact,
not
having
insignificant
tenure
number
is
of accomplishments.
exactly the
Some of the
opportunity
big things
to
that are known,
behave like a
Inflation
child
Reduction
because you
Act
can
and
make mistakes.
COVID stimulus,
I
but
was
also
asked by
less
the
well-known
Harvard
things
Gazette,
like
you
a
know,
bunch of little tweaks to healthcare,
of Harvard.
a bunch of little tweaks to student lending.
What-
There's been a lot of
What is the
little
one
things.
thing that you would like
At
to
the
change
macro
about the
level,
world? Yes.
I don't actually
And
think
I
Joe
said,
Biden
I
has
would
that much
like
to
my
do with this, the
colleagues
same
to
way
behave
I
more
didn't
like
credit
kids.
or attack
Yeah.
Trump for a
That's
lot
the
of the
one thing I would like
macroeconomic stuff, but inflation has
Because
started to come
something
down significantly,
bad
the stock
happens
market's
to
quite
these
steady.
kids when they become
These
tenured
sort of things.
professors.
I
They
think
start
looking
to worry about
historically,
their ego
it's a pretty
and about themselves
okay
more
environment
than
for
about
Joe Biden,
the
with
purpose
the
of science,
exception
which
that he
is
was already the oldest
curiosity
president
driven,
to be
figuring
inaugurated
out
in
from
2021.
evidence. Evidence is
And
the
he would
key.
beat his
So
own
when an
record
object
in
shows
January of
anomaly,
2025, and I just don't know how
what's
voters
the
are going
problem
to see that.
discussing? You know,
So in terms of
whether
just a
it's
public
artificial
human
or not.
being,
You know, so there was, I should
how
tell, there
would you
was a
compare Trump to
mainstream
Biden? So if I were to
paper
give
in
criticism
Nature published
towards
saying
Trump, it would be
it
that
must be natural.
he's
That's
chaotic,
it. It's unusual, but it must be natural.
being disrespectful
Period. And
to
then
a
at the
lot of
same
different groups,
time,
to a lot of different ideas, to a lot of
those
different
some
nations
other
and leaders and
mainstream
all that kind of stuff.
scientists
And
tried
then
to
the
explain
criticism
the
towards
properties.
Biden would be
And
that
they came up with interpretations like it's a dust bunny.
maybe
You know,
perhaps
the
because
kind
of
that you
age
find
or
in a
any other
household, a
kind of
collection of
cognitive
dust particles
capabilities is not
pushed
really
by sunlight.
there mentally, as
Something we've never seen before.
in the way that
Or
perhaps we
it's a
could say that
hydrogen
Barack
iceberg.
Obama was there.
It actually
Just mentally
evaporates
being
like a
able to
comet,
handle all
but
kinds of
hydrogen is
aspects
transparent. You don't
of
see it,
being a
and that's why we don't
public
see the cometary debris.
representative
Again,
of a
we have
nation
never
to
seen
the
something
world
like that. In
and
both
to the
cases, the
people of
objects
that
do
nation.
not
So,
survive
which
the long
in a
journey.
competition
We discussed it
of
in a paper that
personality
they will have
flaws,
to.
which do you think is more
But
powerful?
my point is, those
He's
that
laid
try
out
to explain the unusual practice
fair and I believe
went
accurate
into great
assessments
length
of elements of both of
discussing
those
things that we have
men.
never seen
Yeah.
before.
You
Okay?
haven't
So
weighed in
even
on
when you think about
to
the
what
natural
degree
origin,
you
you
value
have to come
each
up
of
with
those
scenarios
assessments,
that
which is where I
of
think
things that we've
the
never
kind
seen
of
before.
meat of this question really
And by
is.
the way, they look less plausible to me
I
personally.
don't see, and I
But
know that
my point is, if we discuss
Biden's going to
things
get
that
us
were
into
never
World
seen
War III.
before,
World War III
right?
doesn't seem to be
Why
happening.
not discuss? Why not
I don't
contemplate
see
an artificial origin?
the
What's the
Biden
problem?
deficits
Why
you
do
listed,
people
which I
have
agree
this
with you on. I don't
pushback?
see them
And
as
you know, I worked on dark matter,
dangerous or
and
threatening to
we
the
don't know what
standing of
most
the
of the
United
matter in the
States
universe is.
in this
It's called
kind of
dark matter. It's just an
environment with our
acronym
Western,
because
traditional
we have
Western
no clue.
allies
We
and
simply don't know.
geopolitics,
So it could be all kinds of
etc.,
particles.
in
And
the
over the
way
years, people
that
suggested weakly
the
interacting
sort of
massive
unhinged
particles acts
personality of Trump combined with his lack of knowledge about most issues
They cost
is a
hundreds of
threat.
millions of dollars.
So for me, if those two are the candidates,
Constraints that ruled out many
Biden
of
would
the
be my
possibilities
choice.
that were
Now, are there
proposed. It's
people I
natural,
would rather
actually.
see on the
The
Democratic
mainstream
side?
community
Yes,
regarded it
if I
as
knew
the
the
mainstream
president would be a
activity of
Republican, can I
research,
think
the
of
nature
better
of the dark
options than
matter.
Trump?
And
Absolutely. You know,
nobody
it's
complained
so
that
funny.
it's
When in
speculative
2012 it was
consider weekly
Obama versus
interacting massive
Romney,
party.
the difference seems so
why is it
significant.
speculative to consider
Thinking back,
extraterrestrial?
I'm sure I would disagree with Mitt Romney about tax rates and his views on LGBT. I'm sure I know are different than mine,
That the
but it
conditions
seems,
of
without looking at it in
are
reverse colored
reproduced
so comparatively benign
billions of
given
systems throughout the
the
Milky Way
4 years
galaxy.
of Trump. So
So
that's kind
what's
of
more
what I'm
conservative
Even
than to say
McCain,
if you arrange for similar
Obama,
conditions,
the
you get the same
differences
outcome?
seem
How
quite
can you
drastic.
imagine this to be
McCain is
speculative? It's not
interesting because
speculative at all.
Palin, as his
And
running mate,
nevertheless, it's regarded
opened
the
the
peripheral.
door to the
And
sort
at
of
the same time, you
cartoonish
have
stuff
physicists,
that we started to
directors,
see on the
working
Republican
on
side.
extra dimensions,
Palin,
super
Trump,
symmetry,
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
super string
It started
theory,
going in that
the
direction, which
multiverse.
has
Maybe we
made the
live in a
party a bit of a
simulation.
joke.
All of these
Aside from what
ideas
you
that
believe the
have
tax
no
rate,
grounding
right? You
in
can just say
reality,
taxes are too high,
some of
but
which
Jewish space
some
slavery,
will
come on, you know.
just
So,
like what someone
but
would say,
I agree with you on
science fiction,
So,
basically,
Go back to the
because you
political
have
terms
no way
we talked
to
about.
test it.
Where in that spectrum do you place
You
yourself?
know, through
today?
experiments, and experiments really are key.
Which of the
It's
ways
not
do you
just
think
a nuance. You say, okay, forget about
progressive social
experiments. Some
democrat,
philosophers try to say,
which
no,
again
if there is a
is a
consensus, what's the
capitalist.
problem?
I own my own
The point
business.
is, it's
I
key,
pay
and
the
that's not
taxes
very
I'm legally
level. It's
required
key
to
to
pay
have
and not
feedback
pay
from
more,
reality.
and
You know,
all
you
those
can
things.
think that you
That's
have
where I
$1 billion,
place myself.
or that
Would
you
you
are
place
more
yourself to the
rich
left
than,
of Joe Biden?
you know,
Yes.
Elon Musk. That's fine. You
Where
can
does the AOC fit into
feel
that?
very happy about it. You can talk about
It's
it
a good
with your
question.
friends,
What do
and
you
all
think
of you will be
about
happy and think about what you
AOC
can
as
do
a
with the money.
candidate? Do you think she's
Then you
actually
go to an
running?
ATM machine and
I
you make an
think
experiment. You
that
check how much money you
if
have in
she
your
doesn't
checking account.
run into some
And
kind
if it
of
turns out that,
scandal, and I don't
you know,
mean
you
scandal
don't
in the
have
sense
much, you
of
can't
some personal impropriety,
materialize your dreams. Okay,
but I
so you
mean
realize you
some
have a reality
kind of
check. And my point
major
is,
political
without
problem.
experiments giving you a
It
reality
seems
check,
that
without
she has the
ATM
staying
machine
power
showing you whether your
to
ideas
be
are
in American
bankrupt
elected
or not,
politics for a long
without
time.
putting
Whether she
skin
would
in the
even
game.
want to be
And by skin in
president
the game, I mean,
versus maybe going to
don't
the
just talk
Senate or
about
being
theoretical
governor or
ideas.
whatever the case may be.
Make
I have
them
no idea
testable.
what her ambitions are in
If you
that
don't
sense.
make them
But
testable,
certainly,
they're
like
worthless.
policy
They're just
aside,
like theology
she has
that
this
is not testable.
combination of
By the way,
charisma,
theology has some
likability
tests.
to
Let me
some,
give you
but also
three examples
something
here.
about her personality that
It
angers the
turns out
people
that
who
my
don't like her in a way that only
already inspired
fuels
a PhD
her
student
sort
at
of
Harvard in the English
presence,
department
which I
to
think
pursue
applies
a
to Trump as
PhD
well.
in that direction.
That I do think that
And
she has
she
the potential
invited me
to have
to
significant
the
staying
PhD
power in
exam
American
a
politics.
couple of months
President,
ago.
I don't know.
Do you think that's the future
And in
of
the exam, one of the examiners, a
political elections
professor,
and politics in
asked
general?
her,
Is people
do
who
you
are
know
able to
why
swiftly piss off the
Giordano
other side,
Bruno was
like
burnt
AOC
at
and
the
Trump?
stake?
I think it's an aspect of it.
And she
I
said,
think it's
"No,
also
I think it's because he was an
understanding how to
obnoxious guy
communicate
and
policy
he irritated
ideas.
a lot of people."
Trump,
Which is true.
I have things I can praise Trump about. If
But
you
the
want to get to that
professor
segment
said,
at some
no.
point, you let me know when that
It's
is. But
because
I
Giordano
do think
Bruno
that there are
said
some things
that
Trump is
other
very good at.
stars
And
are
this is
just
why
like the
it's
sun,
very hard for me to believe that Ron DeSantis
and they
has what
would
it
have a
takes
planet like the
to
Earth
actually
around them
fight Trump in a
that could
national
host
primary.
life.
And
And that
one of
was
those things
offensive to the
is
church. Why
Trump
was it offensive?
has a, even though he
Because
often
there is
says
the
very
possibility
strange
that this
things, that if you
life
transcribe
sinned.
them, you go,
Okay?
what language is
And
that? That
if
doesn't make any
that
sense
life
whatsoever.
sinned
In the
on
moment,
planets
the
around
way
other
he relates
stars,
to
it should have been
adversaries
saved by
on stage,
Christ.
etc.,
And then you
is
need
very
multiple
good in
copies
that
of Christ.
he is very much
And
aware of
that's
how it is going to be seen by the
How can
audience.
you have
And so that's why a lot of
duplicates
times it's
of
more about, it
Christ?
doesn't matter that a
And
word
so they
salad
burned
came out of
the
his
guy.
mouth, how he immediately responded and
It
related to
was
the person.
wow.
Very good.
Okay,
So
I
I
understand
think that
glory in this whole thing, 'cause
knowing
that's
how
kind
to
of
be
brilliant.
good
So
when
he was
clips
actually
are
already
shared all the
not just
time,
about the
often out of
stars, it's
context,
debating that there
is
could be other
extraordinarily
life forms.
important.
Like why
Knowing how to use
if this
social
star,
media,
if
which
there's other
every election
stars,
cycle that means
why
something
would it be
different.
special? Why
But
would our
understanding
be
how to use
special?
social
He
media
was
is very
making the right
important.
arguments, and
Those
he would
things
just
are
follow
absolutely
that all along.
so
That there should be other
And whether you're able to do a deep dive on the deficit, certainly useful, but I would say it's a bad thing. It's becoming less important.
I said to that professor, I
Just
said,
lingering
great,
on
you
the
know, and I
AOC,
wanted to introduce some
and then maybe let's
scientific
go
tone
into
to the
the
discussion.
Yeah.
And I said, this is
So where
great
do you
because
place
now you
yourself, and how do
basically
you
laid
give
the
a
foundation
layout
for
of the layout
experimental
of Bernie
tests.
Sanders,
This theology.
AOC,
What is
Joe
the test?
Biden,
We now
and
know that
David
other stars
Beckham?
are like the sun.
My
And
instinct
we know they
is,
have
and
planets like the Earth
I'm
around
going
them.
to answer
So
it,
suppose
the
we
thing that
find
makes it
life
tough
there, and we
is
figure out that
Bernie
they
says
sinned.
he's a
Then
Democratic
we ask them,
socialist. He
did you
ran as a
witness
social
Christ?
Democrat.
And if
He
they say
didn't
no,
run on
it means
anything
that
that was
this
really
theology
socialism.
is ruled out.
So I'm
So
going
there
by
is an
the
experimental
public
test. So this
facing
experimental test number one.
platforms.
I've been listening to
Another
it for many,
experimental
many
test,
years, and all the way back to the Tom Hartman show. And I
in
think
the Bible,
using the
in the Old
terms
Testament,
as you've been using them,
Yeah.
he has, I don't think, ever been a Democratic
was
socialist.
heard the voice,
I haven't heard
voice
him
of God,
speak about socialism.
sacrifice
I think I've heard him speak about social programs and the value of social programs throughout the history of the United States and how they've been beneficial.
My understanding is very similar to yours, although there may be stuff from the 70s where he really was talking about bona fide social. Yeah, you and I even who weren't around, we were doing stuff in the
We did, yeah.
My sense would be, Biden is like center left, and then I'm to the left of that. But maybe just inside of where AOC and Bernie are, it's very, very similar to Bernie. I mean, I identify with a lot of Bernie's ideas. Maybe the implementation I'm more flexible on. I'll give you one example. Medicare for all. One way of trying to get healthcare to everybody, which Bernie's very big on, is you take the current Medicare program, you just eliminate the age limit, make it available to everybody, pay for it through taxation. Interesting. However, I'm open to other models if they get everybody healthcare. That is good quality and affordable. Singapore has an interesting model. Germany has an interesting model. I am more agnostic about how we do it than just saying let's expand Medicare. Whether that puts me to the right of Bernie, I don't know. But I'm not like exactly right there on it. Has to be.
Yeah, that's more of a. It's more just flexibility versus dogmatism. I don't know if that puts it to the left or to the right. What do you think about the term manipulation of the corruption of the DNC that perhaps tipped the scales against Bernie in the election? Do you think there was such a thing?
Because it means that you can't make progress. You cannot understand
both, I would say. Different, the dynamics there were different. Hillary Clinton and the pressure from Hillary Clinton was a candidate. So, yeah, was there? Why didn't Bernie win?
Curiosity and open-mindedness that allows us to explore all kinds of possible hypotheses.
The DNC, I'm not a Democrat, just your audience may not know, I'm just an independent. I mostly vote for candidates that end up being Democrats. In local elections, often there's no party designation. So, I'm obviously on the left, I'm not denying that, but the Democratic Party is...
You're still a rebel that resists the long term.
Exactly right. And whether it matters, I don't know. The DNC and the RNC really are organizations that to some degree exist to justify their own existence, because if they were no longer necessary, they would go away. And so they have to assert their value and their importance. They do this in a number of different ways, organizing the way that the nominee is chosen, the convention, working with states on everything from redistricting to also setting the order of primaries and having some involvement in how that's all going to happen. And also coordinating behind the scenes, I guess they would describe it as making sure our candidates don't get in each other's ways. We might see it and say they're picking the winner. There's nothing illegal about them being involved in picking the winner, but we might say it's not. I think the 2020 primary was really interesting. Bernie supporter, myself, I started telling my audience after a couple primaries and even before, based on polling and different things, I see a real uphill battle here for Bernie. And it's really important. People in my audience are not the average, union worker in Michigan who is mostly working and raising a family and then goes to vote on primary day and goes to vote on election day. If you spend a lot of time on Reddit and Twitter, you're going to have an inflated sense of Bernie's popularity within the Democratic Party. That was my sense. And to some degree, we saw that in certain states. I don't have the exact primary order and results in front of me or in my head, but the big turning point in South Carolina. South Carolina was when Joe Biden won and won handily, understood to be because of the larger African American population in South Carolina. And right around that exact same time, I actually don't remember whether it was the day after or the day before, some of the smaller Democratic candidates, smaller in terms of support, got out and said, I'm endorsing Joe Biden. And to some degree, of course, it was all organized and timed to help Joe Biden. There's no doubt about it. this
in
is
its
what the
atmosphere for the
DNC
first 2
does.
billion years. Roughly
It's hard
half,
for me to be
half of its
mad
life
at the
didn't have much
DNC
rocks in it,
because this
but
is
it had
sort of
life.
like,
It had
if
microbial life.
we believe they
It's
were
not
there
that
to be
it's not
unbiased
clear yet.
arbiters and to
As of
stay as
yet,
much on the side
what
as
the
possible,
origin
it
is
would make
of the
sense to be
rise in the
furious
oxygen level
that
after
they've gone against their stated
billion years ago,
mandate.
2.4 billion years ago.
But we know that the
we know
DNC
that a planet can have life
negotiates
without oxygen in the atmosphere because Earth did it.
is working
The second
behind the
problem with
scenes
this
and has a
approach
favorite. That favorite
is
is Hillary and
that you can have oxygen from natural processes. You can break water
So
molecules
I
and
share
make
the
oxygen.
frustration about
So
the
even if
power
you find
that the
it, it will never
DNC
tell you
has,
that
but for people
for
who are
sure
saying they did something
life
illegal or
exists
whatever,
there. And so even with these billions of dollars,
that
the
doesn't
mainstream
seem to be the
community
case.
will
But
never be confident.
this is part of why
Whether
I
there
would
is
love
life.
there
Now,
not to
how
be
can
this
it be
duopoly
confident? There
of
is actually
Republicans
a
and
way.
Democrats.
If instead
And
of
there's
looking
probably
with the
four
same
major
instrument,
changes that have to
if you
happen
look
in
for
order to make that a
molecules that
reality. But
indicate
I share the
industrial
frustration
pollution,
of folks while
for example,
recognizing
CFCs,
that
that are produced
Reddit
by
was not
refrigerating
accurately
systems or
representing
industries
Bernie's
here on
level of
Earth,
popularity.
that they
Still,
erode
I
the
wish
ozone
that the
layer.
bias wasn't
You can
towards
search for that, and I wrote a paper
could be
5 years ago
negatively towards the deep
suggesting
state,
that. Now,
towards the
what's the problem?
bureaucracy,
You
towards
can
the
just tell
momentum
NASA,
of the
I
past,
want
which I
to
think
build
Joe
this
Biden kind of
telescope
represents,
to search
versus new
for
ideas.
oxygen, but
It's just
also
funny to
for
say that
industrial
Bernie
pollution.
Sanders
Nobody
somehow
would say
represents
that
new ideas because
because
he's
it sounds
also an
like
older gentleman.
Well,
on
it's
the
it's a lot of
periphery
framing.
of the field.
And the other
And I
aspect of
ask
that
you,
is,
why would
on
Larry?
paper,
Because that's
Joe
exactly.
Biden's platform
Young Levy
was
saying it's quite
arguably the
brilliant.
most progressive of any Democratic
because it's a really
candidate
strong
who
signal.
won the
And
nomination.
if life,
Now, of course,
if
there were
there's
people
alien
who
civilizations
challenged the
out there,
nominations who were to Joe
then they're
Biden.
probably going to be
A lot of
many
this
of
is
them. They're
perspective,
probably going to
and
be more advanced than us.
you know,
They're
that's how
probably
you
going
end
to
up
have
saying
something like
the guy who's a
industrial
couple
pollution,
years
which would be
older
a
than
much
Biden
stronger
is
signal
actually the
than
guy with the
some
fresh
basic
perspective, which is
gas,
interesting because I don't disagree
which
with
could have a lot of different
Yeah,
explanations.
and you
So
also have to
right,
say the
like oxygen
perspective doesn't
or
always align with the policies. You're right. The actual policies of Joe
we
Biden
talk about
are different
science
than
of life on Venus
but
and so
maybe
on.
the perception of
But
Joe Biden.
like, if
Or
you
what
want a
he
strong
I
signal,
mean, just
it'll
two
be
examples I would give
oh,
are
garbage.
during his
Is-
campaign,
Nobody
he
listens.
played up a
You
little
have to
bit
understand.
his
We think
interest
of
in
pollution
doing
as a
student loan
problem,
forgiveness
but
and
on a
something on
planet that was
cannabis.
too cold,
I
for
never
example,
bought it. I told
to
my
have,
audience, I think
a
he's saying this
comfortable
stuff
life on
because
it. You can
this is the
imagine
way the tide is kind
terraforming
of,
it
the
and
wind
putting
is
a
blowing
blanket
and he's being advised to say this stuff.
polluting gases
I don't think he's going to do
such
very
that
much
it
on
will
either
be
of these things.
warmer.
He did actually do some
That
student
would be a
loan stuff,
positive change.
but
So if
that would be huge.
an industrial or
Okay, let's
technological
go to
civilization
the
wants to
something you
terraform
alluded to,
a planet
which
that
is the
otherwise
pros and
is
cons
too
of
cold
this
for
particular
them,
candidate.
they would do it.
Well, what
So
to
what's the
you
problem
as a
of
critic of Trump?
defining it
What to
as
you
such goal using the same
pros, the
technologies?
strengths
The problem
of
is
Donald
that
Trump? And
there
what
is a
to you are his
taboo.
biggest
We're not
weaknesses?
supposed to discuss
strengths
extraterrestrial
of
intelligence. There is no funding
See
for
how I
the
can frame
subject.
them in a way that
Not
is
much,
both
very
accurate
little.
and
And
accurately
young people,
assesses my
because
feeling
of the
about it.
bullying
Because
of
you've taken
Twitter
out of
and
context
all
most
the social
mass
media
references
and
to the
elsewhere,
Yes,
young people with
Trump's
talent that are curious
strength
about these
are
questions
mostly
do not enter
superficial
this field of
and
study.
in terms of
And
presentation.
obviously, if you step on the
Trump
grass,
was able to.
it will
I
never
call
grow,
it a
right?
grift.
So if you
Some
don't
on the
give
right
funding,
say he's just so good at
obviously,
relating to
the
different
mainstream
types of
community
people.
says, look, nothing
Trump,
was
as
discovered
a
so
rich
far. Obviously,
guy
nothing will be
in New
discovered.
York City,
If talented
was able to
people
convince
go to
people
other
that he
disciplines,
spent
you
most of
never
his life
search for it
trying to be kept
well enough,
isolated
you will
from,
never find anything.
that
I mean, look
he
at
had their best
gravitational wave
interests in mind,
astrophysics. It's
that he
completely new window
knew
into the
why
universe,
they weren't
pioneered by
doing
Ray
well
Weiss at MIT.
in the 2016 economy,
At first, it was ridiculous.
and that he had
And
solutions that he was
thanks
going
to
to
some
bring forward.
administrators at
The
the National
truth is,
Science Foundation,
He never
it
really
received
liked
funding
those people,
despite the fact
and as soon
that
as they
the
weren't
mainstream
useful to
of the
him for a
astronomy
brief
community
period of time,
was very
he,
resistant.
that love affair with his
And now
followers
it's
stopped, and then now
considered a
it's back
frontier.
and he needs them again.
So all these
He
people
didn't
that I
really
remember as
understand
most of the young postdocs,
the
these
causes
people
of the
that
problems
bash
that
these
those
fields,
folks were
that bad
experiencing,
things
and
about
his
people,
solutions were
said
laughable,
nothing
right?
will
Like
come out
Jared
of
was
it.
going to solve the
Now they
Israeli-Palestinian
say, oh
conflict
yeah,
in year
of
one.
course,
He was going to
the
replace
Nobel Prize
Obamacare
was
in
given
2017.
to the,
Things that were never going
to
anywhere.
the
Anyway.
lack of collaboration.
But what what he did really well was he put up a united front.
My point is,
I know what is alien.
if
I know how to fix it, and I know how to fix it. I guess because he's a businessman and he's been above the fray of politics for so long, knowing how to use political donations to his advantage. I think that's his greatest strength.
Why do you say that the Jared plan for Israel Palestine and the plan for healthcare to improve Obamacare? Why do you say this?
Well, only someone, I would include the North Korea plan as well.
Okay. And so
Only someone
astronomers
who
on time allocation
doesn't
committees
know
for
anything
for
about
40
the
years
size and
argued
scope of these
this
issues
is not possible
could so
because we know
arrogantly
why
say that they
Jupiter
could solve them in that
resides
way and
so
on
far
that
from the
time.
sun. You cannot
I'm
have
all for
Jupiter so close
optimism
because
and
there is this region
bringing
where
a
ice
new face
forms
to things.
far from the sun,
Absolutely,
and
without a
beyond that
doubt.
region is where
But,
Jupiter-like planets
a
can
wall
form.
with
And there was
Mexico
a
that
theory
Mexico will
behind it,
pay
which
for
ended
at the
up
end
being
of my
wrong by
first
now,
month.
by today's standards. But
I
anyway,
know there are people
they
who
did
believe it
not
because they
give
would call into my
time
show
on
and say, I'm
telescopes
voting
to
for something.
such systems
But it's
until
hard to
the
believe
first
that
system was
anybody
discovered
serious
4
would fall
decades
for
after
that
Otto's
unless you
paper.
were
And
deliberately
the Nobel
wanting
Prize
to
was
just
awarded
believe
to that
whatever was being fed
just
to you,
a couple
or
of
you
years
just
ago.
hadn't ever
And
thought about
you
these
ask
issues
yourself,
before.
okay, so
The healthcare plan,
science
you know,
still
in
progress. What's the
2017 they
problem?
proposed one
The problem
would
is
have led to
that
24
this baby
million or
came
so
out
people
very
ending up without healthcare.
and
Didn't go
there
anywhere.
was a
It was
delay
so
of
terrible.
4 decades.
And then in August
So
of
the
2020,
progress
Trump
was
said,
delayed.
in 2
And I
weeks, I'm
wonder
going to
how many
finally
babies
have
were
my
not born
healthcare
because of
proposal.
this resistance.
It's
So there must be
2023.
ideas
We
that
still
are
never
as
got
good
it.
as
You know,
this
with all
one
of these things
that
when
were
you think them
suppressed
through,
because they were
it was
bullied,
just sort of
because
arrogance. And
they
I
were
get the
ridiculed.
perspective of, I want optimism
That
and
were
I like
actually
that
good
optimism.
ideas, and
It works.
these
I
are
mean,
missed
fair.
opportunities,
A lot of
babies
people
that were
saw it
never
and liked it.
born.
As
And
someone who followed a lot of
I'm
those
willing
issues
to
closely,
push this frontier of
they seemed,
research
of
for
course, like
technologies or
impossible problems.
technological
It's a
signatures
double-edged
that's
sword.
message.
We can push back a
Because,
little bit.
when I was
If you
young,
look
I
at
was in the
things
military
I have
in Israel. It's
a
obligatory to
little bit
serve.
more knowledge about,
And
which is
there was
state
this saying
department
that
intelligence.
one of the soldiers
There's
sometimes
a
has
company
to
called
put
DeepMind
his
and a
body
company
on the
called
barbed
OpenAI
wire so that
that
others
were laughed at
can
for a
go
long
through.
time. And they were
And
talking
I'm
about they're
willing
going
to
to
suffer
solve
the pain
intelligence.
so that
And now they've
younger
made,
people in the
especially
future will
DeepMind,
be able to speak
now
freely
most recently
about the
OpenAI,
possibility that some of the anomalies
they've
we
made
find in the sky
progress that
are due to
mostly
technological
our
solutions.
community
It
could
is
not
quite
have
obvious.
imagined that
This is
they
why I like the
everything
quotes
from
in our
AlphaGo
space,
being a
Elon Musk
world
and a few
Go
others
champion,
speak about this.
just all the
And they look
different
at the long arc.
steps of
They
progress
say
they
like,
could
what,
get into
you know,
and
this
surprise
kind of,
everybody. And
you
they
can call
are
it like first principles
legitimately,
thinking, or you can call it anything. Really, it's like
fearlessly
if we just
doing
zoom off from our
the task of
current
solving
bickering
intelligence.
and our
The other
current
aspect,
like
he
discussions
gets a lot of
that
criticism now,
science is doing,
but
look
another
at the
example is
long
Elon
arc of the
Musk.
trajectory we're headed at,
In,
which
I can say a
questions
lot of things, like SpaceX,
are
the
obviously
commercial space
fundamental
flight,
to
is
science,
laughed at for a long
and it
time.
should be asked. And which is the space of hypothesis
Same
we should be
thing with
exploring?
autopilot
And
in
like
Tesla,
exoplanets is a really
autonomous
good example
vehicles. His
of one
approach
that
was
was like
harshly
an
criticized by
obvious
other
one.
experts,
At least they talked to
and
Sarah Seeger.
still
It was very
criticized. To this
taboo
day,
when she was starting
people
out to
criticize.
work on an
But as a
exoplanet. That
person
was
that
even
I
in the 90s.
believe objectively
And
can look at the
like
progress
it's
of autopilot
obvious
as
should
a
not be a type of
semi-autonomous
something.
vehicle
To
system
me,
has
I mean,
been
I'm probably ignorant,
incredibly
but to me,
surprising.
exoplanets
The
seems
reason
like
I
it's
mentioned
ridiculous that would ever
sometimes
be
it
a
feels like
type of
you
subject
meet the guy
to
or
not
the gal
fund, to not explore.
who
That's very, but even for her,
makes those
it's now taboo to
preposterous,
say,
ambitious statements like,
like,
we're going to
what,
solve
you
healthcare
know,
this year.
to look for industrial pollution,
Right.
right? Is
And
it
then,
not
and then
even
there's
ridiculous?
experts like
Even why
yourself
take the next
that
step?
are
It's
looking,
ridiculous for
thinking,
another reason. Not
have
because
you read anything
of just
about
the
the history
scientific
of
benefits
Israel
that we might have
Palestine?
by exploring it, but because the public
Do you
cares
know there's
about
a
these
history there?
questions. Yes, and the
Did you
public
realize how
funds
complicated,
science.
how many people
So
have
how
tried, how
dare
many
the
people have failed,
scientists
how
shy
many
away from
millions of
addressing
people
these
hate each
questions
other in
if
this
they have the
in this
technology
little
to do it?
place,
It's
in
like
this
saying,
land?
I don't want to look through
Like,
Galileo's telescope.
sometimes
It's
the
exactly the
expertise
same.
can
You
really
have the
weigh you down.
technology to
So it's
explore
sort of
this
to push
question,
back. Sometimes
to
you
find
have to have
evidence,
the
and you
almost
shy
be
away from
naive
it.
and stupid.
You might ask,
Just
why
rush
do
in
people shy
with
away
an
from it?
optimism in
And
order to
perhaps it's
actually make
because
some
of
progress.
the fact
I
that
agree
there is
with you
science fiction.
100%.
I'm
I
not a
think it's
fan of
interesting
science
that all of the
fiction
examples
because
you
it
gave
has
of
an
the
element to it
successes
that
are from the
violates the laws of
technology
physics
space,
in many
not
of the
politics.
books and
not from
film history.
politics, which,
And I
I
cannot
mean, listen,
enjoy
I would love to
these
be able
things
to
when I
make
see the
headway
laws
on
of
some of
physics
these
violated.
issues more quickly, without a
But
doubt.
who
I
cares
do think
about
at some
you know,
point, though,
the fact that there
when
is
it comes
science
down to
fiction?
voting
I mean,
and saying one of
if
these
you have
people
the
is
scientific
going to be
methodology to address
ostensibly in charge for
the
4
same
years,
subject, subject,
through
I
all
don't
of
care
the
that other
departments and
people,
secretaries and things they make,
spoke nonsense
we
about
do
this
want to
subject,
apply
or
some
said things
level
that
of
make no
realism
sense. Who
with
cares?
the,
You
with
do
the
your
understanding
scientific
that
work,
your examples
just
are
like
in the
you
text
explore
space,
the dark
and they're good
matter,
examples.
you
There's no
explore
question
the
about it.
possibility that
One
Oumuamua
thing I'll add to this, I
is an
recently read
artifact.
Bradley
You
Hope's
just
new book
look for
about North
evidence
Korea,
and try
and
to
it's really about an
deduce
activist
what it means.
who
And
it doesn't
I
even
have
really
no
matter, but
problem with doing
the,
that.
in the
To me, it
background of
sounds
the
like
book,
any other scientific scientific question that
it's
we have.
written,
And
much of
given
what
the
is
public's
written about
interest,
happens
we
during
have an
the Trump
obligation to
era,
do
and
that.
when Trump did the
By the way,
first and then the
science to
second,
me
I guess
is
we call
not
them
an
summits.
occupation of the elite. It doesn't allow
And
me to
it
feel
actually
superior
did
to other
seem
humans that
like,
are
to some
unable to
degree,
understand the math.
Trump's
To me,
we're
it's a,
going to
it's a
handle
way
this
of
like I
life.
do a
You know,
business
if
deal
there is a
approach
problem
to
in the
Kim
faucet
Jong-un.
or in the pipe
In some
at home,
sense,
I
it
try to
actually
figure
was
out what the
logical
problem is, and with a
because of
cover,
Kim
we figure it
Jong-un
out.
and the
You
way
know, we
that
look at the clues,
it was so
and the same thing
ego-driven,
in
and they
science.
both,
You know,
as
you look
sort
at
of
the evidence, you
authoritarian
try to
strongman
figure out
types
what
to
it
different
means.
degrees wanted that.
It's
There
common
was actually
sense
a kernel
in a
where
way, and
I actually thought, as I read it,
it shouldn't
Trump's
be regarded
initial
as
idea
something
wasn't crazy.
removed
The
from
problem
the
was he
public.
knew nothing
It
about
should
the
be a
backstory of the
reflection of the
relationship.
public's
He fell for all
interest.
sorts of lies
And
from Kim
I think it's
Jong-un.
actually a crime to resist
Made
the
offers
public.
that didn't make any
If the
sense. And
public
it
says,
fell
I
apart,
care
fine.
about
But
this,
that's an
you
example
say,
where I
no,
think
no, that's not
Trump's
sophisticated
personality
enough for
was
me.
not
I
actually
want to do
at its
intellectual
base
gymnastics on
the
anti-deceiver
problem
space.
when it
To
came
me,
to
that's a
North
crime.
But
Yes,
there's other
I
things of this
100%
nature that
agree.
could go in.
So it's
Some people
hilarious
argue
that
goes in
very
strengths and pros
not
of Donald
hilarious.
Trump.
It's
In
sad
China, for example,
that
tariffs on China.
people who are
Can you make the case that
trained
there's
in
some
the scientific
positive
community
outcomes of the way
to have the
Donald Trump
tools to explore this world, to
acted
be
in China?
children, to be the most
Really
effective at
And I'll
being
give you a
children,
couple
Okay, then
reasons.
also
are the ones
cons.
that
I'll give you.
resist being
It's
children
tough to make.
the
So
most. But
the
there is
China
a
thing is
large
really
number
so.
of
Just
people
very
that
recently to when we're
embrace
recording this,
childlike
Trump was on
wonder
Fox
about the
News,
world
interviewed by a guy named
and
Mark
may
Levin.
not necessarily have
And
the
Trump
tools to do it. That's
proposed
to
a
the more
new,
general public.
I call it a
And so,
conspiracy
you know,
theory, maybe it
And
strike
I
you as
wonder if I
something
could
different,
ask
about
you,
China,
talk to you a
COVID,
little
and
bit about,
tariffs.
you know,
And Trump's suggestion
UFO
was
sightings.
that the
there's
tariffs
people,
cost China so much money.
you know,
China
quote-unquote
sent the US
believers.
so much money in
You know,
tariffs
there's hundreds of thousands of
that they
UFO
released
sightings.
COVID as punishment.
And, you know,
Now, there's a
I've,
couple
you
problems
know,
with that.
consumed
One,
some of the
American
things that people
companies
have
pay the
said
price.
about it. And,
Trump still doesn't seem to know.
one thing
Trump
I really
seems to believe
like about it
that when he
is
puts a tariff on
how
Chinese imports,
excited they are by
someone
the
in China is
possibility,
cutting a check to the
by
United States.
it's almost like this
American
childlike
companies
wonder about the
buy the
world
stuff
out
from
there.
China,
They're not,
and then
not
American
fear,
companies
it's an
cut a check
excitement.
to the United States for the tariff.
Do you think, because we're talking
Trump
about
doesn't seem to get that.
But it still has
this
the swing
extra,
to the Chinese
possibly
economy.
You can
extraterrestrial
make the
object
argument that if
that
there is a
visited
suitable
flew by Earth,
alternative
do you think it's
domestically or
possible
from a
that
different country,
out of those
that it
hundreds
will
of
reduce
thousands of UFO
imports?
sightings,
But it didn't happen. And we actually have
one
reports now that
is
the
an actual
tariffs on
one
China
or some
cost
number is an
about
actual
250,000
sighting
American
of a
dollars.
non-human, some
The
alien
other problem with
technology,
that
and that we're
idea
not,
is China created and released a
did not,
virus
we're
in
too
order to hurt
closed-minded
you. But as
to,
of today,
to look at the scene.
5.7 of the
I think
6.8
to
million
answer
deaths
this
were in
question,
other
we
countries.
need better
It's a very
evidence.
indirect way. You're mostly killing
My
people in
starting
other
point,
countries
as I said,
to hurt
out of
Trump.
modesty,
Maybe
is
there
that
was
we
a.
are not particularly
This is the
interested.
sort of thing
Yes,
where,
therefore,
when I think about how
I
Trump
would
dealt
be
with China,
hard-pressed to
it's
imagine that
very
someone
scary.
wants to really spy
Because
on
given
us.
another 4 years,
So
who knows
I would
what he
think,
might do if he
you know,
still
as a
doesn't
starting
understand
point,
how tariffs
we
work.
don't deserve
The
attention, and we
geopolitics
shouldn't
operates
expect someone. But who
in
knows?
complicated
Now,
ways with
the
carrots
problem
and
that I have with
sticks.
UFO
And Henry
sighting
Kissinger has written
reports
quite
is
a lot about
that,
this. And
you know,
in
50
some
years ago, there were
sense,
some
the
reports of
positive
fuzzy
aspect here
images, you know,
that
saucer-like
Donald Trump is
things.
willing to take big risks
By now,
in
our
the game of
technologies are much better.
geopolitics
Our cameras
with
are
this
much more sensitive.
giant superpower that
These
is
fuzzy
China.
images
And a
should
lot
have
of
turned
others
into
are too
crisp,
afraid.
clear
Too
images
afraid to call
of
them out,
things that we are confident
come
about.
to the table.
And they haven't turned that way. It's
I
always on the
certainly
borderline
think
of
that's an
believability.
argument
And
that
because
can
of
be
that, I
made.
believe that it might
My
be
question
most
would
likely
be,
artifacts
what
of our instruments
tangible
or
positive
some natural
outcome did it
phenomena
lead to?
that we are
And it's
unable
tough to identify
understand.
any. But
Now, of course, the
I
reason
think it's a great
you
thing. I mean,
must
listen,
examine those.
one of the things you're kind of
If,
getting
for
at,
example,
maybe
pilots
indirectly,
report about them,
is that
the
there's been
military
this sense that
finds
politics has
evidence
been
for them,
done
is
very
because it
similarly
may
for a long
pose a
time,
national
and
security
even
threat.
between
If another
Democrats and
country has
Republicans,
technologies that
still,
we don't
even
know
with
about,
some policy
and they're
differences,
spying
there's
on
still
us,
the kind
we
of
need to know
feeling
about
that it's
and therefore we
disconnected
should examine
folks in
everything that
DC
looks unusual.
mostly dealing with
But to
issues that don't
associate it
directly
with an
affect you.
alien
I get that. I'm with
life
you on that. I
is
think
a
the
little
question as to
too
whether
far for
Trump's bluster
until
was
we
positive
have
rather than
evidence that
extraordinarily
stands up to the
humiliating in
level
many
of
ways,
scientific
I just come down on
evidence,
it was an absolute and total
we are
humiliation.
100%
But I
sure
understand that
that
you can
there are
recognize Trump
multiple
doesn't know a lot of
detectors
stuff,
and,
but his attitude
through a
was
scientific
refreshing in
process.
some way. That's
Now
a
again,
reasonable
if the
position for
scientific
someone to
community
take. I
shies
disagree
away
with
from
it,
these
but I
reports,
understand.
we will never have
trying and failing
It's
better
like
than
saying,
not trying.
I don't want to take
This
photographs
goes well
of
beyond
something
politics.
because I know what
You
it
know,
is.
Wayne Gretzky has weighed
Then
in
you will
about
never
this.
know what it
Michael
is.
Jordan has weighed in
But
about. I mean,
I think
this is
if
yeah.
some
Is it
scientific
better to have
grants,
tried
let's
and
put it this
failed
way,
than never? Is
funding
it better
will be
to have
given to
loved and lost
scientists
than never to have loved?
to
I
follow
don't know. I
on
mean,
some
listen,
of these
we
reports
lived through 4
and
years
use
of Trump.
scientific
We know
instruments
what
that
that
are capable of
4-year
detecting
term was
those
like,
sightings
and it's very
with
hard
much
for
better
me to say
resolution,
that
with much
the
better
things we
information.
tried
That would be great
were,
because it will
were
clarify the matter.
overwhelmingly
Look,
reasonable.
these are
But I
not,
get the point you're trying
as
to
you
make.
said,
I appreciate
hundreds
it.
of thousands. These are
And
not
if we don't do
once
any
in
of
a
it, then where
lifetime
do we end
events.
up? Sure.
So it's
We know
possible
where
to
we
take
ended up
scientific
with Trump, and it's pretty
instrumentation
embarrassing.
and explore,
Okay,
go to
let's
the
linger
ocean where
on some more
someone
things.
reported that
We
there
did
are
start a
frequent
new war.
events that are unusual.
There's something to that.
Check it
Yeah,
out.
it's
Do a
interesting.
scientific
There's a
experiment.
few
What's the
different
why not?
approaches
Why only
to
do experiments
dealing with that.
deep into the ocean and look at the
First,
sheer
it's really important to remember that the counterpoint to that
we can do
from the
scientific
folks who like to
investigation
say
of
that was
these
that Hillary Clinton was going
sightings
to start
and
3
figure
wars.
out
Sometimes they
what
say
they
4
mean.
wars. Sometimes
I'm
they
very
say
much in
5
favor
wars.
of that, but until we have the evidence,
The
I would be
geopolitical
doubtful as to what
situation during the
they
4
actually
years
mean.
that Trump was in
Yeah, we have
office,
to be humble.
I don't know that
and
they
acknowledge
obviously
that we're
lent
not that
themselves to
interesting.
wars that Trump
It's kinda,
just barely
you
was
make me
able to keep
realize that
aside.
because it's so
I think the
taboo,
Russia thing is
people that have
interesting
the
because
equipment,
now it's very popular
meaning,
to go
we're not just
back
talking
and say,
everybody
you
has
know,
cameras
the reason
now,
Putin didn't do
but
the
to
Ukraine
have a
thing when
large
Trump,
scale,
right, and to somehow give Trump credit
sensor
for that.
network
There's a
that
counterpoint
collects
to it,
data,
which is
that regularly collects,
Putin
just like we
under
look at the
Trump,
weather. We're collecting
particularly if
information,
Trump got 4
then we
more
can
years,
access that
would have
information
been
with the
able
rest
to maybe
report.
consolidate
And
power
like have
in
it
other
not be a
ways
taboo
because of his
thing where
relationship
there's
to
like
Trump. I'm not coming
millions,
down on
billions
one
of
side or
dollars
the other.
funding
It's
this
not my
effort
area of expertise.
that,
But it's
by
not the
the
open
way,
shut slam dunk that
inspires
Trump likes to say.
millions of
Putin
people.
didn't
This is
invade because
exactly
he
what
knew I
you're
would
talking
crush
about.
him. Okay.
The
So
scientific community
it's not
is
obvious to
afraid
me
of a topic
that
that
there were
inspires millions
imminently
of people.
wars that
That
would
is
have started
absurd.
during
But
that
if you
time.
put
That being
blinders on
said,
your eyes, you don't see it.
you
Yeah,
know,
right.
for all the
I
criticism
should say that
of
then we do
Obama
have
during
meteors
Crimea,
that we see. These are rocks
Trump
that
seemed
by
to just kind of
chance
forget about
happen
that
to
after
collide
all the
with the Earth.
criticism and say, I'm not actually going
And
to do
they,
anything
if
about
they're
that. And so
smaller,
there,
they
there are
burn up
foreign
in the
policy
atmosphere, but
criticisms
big
that,
enough,
that could be made, but
tens of
it is
meters or
true.
more,
No new wars
hundreds of
were started
meters,
under Trump.
the
And I like
outer
that.
layer
I don't
burns
like
up, but then the
What do you
core
think about
of
his
the
handling of COVID?
object
Can
makes
you
it true.
say what are the
And
pros and
this is
cons?
our chance of putting our hands
The
around
con for
an
him
object.
is he'd be
If
president
this
right now
meteor
if he
came
handled
from
it differently.
interstellar space,
I
so
think it's
one
abundantly clear.
path of discovery
early
is
on,
to search
and
for
there's now a lot of
interstellar
really good reporting
meteors.
about the
And
conversations
with a student of mine, we actually looked through the
he
record and
became
we
convinced,
thought that we found
either
one
because of
example
things he was
of
being
a
told
meteor
or because
that
he
was
decided
reported
this is the way it's
that
going to
the
be.
might
This is going to
have
go
come
away.
from
Fine,
interstellar
it's in
space.
China.
And
Okay,
then
it's in China,
another
Italy. Okay,
approach
we have
is,
15
for example,
cases,
to
but it'll
look at
soon
the
be
moon.
0. Will
The
be
moon
open
is
by
different
Easter
from the Earth
of
in the sense
2020.
that it doesn't have an atmosphere.
None of it happened.
So objects do not burn
If
up
he had
on their
handled
way
it
to it. It's sort
in
of
the
like a
following way,
museum. It
and I
collects
said this
everything that
to
comes
Rogan,
out
and I
from
said
out
this
there.
to
Yeah.
Patrick
Space,
David,
and there is
and
no
they tend
geological
to all
activity on the
see
moon.
my
So
side
on
of it.
Earth,
If
every
Trump had
100
said,
million years, we could have
we don't
had
know how bad this
computer
is going to be,
terminals on Earth.
but
Could have been a
I care
civilization
too
like
much
ours.
about the
And with
American people
electronic
to take a
equipment,
shot.
more than
So
100 million
it's
years
not going
ago,
to be 2 weeks.
and
gonna be a little
completely
bit.
lost. You
But
cannot
I need your
excavate
help.
and
We're going to
find
bring everybody
evidence for
together.
it
I don't
because
care
the
if you're a
archaeological
Democrat or
dates,
Republican. We're
because
going to
the
have
Earth
MAGA
is being
masks, and
mixed
you can
on
have
these
50 cents on the
timescales,
dollar to pay
and
off
everything that
for
was
me or
on the
whoever.
surface more than
But
100
it would
million
have
years
been,
ago is buried
I
deep
think he
inside
wins
the
the
Earth
election
right now
because
of geological
the
activity.
perception
By the way,
was,
yeah.
and
But
reality
on
is
the moon,
a version
this
of that.
doesn't happen.
The
The only thing that
perception
happens on
was
the moon
that
is
he was
you have
way too cavalier
objects
about it
impacting the
early
moon,
on.
and they go 10
People
meters
died
deep,
who
so they
didn't need
produce
to
some
die.
dust.
And
But the moon keeps everything.
I
It's
think
like a
that it was
museum. Keeps everything on the
arguably
surface. So if we go to
the
the
one
moon,
area
I
where he
would
could have
highly
all but
recommend
guaranteed that
regarding
he
it
was
as
going
an
to get himself killed.
archaeological
Well, it's a
site.
good record, I mean, because
And
you
looking
mentioned
for
sort of
objects
masks
that
and
are strange.
lockdowns kind
Maybe it
of
collected
solution
some
to COVID.
trash.
I didn't mention lockdowns, but I'm glad to talk about
If you could
policy.
just remove
Support, there's several solutions to the
talked
pandemic,
about there's a lot of
broadly
uncertainty
speaking.
in the
And one of them is
parameters
vaccine.
in our
And so you didn't
in the Drake
mention
equation itself
that.
is very limited.
Fast track the development.
But I think the
The
parameters are
administration
interesting
fast tracked the
even if
development
it's
of the
limited,
vaccine,
because I think each
which
one is within
surprisingly
the reach of
didn't really take
science,
much credit
right?
for.
To get the evidence for.
I think
There's
there's a lot there.
A few I
Well,
find
to
really
me, it
interesting
seems like
is
you
the
could
kitchen
make
comment
the
on,
case
So
the Trump hand gestures, that his decisions for fast-tracking the development of vaccines saved tens of millions of lives. He could, in the Trumpian way, make that case.
So, a couple different things. I know you don't necessarily follow Trump's rallies as closely as I do, and I'm jealous of you for that. But he did tout the vaccine stuff easily for a while.
Do you have a sense
until his audience turned against him. And then he had to draw this line where he was going, I made the vaccines, which none of you have to take, by the way. Freedom. You don't have to take it. But it's fantastic. And nobody else could have done it. But don't worry, nobody's going to take it. And he actually got booed at a couple of his own rallies talking about the vaccines. But let's back up a little bit. Fast track. My understanding of what he did is he did what any president in his situation would do, and what many world leaders also did as well, which is he agreed to pre-purchase supply of vaccine in order to provide money to pharmaceutical companies to scale up the manufacturing, which is absolutely fine. But he wants, one of the stories he tells is it usually takes 12 years to develop a vaccine. We did it in 9 months. Thanks to me. Decades of mRNA technology being developed created the platform in which you can make a particular vaccine in 9 months. Didn't have anything to do with Trump. He did pre-fund and say we will buy huge supply, and that provided liquidity to the pharmaceutical companies.
But he also delegated control to experts that enable that kind of fast-tracking vaccines, right?
He was very eager for the FDA to approve it because he saw that there would be a political benefit.
But he didn't get in the way, I guess.
He didn't get in the way. Fair. I think now we're on the same page. He did not get in the way of vaccines being developed, which is good.
Presidents and bureaucracies have a way of getting in the way.
I don't disagree with that. I'm not aware of really any governments that got in the way. I mean, it seems given the global situation, everybody, European countries were pre-purchasing vaccines. African countries were going to be later to receive vaccines. We're partnering with the European countries that have pre-purchased. But the most interesting thing about all of this is Trump did play up the vaccines for a long time until his crowd didn't want to hear about it, which is crazy. It was sort of like he became a victim of the monster he created.
One of the effects of that is that we can see is that this division over the vaccines has created distrust in science.
Yeah.
And also, what makes me sad is the scientific leaders, actually found to be one of the representatives is actually, I would say, completely dropped the ball. And they spoke with arrogance. They spoke down to people. They spoke in a way that great scientists does not speak, which is they spoke with certainty, without humility. Like they have all the wisdom and all of us have to done to understand it, but they're going to be the parent that tells us exactly what to do. Versus speaking to the multi of the problem, the core of the problem being the uncertainty. We don't know what to do. The terrifying thing about the pandemic, we don't know anything about it as it's happening. Because you have to make decisions, you have to take risks about, well, maybe you have to overreact in order to protect the populace. But it's in the case of uncertainty, you have to do that, not empowered by science, and the deep expertise of something like Anthony Fauci claims to have. So I'm really troubled by the distrust of science that results from that. You have to blame the leaders to a degree. Leaders take responsibility, and I think Anthony Fauci was the scientific leader behind the American response to the pandemic, and I think he failed as a scientist, as a representative.
I'm less, I don't know if interested is the right word, but the kind of, the Fauci review is less interesting to me in terms of what comes next than the first part you mentioned, which is the distrust in science. And sometimes I'll get voicemails or emails from people in my audience who say that I have had to backpedal on certain things related to this. And one of the things I tried to do from the beginning was not speak in certain terms when we really didn't have complete information. So there was this period where hydroxychloroquine was first sort of mentioned as a possible treatment, prophylactic or proactive treatment for COVID, or active treatment for COVID, along with a bunch of other stuff. There was ivermectin, there was vitamin D, there were all sorts of different things. And I tried to be careful to say, right now, we don't have rigorous science that tells us that some of these things work. It doesn't mean that won't come in the future. At which point, if there was something as cheap as hydroxychloroquine that treated COVID effectively, unbelievable, fantastic. It's not, there's no way it ever will be determined. We don't have that information right now, so it's not super wise right now to go and start taking this stuff. We eventually learned, like with vitamin D, having an appropriate vitamin D level does seem to be, based on what I've most recently read, generally protective and a good thing when it comes to infections of different. Great. Okay, so that one we figured out. One of the really difficult things is that the quote truth about the vaccines did change, and the original, this is all, I don't pretend to be an expert, but just going to synthesize the medical data about it. Originally, the first vaccine related to the wild type strain did seem to be very effective, not only at preventing death and serious illness, but also transmission. There were people then saying it doesn't prevent it. Over time, as the variants came forward, the vaccine became less effective at that. At that point, I started telling my audience something different, because as far as I was concerned, the reality on the ground had changed. In my mind, that's how science works. It's not backpedaling. It's we're adjusting our beliefs to what is taking place in the real world.
Well, to be fair, the scientists, many of them are my friends, neurologists, biologists, they have way more humility than people like Anthony Fauci or the CEO of Pfizer. This is the fundamental problem here. Is the way science works is the way science works is there's usually a lot more humility and a lot more transparency about what we know and what we don't know. And, people like Anthony Fauci thought it would be beneficial for the world if he speaks with more certainty. But because of the political division that formed around that, that certainty resulted in became completely counterproductive. That people didn't trust anything about the vaccine, didn't trust any institutions that were that contained the experts that actually knew what they were doing, and they basically didn't trust anything that was coming out of the mouths of some large percentage. So that made you completely ineffective in at scale of society trying to respond to very thin. And that's where I put a lot of blame on leaders. So, political leaders and scientific leaders are the ones that should inspire us to all get together and respond. And that should be the case for the pandemic. It should be the case in times of war.
I generally agree with you, and for me, it's really about shared blame, and there were a lot of different reasons why that early communication wasn't good. Part of it was, for me, I prefer accuracy rather than overconfidence. I would prefer, listen, we don't really know right now whether masks do X or Y. What we do know is the supply is really limited of this type of masks. We're going to try to keep them for the frontline workers. I love that. That's the way I want to be communicated. A call was made to do it differently, which is to say the masks don't actually help. But the real reason is they want to keep them around for workers. And then later, the masks are what's going to solve them. I'm with you 100%. I think the other layer to it is you can't ignore the political situation at the time. If Trump had won re-election and the vaccine distribution had taken place while Trump was president rather than Biden, my belief is that the same number of Democrats would have gotten vaccinated, but way more Republicans would have as well, because they were following not science, but political leaders. And when it was Biden in D.C. instead of Trump, a lot of those people said, I don't trust the vaccine. But wait, it's Trump's vaccine. Yeah, but something about the way Biden's distributing it. So I do think you can't ignore that political layer. I agree with you with communication.
Be worried that the space
race. Let me ask you about Joe Biden. What is
his strength? There's something
weaknesses,
in our discourse about it.
Are some of the things you've identified. He is not seen as high energy.
Really?
He
Yeah, there
is
was a lot of ego.
not the same Joe Biden that debated Paul Ryan in 2012 and ran circles
there.
around him and just an
So
incredible
he was the first
debate
space. There's
performance.
a lot of pride in the American side that
He
he was the
is
first
not
on the moon. But yeah, you're
inspiring
exactly right.
in
There's
the
no
way
aggression,
that
there's no
someone
wars.
like a Barack
And
Obama
beyond
was
that, if you
to
think about
people
the global
coming up and
economy
starting to
right
get
now,
interested in politics. I
there is
think a
commercial
lot of
interest.
those
That's why Jeff
are
Bezos
fair
and Elon
criticisms.
Musk are
I
interested
think on
about,
policy,
Mars
he's
and
not
so on.
interested
There is a
in a
commercial
lot of the
interest which is
things
international.
that younger voters
It's
are
driven by
interested
money,
in. I mentioned
not by
cannabis
name,
reform.
by pride.
I
And,
mentioned student loans.
nations
So I
can sign
think that
treaties. First of all,
that's a deficit
there are
for
lots of
Biden.
treaties that
I
were
think
signed
the
even before the
upside
First
to
World
Biden
War and the Second World War
is
and the
when
World
it
War
comes to
complete.
foreign
So
policy,
who cares?
diplomacy,
Humans,
high-level
treaties do
negotiations,
safeguard
knowing how to engage
anything,
with allies in a
But
productive
beyond
way.
that, even
It's
if
tough to
nations
find
sign
someone
treaties about
with
space
more experience than
exploration,
Biden. I know
you
that
might
there are
still find
counterpoints to what
commercial
I'm saying.
entities that
And
will
those include,
find a
that
way
was
to
the old
get their
Biden, the new Biden
launches
doesn't
and,
have it. That
so
includes,
I
that's
think
just
we
a
should
sign of rot because
rethink
he's been
space.
around for so
It has
long.
nothing to do
Nobody
with
should be around that
national
long. Other
Once again, nothing to do with
perfectly
our
reasonable
egos.
criticisms to talk
It's
about.
about
But I do see that
exploration.
as one of
And
his strengths.
the biggest
And
problem I
he
think
also
in
is
human
good
history is
at
that
knowing when he can work
is that
with
humans tend to think
Republicans and when
about
he can't,
egos
and
about
not wasting
their
more
own
time than is
personal,
sort of expected for
image,
posturing reasons.
rather
And I think that
than
that's a good thing.
Do you think he's actually
picture.
there?
You know,
So in
we will
the
not be
day-to-day
around for
operation
long.
of government,
We are just
given his
occupying a small
cognitive
space right
capabilities,
now.
do you think he
Let's
is
move out of this.
an
The
active
way
and
that
practicing
Oscar Wilde
executive?
said, I think
I
is the
don't
best. He
know
said,
that I can say
all
that
of
it's
us are
because
in the
of
gutters,
what may be
but some
going
of
on
us
cognitively,
are looking at
but
the stars.
my sense from the
And
people
the
I
more
talk
of us
to
are looking at the
is that
stars,
he's
the
very much
likelier we
involved
are to,
in the highest level
for this thing,
geopolitical
this
and
experiment
big
we have going
domestic
on to
economic stuff,
last
but
a
that a
while,
lot
as
of the
opposed to
smaller
end too
issues
quickly.
that
You know what I
President
mean?
might or might
It's
not
not
be
just
in,
about science or
sort of
being
plugged
humble.
into,
It's
that
about
he's
the
not
survival
plugged
of the
into
human
the
species.
details of a lot of
As
those
being,
lower
as being
levels.
humble.
Yeah,
To
you
me,
could probably
it's
apply the same exact
incredibly
criticism,
inspiring.
even more so
Starship
towards the
project
Donald
of,
Trump administration,
I
in
mean, there's
terms of
something
being a
magical
practicing
about
active
being able to go to
executive
another
with big
habitable
potential.
planet
And
and
for
take a
example, like
picture even
Vladimir Putin is somebody
within our lifetime. I mean, that
who
with
loves
crazy technology
the
too.
role of the executive, has a huge amount of meetings, is constantly tracking
I
information
was
about
at the time
agriculture
so
and other
after 6
different
months passed,
subsystems
after
of
the visit
government.
of your Miller,
Stalin,
I was
funny enough, was
usually I
also
go
extremely
in
good at this.
December during the winter
Certain
break.
people just
I
love
go
the
to
job
Israel.
of being an executive.
I used to
And
go to see my
I'm
family,
not
and
sure
I
if
get a
Donald
phone
Trump
call.
did,
Just before
and
the
I'm
weekend
not sure
started, I
if
get a phone
Joe
call.
Biden in his current state
Yuri
has the
would like you to
cognitive
present
capability
your
to.
concept.
It's a good question.
In 2 weeks,
Kim Jong-un's
at this
another
one.
one, by the way.
And
There's videos of
I
him
said, well, thank you
examining
for
a
letting me know
pottery,
because
you know,
I'm
a
actually out
factory
of
where
the
they
door
make
of the
plates
hotel to go
and
to
making
a
very
goat
specific
farm.
comments about how the plates should be made. I think that in that case there's a lot of
because my
propaganda
wife
value
wanted
to it.
to have sort of
With Trump, I think you're probably right.
to go to a
You know,
place
he
that
did
is
get
removed
involved in the
from
minutiae of things. I
civilization,
mean,
so to
once he
speak.
pulled out a weather map
So
and
we
with a
went to
Sharpie
that goat farm
drew a different hurricane map
and
that was more politically convenient.
make the presentation.
That's pretty
and,
micro, you know, saying
there was no
the Weather
internet
Channel's
connectivity
wrong.
I see what you did there.
This is okay.
I see what
So
you did
that's
there.
micro. He went
The
to
following
Puerto
morning
Rico
at
and he
6
gave
a.m.
out
I
paper
sit with
towels
my
after
back
a
to
hurricane.
the
After he was
office
shooting
of
them
that
like
goat
free
farm,
throws,
looking
which
at
didn't look
goats
very good.
that were newly
So he
born,
will get involved in the micro
and typing
when
into
it's
my laptop
advantageous. You know what
the
I mean?
presentation.
But I do
the
agree with you that he
presentation
wants to
about
just kind of make it so.
our
Build the wall.
ambitions
I don't know.
for
Just
visiting
build
the
it.
nearest
Figure it out.
star. And
Quick pause.
that was
Definitely.
very surreal to me that
And just for the sake of completeness, I should mention the subreddit what Biden has done. That is also what Trump has done, but not as active. And it has like this master list of all the accomplishments.
But it's also
I
inspiring
recommend people look at it because it's
putting humans
kind of rigorous and
onto other
interesting with links list of all
moons
the
or
things
planets. I
done.
still
Just list some of them.
find going to the moon really
Restored
exciting.
daily
I don't know, maybe I'm
press
just a sucker
briefings,
for it, but
canceled the
really
Keystone
exciting.
Pipeline,
And
reversed
Mars,
post-Muslim
which is a
ban,
new place,
required
a new
mass
planet,
federal property,
another
rejoins the Paris
planet
Climate
that might
Agreement,
have life,
extend
there's
student
something
loan
magical
payment
to that,
fees,
or some
extend
traces
eviction
of previous
fees,
life. You might think that
restore
humans
stimulus
cannot
bill,
really
as you
survive,
mentioned,
and there
raise
are
funding
risks
for border
like
wall,
that.
and so
But
on
my
and so
point is,
forth, DACA, or the strengthening of DACA, Rejoicing World Health
and we got to
Organization,
apartment
and
buildings in
continuity
Manhattan,
was
right?
important.
It's a very different environment from the jungles
several
who
historians
live in an apartment building,
which of
you know,
course
this
is
small
criticized.
cubicle.
Raising
And, you know,
minimum
it
wage
took
for federal
tens of
contractors
thousands
and
of
federal
years, but
employees
humans
$50.
adapted. right? So why
There's a
can't
lot.
humans
There's a
also
lot.
make the leap
It makes
and
you
adopt a
realize,
habitat in space? You know
before
that?
Trump
Now
invited,
you can build a
there's such a
platform
small
that
details
would look like an apartment building in the
matter.
Bronx or
Like,
somewhere,
that matter in people's
but have
lives, like actual
inside
little
of it
policies.
everything that humans
Trump did
need.
a lot of stuff as
And
far as I
just like the
heard
space station,
for the
but
military.
bigger, and
Like,
it will be a
not big
platform in
stuff, but
space.
small
And the
stuff.
advantage of that
Yeah, I'd be
is
curious
something bad
what you're
happens on
thinking of. I
Earth.
mean, I know one of the
You
big
have
things
that
under Trump was we're
complex
going to get
where
trans people out of the
humans live,
military.
and you can also move it
That's
back
not
and
what I was
forth depending
You
on
were
how
referring to
bright
that.
the sun gets.
Trump
Because
tells
you
you,
know,
Trump's
within
hilarious
a
with these
billion
stories
years,
that he tells. And one of the stories,
within
and
a
you get to
billion
know them
years,
if
the
you
sun
follow
would be
him
too
at all.
hot.
He
And
tells
it
the
will boil
story,
off
you know,
all
when
the
I came
oceans
into
on Earth.
office,
So
the
we cannot
generals
stay
came to
here
me
for
and
more
they
than a
said,
billion
sir,
years.
the
That's
cupboards are bare. We have no
so
bullets.
that's a billion years.
And so, you know, the cupboards were bare when Obama left it. And it was just terrible. But I rebuilt it, and the generals, I've got the best generals, they said, sir, it's incredible what you were able to do. You look into it, and it's like, yeah, that's not really true. Like, it is true that there are armaments that are like on a schedule to get replaced, and that's part of the military industrial complex, but there's nothing like special Trump really did. But these stories come, they take on like a life of their own, and it's interesting to sometimes try to dig down and figure out, like, is there any policy connected to that, or is that just a story?
Do you think it's possible to have a good conversation with each of them?
The risk
Donald
of the
Trump,
human body
Joe
from
Biden,
cosmic
in
rays.
a
These
podcast
are energetic
context,
particles, and we are
Absolutely.
protected from them
Yeah, you're saying like,
by
could
the
I
magnetic field
reveal?
around
Oh,
the Earth
100%. Yeah,
Joe Biden,
that
sure.
blocks them. But if you go to
Can we
Mars,
dig into that a little
where
more?
there is no
well,
such
I mean, I don't
magnetic
know
field
what.
to block them,
I think there's maybe
then,
something implicit
a
in your
significant fraction
question,
of the
but
brain cells in
That's
your
deeper
head
about the nature
will
of
be
politics and
damaged within a
politicians.
year.
Yes.
I think with
And
either
the
of them, I mean,
consequences of that are not clear. I mean,
the political
Uh,
differences
it's
wouldn't be an
quite
impediment to having a
possible
good
that
conversation
humans
with
cannot
either of them.
really survive on the
I
surface.
think
Now, it may
one
mean
of the
that we
things
need
that's
to
really
dig
tough in my
tunnels,
experience when
go
talking to elected
underground,
officials
or create some
is
protection.
they could be
This
super
is something
interesting
that
about
can be
100 different
engineered.
topics,
Yes.
but
And you know, we can start
handlers
from the moon and
decide
then
or
move to Mars.
try
That would be a
to
natural
get you to
progression.
talk about
But
something you
it's a
don't really
big,
care about and
issue.
something really narrow,
Needs
which
to be
doesn't bring
dealt
out your
with. I
best
don't
nor
think
their best.
You know,
And
it's a
that's a
showstopper. I
frustration.
think we can
But I think
overcome
that
it,
even
but
an unstructured
just like
3-hour
anything in
conversation, I think it
science
would
and
be interesting
technology,
to
you
talk
have
about.
to
I mean,
work on it
listen,
for a while,
with
figure out
Biden,
solutions.
aside from his view
But
on
it's not as
cannabis or
rosy
whatever,
as
his
Elon Musk talks
background
about. I mean, Elon
and
Musk can
the
obviously be
incredible,
optimistic.
unimaginable family
I think
tragedy
eventually
that
it
he
will
had,
boil
his
down to
first
figuring
wife,
out
and you know, multiple kids
how to
dying.
cope
I mean,
with this risk, the health risk.
it's
Yeah,
just incredible, you know. And with Trump, I think
I
also
find
you could
that
have an
there's
interesting
at least a
conversation.
Yeah,
correlation.
those human beings with a life story.
Yes.
And they're some of the most successful humans who have ever lived. To have
But it's a
rose
necessary
to this
precondition
highest office
to
in
try crazy
interesting,
things.
complex ways.
And in that
I mean,
sense,
one of the things I'm troubled by, maybe you
the
can
sense
speak
I have
to, is
about going
why
to Mars,
we're so
if we
negative
use today's
towards
logic,
presidential candidates and
what
presidents.
kind of
Why
benefits we'll get
it's just
from that?
they go
We're
through
never
this
going to go.
shitstorm, no matter who they are.
Like
They're
most
like
decisions we
hated.
make in life,
Like all the
most
conspiracy
decisions we made
theories
as a
and
human species are
just the
irrational.
dynamics of how we talk about
If you
them.
look at just today,
If you just look at replies to even Barack Obama
and the possibilities
Twitter,
that it might bring,
it's like,
just like humans.
what is going on here? Why? Because we look at other leaders in other spaces,
And by the way, it was for
and we're
everybody
generally
else,
positive
but it
about
was
it.
a commercial
Yeah.
interest that
There's a
drove
couple
that.
different things.
Uh,
There's
for
this
trade.
dynamic which is really
And it might
unfortunate,
happen
which
again in
is
this context.
you
You
ask
have people
people,
like Jeff
do you
Bezos
approve
and
of the
Elon
job
Musk that are
a particular
commercially driven
president
to
is
go to
doing?
space. Yes.
And
But
very
it doesn't
often,
mean
if at any point
that
while they
what
were
we
in office they
ultimately
did something you don't
find
like, people will
is
say I
not
don't.
new worlds.
And
you
so
know,
by its nature,
have
what that
nothing,
means is
you
just like the longer you're in
have
office,
much
the lower
more
your
to
approval
offer than
rating is
just
going to
commercial
be.
interest.
And very often that's the way
as a
it
side
works.
effect
I mean,
almost.
there's major events
Yeah,
like
and
9/11
why
spiked
I
George
think,
W. Bush's
we should be
approval to
open-minded
an
and
incredible
explore.
level, then it
And
came back down with the Iraq War.
however,
But
at the
there's this
same time,
unfortunate
because
thing
of
that
the
when
reasons you
people are
pointed
just
out,
asked, you think Biden's
I'm
doing
not
a good job?
optimistic that we will
If
survive
4
more
months
than a few
ago Biden
centuries
did
into the future.
something on
Because people
healthcare
do
that
not think
somebody
long
would like,
term.
even if you like
And that
most of it,
means that we
a
will
lot of people from that point
survive for
forward
the
would
short
say,
term.
I
I
don't
don't know.
approve. They might still vote for him because they like him the alternative or whatever. It's just the dynamic of politics, and I agree, it's very,
Does it have to be that way?
I don't think it has to be that way, but to unwind it, so many things have changed. I think our election system is part of why politics is the way it is, where you have two choices, and it's first past the post post, and we have this electoral college, so that depending on which state you vote in, the kind of meaning and significance of your vote different. If you vote in Montana, it's the Republican candidate's going to win, and that changes the dynamic. I think that's part of it. I think that at a personal level, I've experienced this in my life a lot. We've become, and by we, I mean people in the United States to some degree who talk about this stuff, we've become uncomfortable when there is disagreement, and it bleeds over into now we can't have a normal interpersonal relationship anymore. I'm from Argentina, and in Argentina, it's really common, even in my family. There are incredibly heated political debates at the start, the middle, the end of some kind of gathering. But then everybody just goes back to like, okay, we disagree on some things, but that's okay. And we can now go and, finish cooking the beef or whatever it is that we're doing. And I experienced this even with people who come up to me on the street, and they go, just earlier today, a guy came up to me and he said, RFK all the way, baby. Talking about Bobby Kennedy Jr. And I just kind of, all right, let's see what happens. And then there was another moment where the guy ended up standing next to me for maybe longer than he thought, and I think, this guy's getting so awkward because it was an utterance he thought that would just be on the fly and could be gone. But now we're standing next to each other waiting for our sandwiches. It's like no big deal. It's, okay, you like Bobby Kennedy Jr. and I don't plan to vote. It's fine. And that's like a socio-cultural thing. I think there's lots of other countries. I spent time in Italy. I have relatives in Israel where like shouting at each other is sort of like normal, and then you just go back and it sounds like shouting.
There's the most goals from shouting to being cool. Because maybe we can't solve the shouting at each other. So maybe we need to somehow figure out the de-escalation, like making up. I've had a few recent fights with friends.
Yeah, it's all
no, but political style, emotionally drenched stuff. And it was interesting to go through that full process and then make up at the end. It was a process, and it was a process that required being in person and talking through it, and it was stressful. The whole thing, and then maybe because most of my interactions are online, don't get a chance to do that in person. I don't know, but do you think it's a feature or a bug of the system? And so we just hate the powerful.
You mentioned the online part. I think it's you mentioned it earlier perfectly, which is you take contentious political issues and create a platform that rewards controversy and disagreement and limits the number of characters you can use to express yourself. You kind of throw it into a baking dish and mix the entire thing up. It's complete and total chaos. And one of the things that, I've talked before about all those angry emails and threats and stuff that I get, I'm acutely aware that if I had in-person conversations with most of these people, the conversations would basically be like, we have different views about how to solve some of the problems we're facing. We probably agree about what the problem is, and we probably share many values, but on these particular four issues, we may have very different views. But that's okay. Online, that's not the case. And it leads to, the mess that we get ourselves in. But I think that it's a feature of a lot of the systems that are being used to disseminate information.
Again, let me linger on that. You regret some of the mockery and the snark you use on Twitter and in your show.
It's a key to be modest.
I don't regret it in the sense that it's a calculated part or tool that I use in addition to figuring out how to simplify complicated concepts and choosing stories that I think are underrepresented. It's all part of like the package of what I'm doing. I recognize that my show is not the audio visual version of a peer-reviewed, randomized controlled trial about views on abortion or whatever the case. Like, I'm very much aware of that. But I don't regret including it as a tool that I've used to build the community in some total that I built over the last week.
I guess I could ask about the different trajectories you think your show might take. So, the dynamic you had with Donald Trump Jr. and Candace Owens are you okay having that dance for the next few years between you and Candace Owens? The mockery, the derision, that's a part of that process,
by another civilization.
taking part in that?
We attribute
I'm
to
fine
God
with it
powers that
in the
belong really
sense of
to technological civilization.
personally,
But
I
putting that
tolerate it
aside,
well
Pascal basically
until
said
it crosses the line
the two
and
possibilities:
people
either
pull
God
my
exists or
family
not.
in. And people,
right?
so that's the
And
part that's
If we set the family
if
stuff
God
aside,
if I
exists,
set that aside,
just in the
the
digital
consequences
space,
are
I'm
quite
glad to mix it up.
significant.
Now the truth is,
And
Candace
therefore,
Owens has had me
we
blocked
should-
for
we
years
should
up until
consider
this
that
incident.
positivity
I don't know why. She
differently
unblocked me
than
just to
equal
tweet
weight
about
to
what I
both
tweeted about.
processes.
I don't know the
And,
backstory of that, genuinely. I have no
I
idea.
suggest that
So
we
I
do
don't
the
have a
same
sense
with
that she's super
Oumuamua
interested
or
in engaging
other
with me on that.
technological
But all of these
signatures
people, I
that
mean,
we
Candace Owens is welcome on my show
keep in
anytime. Don
mind
Jr. is
the
welcome on my show anytime.
consequences.
It's been a decade
and
since I had
therefore
Ben
pay
Shapiro
more
on.
attention
He's
to that
welcome at
possibility.
any
Now,
time.
some
I'm
people
glad
say
to have these conversations,
extraordinary
and I think
claims
it's an
require
important thing.
extraordinary
And
evidence.
also,
My
I
point is
wish that everybody was willing to have the
extraordinary
conversations in good faith
is
rather
really
than a
subjective,
performance.
For one person,
Really performance art, rather
black
than
hole
being
is
simply
extraordinary. For
performative for an
another,
audience.
it's
in
just a
terms of your
consequence of
motivation,
Einstein's
do you
theory of
see,
gravity.
do you worry about the
It's
effects of
nothing
something
extraordinary.
you spoke of, spoke
The same
about
about the
offline,
type of
like the
dark
YouTube
matter,
algorithm?
anything. So we should leave
Do
the
you, are you
extraordinary
driven by the
part
number of
of that
views
sentence.
your videos get,
Just keep evidence,
or
okay?
are you driven
So let's
by
be guided
something
by
else?
evidence.
So,
And
in my
even if
world,
we have
I guess I would
extraordinary
say,
claims, let's
the
not
number of
dismiss
views that
them
any
because the
platform
evidence is
generates
not extraordinary enough. Because
is
if we
a
have an
metric
image of something
that I can choose
and
how
it
to
looks really
interpret.
strange,
I can
and we
choose
say,
to
the
interpret
image
it
is not
as
sufficiently
I've
sharp.
created content
Therefore, we should not
interesting to
even pay
people,
attention to this image or not
or
even consider
I've created
I
content
think
that's
that's a
really
mistake.
angering people, and
What we
that's
should
why
do
they're
is
showing
say,
up. They don't
look,
actually
there is
like
some
it.
evidence for something unusual.
Maybe,
Let's
but
try
it
and
is
build
true that there
instruments
are
that will give us a
algorithmic
better
changes that
image.
can take place. There's
And
something
if
happened
you
in
just
early
dismiss
January that
extraordinary
affected us
claims
on YouTube,
because
or
that
there are
you
periods on
consider them
TikTok where
extraordinary,
you can tell
you
we're doing
avoid
all the same things.
discovering things that you
Something has
haven't
happened,
expected.
and then
And so
you never usually figure out what it is.
I
So
believe
for me, it's
that
sort of just
along
like
the
a
history of
general
astronomy, there
tool
are
to
many missed
see
opportunities.
what is
And I
the
speak
level
about
of interest
astronomy,
in
but
what I'm
I'm sure in
doing,
other fields
and
it's
are the
also true.
numbers
I mean,
so
this
out of
is
whack
my
with what I would
expertise.
expect that I
For
should look into
example,
whether something
the
deeper
astrophysical
is
journal,
happening.
which
Has
is
there
the
been some
main
change to an
primary
algorithm or
publication
whatever the case may be?
in
I had a
astrophysics.
debate with
If
someone
you go
who
beyond
accused me
before
of
the
using
1980s, there are
clickbait to
images that were
generate
posted
views.
in the
And we had a
astrophysical
really
journal
interesting conversation where I
of
said,
giant arcs.
tell me really what you mean by
arcs
that.
of light
Is your argument
surrounding
that I'm
clusters
using
of
titles
galaxies.
that don't
And
actually
you can
represent
find it
what's in the
in
video?
printed versions
No,
of
what's in the
astrophysical
title is
journal.
in the
People
video. I
just
go, okay,
ignore
so
it.
it's not that the
They
title
image,
is
they see
dishonest.
the arc,
Are you
they say,
saying I'm
who knows
deliberately
what it
picking
is,
titles
just
that
ignore
will
it.
garner a
And
larger
then in the
audience?
1980s,
And they
the
said,
subject
yeah,
of
that's kind of what I mean.
gravitational lensing became
Isn't that kind
popular.
of what we're all doing? The alternative
And,
would be choosing titles
The idea
to generate
is
a
that you
smaller
can
audience,
deflect
which seems
light
like a real kind
by
of
the force
waste
of
of
gravity.
time. So
And
I'm trying
then
to
you can
navigate
put the
and
source
play the
behind
game
the
in a
cluster
way
of
that's
galaxies,
comfortable,
and then you will get these
but
arcs.
use the metrics
actually,
more as
Einstein
a
predicted
tool
it
than as something to obsess over.
1940. And
Nevertheless, the
so
metrics
these
are
things
what they are, and that they are able to
people just had them in the
affect your
images,
psyche.
didn't pay attention. So I'm sure there are lots of
It's
opportunities.
very
Sometimes
difficult,
even in
which is why I
existing
have
data,
a
you
comment
have things
section
that
that
are
hides all the views.
unusual and
For
exceptional,
me,
and they're not being addressed.
it's difficult not to let it affect how you think about
The
ideas.
data is not enough for
So, like,
quite a few years
you know,
ago.
extensive on a topic like
We
healthcare
can go back to the
generates very few
70s, we
views.
can go also to the Mayan
It's
civilization.
difficult for you to still
Mayan
care about
civilization
healthcare.
basically believed in astrology.
There's some
You
aspect
can
of the human
forecast the
mind that
outcome of a
starts
war based on the
being
position of
affected
the
by those
planets.
views. And I think that's a
And-
really
And
dangerous
they had,
thing.
astronomers
Mostly,
in their
it's
culture had the highest
probably
social
beneficial
status.
because it probably makes you a
They
better
were
presenter.
priests. They were
If you do
elevated.
care about a
And
topic
the
a lot,
reason
you
was
become
that
more
they helped
charismatic,
politicians decide
you
when to
learn
go to war.
sort of in
Because they
Jimmy,
would tell
Mr.
the
Beast way how to
politicians,
present the
the
ideas better.
planets will be in this
But
configuration.
it also can
It's a better
affect
chance for you
which
to win the
topics
war.
you choose to
Go
cover,
to war.
which you choose to
And
think
in
about different
retrospect,
topics.
they collected wonderful data,
Topics. That's a really
but
scary
misinterpreted
thing.
it.
I'm
Because
really
we
worried
now
about my
know
own
that the
mind.
position of Venus
I run
or
from
Jupiter
that
or whatever
aggressive.
has nothing to do
One of the things
with the outcome
that
of
I
World War I.
include in my overall approaches,
It has nothing to do.
I don't
And
think about any me one clip.
So we
I
can
think
have a
about
prejudice
an entire show or a
collect
week of
data
shows or a
without
month of shows.
actually doing the right thing.
And so it's less about
That's such a
does anyone
Pisces
do
thing
well.
to say. I looked up
My
what your
view going
astrological
in,
sign is.
I'm going to do stuff that won't do that well, but I think it's really important.
So you mentioned
And I want to
Einstein
make it part of
predicted
my
that
job.
black
And
holes
so
don't
when I
exist,
look
or
with
just
10
or
ideas for
don't
reducing
exist in
gun
nature.
violence, I know that that's
when
not going to
Einstein
get
came up with his
500,000.
theory of gravity,
I know it's not
1915,
going to.
November
And
1915, A few
the
months
first day
later,
I'll get 12,000 and
another
I'll go,
physicist,
I don't care.
Karl
That's fine.
Schwarz,
There's
he was
a group of people in my
director of the
audience that
Potsdam
value this stuff,
Observatory, but
and
he
I
was
want
a
to keep doing
patriot,
this
a
stuff.
German patriot.
I'll
So
end
he
up
went into
surprised.
the First World War
And 2
fighting
weeks
for
later,
Germany. But
has
while he was
150,000
at the
views because
front,
it started being shared.
he sent a
Great.
postcard to Einstein
But
saying,
I
a
don't
few months
go
after
into
the
it
theory was
thinking
developed,
he's all
saying,
into the
actually, I
whole
found a solution to
by
your
that
equations.
I always
And that
go
was a
in
black
saying,
hole
I want to
solution.
put out a
And
diversity of
then he
content,
died a
including
few months
stuff that
later.
is less titillating
And
and
Einstein
salacious,
was a
but it's important to
pacifist,
do
and he
it
survived.
more
So the lesson
research,
from this story is
etc.
that
And
you
so
want to
that's
work out
the way I try
the
to resist
consequences of
exactly
the
what you're
theory.
talking
And I think you have to probably know yourself. Like for me, metrics, I just
But
like
the point
metrics
is
too
that
much. For me,
this
metrics
solution
do
was
affect me.
known shortly after Einstein came up with
Like I
his theory.
can't.
But
I would love to hire
in
somebody who
1939,
cares.
Einstein
We
wrote a
currently have
paper
I
in the Annals of
folks
Mathematics
who
saying,
care.
even though the solution exists,
Because he
I don't
probably
think it's
didn't
realized
care
in
enough
nature.
to
And
have
his
two
argument
good
was,
thumbnails and this
if
kind
you
of stuff.
imagine a star collapsing,
But to me personally,
stars
I just
often
find
spin,
inner
and
peace
the
and
spin will
focus
prevent
if I
them from
don't
making
think
a black hole, collapsing to a point.
because I find
So,
myself.
can you maybe one
I
of
just
the
remember a
main
long time
things
ago when I started the podcast, I would
work on, you're expert in,
think that I
is
failed
black holes? Can you
if
first
it
say
didn't
what
do
are
well.
black
Like
holes?
if I didn't
And
celebrate
second,
the person
how
well
do we
enough, I
know
didn't
that they
do a good
exist?
job enough in
Right, so
conversation.
black
But
holes
that's
are
not
the
necessarily
ultimate
at all
prism.
what that means.
You know, you can
It's
check in,
hard
but
not
you
to
never
know.
check.
I mean, yeah, I know exactly what
Even
you're saying.
light cannot
And
escape
part of
from.
it is,
So there are extreme
I mean,
structures of
it
space and
starts
time.
in my. You have a little bit of a different
And there is
situation
this
than me
so-called
because you're doing long
Schwarzian,
form conversations with people,
radius or
and the prep is a
the
little bit
event
different.
horizon of
One of the
black
things
hole.
in my
Once
space,
you
because I'm
enter
reacting
into it with a
mostly to
spaceship,
what's going on in the news
you
and
will
also
never
different
be able
topics to
to
dive
tweet
into a
back to
little
your
bit more deeply.
friends and tell
Because I have
them.
very little
By the way,
control
I
over the
asked
news
the
cycle.
students in my
And
class,
there is
freshman seminar at
a
Harvard,
meta
I said,
metric or a macro
let me
metric
give
that
you
affects
two
me
possible
that will
journeys that you
quadruple
can
my
take. I
audience
said,
and then take
suppose aliens
75%
come
of
to
the way,
Earth
which is the
and
seasonality of election cycles.
suggest that you would board their
And
spaceship.
the first few election
Would you do
cycles,
it?
it's very tough because I
And the
go,
second is, suppose
it's
you could
October.
board a spaceship that would
At
take
this
you
rate,
into a
we're gonna
black
have
hole.
1
Would
million
you do it?
subscribers by next
So,
year. These
all of
numbers
them
are
said,
unbelievable. And
to
then
the
it's
first question,
January 30th.
yes, under
The
one condition,
inauguration's over.
that I'll be
The debate is
able
about
to
the debt
maintain my
ceiling,
social
and
media
nothing's going
contacts
on.
and hold
And I go,
back, share the
nobody's
experience
watching my
with them.
content. I must have
Personally, I
forgotten to
have no
upload it. Like
footprint on
something
social
must be.
media. Yeah, which is
It's
as a
completely
matter of
beyond
principle.
my control.
Yeah,
So I just,
my
and I
wife asked
think
me when we got
part of
married,
what you're saying is
and then
I try to focus on the things I
honor
can
that,
control
and
and understand those that I really have no control over whatsoever, and try not to worry about it.
Well, she was wise enough to
I try to
recognize the
do the
risk,
things that
but
they
it saves me time, and it
You
also
mentioned
takes me away
RFK,
from
the guy you met.
crowds. You know,
What do
I
you think
don't
about
have the
some of the other candidates
notion of
outside
what
Joe Biden
a lot of
in
other
the
people
Democratic
think, so I
Party?
can think
RFK
independently.
Jr.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you
But
think of him?
putting so
I met
I
him,
was
we once
surprised
had
to
dinner,
hear
and we
that
have a
for
number of
students,
friends
it's
in common,
extremely
which is
important
what
to share
makes this a little
experiences. Even
more
if they go on a
awkward.
spaceship with
But
aliens, they still
I
want
think his campaign
brag
is
about it
basically
rather
sort
than
of like
look
a
around and see what's
chaos
going on. This is
candidacy
not an option
to
with black holes.
raise awareness and
So
maybe
for the
raise
black
money
hole, they
either
said
for his
no,
book or his
because
anti-vaccine
obviously
organization,
you can find your death
Fund,
after
I believe it's called.
you
I
get
think there's some
into it,
reporting
you
that
crash into
Steve Bannon
singularity.
really liked the
There is
idea
this
of him
singularity in
running
the
as a
center, so
Democrat, again, to
inside the event
generate
horizon,
chaos.
we know that
I
all
don't
the
find
matter
it super
collects.
interesting. I don't find it
at a
worthy of
point.
that much discussion.
Now, we can't really
Smart guy,
predict what happens
nice
at
guy,
the singularity because
has been
Einstein's theory
doing
breaks down.
anti-vaccine work that I don't
And we know
find
why it breaks
particularly
down because it doesn't
inspiring.
have
So it's not just
quantum mechanics that
anti-COVID
talks about
vaccines,
small
but
distances.
more broader than
He's
that.
been in
We
that
don't
space
have a theory that unifies quantum mechanics
Yeah, I
and
don't find it
gravity
super interesting.
so that
He
it
also
will
wrote the
predict
book,
what happens
The
in near
Real Anthony
singularity.
Fauci.
And in
Did you
fact,
read the book?
I
Did
once,
he write that?
a
That's
couple of
interesting.
years ago,
I don't
had
know.
a
I'm
flat
not sure.
in my basement.
I'm aware of that book. I didn't know he wrote it.
I think I did, but it's been
invited the
been
plumber
on
to
my
come over
reading
and
list.
figure
To
out,
get,
and then we
I'm
found
trying to get a good
the sewer
balanced
was
reading list
clogged.
about
Because of
the COVID
tree
pandemic
roots
to
that
understand
got
what
into
the
it.
hell happened.
And we solved the problem.
And anytime I start to try to go into that
I thought
place,
to myself,
it's just
I'm exhausted.
Isn't that what happens
Well,
in the
it's interesting to
singularity
me
of a
that
black
you
hole?
wouldn't wait
Because
longer before
the question
delving
is,
into
where does
those
the matter
books
go?
to have
If,
maybe a more
in the case of a
clear
home, I never
hindsight.
thought about it, but
Right?
the
But I
water,
think
all
this
the
is a
water
pretty
that
good
we
time.
use
You
goes in,
don't think so? Like, this
through the
is
sewer to some reservoir.
it depends on your goals.
And
If
the
you're
question is,
thinking
what
of it
happens
as
inside
a
a black hole?
historical event, yes.
One possibility is that there is an
But
object
if
in
you're
the
thinking
middle, just
about
like a star, and everything connects
understanding
there. And the object has the
what is
maximum
broken
density
about
that
our
we can
system
imagine,
that we
like
respond to
Planck
so poorly,
densities. It's the ultimate
that
density
there
that
was
you
so
can
much
have.
division. What is broken about our
Where
political
gravity
system
is
that
as strong as all the
it
other
didn't unite us,
forces.
it divided us.
So you can imagine this
there's probably a
object,
lot of
very
different
dense
narratives.
object at the center that
I feel like
collects
the
all
more
the
you learn
matter.
about this, the
Another
better
possibility
you
is
can
that there
understand.
is
I
some
read,
tunnel that, just
I
like the
just Vladimir
sewer,
Putin. I read like
takes the
5
matter into
biographies
another
already.
place. And we don't know the answer.
Just, it helps to
But
really
I wrote a
understand.
Scientific
The
American
people
essay
involved,
about it,
the organizations
admitting
involved,
our ignorance. And it's a
everything from
fascinating
the
question. What
scientists
happens
to
to
the
the matter that
local
goes into the black hole? I actually recommended
felt
to
like
some
the
of my
blog
colleagues
posts and
that
the
work on
tweets
string
were
theory.
quite captivating.
At the closing of the conference, I'm the founding director of the Black Hole Initiative.
like modern
which
political
brings
books, so
together
I don't read
astronomers, physicists,
the memoirs of
philosophers, and
elected
mathematicians.
officials. I don't.
And we
read,
have a
I
conference
just feel like
once
I
a
get
year.
enough of it in my
And at
job.
the end
So
of
my
one of
reading
them,
list is
since I'm
just
the director, I
other
have to
things. It's
summarize.
history, it's narrative
I said
nonfiction,
that I wish
economics, etc.
we could
And that's
go on a
my
field
bias
trip
because
to a
I'm
black
so
hole
overloaded
nearby.
with a lot of the stuff.
And I
haven't
highly
read any of
recommend
Obama's
to my
books.
colleagues
I
that
didn't
work on
read
string
John
theory
Bolton's book, or
to enter
I
into
don't
the
read
black
any
hole
of
because
that
then they
stuff.
can test their
Although
theory
I'm
when they
sure
get inside.
there is
But
value.
one of the string theorists in the audience,
What about the other candidate that,
immediately
according
raised
to the
his voice and
subreddit,
said,
and as
"You
you
have an
mentioned,
ulterior
criticized a
motive
little bit,
for sending us into a black hole,"
Marianne Williamson. Do you
which I
think,
didn't deny. But
what are the pros and cons of Facebook?
This is
Yes,
another area where
that's true,
many in
that's
my
true.
audience
Can you
really
say
are angry with me.
why
I don't find
we
her candidacy
know
super interesting.
that black
I'll tell you the
holes
pros and the cons as I
Right.
see
So
them. I do think
it's an
that
interesting
we have elected
question
officials in
because
the
black
U.S.,
holes were
particularly
considered a
presidents,
theoretical
from a really
construct.
narrow range of backgrounds.
And
So
Einstein even denied their
lawyers
existence in
and
1939.
sometimes business people,
But then,
very, very often lawyers. I think we would
19
benefit from a much greater diversity of backgrounds. And I once said that
quasars
that
were
would include
discovered. These are very
people from
bright
education,
sources of
people from the
light,
science world, people with backgrounds
100
maybe
times
running
brighter than
nonprofits,
their
etc.
host galaxy.
Marianne Williamson did, I
which
guess,
are
at one point
point
run
light
some
and
kind of small nonprofit, and
at
some
the
in my
center of
audience
galaxies.
thought that
And
credential alone would make me fall
it
head
was
over
immediately
heels
suggested
in love with the idea of a
by
Marianne
Ed
candidacy.
Salpeter
I've
in the
interviewed
West
her.
and by
It's
Yakov
just not for me,
Zendovich
is the
in
way
the
I
East.
like to say it. It's
That these
the
are black
background
holes
of the
that
woo-woo
accrete
type stuff
gas, collect gas
is a bit
from their
off-putting
host
to me.
galaxy that are
I
being fed with
understand
gas.
that someone with
And they shine
literal
very brightly
Christian
because
Bible
as the
beliefs
gas
that also
falls
I don't
towards
like,
the
maybe
black
I'm more willing
holes,
to accept,
just like
as most
water
of our presidents, of
running
course,
down
have had those
the
views
sink.
because they're otherwise more
The
qualified.
gas
But
swirls
some of the
and
things that she says
then
just strike
rubs
me
against
as
itself
just,
and heats up
I'll give you an example.
and shines
When she
very
was on
brightly because
with
it's very
Russell
hot
Brand,
close to the black
she
hole.
said there's no such
By
thing
viscous,
as clinical
by
depression.
viscosity,
It just means
it
someone in a
heats up.
clinic
And
told you
in
you
the
have
case of black
depression.
holes, it's the turbulence.
I don't believe that to be the case. I think
Viscosity that
I have an
causes the
understanding
heat
there's two
up.
types of depression.
So,
There's like a genetic
We get
predisposition
these very
depression.
bright sources
There's
of
like
light
a
just
acute
from
something
black
happening
holes that are
in my
supposed
life,
to be dark.
temporary depression.
Nothing escapes from
When
them,
she
but
was asked about it
they
recently, she
create
said,
a violent
I
environment
didn't mean it. I
where
was just
gas
trying
moves
to
close to the speed
impress
of light
Russell Brand.
and therefore shines very bright,
I don't
much
know
more
if
than
I'm
any
more
other
bothered
source
by
in
the
the
things she
sky.
first said
And we
or
can
by
see
the fact
these
that she wanted to
quasars
impress
all
Russell
the way
Brand.
to
But
the
it's just
edge
like,
of the universe.
it's just
So we have
really not
evidence
for
now
me.
that when the
And
universe
I agree
was,
with her on we
about
need to take the climate
7% of
seriously.
its present
We
age,
need to expand
infant.
access to health. I'm
Already
with all
back
of that
then,
stuff.
you
Now,
had
I want to
black
say one
holes
other
of
thing
a
about this.
billion times the mass of the sun,
Anybody who wants to
which is
run
quite
should run.
remarkable.
I am
It's like
not
finding
suggesting there should be an
babies
uncontested
in a nursery,
primary
you know,
for Joe
like,
Biden.
how can
Absolutely.
these
So you
black
think it
holes
should be
grow so fast?
Well,
Less
what I
than a
mean by
billion years
contested
after the
is, so
Big
there's two
Bang,
parts to what we
you
mean by
already
contested.
have a
Will the
billion
DNC
times the
organize
mass of the
debates?
sun
And we'll
in
get
these
there.
black holes.
But
And
should,
the answer
should
is presumably
everybody
the
who's on the
very
left get out of the
quick
way because Joe Biden is
processes
president and is
that
running for re-election?
build them up.
Absolutely not.
They
The question
develop
about should there
quickly,
be
very quickly.
debates,
And
I would like
so
there
we
to
see
be
those
debates.
black holes.
The
And that was
DNC
found in the
pretty
mid
clearly isn't going
1960s,
to
but
organize them.
in
I think if you did them, you would have to say at what polling level do you
100 years
qualify.
after Einstein
And I don't
came
know
up
exactly
with
where you put
his
that number.
theory of gravity,
But I think it would be a great thing
the
to put
LIGO
Joe Biden on a
observatory
stage
detected
with, you can
gravitational
get,
waves.
what, 6%,
And these
8%?
are
I'm not
just
really sure what the
ripples
number
in
would be.
space and
I'm
time.
totally
So
on
according
board.
to Einstein's theory,
Why is
the
it that of
innovation, the
candidates,
ingenuity
at
of
least from my
Einstein's theory of
perspective, so
gravity
weak?
that was formulated
Do you
in
have
November
an
1950.
There's a lot of different answers.
Was to say that space and time,
One aspect
are
of
not
this, which I
rigid.
think is more of a
You know,
sociocultural thing, which I've recently
they
read about
respond
to some
to
degree,
matter.
is
So,
the job actually
for
turns
example, if you
off
have two
the
black
people who
holes
would be best
and they
at it
collide,
because of what you need to do to become
it's
president.
just like
And
a
it
stone being
includes
thrown into
all but
on a surface
completely
of a cone.
abandoning
They
your
generate waves.
existing day-to-day life,
Disturbances
job,
in
which
space
you
and
may
time that
depend on,
propagate out
and
at the speed of
family to
light.
some
These are
degree.
gravitational waves.
It's
They create a
horribly
space-time
negative,
storm
as
around
we
them,
already talked
and then
about.
the waves go
And at the end of all
all
of
the way
that,
through
you
the
either
universe
lose
and
and then have
reach
to
us.
rebuild,
And if you
and
have a
maybe you're
sensitive
not in a
enough
position to be able to do
detector
that,
like
or you
LIGO,
win,
you can
and then
detect
now
these waves.
you've got 4 years
So
of
it
being
was
one
not
of
just
the
the
most
message
hated
that
people,
we received
no
for the
matter how
first
good
time
you got.
gravitational waves.
So I think by
But
its
it was
nature,
the
it turns
messenger.
off a lot of
So
people
there
that
are
would
two
otherwise be
aspects to
good.
it. One is the messenger,
I
which
also
is
think that
gravitational
there's a
wave
lot
for
of
the first time
posturing
were
from within
detected
the
directly.
parties about,
And the second
well,
was the
you might
message,
be good,
which
but it's not
was
your time
a
yet.
collision
You
of
should
two
wait,
black
and then
holes.
let's talk
Because
about
we could
maybe
see
a
the
Senate seat
pattern
here and there. So
of
it's like
the
a
ripples in
company
space and
essentially
time,
with
and it
figuring
was
out where
fully
you want to place
consistent
people.
with
I think
the
all of
prediction
these
that
things make
Schwager
it so
made
we end up with
how
candidates
a black,
most people
the
aren't.
space-time around the black hole
It's
is, because when
difficult
two
for
black
somebody
holes
who's young
collide,
and
you can sort of
outsider
map
to
from the message that you get, you can
I think
reconstruct
that that's
what
true,
really
and I
happened,
think
and it's
also,
fully consistent.
in a lot of ways,
And
it's
in
just not. I mean, would you want to be
2017
president?
and 2020,
I mean, I can't be because I
there's
wasn't
two
born
Nobel
in the U.S. It's
Prizes.
easy
That's
to
right.
say.
if everyone
That
says
had
no,
to do with the
then
black
where it gets
holes.
the people that
Can
we
you
have.
maybe describe the
No, I
same
understand.
So I
masterful
would
way
love
that
to
you've
help
already
them.
been doing
Sure.
with those
And I
Nobel
feel like
Prizes?
there's not even a
Yeah, so the
mechanism for helping.
2017 was given for
Except
the
for the
LIGO
democratic
collaboration
political
for discovering
But I'm just
gravitation waves from collisions
annoyed
of
how
black
little
holes.
technology there is in the whole process,
And
how little
the
innovation there is in the whole
2020
process.
Nobel Prize in Physics was
The
given
sad
for
thing is,
two
this is
things.
written
One
about a lot, which
was
is
theoretical
there's
work
this
that
thing
was
called
done by
political
Roger Penrose
hobbyism,
in the
and
1960s,
I think there's a good chance
demonstrating
that
that
some of the people
black
in
holes are
my
inevitable
audience
when
are political
stars
hobbyists
collapse.
in the sense that
And
they follow this
it was
stuff
mostly
as
mathematical work, and
entertainment to
actually
some
Stephen
degree.
Hawking
And I've written a lot
also
about how
contributed
I've
significantly
read a
to
lot
that
and talked a
frontier,
lot about
and
how
unfortunately
we
he
vote every 2
is not
years or every
alive,
4
so
years
he
in
could
our
not be
local elections,
honored.
etc.
So
And then we
Penrose received
think
it
about
on his
politics all
own.
the time.
And
Neil Postman wrote
then
about this in his book,
two
Amusing
other
Myself to Death.
astronomers received it
But
as well.
what are you actually going to
Andrea
do
Ghez
about
and Reinhard
the kids
Genzel,
starving in
and they
this
provided
country
conclusive
and the
evidence
nuclear
that there is a black
buildup
hole
in
in
that
the
country?
center of the
Okay.
Milky Way
If
galaxy
everybody refocused their
that
attention
weighs about 4 million
on their
times
immediate
the mass of the
communities,
sun.
and that could mean
And
any
they
number,
found
it
the
could mean the
evidence
town
from
or
the
city
motion of
you live
stars
in, or it
very
could
close
mean
to the black hole.
an
Just like
athletic
we
club
see the
or
planets
whatever.
moving around the
If
sun,
everybody,
there are stars close to the center of the galaxy, and they are
time they
orbiting
spent on
at very
political
high
hobbyism,
speeds
they moved
of
somewhere else, which
over
might put me out of a
thousands
job.
of kilometers per second or thousands of miles per second.
That's okay. I'm willing to lose my job because I
Think
think it would
about
be
it.
so beneficial.
Yeah.
Then our
Which
communities would just be
can
that much
only be
better.
induced
Because you
in
can
those
actually affect
distances
change
if
in a
there
much more
is
tangible way
a
locally.
4
Whether it's,
million
people talk about potholes,
solar
but other
mass
things as well.
object that is extremely
Yeah,
compact.
and I wish our system was more
the only
amenable to that
thing
kind of
that is
contribution.
compatible with the constraints
Hopefully to
is
the
a black
digital
hole.
space it would be.
And
Let me ask you about
they actually
on the
made a
Republican side,
movie
Ron
of the
DeSantis.
motion of these stars
What do
around
you
the
think
center.
of him as
One of them
candidate?
moves around the center over a decade.
I think in the couple
over
of
time
weeks
scales that we can
before
monitor.
our discussion today,
It was
his
breakthrough in
campaign,
a
which hasn't
way.
even started, has
So
sort of started
combining
to
LIGO with
and this was
the
something
detection of a
that I
black
started
hole in the
thinking
center
about
of the
in
Milky Way
September,
and
October.
in many other
He
galaxies
really
like
doesn't seem ready for
quasars.
prime time. In the sense
now,
that
I would
just
say
being confronted, and confronted is not even the right word, just
black
being
hole research
asked about
is folk.
some
It's very
topics he
much a
didn't really
fashion.
seem to
We
want to
saw it
talk
back
about.
in
He
2016 when we
responded in
established
such a
the
sort
black
of
hole initiative.
disproportionate,
You
unhinged
kind of
way.
saw
During his recent
that
trip
there's
to
this
Asia, he
excitement
was asked
about
why aren't
in
you,
the
or why are
breakthroughs
you
and,
responding but in this weird
discoveries
way
about
to
black
Trump's
holes,
attacks
which
on
are
him?
probably one of the
And
most
he went
fascinating
into this
objects in
weird
the universe.
bobblehead thing with a weird
It's up
smile,
there.
and something came out that didn't make any sense, and he sort of got mad at the reporter, and it was just like, if you can't handle that, you can't be on the debate stage with Donald Trump. And again, for all my criticisms of Trump, the guy gets you on the debate stage,
I
he
wrote
can
a
make you look
paper
pretty silly.
with my
He was
undergraduate
recently asked
student,
about his
Amir
role
Siraj,
at Guantanamo Bay when
suggesting
he
that
was
perhaps there
an
could be, if
officer
there is
in
one in the solar
which
system, we
branch
can
of the armed
detect it.
forces. And he
Because
just sort of attacked
I don't know
the
if you heard, but
journalist
there is a
asking the
claim
question.
that maybe there is
It just looked very bad.
Planet 9
And there are
in the solar
increasingly
system.
big Republican donors who are not fans of Trump
Because
and
we
are
see
sort of
some
hoping to put
anomalies
their eggs in
in
the
the outer
Ron
planets
DeSantis
of the solar
basket. Who are
system.
saying
So some
this
people
guy just doesn't
suggest
have
that
what it
maybe there
takes.
is
I
a
don't think he
planet
can
out
do it.
there that
So
was not
I
yet
don't know if
detected.
DeSantis will be able to get away. One
people
good polling
search for
showing
it, didn't
something.
find it.
like he is,
it weighs roughly
and
5
you haven't
times the
even
mass of
announced,
the Earth.
it's very
And we
attractive.
said,
And
okay,
he probably
maybe you
some agrees
can't
with
find
me.
it
If I
because
wait
it's a
till
black hole.
2028,
And that was
I
found
might not
early
have
in the
this
universe.
opportunity
Is
yet.
that part? So
So Trump's polling 52,
it could be that
53,
the dark matter
which means
is made
even
of
if
black holes of
DeSantis
this
gets
mass.
all of
We
the
don't know what the
current
dark matter is
vote,
made of.
he has
It
to
could be
figure out how to
that,
take
black
something more for
So
Trump.
we
From
said,
Trump.
but
I
there
just
is
don't
an
know how he does
experimental
it.
way to test
First of all, the
it.
implosion
And the way to
aspect,
do it
that's
is
part of the
because
process, isn't it? You kind of implode
is
a bunch of
there is the Oort cloud
a
of
bunch of times
icy rocks in
rebuild
the outer
yourself.
solar
and
system.
rebuild, and because the news cycle
And
kind
if
of
you
progresses.
imagine a black hole
It's
there,
possible. The problem is,
every now and then
the
a
first
rock
debate
will
is in
pass
August,
close enough to the black hole
so that's only a few
to
months
be
away.
disrupted by
And
the very
the
strong
decision's
gravity
going to
close to the black
be
hole.
made pretty
And that
soon.
would produce a
And
flare
unless he can
that you can
get a
observe.
new
And we
momentum
calculated how
going,
frequently these
I
flares
just don't
should
know how
occur.
he gets what he
And
needs
with
in order to
LSST
really
on the
have a shot.
Vera Rubin
So
Observatory, we
would
found that you
anyone
can
else want to
actually
make something?
test
It's
this
very tough right now. I mean,
hypothesis.
there are other people
And if you
running
don't
this.
see
This guy,
flares,
Vivek
then
Ramaswamy,
you can
who's
put
running.
limits on the
Nikki
existence of
Haley
the black
is
hole
running.
in
Her
the solar
campaign's
system.
basically dead
It
on
would be
arrival.
extremely exciting if there was a black
Trump
hole.
actually
If
does
Planet
better in
9
polls
was a
the
black
more
hole
people
because
run.
we could
When
visit
it's
it,
just him and
and we
DeSantis,
can
that's the best
examine it.
scenario for DeSantis. It's
And
not
it
great
will
for
not be a
DeSantis,
matter
but
of
it's certainly
an
better.
object that is very removed from
But
us.
I think the
Another
difficulty
thing I should
is,
say
this
is
is a question
it's
for
possible that
Republicans
the
to
black
figure
hole
out.
affected life on Earth.
The people who rightly recognized in 2016
The
that
black
this
hole at
guy
the
is
center
not
of the
going to
Milky
their
Way.
party,
How?
still believe this guy's not going to their
That
party.
black hole right
But
now is
many of them
dormant. It's very
recognize
faint.
that most of the voters
But
are still behind him.
we know that it flares.
You can always
When a
say
star like
it's
the sun
early,
comes close to
polling
it,
doesn't really mean anything.
the star will be
Something
spaghettified,
major would
basically
happen
become a stream of gas,
if he got
like a spaghetti.
more, if he was
And then the
arrested two
gas
more
would
times and had more
fall into the
indictments, and
black
it just
hole, and
became
there
like
would be
this
a
guy
flare.
can't even campaign
And
because
this
he's so
process
busy going
happens
from
once
court
every
to court.
10,000 years.
Maybe
So
that
we
would make
expect
it.
that
It's
these
really
flares
tough
to
to
occur
imagine.
every 10,000 years.
You said that there are
But we
three
also
categories of
see
people who vote
evidence for
Republican.
the possibility that
that's Trump
gas
introduced the fourth
clouds
one.
were disrupted by
Now,
the
can you
black
go
hole
through
because the stars
four
that are
categories?
close to the black hole
So
are
you've got
residing in a
like your
single
pro-business, low-tax
two planes.
Republicans.
And
These are
the only way
mostly
you can
people
get
like
that
Mitt
is
Romney.
if they formed out of
Mitt
a
Romney
disk
has a
of
bit of a
gas,
social
just like the
conservatism
planets
as
in the
well. He's
solar
Mormon,
system
and
formed.
that's there. But Mitt
So
Romney primarily,
there is
particularly, is
evidence
the
that
Northeast state
gas fell
Republican.
into the
He's
black
a
hole and
governor of
powered
Massachusetts.
possibly
He
a flare.
is like a low-tax
These
pro-business
flares
guy.
produce
You've got your
X-rays and
libertarian
ultraviolet
type
radiation
Republicans
that could
who are
damage
primarily
life
about freedom and
if
liberty.
the Earth
Often
was
they are
close
actually more
enough
socially
to
liberal,
the
where they
center
go,
of the galaxy.
I don't care about gay marriage.
Where we are right now,
I don't care
it's not
so much
very
about
risky
abortion.
for us.
And that
There is
overlapped a little bit with the Tea Party
theoretical
movement in
argument that
2010,
says
although
the
Tea Party
solar
did have a
system, the
religious component,
was
but so
closer
like the
to the
libertarian,
galactic center
freedom-minded folks,
early on,
and then the
it
religious
migrated
conservatives,
out.
people that support candidates
So
like Josh
maybe
Hawley or
in the
Ted
early
Cruz, etc., where their big
stage
thing
of
are
the
social
solar system,
issues.
the
Often they
conditions
actually want
were affected,
Christianity,
shaped by these
being
flares
civil government.
of the
They
black
don't
hole at
want
the center of the
separation.
galaxy, and that's why
Those are
for the first
traditionally
2 billion years there wasn't any
the
oxygen
one
in
that
the
Trump
atmosphere.
introduced
Who knows?
was people who just didn't really pay attention to
It's just
politics,
interesting
but
to
either
think that
followed celebrity
from a
or had
theoretical
grievances
concept that
that they
Einstein
didn't
resisted
yet
in
have a scapegoat
1939,
for,
it may well
and
be
were
that
sort of
black
right-leaning
holes have
culturally,
influence
even
on
though
our
they
life,
didn't
and
attribute that
and it's
to
just like
republicanism.
discovering that some
And Trump was able to bring them into politics
stranger
often for the first time.
affected
They
your
could
family
be part of any of those three
and
groups if they
in a
get
way
more
your
into
life.
politics or
And,
kind of do their own thing.
if that
But they're
happens to
more
be the
kind of
case,
like
the second
cult
Nobel
of
Prize should be
personality.
given
I'm here for Trump.
not for
Does
just
it
the
have to do
discovery
anything
of
about the
this
culture
black
wars
hole at the
and
center of the
the
galaxy, but
identity
perhaps
politics, all
for
that kind of stuff?
the Nobel Prize in chemistry for the
Yeah,
fact
I
that
mean,
it
so
had
in 2016, when Trump mobilized them, those weren't really issues the way they are now. So I think at that time, it certainly was not a factor.
What was the mobilizing issue? Was it just anti-Hillary in 2016?
He did a good job on anti-Hillary, but a lot of it was identifying real economic problems, wage depression, lack of jobs in parts of the country, Ohio and Indiana. Trump rightly identified that we have an issue here.
Does it make you sad? So you've had an interaction.
But there was also a lot of scapegoating.
Friendship with some
China and people coming
does it
to
make
the
you sad
U.S.-Mexico
that
border were popular scapegoats for a
altogether,
lot
I
of
don't
those problems.
design
This gets us kind of to populism. populism is a rhetoric, and populism as a rhetoric doesn't necessarily come with particular policies. You can be a user of populist rhetoric and propose solutions that would be more aligned with Bernie or Tucker Carlson. Populists will often identify the plight of the middle class
He was
The
honored with the
difference
Nobel
would
Prize in
be
literature.
Bernie will say
He was a
we've
philosopher
got to put
primarily.
some restrictions on how much
And he said, the
billionaires
hell
can
with
make,
it. Why should I
and we've got to
give
reinvest in these social programs.
special
Tucker will
attention
say
to this committee
BLM
of
taking
people
to your
that get
house
their
and
self-importance
a brown
from
person from
awarding
Mexico taking
me
your
the
job
prize? Like,
are what we need to deal with.
what's,
So
why does
the
that
populist
merit my
rhetoric can
attention?
lend
So
itself to
he
very
gave
different
up on the
policy,
Nobel
and
Prize.
Trump
And,
used that very
there are
effectively.
two benefits to that.
Why do you think Hillary
One,
Clinton was
that you're not
hated as intensely
working
as she
your
was
entire
by a
life in the
certain
direction that would
population?
satisfy the will
It feels
of other
like
people. That you
that's
work,
the
you're not
difference.
after these honors. Just
Maybe I'm
for the same reason that if you're not
I don't remember
living your life
Obama.
for making a profit or money,
I don't remember the
you can
being
live a
hate. There
more
was a
fulfilling
conspiracy
life
theory
because
that
you're
he was
not
born in
being
this
swayed
country,
by the
but I don't
wind,
remember
of how to make
hate
money and so
towards
on.
Obama.
Record death threats over
The
Obama.
second
more than
aspect of
previous
it is,
Towards
that
Clinton.
very often,
do you mean more hate between
these
voters?
prizes,
Between voters, but like
they
that's I guess
distort
what I
the way
was
we do
speaking to.
science because
That hate was
instead of
directed towards
people willing to take
the
risks,
narrative, the
and
thread that
instead
connected
of
all
having
of that.
announcements only after a group of people
Few
converges
different
with a
things.
definite result,
And I'm not ranking these. These are just
the
all
natural
things that come to mind.
progression of science is based
One
on trial
is
and error.
Hillary
So
Clinton
reporting some results and
had been
perhaps they're
around in the
wrong,
political
but then
space for a
other
long
people find
time.
perhaps
From the
better
time as
evidence
First
and then
Lady,
you figure out what's going
through
on.
a senator,
And that's the natural
secretary
way
of
the
state,
science is,
etc.
it's a
So I
learning
think that
experience. So
there was
if you
enough
give the
time
public
for
an image by which
different groups
scientists are always
to
right,
develop an antipathy towards her
and
for
some of
different
my
reasons.
colleagues say
So
we must
time.
do that because otherwise the public will
Secondly,
never believe us that global warming
Trump's
is really taking
branding of
place.
her as
But
crooked
that's not true because the public
was
will
very
believe
effective,
you
where there
if you
were
show
so
the
many
evidence.
people
So the
demanding
point
that
is
she
you
be
should
in
be sincere
prison.
when the
If
evidence
you
is
ask them
not
what is the crime,
absolutely
they don't
clear,
know.
or where there are
But
disputes
she
about
should
the
definitely
interpretation
be
of the
locked up.
evidence, we
That
should show
became
ourselves.
a very big thing.
The king is naked.
The email
There
story,
is no
as
point
it
in
were,
pretending
and
that the king is
James Comey
dressed,
doing a
saying that
second
scientists are
public
always right.
event
Scientists are
about that
wrong.
investigation, even though there wasn't any actual news about it. He's doing a
The only
second
way to
event
make
about it at
progress
the
is
last
by
minute.
evidence,
I think
giving
hurt her
us
and also
the
generated some
support that
hate.
we need to make
And I don't find
airtight
Hillary Clinton to be
arguments. So when you
particularly
say
likable,
global
although I
warming is
voted
taking
for her. I
place,
thought she was the better
if the
candidate.
evidence is
And
fully
I
supportive,
think
there
that
are
there
no
are others
holes in
who
the
also
argument,
didn't find her particularly likable.
people will be convinced
Those are a
because
lot of
you're not trying
impediments
to
to
them
becoming
when the
president.
evidence was
I was
not
trying to
okay. We
understand
also
why
show them
there's
that
so
the
many
evidence is not
conspiracy
clear.
theories
When
about
there's
Clinton.
holes, you show that there's holes, and here's the methodology we're using to try to close those holes. Exactly. Let's be sincere.
Maybe
Why
I'm not
pretend?
researched well
So
enough.
if there were no in a
The
world
why.
there were no prizes, no
The why of
honors,
it, actually, except for
we
the
would
conspiracy
act like
theories.
kids,
That's
as
some
I
of
said
the
before. We would
conspiracy
really
theories
be
that they've killed a
focusing
lot
on the
of people.
ball and not on the audience.
Yeah,
It's hard for me to speak to them because I'm aware that they exist,
That's so
but I'm not an
powerful.
expert in them because
Do you
they
think
seem
in
so
some sense
obviously
a few
baseless
people have turned
to
down
the
the
degree that
prize?
I've researched
Being
them
a
a little
much more
bit and then
powerful
I move
statement.
on. And
I don't know if you're
it's
familiar
been years
with
since I've looked at
in
this stuff. I
the
know there's the
space
Seth
mathematics
Rich
with the Fields medal
one,
and
and
Sarah
there's the
Guggenheim
Clinton
Pro.
body count
Yes,
one.
turned
I
down the
think there's
prize.
one connected
He's,
to Epstein, if I
so
recall
he
correctly.
I've
There's all
committed
sorts
one of the
of
reasons
different
I
ones.
started this podcast is
Without speaking to any of them
to definitely
specifically,
talk
because
to
I'm not the
people,
expert on
talk
Clinton
with probably the
conspiracies,
people you tell me it's
it
impossible.
does seem as though
I
this
love
stuff
hearing
for
that
so
because
long has
talked
generated
about
an audience.
anyway,
I mean, I remember
do you
in
have
the supermarket when Bill Clinton was president, at the checkout, seeing the tabloids, and there
why
was
he
stuff
turned
about
down the
Hillary
prize?
birthed an
And
alien
is that a
baby,
powerful
and all
statement?
it seems like it's been
What I
titillating to
read
people
is
for a very
that
long time.
you're talking about the mathematician.
Well,
the
another
mathematician.
question from Reddit,
What
super
I read
low.
is that he
I would
was
be curious to
disappointed
hear
by the
David's
response of the
views on
community,
conspiracies
the
and
mainstream community
conspiracy
of
theories,
mathematicians,
the extent
to
to which
his
real
earlier
conspiracies
work,
happen,
where
and why
they dismissed
conspiracies
it,
that have
they
little
didn't
evidence behind
attend to the
managed
details
to
and
be so
didn't treat
compelling to
him
people
with
regardless.
proper respect
Also,
because he was not
please bring up
considered
aliens and UAP.
one of them. And
Where do we start?
The
I think
conspiracy,
that
what?
speaks
So,
volumes about the
what
current
in
scientific
general,
culture, which is
as a person who
based on
thinks about politics,
groupthink and on
thinks about this world,
social
like where the
interaction
conspiracy theories
rather
fit
than
into
on the merit of the
I think
argument.
there have been
And on the evidence in the
conspiracies. By
context of physics. So
conspiracies,
in mathematics,
I'm
there is
using the
no
colloquial
empirical
definition,
basis.
which is basically
You're exploring ideas
individuals
that are
working
logically
together
consistent.
to
but
in a
nevertheless, there is
clandestine
this
way, impact
thing.
or affect
And
some kind
I
of
think
event
he was so
or
frustrated with
phenomenon,
his past experience
very,
that
very
he didn't
broadly.
even
I mean,
bother
certainly
to
that
publish
those
his
things
papers.
happen.
He just posted them on the archive. And
To
in
jump
a way,
around
it's
to some
saying,
of the things that were in there,
I
I
know
think the
what
reason
the
that
answer is.
conspiracy
Go
theories
look at
are
it.
so powerful
And then
is that
again, in the long arc
it's
of history,
really tough for a
his
lot of
work
people
on
to
archive
accept.
will be remembered, and
There
all
are
the
random
prizes,
events,
most of the prizes will be
not
forgotten, so
predictable
people don't
specifically. At a
kinda
stochastic level, you
think
might be able
about
to predict
this.
them, but
If
specifically
we look at Roger
unpredictable.
Penrose, for example, as another
Bad
fascinating
events.
figure, it's
I could
possible,
be the victim of
and
one, or
forgive
you
me
could,
if
or
this,
my
I'm sure
family.
minors,
That's
but
really scary
he's
to a
also
lot of people,
did some work
understandably
on
so.
consciousness.
And for some
He's been
people,
one of the
it's
only
less
people who
scary
spoke about
and more
consciousness,
soothing in a way.
which for the longest
Say,
time is
there
still
aren't really random
arguably
events like this.
outside the
Somebody
realm of
planned
the
it,
sciences.
and if
It's
we had
still
just
seen
known
as a
who
taboo
planned it,
subject,
it just could have been stopped because we would have known
and he
exactly
was
when.
brave enough
That's
to
just
explore
at a
it,
psychological level
from a physics
easier to
perspective,
accept.
from just a philosophical perspective,
And I get that
the
to some
rigor,
degree,
like
because
proposing different kind of
listen,
hypotheses
it's
of
not the most exciting
consciousness might
thing
be able
that
to
everything
emerge
can
in the
just be
brain.
going fine
And
and
it's
something
possible that
absolutely
that
horrible
he's
happens
remembered for
until,
20
who
years
knows,
from now,
some number of
right?
people.
As opposed
So
to
I think that's the
work of
biggest
black holes, which
attractor
fits
to a lot
into
of these
the kind
conspiracy
of
theories. It doesn't apply to all of them.
as like the
But yeah, but there's still kind
fits
of
into
a
what
basic
the
understanding
current
of human nature.
scientifically
People,
allows
some
to be
people are greedy
the
and want
space of
power
what
and
is
are
and
corrupted
isn't
by
science.
power.
Yeah, it's really
So
interesting
there's
to look at
kind of
people
these
that are
compelling
innovators,
narratives that stick.
where in some phases
That
of their career, their ideas fit
I don't
into
know. The vaccine
social
is
structure
an
that is around them, but
opportunity
in
for
other
a
phases,
powerful
it doesn't.
billionaire
And
to implant chips
when you look
into
at
you so
them,
you can
they
control
just
each other.
operated the same way throughout.
It
And
doesn't seem.
it says more about their environment
What
than
do I want
about
to
them.
say?
Well, yeah, I
It's like,
don't know if you know
for some
Max
reason,
Tegmark is. Yeah, just recently
that
talked to
doesn't
him.
seem as crazy as it should.
I just recently talked to him again, and
If you think like
I mean, he was a
maybe
little bit more
Hollywood
explicit
people,
about
you think,
saying,
yeah,
being aware.
you can
which is something
imagine
I
an
also
evil
recommend,
person,
is like being
a
aware
person
where
that wants
scientific
more
community
control,
stands,
more power,
and doing enough to get
and it's
along
also at
to
the
your
same time
career,
able to
your
convince
career.
themselves,
It's the
that they
necessary
actually
evil, I
have the best
suppose.
interest of the
If you're
population,
one of those out of the box
if they're trying to do good for you.
they just naturally have this
So they
childlike
do evil
curiosity,
while
which
trying
Max
to
definitely
you
is
can
one of
kind of
them.
imagine.
Is sometimes you
It's
have
like,
to do
why not?
some stuff that fits in. You
And
publish and you get tenure and all those
you
kind of
listen to
things.
people
But
in
the tenure
power,
is a great privilege because it allows
authorities,
you to, in principle,
kind of
explore
look
things
and
that
sound shady.
are not accepted by
Yeah.
others. And
Like, yeah,
unfortunately,
the transparency,
it's not being
especially
taken
the older ones,
advantage of by
I think
most
younger
people,
folks are
and
better at being
it's a
like
waste
the
of a very
transparent,
precious resource.
like revealing their flaws and
Absolutely.
the basic reality.
The space
The
that you
people
kind
that
of
are
touched on.
a little bit older in the
That's
positions of power, they're more powerful.
theories.
They're more like,
And
it feels like they're
perhaps
presenting a
detached
narrative
from
where the truth is hidden in the shadows.
appreciation
I don't think there's
of
anything
empirical
wrong
evidence
with
or longing
suspecting.
for empirical evidence or grounding
Maybe
in
a public
empirical
figure
evidence
isn't giving you the full
the
story.
theoretical physicists
Totally
being
reasonable
interest
question.
you can find
I don't think there's
laws
anything
of
wrong
physics
with
and
exploring
theory of
a
everything.
lot of these different things. I think the problem becomes, and I know you've talked about this in so many different ways with
How
other guests,
far away
the problem
are we
becomes
from
when we
arriving
lose
at theory
a
of
shared
everything?
understanding
Do you
of
think?
how we would assess whether any of these things are true. And
How
then
important is
both
it
alleged
to try
evidence
to arrive
and
at
an absence of
at
evidence
this
both
kind of goal,
become
this beautiful,
supportive
simple
of the
theory
conspiracy
that
theory.
unlocks the
Because if there's
very,
bad evidence, you manipulate it and say it's good evidence. If there's no evidence, you say the evidence was obviously hidden by the people who carried out the thing or whatever. So unless we can have a shared understanding of how we would determine what's true, these are common conversations often between atheists and religious folks. How can we determine, like, is my faith in something or my desire for something to be true a good way to evaluate whether it is
have
true?
experimental
They're
evidence
really
for how this happens in nature.
Well, let me ask you about Trump on
In
that.
systems
Like,
that
about the election,
have quantum
2020 election.
mechanical effects, but also gravity is
Maybe the better
important,
question is about January
then
6th.
the
You
theory
think January
will fall
6th
into
is
our
the
lap. Okay?
I do.
But the mistake that is made by the community right now is to come up with the right theory
I think it was less of
from
a big deal.
scratch.
No, I mean, so but it's
Einstein
very
gave the
interesting
illusion
though,
that you can
right? Because
just sit in your office
you have not only the
understand
event,
nature.
that's clever
And he
actually.
came
It's not
up
only
with
the
this
event, but
general
it's
theory of
what led
relativity.
up
But
to
then,
it
first
and
of
what has
all,
happened since,
perhaps he was
and
lucky, but
did it change
it's not a rule.
what is
The rule
considered
is that
on
you
the
need evidence
table
to guide you, especially when dealing with quantum
that
mechanics, which
citizens
is
can,
really
should, or might do
not intuitive.
if they
And,
disagree with
so
the results
there
of
are
the
two
model.
places
So I think that
where
there are
the
further
two
reasons
theories meet.
consequences than just
One is
the
black holes.
6-hour
And
period
there is a
on
puzzle
January
there.
6th,
It's called the
a bigger or
information
smaller deal than the
paradox.
Civil War.
In
And
principle,
there's
you
so
can
much
throw the
wrapped up
Encyclopedia
into it.
Britannica into a black hole. It's a lot of
Many
information.
conspiracy theories flowed from January
And then
6th as
it
well.
will be gone because a black hole
60 Minutes recently
carries
featured
only
a guy named Ray
X, who was targeted by some on the right, claiming that he was an instigator or an agent of the FBI or something along those lines.
according to Einstein, but
There
then
were people claiming
when
that
Hawking
no
tried
real,
to bring
it was like a
in
no
quantum
true
mechanics
Scotsman sort of thing. Like
to the game,
Trump
he
supporters
realized that
wouldn't riot, so
was
by
heaven
definition,
much,
it must have
and
been
they
Antifa,
this is called Hawking
police let
radiation.
him in, or police,
It
you know,
was
all
sort
these
of
different things. I think it was a big deal in a lot of
anticipated
ways
by,
because it completely made us have to go back to the
Jacob
top and
Bekenstein
say, okay,
before him.
what are the
And Hawking
parameters
wanted
of
to
valid
Bekenstein
discussion
and
and
they figured this
activism?
out. And so
But
what
what
it
aspect
means is
of
black
the
holes eventually
Genesis
evaporate.
was bad?
And they evaporate into
Well,
radiation that doesn't carry this information according to Hawking's calculation.
If you were to think
And
of
then
it
the
from a
question
big
is,
philosophical
according to
political
quantum mechanics,
perspective,
information must be preserved.
so
So
presumably the
where
number
did
of
the
people
information
hurt
go
and
if
the number of
a
people
black hole
who
is
died
gone? And where
is
is the
not
information
really
that
much
was
of a
encoded in the
Absolutely.
encyclopedia when
I think
it went
the
into the
sum
black
total
hole?
of
And
what it
to
means
that question,
about
we don't have an
how
answer
the
yet.
United
It's one
States
of those
operates
puzzles about black holes.
is what's most
And it
concerning, and I'll
touches on
kind
the
of just like
interplay
flesh it
between
out a
quantum
little bit.
mechanics and
So,
gravity. Another
summer of
important question
2020.
is what
Trump's
happened
already
at the
saying
beginning of the
they're going to
universe? What happened
Now,
before the
the
Big Bang?
polling is
And
close,
by the way,
but
on that, I
it
should
shows
say,
that Biden
there
predicted
are
that
some
people aren't happy with Trump.
conjectures.
Any reasonable
It's
person would look and say,
in principle, if we
it's going
figure
to be
it
close,
out,
but
if we have a
Biden's
theory
saying
of
it wouldn't be a
quantum
crazy
gravity,
thing if
it's
Biden
possible
won.
to imagine
Trump's
we
already
will
saying they're going to cheat
figure
with
out
mail-in
how to
ballots,
create
they're
a
going to
universe
do
in the
voting, they're
laboratory.
going to cheat with machines,
By
or we
irritating
do
the
only
vacuum,
in person, or
you
whatever
might
else.
create a baby universe.
We have the election.
And if we do that,
We knew
it
in
will
certain
offer a
states
solution to what
how the
happened
vote
before the
count was
Big
going to
Bang.
go.
Perhaps the
Some
Big
states
Bang
stop counting at
emerged
10
from the
p.m. Some
laboratory
states count
of
all
another
of the mail stuff up
civilization.
front, some don't.
The baby
Everything was
universes are being
completely
born
predictable.
out of
At
laboratories.
2 a.m., Trump
And
comes out and
inside the
says,
baby
I won.
universe, you have a civilization
Okay,
that
but where
brings to
are you getting that,
existence
sir?
a baby
As
universe. So
people always
just like
refer to him.
humans, right?
Where
We
are you
have
getting
babies and they make babies.
And
So in
with that
principle, that
statement,
would solve the problem of
immediately we see
why
that
there
there is
was
a
a Big
large
Bang
portion of this
and
country
also
that
what happened
either
before the
is
Big Bang.
unable or
So we
unwilling
came,
to say,
our
wait a second,
umbilical core
the polling all
is
said this
connected
was a
to a
real
laboratory
possibility.
of a civilization
The
that produced
counting
our universe
schedules are
once
all
it
being
figured
adhered
out
to.
quantum gravity.
Oh,
But
Trump won? That doesn't make any sense.
all the way down.
That doesn't happen. It builds. People are
So if we
donating
collect
millions
data about how the
for
universe started,
supposed
we could
audits
potentially
which
test
nobody can define,
theories of
lawsuits
it
which
can
go nowhere,
educate
and it
us
builds and builds and
about
builds.
how to unify
And we have a
quantum
total
mechanics and gravity.
separation from a
If we
factual
get
reality.
any information
There's
about
no
what happens
reason
near
to
the
think
singularity of a
by
black hole,
December 1st, right? Get
You know,
3
if we-
weeks to look through
if
some
we
of this
get
stuff.
a sense
By
of,
December 1st, there's no reasonable
somehow
case to
we
be made
learn
that
what
Trump
happens in
actually
this,
won.
that would educate.
But it doesn't
So there
end there.
are places
It
where we
goes
can
into
search for
maybe we could just
evidence,
like send
but
different
it's very
electors.
challenging, I should say.
Even though Biden won
My point is,
Arizona, let's just
You
like
know, the
send,
string
I don't
theorists,
remember
they
how many
decided
electors it
that
is
they
in Arizona.
know
Let's just like send
how to
Republican
approach the
electors and say,
problem.
we vote
They
for
don't
Trump.
have a single
That's not democracy.
theory.
That's not the way this is.
There is a multitude of
Let's make
theories
sure
and it's
we're
not
ready.
tightly
Ready for
constrained.
what
They
exactly?
cannot make
And then it
predictions about
builds
black
to
holes or about
maybe
the
Mike
beginning of the
Pence
universe. So,
can just
so
like
the moment I say
prevent
we're
Biden
at
from
the
being
loss,
president,
and
or
the
maybe
way
we
I
can
feel
just
about
interfere
this
in this other way,
concept of
and
the
then
theory
it
of
gets
everything,
to let's
we should
break
wait
into
until
the Capitol.
we get enough
It's
evidence
the
to guide us.
height
And
of
until then,
saying
you know, there are many
we no
problems that
longer
we can address.
comport ourselves
Why
attached
bang our
to
head
what is
against
a
the wall
verifiable
on
factual
a
reality.
problem for which we have no
And
guidance?
when we
We don't have a
no longer do that,
in terms of
we're
evidence.
also
There's not-
willing to commit
Exactly.
crimes,
It'd be interesting.
property
just like you
crimes,
said,
violent
the
crimes,
lab was one place to create
in order to try to have something other than democracy. It wouldn't be democracy if any of those things happened.
Yeah, I think it's not the height of
the
it.
problem with the origin
I think
of the universe is all you
There's
can do is
still a
collect
case to
data
be made
about
that
it, right? You can't
did not
interact with
leave
it.
the realm
Well,
of
you can, for
protest
example, detect gravitational waves that emerged
a
from that.
violation of the
You
principles
know,
of
there is an
democracy.
effort to do that, and
So
that
to me, the
could potentially
height
tell us something.
of what could
But,
happen on January
Yeah,
6th
it's a
is
challenge.
if
and
Donald
that's why
Trump
we're
is
stuck.
much better
So,
executive.
I should
he
say,
could take
despite
control of
what
the military.
physicists
If it had
portray,
succeeded.
that you know, we live in
No,
our
not
days
even succeeded.
exceptional
The attempt
growth in
is
our
more.
understanding of the universe. We're actually
empowered.
pretty much stuck, I would say, because
So like,
we don't know the nature
the
of
way
the
not
dark
to
matter. Most
bring
of
up
the matter
Hitler
in the
every other
universe, we
word,
don't know
which
what
is
it is.
something you're separate also told me
And
not
we
to
don't
do.
know how the universe started.
It's kind of an an important figure. It's interesting to study that moment in history because it reveals so much about human nature and that all of us are capable of good people. Thank you, dear subredditors or redditor, for your contribution to the conversation. I will keep bringing up Hitler and the Third Reich, and I'll keep bringing up Stalin.
that we could take
so much
to
to learn
unlock
from
the
that.
mystery
Anyway,
of what is dark matter. Yeah, so what we need is some
an
anomalies
effective
that would
practice
hint what the
authoritarian
nature of the dark matter is,
to
or
roll
to
the
detect
case
it
out
in the laboratory. There are lots of laboratory experiments
to
searching, but it's like
establish
searching for
order
a needle in a haystack because
and
there's
in
so
so
many
doing
possibilities for the
pause
type of
the
particle that
process
it
of
may be.
democracy. As
But
opposed to
maybe
a
at
few
some point,
protesters
we'll
breaking
find
in
either a
to a
particle or a black
questionably
hole, dark matter, or something else.
I agree that what
And
you're
then
saying
we
is
also
worse.
maybe
I
say
don't want
to
to use it to
comment about
minimize
what is
what
dark
the protesters were
matter,
intent on
maybe
doing.
just a
They
name
failed,
assigned to
fortunately.
what.
But to you, the
So
intention was
most of
that
the community
Well, the
believes
intention
it's
was
a particle
Trump should remain president.
that we
That's the
haven't yet
intent.
detected.
And to what
It
length they
doesn't
would have
interact
been
with
willing to
light, so
go if
it's dark.
by the
But
evening,
the
early
question is,
evening,
what does
they
it interact with,
were
and
sort of
how
like
can we
forced
find
out. I don't know. I agree with you that
for
Trump
many
trying
years,
to use the military
physicists were
would
guided by the
absolutely
idea
be
that
worse. You know,
it's
there's
some
reports that he
extension
tried
of
to
the
seize
standard
the
model of
machine, which
particle
is kind of funny
physics.
because it's like,
But then
once you get the
they said,
machine at
oh, we will
Mar-a-Lago,
find
what do
some
you do with it
clues
exactly?
from
I
the
don't
Large
know.
Hadron
There's like
Collider
a
about
comedic
its
element to
nature.
Trump sitting around with
Or maybe
machine.
it's related
But
to
he did
supersymmetry,
float
which is a new
trying
symmetry
to
that we
do
haven't
some
found
other
any
things.
evidence for.
I
In
don't
both cases,
believe
the
there's
Large
reported
Hadron
that
Collider
he
did not
actually
give us
tried
any
to
clues.
use the military.
And other people
I wonder to
search
what
for
degree this opened the door
specific
to
types of
further things
particles
like
in the
this
laboratory
with
and didn't
other
find any.
other
A couple of
candidates,
years ago, actually,
even now
around
in
the
the
time that I
Democratic Party
worked on
also.
Oumuamua, I
Do you think
also
there'll be more and more
worked on the
questioning of
possibility that
the
the
election
dark matter
results?
particles
There
may
has
have
been
a small
already.
electric
It's
charge,
very clearly the playbook.
which is a
Carrie Lake
speculation.
lost.
But
She ran for
nobody
governor in
complained
Arizona
about it.
2022. She lost.
And, you know, it
What I
was
mean by that is
published,
her
and
opponent received
I
more
regard
votes.
it more
It's
as
very
a
clear what it
speculation
means that
than
she
the
lost.
artificial
She
origin
insists
of
to this
Oumuamua.
day that she won.
And
To
to
this
me,
day, she
I apply,
did the
as far as
same
I'm
grift
concerned, I
Trump
apply the
did
same
about
scientific tools in
donate.
both
We've got a
cases. There
case.
is an
We won
anomaly
in the
that
case.
led
We
me
didn't
to
win.
that
They
discussion,
just set a court date.
which
That
has
doesn't
to do with
matter. Yeah.
the hydrogen being
Lies
colder
upon
in the
grift
early universe
upon
more than we
lies. So
expected, so
they
we
did it
suggest
then.
that maybe the dark matter
It is.
particles have some small charge.
It's extraordinarily sad.
You deal with
But it
anomalies
seems
by
like this is
exploring
now going to be part
possibilities.
of the
That's the
playbook.
only
You
way
think
to do
people
it,
on the
and
left
then
will
collect
think
more data to check
Uh,
those. And
I don't have a reason to believe that
searching
is
for
going to happen, but I'm not
technological
going to say it never could. Absolutely, it
signatures
certainly could. People on the left could
is
start
the
using it as a
same
tactic.
as any
Right
other
now,
part
there's
of
not a sign that that's going to
our
happen,
scientific
but it's
endeavor.
certainly good.
We
My
make
expectation is,
hypotheses
and I'm not a
collect
betting
data,
man, but I would
and
bet
I
money.
don't see any
If Joe
reason
Biden
for having
loses
it
in November of 2024,
in your childlike,
he will say I lost.
open-minded
He will
excitement
call
and
the winner.
approach to
He will
science
concede,
here.
and
I
he will
think
leave the White
to
House in
anyone
an
listening to
orderly
this is
fashion.
actually inspiring.
You don't think there'll
The
be
question
players of the
I
hacked
think is
election?
useful to ask
The ability
is
to
by
hack
way of
elections
advice
becoming
for young people. A lot of young people listen
more and more
to this,
effective
whether from
with
all
the
over the world,
developments on the artificial
teenagers,
intelligence.
The difficulty
undergraduate
is you're basically
students, even
saying,
graduate students.
will
It
something
would be
happen
like
without me
even
knowing
young
anything
faculty,
about the
even older
election?
faculty.
Imagine
They're
there
all young
really
and
was
hard
evidence in a
maybe
hacked election,
hard
then
to
I
give
would want
advice
those
for
claims to be
focus
made.
on
But
your
the
traditional
way
8 to
elections
5
have gone in the past,
young
I
folks that
don't
kind of
expect
graduate. Do you have advice to give
Speaking
to
of
young
evidence
people
of
like
things
that today about
unclaimed,
life, maybe in general,
what do you think
maybe
about the Hunter
a life of
Biden,
curiosity and
or
science?
as you tweeted, the laptop from
But
hell?
first, I should confess that I
The
enjoy
laptop
working
from
with
hell
young people
TM.
much more than with
To what degree was this
And the reason is they
laptop
don't
story
carry a
important?
baggage
And
of
to what degree was
prejudice.
it not?
They're not so
at this
self-centered.
point,
They're
I
open
have
to
said many
exploration.
times,
My
if there's
advice,
any reason
one
to
of the
believe
lessons
that
that took me a
Joe
while
Biden,
to learn,
Joe Biden,
I should say
Naomi
I lost
Biden,
important
Jill
opportunities
Biden,
as a result of
Hillary,
that. So I
Obama,
regarded this as a
Doug,
mistake
if
on
there's
my
any
behalf.
evidence any of them committed a
Was
crime,
to believe
they should be
experts.
investigated,
So, quote unquote.
they should be charged,
So,
and they should be tried.
on a number of occasions, I would come up with an
The
original
Hunter
idea.
Biden laptop
And then
thing has been floating
Suggesting
around
to
for
an
so long,
expert, someone that works in
and
the
we
same
still
field
have
for a while,
zero actual
and the expert would dismiss it
pieces of evidence
most of the time because
of
it's
any
new.
crime, particularly
explored, not
involving
because of the
Joe
merit.
Biden. There's the
And
claim
then
from
what
some
happened to
that
me several
references
times
to
is
the
that
big guy
someone
are
else
about
would
Joe
listen to the
Biden getting
conversation
10%
or
for some
would hear
illicit
me suggesting
thing.
it,
Years they've been saying
and
this.
I would
They've
give
not
up
been
because
able
the
to bring
expert said,
with
know.
any evidence on
And
it.
then that's someone
So
else.
my
Would
assessment of the
develop
Hunter
it
Biden
so that it becomes
laptop
the
is,
hottest thing in this
it
field.
seems
And
to
it had,
mostly be a
once it happened to
story
me multiple
about
times, I then
nude
realized
images
the hell with
released
the
without
exercise.
someone's consent,
They don't
which
know
is
what they're
illegal
doing.
in
They're
most
just
states and
repeating that.
violates Twitter's
Yes, they don't think
policies.
creatively.
That's the
They are
main
being
story to me.
threatened by
Beyond
innovation.
that,
Okay.
I don't know how
And,
many people have a copy of
it's
this
the
hard drive at
natural
this point.
reaction of someone
Rudy had
that
it.
cares
Tucker,
about
do you remember when Tucker?
their ego
This is
more than about the
unbelievable.
matter
Tucker said
that we are
that he
discussing.
mailed
And so I
himself
said, I would not. I
a
don't care how
copy,
many
a
likes I
USB
have on
stick,
Twitter.
and it
I
got
don't
lost
care
in the
whether
mail.
the experts say one thing or another.
You
I
have the
basically
mother lode
exercise my
proving the
judgment
criminality of
and do the
Joe and
best I
Hunter
can,
Biden,
you know.
and
Tells out that I'm wrong.
you just dropped it
I
off
made
with
a
a stamp and
mistake,
it
you
got
know.
lost in the mail. You
That's
don't have a
part
backup
of
copy of it.
the
So
scientific endeavor.
I'm
You know,
ready for
and
the evidence to come forward. Hunter
took me a
Biden
while
has
to
nothing to do with
recognize
Joe
that, and
Biden's
it was a lot of
administration, but as
wasted
a person who,
opportunities. So to the young
if he
people, I
committed a
would
crime, charge
recommend
him,
don't
investigate
listen.
him, whatever. But it's
experts.
almost getting satirical.
Carve your own path. Now, of course, you will be wrong.
What do you think
should
about
learn from experience,
the
just
social
like
media
kids
aspect
do.
of this that
But
story
do it
got
yourself.
censored? And what do you think about censorship in general on social media? That story during an important time in the electoral process got censored.
So as a matter of principle, I think we have to define what we mean by censorship, but I'm against censorship short of illegal content, I guess is the way I would put it. I do respect a company's right to have terms of service and to enforce them, as long as they're not illegal. If Twitter were to say, we don't publish content from Jewish people, okay, now we've got a problem.
She studied at
But
the university, and then
what
because
is
of the
dubious to me
Second World War,
is the
after the
claim
Second
that
World War, she
had
was
people
born in
been able
Bulgaria.
to see
they
Hunter
immigrated
Biden's
to
genitals,
Israel, and
they would have voted for Trump.
and she
Which I know it's
left
like, David,
university
you're
to work
making
on a
light
farm.
of,
And
but at the end of the day, what
later in
exactly
life,
is
when
the claim?
all the
That
kids
if you
left
had
home,
known
she
more
went
about
back to
Hunter
the university and
Biden,
finished
I guess
her PhD.
allegedly hiring
But she
prostitutes and
planted in me
having a drug problem
the
in some
intellectual
pictures,
curiosity
you
and
wouldn't have voted for
valuing
Joe Biden? I mean, I know
learning
me as a voter, I don't feel that way.
or acquiring knowledge is a
I
very
think
important
it's less about the content of the story and about
and,
the actions
and
of
my
social
love
media
with
company
philosophy came from
to
attending
control
classes
what
that
you
she
see
took
and what you
at the
don't see.
university.
So you could imagine
when I
a
was a
social media
teenager,
company like Facebook and Twitter making the
I
same kind of
was
decision
fortunate to
about
go
a
to some
more
of these,
impactful
and
story.
they inspired me later on.
You
And
get picked
I'm very
for
different
Well, I think
than
if
my
that
colleagues,
happens,
as you
then
can tell,
my views might be different.
because my upbringing
But
was
I
quite
do,
different.
my
And the
general
only
view
reason
though on
I'm
the Hunter
doing
Biden story
physics
is,
or astrophysics is
had
because
the
of
articles not
circumstances.
contained those images that
At
were
age 18, I was asked
illegal
to
in
serve
many
in the
states
military,
and violated
and
Twitter's policies, I would say
the
publish
only way
it,
for me to
absolutely.
pursue
I don't think it would
intellectual
have had an impact,
work
but I would be in favor of it being,
was
of the
to
links
work
being
on
allowed
physics
100%.
because that was the closest
Okay,
to philosophy.
you mentioned
And I
Tucker.
was
What
good
do
at
you think about Tucker
physics,
getting
so
fired?
they admitted me to an elite program
You're a
called
media
LPO that
person
allowed
that
me
works
to finish my
independently.
PhD at age 24
Tucker
and
is a media
to
person. He
actually
doesn't work
compose the
independently.
first international project
Yeah,
that
what
was
do you
funded by
think
the
about
Star
that
Wars
particular
initiative of
situation?
Ronald Reagan.
Is it
And that
representative
brought
of some big
me to
shift
the
that's happening
US to visit
in
Washington,
mainstream
D.C.,
media?
where we were funded from.
What was the
But
And
shift?
then on one of the visits, I went
basically,
to
mainstream
the
media freaking
Institute for
out
Advanced
because the
Study at
funding is getting
Princeton
less and less and less and
and
less, and it's going to give
met
more power to
John
individual
Bacall that later offered me a 5-year
commentators.
fellowship
Basically,
there,
Tucker
under the
Carlson just
condition
started a
that I
podcast.
switched to astrophysics.
So,
At which point,
I think that's what
I
he should
said,
do.
okay,
I
I
think
cannot
that's
give up on this
the most
opportunity. I'll do
profitable
it.
path rather than
Switch
maybe
to
going to work for
astrophysics.
Newsmax
It
or
felt
whatever
like
it
a
is to be.
forced
But
marriage.
the firing
Arranged
fundamentally was
marriages.
not a
And then
politically
I was offered a
oriented
position
firing
at
that suggests
Harvard
Fox News is
because
being
nobody
extreme
wanted that.
politically in any way. There's no
They
evidence of
first
that
selected
whatsoever.
someone else.
Tucker
that
Carlson
someone said,
basically
I
became a
don't
legal
want to
problem
become
for Fox News.
junior
There's really
faculty
4
at
points
the
to
Harvard
it.
Astronomy
One
Department
is
because the chance
the
of being promoted
$787.5 million settlement
so
with
he took
Dominion
another job.
partially
And then I
was
was second in
because
line.
of
They gave
the
it to me. I didn't care much because I could go
claims
back to the
that went
farm
out
any
on
day.
Tucker Carlson's program. So to some degree,
And
Tucker's
after
program
3 years, I
was
tenured.
a prominent
And
node
eventually,
of
a decade
the
later, became the
problematic
chair of
claims
this
that
department
became the
and
subject of
served
the
for
lawsuit.
9 years as the
Number two,
chair of the astronomy
Smartmatic,
department.
which is another
at
voting
Harvard.
machine company,
But
still
at that
has
point,
a
it became
similar
clear to me
sized
that I'm
lawsuit
actually
against Fox
married
News.
to
Based
the
on
love
the
of
exact
my
same
life,
sorts of
even though
claims,
it was
it
an
may cost
arranged
Fox
marriage.
News again.
There are
So
many
these are now 2
philosophical
problems
questions
that
in
Tucker's a big
astrophysics
contributor
that we can address.
to. Number 3,
But I'm still
former
very
Tucker
different than my
staffer
colleagues.
has brought a lawsuit,
We're
and
focusing
I don't
on
remember the
technical
exact
skills
claims,
in
but I know that there are
getting to this
claims of different types
job.
of discrimination.
So my
It
mother was
seems
really
like it has legs, and that may be a third payout
extremely
related to Tucker
instrumental
Carlson.
in planting
And
the
based on the
seeds
60 Minutes
of
piece from a
thinking
few
about
weeks
the big
ago,
picture.
Ray Epps saying Tucker ruined his life by
Then my
fomenting
father,
conspiracies
He
about
was,
him around
you know,
January
he was
6th.
working in the
That's
farm.
ripe for another
And
lawsuit.
we didn't
So to
speak
me,
much because we sort of
Tucker's
understood each
firing
other
was a
without
risk
speaking.
mitigation strategy.
of many that will be employed as these lawsuits come forward. There's no evidence that it's because Fox didn't like. And what we mean by that, are we talking about Rupert Murdoch doesn't like? I don't know. But I don't have any reason to believe it's because Tucker's ideas were no longer welcome on Fox. Certainly the audience liked it.
It's not about
It's not even about the
your
ratings.
mom
It's about
and
just
the hand,
the
the actions, all that ultimately.
Fox is
in the end
interesting.
matters.
The ratings question
Your
is
dad,
interesting because
that's
Fox,
that's really
unlike
powerful.
most
Hey,
other
if we could
or
take a
every
small
other cable
detour
news channel,
into
they negotiate
philosophy,
a
is there
fee
by
from every cable
chance
subscriber.
any
If you have Fox News as a channel, even if you don't
authors,
watch
whether
it, Fox gets a
philosophical
little
or
bit of
not,
money.
you mentioned
They are
Sartre, that
dramatically
stand out
less
to you, that were
dependent on
formative
ad
and
revenue
small
than CNN and
big way that
MSNBC.
perhaps you would
So the ratings
recommend to
question is
others,
an interesting
maybe
one,
when you
but
were very
Fox's
young
position
or
is different.
maybe later on in life.
Another question from Reddit.
Actually, yeah,
Both
I read
sides
the
are
number
the
of
same.
existentialists
There's
that
a meme notion that has spread
appeal to me because they were
far and wide
authentic.
in every political
Sartre,
discourse on the
he
internet.
declined
What
the Nobel
extent do you
Prizes we
agree or
discussed, but
disagree with
he
this notion? And
also
why do you think it is so popular?
was mocking
Now,
people that
this
pretend to be
Reddit
something
comment
better
also
than
says
they
that
are. He
podcasts
was
like
living
Russell
an
Brand and Joe
authentic
Rogan
life that is
or the
sincere,
legendary comic George
and that's what
Carlin
appealed
are
to me.
examples
And
of big proponents of this
Alberto,
notion,
to me, was another
all of
French
which I kind of
philosopher
disagree with.
that advocated existentialism.
Russell Brand, Joe Rogan,
You know,
and
that
George
really appealed to
Carlin
me. That's probably my favorite existentialist
claim
component.
that
Both sides are the same.
you're saying and use that, all politicians are crooked and suck and
And
stuff.
then
I don't know
like
if they're,
Nietzsche, that
I don't know if that's true. Maybe George Carlin. Anyway, leave that aside.
Yeah.
To what degree do you think,
Nietzsche
if
is
you
still
agree with this
extremely
notion that both
popular?
sides,
You know, that's
left and
quite
right,
surprising. He
the
appeals to
crooked,
the young
corrupt politicians,
of
they do
today.
what politicians
And
do.
people
I
that
don't
is
agree
the
with
child,
this. I
it's
think
the
there are
childlike wonder
different
about the world.
factions that like
He
to
was
say that
unapologetic. It's like
for
most
different
philosophers
reasons.
have a
There
very
are
strict
some
adherence to terminology,
individuals
to
who
practices,
want to
academic
present
philosophers.
themselves as kind of being
Nietzsche
above the
was
fray of partisan
contradictions,
politics, and so
and he just,
I call it enlightened centrism.
He was just this
Do you mean
big
that
kid with opinions.
No, I mean it
and
negatively.
thought
Yeah,
deeply
it's
about
a
this
bit of a
world.
pejorative.
People
The
really
idea
attracted
that
And
I am
surprisingly,
not
there's
going
not
to
enough
fall
people
for being
like that
a Democrat or a
throughout
Republican.
history of
I
philosophy.
can see that
That's
these are
why I
just
think
two
this is
sides of
still
the same
attractive.
coin,
Yeah, to me,
equally
what
bad,
stands
lying
out
to
is
everybody. Okay,
his
so that's
statement that
one. It's sort of
the
like
best
it's
way
popular
to
at different
corrupt the
parties.
mind
Some
of
say
young
that,
people is
like
to
all these
tell them
politicians, left and
that
right.
they
So
should
that's one side of
agree
it.
with the common
The
view.
other side of it
you
is
know?
that
And
it's often
it
used
goes back to
when
the thread
your
that went throughout
side
discussion.
has really stepped in it.
You've
It's
kind
a
of
popular
suggested
way
that we ought to
to
be
acknowledge
our
that your
existence
side
and
has
that
done
our
something wrong,
existence lasts
but
only
while
a short time.
framing it as it's not
We
uniquely
talked
wrong
about
and it's not worse than what anybody else
you
does.
losing your
And I find that it's
father
one
and
of
your
the
mother. Do you
lamest
think
and
about your own
most
mortality?
kind of
Yeah,
cringe-inducing
afraid
things
of
to
death.
hear
I'm not
because
afraid. You know what?
of what comes
Actually,
next.
Epicurus was a very
And
wise
usually what
person.
comes next is not
According
a
to
good,
Lucretius,
accurate
Epicurus didn't
criticism
believe for
of
anything
something
in
that
writing.
fits in a discussion of how
He
to
said
solve a
that
real problem
he's
that we
never
have.
afraid of death
I find it a
because
conversation stifling.
as long as
It
he's
also
around,
is
death is
used
not
to
around.
kind of suppress voters
And
now, not actively.
when
It's not
death
the people who
will be
say that
around, he
go
will
around
not be
saying
around.
don't
So
vote.
he will
But the
never
idea,
meet
of course,
death.
is the
So
more people
why
that
should you
believe
be
that
worried
it
about
doesn't
something you
really
will
make a
never meet?
difference who you vote for,
You know, and
it's going to
it's
suppress
an
voter
interesting
turnout.
philosophy
And I
of
want
life.
voter
You
turnout to be
shouldn't
as
be
high as
afraid of
possible,
something
not
that
as
you
low as
will never
possible, so I
encounter,
also
right?
decided for
But
that.
there's a finiteness to this
So is it
experience.
possible to say that
We
one
will
side
live
is worse than
every
the other
day.
in modern
I
terms?
mean, I think if we're being honest, we live every day as if
I'm a
it's going to
person on
last
the left.
forever.
I'm not
We
pretending
often
to come
kind of
here
don't
as
contemplate the
and not
fact that
knowing
it
that my
has
view is
kind of
biased
plans and
because I'm a
goals
person
and
of the left.
you
Yes,
have this
Ben Shapiro, but
possibilities.
there's different.
You
I
have a
think
kind
in
of
2023,
thought, especially as you get older,
sum total,
older,
the
that
influence of
this
the
is,
American right
especially when
wing,
you lose friends,
if the American right wing were
then
to
you
get
start to
everything it
realize,
wants,
it doesn't. But I don't know if you really are
if the
cognizant
left
of
were to
that.
get everything
But you have
wants,
to be careful.
we'd
not
have to
be
figure
depressed
out a
by
few
it,
things,
because
including
otherwise
exactly
you
how
lose
we
the
pay for
vitality,
certain programs.
right? So I think
But they're
the most
mostly
important thing
noble
to draw
goals,
from
and I
knowing
believe that they
you're
are more
short-lived
supportive of an
is
individual
a sense of appreciation
self-determining
that you're alive.
what they
That's
want
the
to do in
first thing.
life and how they
But
want to live,
more
and is
importantly,
more
a
in
sense of
line with the
modesty.
idea of
Because
freedom and
how
liberty
can anyone
than what
be
the right is
powerful
currently proposing. That's my view.
if they kept at the same
And
time this notion that they're
of course,
short-lived?
people
I mean,
will
you
disagree
cannot
with me.
be
Now we get
arrogant
the
because
freedom and liberty the way
anything
that
that
the
you
right wants.
advocate for,
Okay, well,
you
you
know,
can have that.
you will not be around
So-
to do that in 100 years. So
I think you
people will
implied
just
in
forget
your
and
answer
move on. around,
It was kind
And
of focused on
if you keep that
policy.
in mind,
It
the
felt like it was
Caesars
focused
in
on policy.
ancient Rome,
There's other stuff that people
they
worry
had a
about,
person next to them,
particularly
telling
with the
them, don't
left.
forget that you're mortal.
What
There was a
they
person
termed
without
the
duty,
woke mind
because the
virus.
Caesars thought that they're all powerful.
Where have I heard? Who's using that term?
And they had,
Not sure.
for a good reason, someone they hired
But
to
the culture
whisper in their
aspect
ear.
is
Don't
that
forget that you're mortal.
you know, if you give a lot of power to people on the left,
one of the most
gave as an example, there would be a lot of kind of censorship and suppression of speech and kind of dividing up of a society and confusing knowledge. Basically, a reallocation of resources not based on merit, but based on some kind of high ethical notions of what is right. And only a very small percentage of the population gets to decide what is fair, what is right.
Would they have a different opinion?
Which is,
well, they might be wiser because
we already have a
around for
portion of the
a while, but
population
I'm afraid they would be silent.
but I don't know how many different ways I can say kind of a negative characterization of folks on the left when you're not comparing it, just as a play devil's advocate. Is that something that you worry about? So setting policy aside,
it's not so much that there is a meaning.
Yes. How big of a problem is it?
This is a great conversation.
As far as I can tell,
two sides.
things just exist, you know.
We have new polling
And
that
it's
seems to suggest
I think it's
so-called
inappropriate
wokeism
for us to
is
assign
kind of more popular in the
meaning for
United
our
States
existence, 'cause,
than anti-wokeism.
you know, we
And I'll tell you what I mean by that. This is the less interesting part. We'll go to the more interesting part second.
nothing will be just
People,
another.
sometimes what people mean by woke, an
If you
overreaction
look at the big
to a
scheme of
perceived
things,
injustice
like who cares?
that goes
And how can
beyond
we assign
what would be
significance to what
fair
we're
enough.
doing? You know, so if you say the
It
meaning
was
of
really
life
interesting
is
polling.
this,
It asked questions like, for
well,
example,
it will not be around.
do you
in a
believe
billion
society
years,
has
so,
gone
you know,
too
it
far,
cannot be the meaning
not far
of
enough,
life
or
because
just about the right amount
nothing will be around.
in
So
dealing with
I think we should just
issues
enjoy the
affecting the
process.
trans?
And
The
you know,
woke
it's like many other
position,
things in
which
life.
is
You enjoy
society
good
hasn't
food,
gone far enough,
okay?
was
And
far
you
more
can
popular
enjoy
than we've
learning.
gone too far.
Why?
Now,
Because it
right-wing
makes you
media narrative is we've gone way too far. This is out of
appreciate
control.
better where, you know, the
And there are
environment
lots
that
of
we
other
live in.
similar
And
answers. It's not a
sometimes
huge
people think
margin. A lot of these
religion,
are
for
like
example,
58
is
to
in conflict
42,
with science.
60 to 40. It's not like 90 to 10,
Spirituality.
but by a small margin,
That's not
the
true.
so-called woke perspective,
if
of
you
we
see a
actually
watch
haven't yet done
and
enough to
look
fix
at
some
it
of
from
these
the
issues,
outside,
is a little bit
you
more
know,
popular.
you might
So
say, oh, that's
if we went
interesting,
back
but
to
then if you
DeSantis,
start
this
to
is part
open
of
it
why I
up
think
and learn about
DeSantis'
how it
anti-woke
works, you
agenda
appreciate it more.
may just be a
So
political
science is
misstep.
the way
It's
to
really
learn
interesting
about how
result.
the
I
world
wonder how the
works.
questions
And
are
it's not in
framed,
conflict to this,
but it's
the
still
meaning that
interesting
you assign to all
nevertheless,
of
no
this,
matter
but
what, to hear
it
that
helps you appreciate the world better. So in fact,
people
I
are,
would think that a religious
majority
person
of
should
people in America are woke.
promote
And
science
not
because
in
it
a negative
gives
sense.
you a better
The poll
appreciation
didn't
of
use
what's
the term
around
woke.
you.
Right.
Right.
You know,
It's a
it's like,
critical thing.
Let's
you know,
use
if you buy
the word positively.
in
The
a
term
grocery, buy
has
something, you know,
kind of been
a
perverted.
bunch of
4 years ago, when the term
that
was started
are
to
packed
be used,
together,
I would have said,
and
oh
you
yeah,
can't
woke
see
just
from the
means
outside
like
exactly
I
what kind
have
of fruits are
become
inside.
aware
But if you open it
of
up and
problems
study,
that
you
are
appreciate
bigger
better
than
the
any one
merchandise that you
person
get,
can
right?
fix
So
for
you pay the
themselves
same
that
amount of money,
relate
but
to
at least
the
you know
system.
what's inside.
I think
So
that's what, and
why don't we
we
figure
might
out what the
disagree on
world
which
is
problems
about, you know,
fall
what
into
the
that
universe is,
category,
and
but like
what
it
is
was
the
kind of
dark matter?
I
Will
think
it help
nowadays
us
it's
appreciate, you know, the bigger picture?
outrageously
And then you can assign
left-wing,
your own
maybe even with
flavor
socialist or
to what
Marxist
it means.
undertones. It's become a pejorative.
I
They're also like
I'm
bullies.
truly grateful
Like people,
that a person like you
censors.
exists.
yeah, but people that
at
go
center of
around
the scientific
calling
community
others
gives me
racist,
faith and hope.
sometimes,
This
oftentimes,
this big
without
journey
any
that we call
proof
science. So
or justification.
yeah, thank you for writing
But
the book
that's
you
we're,
wrote recently.
that's
You
that's the
have
key folks on
many
Twitter. We're
other
saying
books and
like
articles
the
that I
polling
think
starting
people
to show
should
that
definitely
like, no,
read.
there's still
And thank you for wasting all this time
most
with me.
Americans
It's
still care
truly an
about
honor.
these
Thank you so much.
issues.
Not a waste at all, and thank you
Yeah,
for having
want to
me. I
improve, want to
learned
make
a lot
progress.
from your
I think
questions
that's the
and
case, and they want to do it in a
Thank
genuine
you.
way that doesn't suppress or
Thanks for
oppress
listening
anybody.
to this
But
conversation
now let me
about
get
love.
to like to
Thank
what
you to our
degree do I think
sponsors.
that
Zero
actually,
fasting
when
app
it goes
or
too far,
intermittent
is a problem.
fasting.
It absolutely exists.
Electrolyte drink.
We can find
Sun
instances
basket
where this
meal delivery
exists on the
service.
left.
Pessimist
I've been
Archive
told
History Podcast.
many times
So the choice
that as
is
a
a fasting app,
Jewish
fasting
Argentinian
fuel,
immigrant to the United
fast
States,
breaking, delicious meals.
I
and the
actually
history
don't
podcast that has
qualify as
very
oppressed
little, as
enough
far as I know, to do with fasting.
because
Choose
Jews
wisely,
are
my friends.
privileged
If you wish,
now in
click
the
the
U.S.
sponsor
and my
links below to
family
get a
had
discount
just
and
enough
support
money
this
to leave
podcast.
Argentina. So there's
And
this
now,
kind of
I'll
like
leave you some
oppression
words from
Olympics
Albert
thing where
Einstein.
I've been told
The
you don't get
important
to
thing
comment.
is not to stop
For
questioning.
example, like a topic in the
Curiosity has
Latino
its own
community
reason
now
for
is,
existence.
are
You
you
cannot
familiar
help
with
but be in awe
Latinx?
when you contemplate the
In
mysteries of
Spanish,
eternity,
there's
of
an
life,
analogous
of the
movement
marvelous structure of
where
reality.
words
It is
by their
enough
nature
if one
sort of
tries
like have a
merely to
gender.
comprehend a
So,
little of
like
this
the word for
mystery
friend
every day.
is amigo.
Thank you for listening. amazing. I hope to see you
If
next
it's a
time.
woman, you would say amiga. So right from there, you can tell the gender that we're talking about. And if it's a mixed group, you say amigos. It's the male with an S, but it could include both. There's a movement now which wants to do away with that and put the letter E in. It's a new word, okay? It's a gender neutral word. Amigues. Totally new. I don't like that. And I don't know anyone, no one in my family uses it, and I think it's kind of like a strange imposition from someone kind of with a solution in search of a problem. I've been told, you moved to the U.S. long ago, and like your English is good, and like you look white, and so like you don't get to weigh in on that. That I think is an example, if I understand correctly, of the type of thing you're talking about. I'm kind of being bullied. I'm fine. I'm surviving fine. I'm being bullied over it and disqualified and saying you don't get this.
The following is a conversation.
All of those examples, all of that stuff, I am completely against, and I tell people on the left, we're actually hurting our own movement with this stuff. I just don't think it's as big as some others.
You don't think it's an existential threat to our civilization anyway?
No, I don't. And I mean, look, we've got a Biden administration. I see Biden as center left. Those who see Biden as extreme far left, this stuff has played almost no role whatsoever in the first 2+ years of it.
So,
What do
you think are the strangest, maybe the most beautiful?
There's people on the right who, I mean, Trump says Biden's a Marxist socialist communist.
I haven't heard that because I don't think that would stick very much. I think that's
at every level. Which
I love
tell us that you don't watch these
I love how good you are at Trump. I can only imagine how good your Trump impression is at this point.
It's not very, sadly,
it's not. All right.
No, but and I'll say one other thing on that. You know, take trans, because trans, just to talk about it a little bit, we haven't dealt with it much. The trans issue has become huge, I believe, because the right is obsessed with it. The right is very much not concerned with gay men anymore. It used to be that gay men, oh, we have to stop gay men from adopting, and unnatural and pedophiles. Now it's trans, these drag shows, etc. I do think that there is a fair question to say, how do we deal with trans women in a very small, short list of sports? That's weird. Okay? My view, though, is I go, okay, we have all issues. We have issues related to gender and sexual orientation. We have issues related to trans. Within that, we have specifically sports. You can eliminate from that trans men. Nobody's worried, right, about women, biological women who are trans. And then when you say it's only in certain sports that it matters, hey, I'm right there. I think it's a complicated question. I don't know how we deal with it. I would ask leagues that have experienced with this already, and whatever. The problem I have is pretending that the vanguard of left-wing politics right now is trying to force trans women into sports. It's like it's just not a big issue that the right is reacting as if it is.
Perhaps because of the right, it's forcing the left to continue discussing it. I mean, I feel like it's even in institutions, even at universities, it feels like these ideas of diversity, inclusion, and equity are taking some of the air out of the room of what a university should also care about, which is
your own estimate, your own guess on this question.
And it feels like reprioritization is going a little too far the other way. Meaning, prioritizing this kind of amorphous concept of diversity is moving away, is giving power to people that don't care about merit, and they just want to bully people with a big stick that says racism, sexism, or anti-diversity. And it kind of suffocates the people that care about merit, about meritocracy, about inspiring people from all kinds of backgrounds to succeed. It's just, you kind of observe that. I'm sure that happens in all kinds of institutions. And the concern, I think the people that are concerned about wokeism are concerned about, at scale, what impact does that have on society? When there's so much conversation about racism and a pressure not to talk about merit, like who's the actual good person in the room, the best person.
Generically, that's a concern to me. The degree to which it's happening at different institutions, I think is worthy of exploration. I know people who work in academia that are getting out of academia because they don't like the environment on their campuses for exactly the reason you're saying. So it exists. There's no question about it. I also think that the idea of a perfect meritocracy is maybe not necessarily the goal, in the sense that when you talk about perfect meritocracy, someone wrote a book about this who I interviewed about a year and a half ago. His name escapes me. There are problems with a perfect meritocracy. I think what we want to do is generate roughly equal opportunity for people, understanding that there is going to be an outcome on a gradient or a bell curve, allowing people, generally speaking, to determine the path that they want to take, and giving them, if it's possible, the ability to pursue that without suppressing, limiting. I mean, this is like relatively uncontroversial stuff among, I would argue, 95% of the left, with the caveats of what you're talking about, which I agree exists.
It would be nice to know the actual data. Sometimes people pull stuff out of proportion. It's hard to measure how much self-censorship happens at university.
That's true. I think also it's sort of like the pit bull bite stories thing, where when a pit bull bites a person, it's more likely to be reported on because it fits a certain narrative. And there are right-wing publications that are very interested in making this seem as if it is an epidemic. I'm the first to say it is happening to a degree. I don't know the degree that it's happening to. I know a lot of people in academia, only a couple of them say that it's an issue.
Would they say it though if they believed it?
I think they would say it. To me, these are just personal contacts. It's not like I'm going to go blabbing.
To push back, I kind of agree with you, but at the same time, I'm deeply connected in academia, fusion of colleagues. Most people self-censor by not thinking about it at all. They're like, screw it,
That's deeper.
whatever.
Yeah.
I was going to focus on the thing I love doing, which is the work. And they don't think about, they basically remove themselves from politics and social issues. And they just kind of say, I'm going to do my engineering, I'm going to do my mathematics.
Sure. The problem with that is it's kind of, you can't go anywhere further to figure it out. It's sort of like there's this funny clip where Jordan Peterson says even atheists are actually religious, they just don't know it. And it's like, it's hard to test that. You know, I don't know. Okay, I mean, I don't, but it's a fair point. I mean, there may be some people, if it has become so toxic for some people, they may have repressed it way down into their subconscious, but I don't know how we would know.
But you know symptoms of it, because when certain people speak up, kind of lightly, and then a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old responds and is outraged. The fact that the administration listens to that 19 and 20-year-old and then reprimands whoever spoke up a little bit, that's a really dangerous sign. And I don't really care about these. So I'm more with you. I don't think it's a big issue. But then I notice it. I wonder, wait a minute. Would this kind of environment allow a young Wojciechowski to be around? Would this environment allow, like, I don't know, like what tenure was designed for, which is you have controversial thinkers, and not kind of weird controversial thinkers, but really people that challenge things that should be challenged.
Yeah, I sympathize with that significantly. I always try to look at specific examples. And sometimes I'll look at people, I'll ask for them, and people will send me 5. And one of them is a legit, bona fide example of what we're talking about. And 4 are kind of like, there was a complaint and it was investigated, but the teacher's tenure was never in jeopardy. And I don't know that I chalk this up to a big woke event. What do you think the kind of apparatus of the 4-year degree in college is going to look like in 20 years?
Oh, that's, I mean, we're like, day by day, that seems to be changing with GPT. I don't know if you've got a chance to interact with ChatGPT.
Absolutely. My entire show now is written by ChatGPT.
I mean, that's partially a joke.
It is only because it stopped looking at the internet in 2021. If it was current, I could completely just tune it out. No, I'm kidding, but it's a fascinating thing.
And it's changing the nature of how we do homework assignments, changing the nature of how we learn, how we look up new information, how we explore information, how we care about things we're interested in. I think it's
that's really interesting. That's
I don't think
sad,
we'll have
if
value
to
for
degrees
university
truth
degree in
that
20
what do you
years.
mean by
Really, we do not.
simply say
I just think it
justice,
changes everything. I think
monkey can't understand
language
quantum theory,
models.
or even Newtonian
Google search
physics.
has already, and
There's
Wikipedia
no
has
particular
already
reason why the human
transformed,
brain
I would
should
say, our
evolve to be
civilization.
well matched
But
to
it's
understanding
there's
the deepest
still
aspects of
a
reality.
value for basic
And
education. I
suspect
don't.
that
I think that starts to
maybe
dissipate
aspects that we are not
with
even aware of
ChatGPT. So
and couldn't
I don't
really
know.
fully comprehend.
I really don't think there's a university.
One thing which I think is a very interesting possibility is the extent
I mean,
to
I have
which
a personal
AI can
interest
help
in it,
us.
in that my
I
daughter is
think,
10 months old,
if you take
and I'm doing the
example of,
529 account. I'm going through the motions as if.
string theory.
But I also
String
recognize,
theory
if she went
involves
to the
very
schools
complicated
I went
geometry,
to, just with the rate of
structures in 10
tuition
dimensions,
increase, you're talking $200K a year by the time she's
ride
18.
you on the cars
And what happens with wages relative to that? This is like separate from the technological thing.
of 10 dimensions.
And in my mind, I'm thinking,
Very complicated
is this going to
geometry.
continue being the right
Maybe
path?
too hard for
What I
human
would
being to
love
work
to
through.
see is so many people that I interact with just by virtue of what I
An
do
AI,
have no foundation in critical thinking, epistemology, philosophy, media literacy.
which enables them to
And
works out to chip chess
if
with
there
a few
were some
others.
way to make that the core
Very
of some
reason to
basic
expect
education
that
that everybody's
these,
receiving,
Machines could
which
help
goes
us
beyond,
to solve these problems. And
ChatGPT
of course, if
can do
that's
so
the way
many
we
things, but I've
came
not
to
yet
understand
seen good
whether string theory
examples of
was
how it
right,
can teach him to
it's really
think.
in a sense
Maybe you have a
frustrating
different
because
view on how
we wouldn't get the sort
ChatGPT
of aha
can teach
insight,
a user
which
to
is the greatest
think.
satisfaction from doing
But
science.
those skills
But
seem
on the
to
other
be
hand,
so lacking in so
if,
many of the people I
a
interact
machine
with. If
churns
there's any
away
positive
10
change to come
dimensional
from the changing
geometry,
dynamic of higher education,
possible,
I wish it would be to go in that direction.
wound up in
Well, no,
extra dimensions.
ChatGPT is actually much better helping me think than any educator, even books that I've encountered, because it's very good at presenting the full picture, even better than a lot of Wikipedia articles. On questions like did the virus leak from the lab, did the COVID leak from the lab. It presents to you all the different hypotheses, the amount of evidence available to you. It's like a full, calm, objective picture of it. There's no partisanship. It's like a really nice list of things that's available.
But I guess what I mean is, does it tell you how, as a thinking human, you should evaluate the strength of each of the paragraphs it presents to you?
Literally,
You can ask it to do. Okay.
and then it's actually fun. It's fun to ask ChatGPT that question. You get good answers. So you basically have a kind of Socratic, like a deep, intimate, great podcast style conversation with an AI system every single day, as many hours as you want, especially as it improves, and as the interfaces by which you communicate. But yeah, I think it will do exactly that. Teach you how to think, because you will offload the memory of facts and equations and whatever else school teaches you. You'll offload that to AI, and instead you'll be using your human mind, which is what it, for now at least, uniquely good at, which is asking good questions, thinking through the complexities of issues, with multiple perspectives on it, all that.
Well, then I stand corrected. Maybe then I don't know what quality is going to be.
Well, but you were sort of commenting, I see, to the financial aspect of it, like why does it even make sense?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the transformative effects of AI as what it starts to ask, what is even education? What is the purpose of education? So one is to give you kind of a background knowledge on a bunch of different topics, but the other is to discover the thing you're truly passionate about and the thing you're really good at, such that you can make money and you can contribute to society and have a fulfilling life.
Yeah,
And I
and
think
also learning to interact with other people, that relationships to build, socializing, and so many other things.
But is that, that is the big value of university. And maybe it should be called something else.
Can you get that for less than $200K a year?
That's fair.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
A kind of social club.
And one of the things I think about also is people who are well connected. I mean, this is always progress. If you're well connected and you have a sort of drive towards entrepreneurship and doing your own thing, and not pursuing a field that is very license independent, like medicine or law,
Getting started 4 years earlier with some internships can be a privilege in some cases, but again, that path is available to the people that would likely do well regardless of whether they went to college, and so it's a very privileged self-selection to do anything.
Another question from Reddit. Ask David to explain why American-style libertarianism is an unserious philosophy.
I don't know what they mean by American-style libertarianism. I've talked before about these kind of utopian libertarians where, we don't have police. You just kind of like hire a for-profit company if you want protection, and if there's a conflict between two of these private security companies, then I don't know, you figure it out somehow.
So it's almost like anarchism.
Yeah, I don't know what the question means by that American-style libertarianism, but in general, my problems with libertarianism, as it is often presented, come from the work of sociology as well as human psychology, which is the reality that once you get a group that's bigger than 150 people, you really have to start centralizing some decisions, unless you're going to subdivide the 150 endlessly into 275 that now no longer have contact, but then that's not really one society. I've not seen good evidence, and I read a fair bit about this, that once you get beyond 150, you can keep all decisions decentralized. And once you say some things need to be centralized, then it's a matter of how you do it. And it's going to be some version of government that conflicts with aspects of libertarianism.
Well, it could be companies, right? It could be more market-driven, which is the idea of anarchism, where you don't give any centralized entity a monopoly over computers. And then if you think that the markets are efficient at delivering, especially in this 21st century and beyond, where a market can have perfect information about people. So one of the issues is that you can manipulate markets because there's not perfect information. But now in the digital age, we can be higher bandwidth participants in the market. So if you're choosing between different security companies or you're choosing between different providers, different services, you can do so more efficiently and more effectively and in the digital space. So you can kind of imagine it, but we haven't successfully done it without government.
Yeah, and I think there's a practical, once you get beyond 150, you also start specializing. It just is a matter of fact, you don't have, everybody isn't growing their own food. Some people grow the food and other people do other things, and you come across a lot of the problems that started at the agricultural revolution. And whether you say that it's a company that's solving it or a government, the problems are going to be very similar. And I've not read anything that, to my satisfaction, explains how you deal with that.
Well, there's underlying principles of libertarianism, which is putting priority at the freedom of the individual, right? And that's a compelling notion.
Yeah, whenever I do these various political compass things that put you on two axes, on the authoritarian libertarian axis, I am way down on the libertarian side, as a left libertarian. So my tendencies are always anti-authoritarian and towards that option when it makes sense. So I sympathize with that a lot.
Another question from Reddit. Ask David what issues he disagrees with you. Is there something that's so tough to figure out? There you go. There's no perfect agreement.
What's your view on Tesla?
That's a good opportunity to ask. What do you think is strengths and weaknesses of Elon Musk? You mentioned Twitter. Have you paid your $8?
I have not paid my $8. I don't see the point in paying for it. I have no problem paying for services. I use a ton of services. I'll try the free. I'll go to the paid. Right now, so the way I used to use the verified feed was I would post a tweet, and then the next day when I review what's going on my social media, I would look at the replies to the tweet, which would give me a mix of replies from verified and unverified people. But then I would also look at the verified and see who that are verified public folks have responded to me, or maybe I want to engage with them, whatever the case may be. I don't even understand why I would look at the verified feed anymore, so I never do, because it's random folks who I don't know. It sort of lost its utility to me. And then,
yeah, sorry to interrupt, but the idea is if everybody who's human pays the $8, it shows to you that it's not bots. It's at least humans.
from the reports about the number of people that have bought the free checkmark, I think we may be 1,000 years from enough signups in order to make that sort of like a reality. I don't know. That's the idea. It's an interesting idea. Honestly, from my experience, obviously I was seeing all sorts of attack comments, some of which were, I'm sure, from bots. But I'm ignoring all of those comments anyway, so it really didn't affect my experience that much. I mean, here's the thing about Elon, and I say this, people sometimes are like, David, you obviously hate Elon, or you obviously love Elon. I was an investor in Tesla starting in 2015. I've since sold all my shares. Great run. I'm on my second Tesla right now. I probably won't get a third one because I think that electric vehicle technology is now maturing such that when my lease is up, I'm going to have many more options with the range and charging network that's important to me. But I could be wrong, maybe. I have the cults of personality around people, they mean nothing to me. So for me, it's just like people are people. Nobody has only good ideas. I think that what Elon Musk did, accelerating and pushing forward the battery and electric vehicle technology, is unbelievable. It's a one-person wrecking ball in the best sense of saying, we're not going to slow play this and do, okay, now Toyota has an F800, but now we've got a 90-mile range car, and next year it'll be 110. It's just like, we're doing this right now. You can compete or you can opt out, and look at what's happened. Fantastic.
So there's this
on the Twitter side of things, I don't really get the whole plan. I don't know if it started maybe as kind of a goof of some kind, and it developed into, I guess I have to buy it. And I think something about it ended up with, there was a clause invoked where I think he did try to get out of buying it, but then the way Twitter used to work was you followed people, and when you looked at your feed, you either saw the posts from the people you were following in reverse chronological order, or posts from the people you followed algorithmically tailored to what you're most likely to want to see. And if you didn't follow someone, you generally wouldn't see their post unless it was in a sponsored tweet or someone you follow quoted or retweeted. The For You feed, TikTok, I believe, first had a so-called For You feed. The idea is this is stuff you might like based on, I don't know, either demographic data about you, your other habits, whatever. And so it's useless. It's just basically mostly right-wing content.
So the signals that are used to generate the For You page is looking at all your likes, all your comments, all your blocks and mutes and all that. It's
show that. I mean, yes, I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's supposed to be very pleasant.
I'm sure other people go, "Wow, this For You thing is awesome." And I'll get like if you had insert some right wing or something there we go. Twitter used to suppress right-wing voices, and now finally they're getting the fair shake that they deserve in the For You. Okay, I mean,
I wonder if there's left-wing folks setting their feelings of Elon aside, they're enjoying it For You. That's a really important question because it's supposed to be people on the left and people on the right should be doing
sure. Yeah, I mean, so for me, my thought on Elon is some incredible successes. I don't know about Twitter. I do think that I don't believe Elon is a right-winger, and when you see interviews with him, certainly, at least socially and in many ways culturally, seems very moderate or even somewhat on the left in my experience. I don't think it's like, Elon's a right-winger. That's not an interesting critique. It does seem, though, that throughout the Twitter escapade, he certainly ended up closer to some voices that may be influencing him in a particular way. That's giving some people that impression. But as far as like the Elon hate or the Elon love, it's just a person who's done some interesting things, some of which I like and some of which I could kind of leave aside.
I have seen folks drift towards the right more in response to just the viciousness of attacks from the left. Elon.
Where you think the first theory will reach into that place?
So I don't think at the core, but I think on the surface. I think Joe Rogan has as well on the surface. Because maybe you can correct me, but it feels like people on the left attack more viciously.
Which also has consequences, which we can test in our
No, let me know, because my sense is that they attack people on the left viciously. Left attacks its own, because you're not progressive enough. You're not, it's just this kind of bullying. Yeah, that's very impressive.
No, you're 100% right that when the left has attacked me, it's almost as vicious as when the right attacks me. The difference in my experience is it's a smaller contingent on the left that's willing to levy those attacks against me, but I'm on the left, so to some degree you could say, well, that's to be expected.
So we're dancing between
there is toxicity on the left,
It's intense, isn't it? Like, that's what I mean. Like the attacks on people who are on the left. You're not left enough.
Yeah, that's
and it is a small number of people.
I can't deny that is absolutely a real phenomenon, and depending on what sort of topics you take on publicly, you are going to suffer the wrath of that to a greater or lesser degree. But with all of these things, what I always go back to is, I probably agreed with Rogan today than the last time I was on his show, which was like at the beginning of the pandemic. But there would be zero, and I've done clips critical of things that he has said, substantive, of course. To me, it's sort of like, oh yeah, I could sit down with him and do a podcast, and it would be zero big deal, and I would tell him I stand by everything I said about what he said, and I would say it to you right now. There are people who write to me and go, oh man, things must be really, really tense now. If you were to, Rogan would never have you on because you disagree.
He loves you.
I'm sure he's just not thinking of, I'm not the most important thing to Joe Rogan. I think both of us would be able to sit down and talk about every one of my criticisms. It would not be taken personally, and then we would move on, and it would be the next thing.
You get attacked a lot. How do you not let that break you mentally?
I don't know. So let's see. I try to, I'm in a toxic space. The news and politics, partisan news and politics, partisan news and politics on the internet or the social media component, just completely and totally toxic. From a personal perspective, when I'm done producing my last show of the week until Monday, I try to completely tune out from news and politics altogether. And also make an effort to just not look at feedback and what's going on. I also really limit my visibility. I don't need to read every comment. I don't need to look at every email or every tweet. I have 15 minutes each day where I go through my social media platforms, look at generally what has the reaction been, maybe include that in my assessment of how I want to tackle a certain issue if I missed a good point or something like that, and basically try to move on. When something like we talked about at the beginning happens, it becomes obsessive. It's unhealthy, right? Where I'm like, oh my God, who's attacking me now? And scrolling. It becomes, I'm sweating. It's horrible. But I think just like limiting exposure to that and remembering that it is impossible to please everybody. And so I'd really rather have fresh, genuine views each day rather than views that are sort of like restricted and flattened by what I perceive to be people's opinions.
Just can you speak a little more to the full process of creating a David Beckham show? Like, what you wake up, because you're doing 5 shows a week?
I have the Letterman schedule, which means I do 5 shows in 4 days. I shoot Monday to Thursday, but we're doing 5 episodes. Basically, our guests we schedule in advance. I'm picking 6 to 8 stories each day that are, like I said, a blend of stuff I think will be interesting, things I want to talk about, and things where it's being discussed at one layer and I want to go deeper on it, and I feel like I'm able to do that. I choose those stories in the morning, record in the early afternoon, and we put the show out.
This is the direction where the truth lies.
The preparation, with how you take notes.
Are you on a sheet of paper?
No sheets of paper anymore. I used to do sheets of paper. I found something about it, like it worked, the tactile nature of it. It became inconvenient for sharing the notes with my team. But basically, we use a wiki type system. It's called MediaWiki, which is basically like a Wikipedia clone.
Old school.
Yeah, old school. So we can have pages for every guest, every topic.
That's interesting. I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I don't know anyone else is using it. It works really well. It's so fast and it takes up almost no space. So it just is a really good tool. When my team, when we book a guest and they have notes from the publicist, they'll put it in there and then I can access it. So I'm basically working off of notes rather than a script. I'll pull any audio visual stuff that I want so that's available. And it's really a very seamless, we're doing this every day, 4 days a week. So we have it down for well.
Where do you get ideas from?
Everywhere. I have a bunch of subreddits that I follow that I think are talking about interesting things. I have a curated list for which I still use Twitter, and it is very good for this. It's a curated private list of journalists that I think are doing interesting work, so I'll see what's there. Look at the sort of standard news reporting, wire services, AP, and Reuters, glance at what everything from Drudge to CNN to whoever is covering that day, look at Google News.
How do you try to fact check stuff? So it's the sources is a process.
I always try to get to a primary source first and foremost for the facts of the story, and then I'll use other tools for background research. Oftentimes, Wikipedia's footnotes I find to be useful tools. ChatGPT is a good one. You really have to fact check it, but it'll give you ideas of where to do the fact checking, which I think is fantastic. Sometimes it gives me information that's flat out wrong, and when you ask for the source, it's like, oh yeah, that's actually not real. Which is, hey, it's part of the process. Yeah. But and then when there's like an expertise type of thing, if it's a breaking legal matter, I'll just call like a friend who's a lawyer or call a friend who's a doctor or something like that. It lends it.
Let me ask you about the nature of truth. Do you think it's becoming more and more difficult to know what is true? And will become continue to get more difficult, especially with GPT.
I think the big difficulty is in getting people to agree as to what is a statement of fact and what is a statement of opinion. I think once we can do that, reasonable people can more or less agree on how to get to the truth. Or if we can't get to it, at least figure out how we would if the information were available. But the biggest challenge I'm having is someone will call in with an opinion, but say they want to talk about facts. And I have to explain to them, you're talking about an opinion and not a fact. And this goes back to the lack of critical thinking and lack of media literacy. But that's the bigger challenge for me right now.
But I think the big statements are always going to be somewhat opinion. Like, was the 2020 election fair? I think any answer to that is
even the solar system is pretty vast by human standards.
If we define
so, I don't think the perception
well,
of
yes.
this
So that,
utterly vast
I don't think it's possible to define fair in a way that's not several paragraphs, but each sentence is now has
very
facts.
small on the
Right?
scale of
What do you mean by fair? Is it who can show up to vote? What was the process of how easy it is to vote? Was there actual cheating going on? Because then, like, what is the evidence of that cheating? You have to actually get to the actual details of the thing. High level, everything is just going to be an opinion. It feels like you can approximate that to
something which is
very special. Well, most of science is an opinion. Even physics is an opinion. So I think there's a threshold beyond which an opinion becomes like
elsewhere.
It's a pretty reliable thing to assume for now.
Okay, so I think maybe better said.
Almost obvious.
I think that the difficulty.
Perhaps dead.
I mean, the process you described is probably the right process, and it's exhausting for mundane things, and that causes major problems. If we were to say,
think of Earth as somehow special,
is it better for the economy to have a tax rate on people making over $1 million that's 20% or 50%?
life is
What
concerned.
do we mean by
Because,
better for the economy?
remember
It's
that we
not
don't
an
understand
overwhelming
how life
task
began
to
here on
decide on
Earth.
that. We could say,
We
well,
don't
we'll say it's better for
understand
the economy by looking at
what
what was the unemployment rate based on the tax rate on million, people earning $1 million a year, and what was GDP and whatever. Okay, we've agreed. This is a statement. We are now in the realm of just determining what is, given the parameters that we've established. I think that's relatively doable. The issue is with the bigger ones like you're talking about, where what do we mean by a fair election and fair in whose eyes, and that I am with you that it often devolves into a conversation about opinions about what is fair, rather than an actual opinion.
It feels like maybe avoiding some of these big, maybe there's bigger words too, maybe avoiding them allows you to actually talk about the facts, and through that, educate yourself and learn about, like, whether the virus leaks from a lab or not. To me, it was always a super interesting question. I don't know why everybody got super touchy about it. Most of the people I know, my colleagues, biologists, thought it's pretty good likelihood that it leaked from the lab, given everything. It just didn't, the evidence is not there for either one. And so, like, you should be able to just openly talk about it, unless you're in a political office where there could be geopolitical consequences. In general, it's an interesting question. You should talk about it. But there's no, first of all, there's not many facts around there, unfortunately. And a lot of inconclusive statements about it, especially in the early days of this opinion. So you have to, the idea of what is true or not becomes a little, even mentioning the truth in that context feels
we are aware that we can look.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, which is strange. Like, I think it should. One of the really good opening questions that I've had work to my advantage when talking to people who I know disagree with me about a contentious topic is, how do you think we would figure out X? And it often gets people thinking first collaboratively, and obviously we might have very different opinions, but with something like a COVID lab, I think it's an interesting one, because you say, okay, maybe it leaked, maybe it didn't. How would we figure that out? Who would we trust to weigh in on that? What evidence would count? Now we're kind of on the same team. And then if we can establish that, then we're on a search for capital T truths together or whatever. It's kind of pie in the sky, but in some conversations I've actually had success with that.
and then you can kind of realize if there's no amount of evidence that's going to prove and show to you that you're wrong in your current opinion, but that's probably really bad science.
It's a waste. It may be a waste to pursue the conversation. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, so okay, you think Trump is a good president? Well, how do you determine that, and what evidence might exist that would change your mind? There is no evidence Trump is the best president ever. I think the conversation's probably right.
You mentioned Israel-Palestine. What do you think about the situation in Israel-Palestine? Something you've thought about, spoken about for quite a time. Do you think we'll ever see peace in this country?
I could say yes.
Answer.
I could say yes. One of the problems is, and I'll give, you may not know that there are people on the left of my audience who call me a Netanyahu shill, even though I've never been supportive of Netanyahu, and I'm on the left. I just don't think that some of the kind of black and white characterizations about Israel are even remotely accurate, and I think most people, it's become a sort of litmus test. Are you criticizing Israel enough? Are you showing us that you're actually left wing? I don't do any of that stuff. I really look at the situation.
That's become a litmus test in American politics, in the spectrum of American politics.
Yes. My view, big picture, is that I don't think we're going to really get anywhere until some pre-negotiated terms are set, and the parties to do the negotiating are all good faith parties. For example, I don't think Israel's right-wing party Likud is a particularly good faith arbiter of peace, because I think Likud benefits from there not being peace and the threat of violence. And there is violence. It's not just the threat of violence. I don't think Hamas is going to be an arbiter of peace for the Palestinian people either. I think the Palestinian Authority is a question mark. I'm not sure. So I think that there need to be some preconditions that would need to be set with regard to everything from settlements to a lot of this minutia. Big picture, though, if I imagine what the most likely solution looks like, it doesn't mean it's a perfect solution, and obviously it's a solution many people will say it's not going to happen. I think it's a solution where the borders are similar to what was being discussed in the Clinton era to some degree. As many of the settlements as possible have to go, understanding that some of the bigger ones are just not going to go, and there's going to have to be meaningful land swaps, which Yasser Arafat seemed to be amenable to when he weighed in on it. I believe it was in the 90s. The topic of the Temple Mount and Jerusalem, etc., is a complicated one, but I think that almost certainly East Jerusalem is going to have to be part of an eventual Palestinian state. We can go as far as we want to with a lot of this stuff.
What role does U.S. have to play in this coming to the table with good faith parties?
I don't know whether I go back and forth between believing that the U.S. should play a big role to the U.S. should play essentially no role whatsoever, because, of course, of the funding of Israel that the U.S. provides. It's not that I have a personal problem with American involvement, and somebody like Bill Clinton was arguably relatively well positioned to try to make something happen. It's more just will it be seen as credible on the global stage, and that's, I think, the most important thing, because at the end of whatever negotiation takes place, both sides need to agree that this is where we are renouncing all past claims. And in the future, if there's a disagreement, we can't go back to that thing from the 80s or the 90s. That's just like a critical piece of this.
Yeah, it has to be stable and, materialize into something stable over years.
Yes.
Another difficult conflict going on in the world is the war in Ukraine. What do you think about the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 2022?
I don't pretend to be an expert on this issue. I think you probably know more about this than I do, just from the brief conversation we had before we started filming. My view as a general observer of geopolitics and the way that this part of the world is related to American presidents over the last several cycles is I don't think it's controversial to say that this was a war of aggression, an invasion of aggression, an act of aggression by Vladimir Putin. I do believe that if Trump had been reelected, Putin may have seen himself as having other tools with which to try to expand influence that may have been different than geographic pursuits. But we don't know that for sure. I also have a really hard time imagining what the end of this looks like. And that's very scary, because sometimes the most benign end seems to be that Putin ends up out of power, either through no longer being alive or deposed in some way. It doesn't feel like that latter is super likely. The former, there's reports about his health. I don't know how accurate they are. It's just hard to imagine a face-saving exit that is going to be even remotely, what's the word? It's not even a question of acceptable, just it's not satisfying either. Just not tragic, I guess, is what I'm looking for.
In terms of Putin speaking to the Russian people and being able to figure out what to say, what kind of narrative to say, why this war made sense.
Yes.
The same on the Ukrainian side, to figure out how to exit this war.
Yes. To some degree, it requires Russian troops leaving Ukraine, and that is somewhat under the control. Of course, it's not up to Ukraine whether the initiative continues. But what I am not thrilled with are some of the reflexive, if Trump had been in power instead of Joe Biden, a lot of the reflexive comments about, if you say Ukraine is just acting defensively, you're supporting neo-Nazis, or some of these things that have come out of the American Republican Party. seem both wacky and like they would be saying completely different things if Trump happened to be in the Oval Office. They're really proxy attacks on Joe Biden.
Yeah. Well, that in some sense, Ukraine is also kind of political litmus test of how you speak about it. I think because of the huge amount of funding that's going from the U.S. to Ukraine. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that this topic has become politicized already.
100%. There are people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and others saying we should be doing nothing for Ukraine. Zelensky's a comedian, and we're supporting neo-Nazis. That's it, full stop. And you either subscribe to that, or you don't, and it very quickly becomes as partisan as so many other issues. And it's really the most disappointing thing is that some of these issues become incredibly divisive, but they're simple. Like, for example, a conspiracy theory that we know isn't true. It shouldn't be divisive because it's so simple. Other issues become divisive and they are simplified, but in reality, they're extraordinarily complex, and you lose the ability to talk about the complexity because they're becoming partisan.
Do you think there will always be war in the world? There's a bunch of folks on the subreddit who are interested in your different complex perspectives on foreign policy. So let's talk about war. When you look at the war in Ukraine, you look at what's going on in Israel and Palestine, you look at the wars across the world. Do you think there will always be war? As a Redditor put it, is it a necessary evil in the game of geopolitics?
I used to have what I now believe is an extremely naive perspective, which is that if intelligent aliens arrived here, it would be so momentous for Homo sapiens that all of our differences would immediately be exposed as so insignificant. We would never fight again, and we would realize that intelligent life. And then I spoke to people who deal in space exploration and other scientists, and they all said that, David, that's extraordinarily naive. There would be a period during which this was as momentous as you're imagining, and then it would become normal, and then we would go back to many of the same conflicts that we have now, sectarian, etc. I think that in all likelihood, there will always be conflict between factions. Whether it's what we currently think of as war, probably not. I mean, it seems as though the tactics will evolve, and it will be less about missiles, and I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know whether it's going to become more biological or cyber, or certainly something we haven't even considered yet. But I think there will always be conflicts we would refer to in that way.
Do you agree with Chomsky on his general harsh criticism of U.S. foreign policy in war, that many military actions in the United States are criminal in nature, almost terrorist in nature?
I am not, it's been a decade or more since I read any Chomsky, and I don't keep up with everything that he has recently said, so I don't want to mischaracterize any of it.
In general, Americans are sold the view that we're the good guys spreading freedom across the world. And no, Chomsky takes a perspective that, yeah, but if you look at the number of civilians you kill while doing it, it's incomparable to any other military actions across the world.
Right. So I very much disagree with those who take the view that the U.S. is this wonderful global police force that's spreading democracy and fixing problems. Very, very much wrong. I think where I've had disagreements with Chomsky in the past is more he seems to frame the U.S. as a uniquely bad actor in some of these cases, and I think it's more an outcropping of the size and wealth of the, and less about. And so I think that was my general disagreement with Chomsky based on stuff I read a decade ago.
Well, he says that he lives in the United States. He's an American. So he feels his focus of criticism should be on America. And I think that's one of the great things about being American and being in America is the freedom to criticize harshly.
Sure.
By the way. He's basically the embodiment of why 10 years is a really valuable thing. Whether you agree with him or not. Question from Reddit. Ask David what he plans for his garden this year. Is this a joke? Or
it's not a joke. I got into gardening a few years ago. Honestly, I'm with the baby,
I can't do a garden this year. It's just, and I have a lot of travel coming up, so everything would die. But I did start to try to figure out gardening. If you're stressed by the toxicity of the social media world, gardening is a great hobby. It really is. But it is extraordinarily time consuming. So I have no garden planned this year.
Are there books or maybe movies in your life that had a big impact on you that, you're thinking about that diet? Has there been stuff you read, forget it, about even just books, like blogs or writers or just sources of information that had and molded you into the intellectual, into the critical thinker that you are?
It's so hard. This is sort of like, you win an Oscar and you want to make sure you thank all the right people. I read so much and have been reading for so long that it's really hard to say. But I think certainly for me, narrative nonfiction has been a fantastic genre to learn not only about history, but also about people and psychology. And very often when people say, I don't really read, like, what can you recommend to me that might be interesting? Depending on, knowing them to some degree, I'll give recommendations there.
No
In
way,
terms
my
of,
friend.
Just things I picked up recently that I think are interesting.
Oh, I love that you're
I've
here.
been reading a bunch of Neil Postman. I read Jenny Odell has a new book on time and the concept of like saving time, spending time.
Oh, you make me so happy.
Just published it. Super interesting.
I hope you're sleeping.
I just read Lansing's book about the Shackleton voyage in Antarctica in 1914, 15, and 16. Super interesting. I'm really all over the map.
I have that one on audiobook. I've been reading.
It's very interesting. And it seems inconceivable how these guys survived. Completely inconceivable. And yet they did.
Word. I'm gonna go in on that.
It kind of inspires you to think of space exploration.
Really?
And taking on similar kinds of risky, dangerous journeys. In narrative nonfiction, I agree with you very much. I've been reading a lot of 20th century history about Stalin and about Hitler. Rise and Fall of the Third Reich I've read twice now, and I recommend.
What did you get out of reading it the second time?
So the second time I listened to the audiobook as I ran, I get the same thing from it as I get maybe reading Man's Search for Meaning, which is all the troubles of day to day in the modern world kind of fade away and dissipate when I'm thinking about the, basically the embodiment of evil at scale, recent time in human history. So it makes me sort of appreciate it fills me with gratitude to have all the freedoms of the just simple joys of life that we have today. And I think the second time as I was reading it, because William Shire was there, he's the author, he was there through the whole thing. You start to pick up little details as opposed to like big things. You start to pick up the little quirks of how history turns, and just like these little events. You notice of the dynamics between people in a room during a meeting with Hitler. You just notice these little things that I mentioned. Because like he was either there directly or heard it the next day. So you get, that's why to me, Rise and Fall of the Third Reich is interesting, is because it's by a guy who's there, who's reporting on it, versus sort of a more distant, displaced retelling. And that's like biographies. And Walter Isaacson,
Dog.
Steve Jobs, and Einstein, all that kind of stuff.
Viktor Frankl's book is one I've read a bunch of times.
Yeah.
And it's so short. And, reading in general, I know a lot of people who read way more than I do. And I also know a lot of people who don't read at all. I mean, they haven't read a book since college, essentially. To me, it's almost like the amount I get from it, it's almost like a secret weapon. Where when I think, in 200 or 300 or 400 pages, which I can read in, 10 days or however long it takes reading 30 pages a day, the amount of information, insights into so many aspects of the human psyche that I can get, it's sort of like, it's not like I'm in a competition for anything in particular with anybody. I just do my show. But it's sort of like, if I'm reading
dozens of books a year and you're reading 0, I'm exposed to so many different things and ideas that are not even in your universe. It just seems like the power of reading just seems overwhelming.
And I had, speaking of getting attacked, I had a fun time getting attacked a few months ago for publishing a reading list. So I'm reading at least a book a week. We read 18 or 19 books from the beginning of the year.
You got attacked for the books you chose, or for this?
I don't know for what.
Oh,
but it would get quite viral.
Attacked for reading. That's something.
So basically, what happened is that people. I actually don't. It's not worth. Folks who know.
Fair.
Or folks who don't even worry about it. It's what I really loved about being attacked for it is it shows you can get attacked from hate. Apparently, it's not like I did something wrong. It was kind of a beautiful thing, and it was just the most intensely beautiful display of absurdity of Twitter and the internet. That there were articles written about me with a good book list. There's no bad books on it. The thing I was being mocked for is reading Dostoevsky, reading stuff that sounds like a high school reading list.
Oh, I see.
Or all these kinds of aspects of the reading list, which doesn't stand up to any sort of legitimate kind of criticism.
Okay,
the fact that people are just looking for single words, single aspects of a tweet, so on to criticize.
Yeah.